Chapter 103. Subduing Han Li stood with his back to the black bear, facing the fighting crowd. Although the black bear moved with great caution, it was impossible to evade Han Li's keen senses. Therefore, when the black bear was only a few steps away and lunged at him ferociously, Han Li shifted slightly and suddenly stood facing the black bear, smiling faintly at the charging beast. The black bear was taken aback, but having already pounced, there was no time to retreat. In desperation, he let out a loud roar, extending his massive, hairy hands to grab Han Li. Praying that this young man had little combat experience and would be intimidated by his ferocity, allowing him to succeed. Seeing the burly man still daring to attack, Han Li's expression darkened suddenly. With a swift motion, he vanished from the black bear's sight. The black bear's heart sank as he quickly tried to retreat, but felt a chill at the back of his neck as a sharp sword tip emerged from his throat. Suddenly, it disappeared again. The black bear desperately clutched his throat, which was gushing blood, wanting to say something, but only managed a few hoarse cries before collapsing to the ground. Sun Ergo's face turned waxy as he witnessed the young man ghosting behind the black bear and effortlessly piercing his throat with a soft sword. At that moment, the young man began wiping the glimmering sword with a piece of white cloth. It seemed the young man sensed Sun Ergo's gaze. As he looked up and smiled lightly at him, Sun Ergo immediately recoiled as if he had seen a venomous snake, hurriedly averting his eyes. He felt no joy at the death of his rival, the black bear, but rather a sense of sorrow for the fate of the rabbit and the fox. He realized that this young man was no mere lamb, but a life-taking king of hell. And yet, he and his followers had unwittingly stumbled into the hands of this king of hell, truly seeking their own doom. Sun Ergo's only hope now was that his subordinates could subdue the giant man, so perhaps they could negotiate terms and save their own lives. But when Sun Ergo finally saw the situation with the giant man, he was left dumbfounded. More than 20 strong men lay motionless on the ground, drenched in blood, while the giant stood with his arms crossed, coldly locking eyes with Sun Ergo. Although the giant's face was obscured by a cloak, Sun Ergo still felt a beastly bloodlust radiating from him, turning his waxy face pale. Han Li observed Sun Ergo's changing expression with cold eyes. He could tell that this person had no martial skills and was terrified, so he had no interest in dealing with him personally. Chu Han, kill him. Han Li finally turned around and said casually, "No, I surrender. I'm willing to offer all my wealth to you, young master. I can be your servant and help you with everything in Jiyuan City. I know all the news, big and small, and can be of great assistance." Sun Ergo cried out in a panic as the giant demon approached him step by step, causing him to collapse to the ground while desperately pleading for mercy. Han Li initially did not want to pay attention to Sun Ergo's words, but upon hearing that he was knowledgeable about Jiyuan City, he felt a stir of interest. "Stop for now." Han Li called out to Chu Han, who was about to snap Sun Ergo's neck, and took a few steps closer to him. "Are you familiar with Jiyuan City?" Han Li asked with a smile, appearing very amicable. But having just witnessed Han Li's ruthless side, Sun Ergo dared not show any negligence. He trembled as he replied, "Very familiar, extremely familiar. I've grown up in Jiyuan City and know every detail here." At this moment, he felt as if he had grasped a lifeline and would exaggerate his previous words tenfold to make himself seem useful. After hearing such a response, Han Li rubbed his nose, tilted his head in thought, then pulled out a porcelain bottle from his pocket. He poured out a white pill the size of a longan and handed it to Sun Ergo. "Either take this or die," Han Li said decisively. Sun Ergo's hand trembled as he held the pill, hesitating, but when his gaze met the cold eyes across from him, he shivered a few times and ultimately swallowed the pill. "Good, now I will believe you." Han Li nodded in satisfaction. "This pill is called heart corruption pill, a secret medicine of mine. You must take the antidote once a month, or your organs will rot and you will die. I trust you are a sensible person and won't have second thoughts." Though Sun Ergo had anticipated this, upon hearing about the effects of the pill, he still looked mournful and somewhat dejected. "Don't worry, as long as you help me with matters in Jiyuan City, I will completely lift this poison and return your freedom. With your skills, I really won't have any use for you elsewhere." Han Li understood the principle of using both a stick and a carrot to motivate people to work diligently, giving Sun Ergo a glimmer of hope for liberation. "Really, young master?" Sun Ergo perked up a little upon hearing this. "This silver is for you to handle things. First, take care of this place. I don't want anyone knowing what happened here. Do you understand?" Han Li tossed a bag of silver to Sun Ergo and ordered lightly. Sun Ergo received the bag and weighed it slightly, It felt heavy, likely containing over 100 taels of silver. A look of joy appeared on his face, and he suddenly thought that working for such a generous young man might not be a bad thing after all. Rest assured, I will handle this properly, and won't he cause you any trouble, he said, grinning and patting his chest. All right, I'll head out first and find an inn to rest. Come find me tomorrow morning. As the local snake, you should be able to find me easily. Han Li commanded without hesitation. Yes, I will definitely come on time tomorrow morning, ready for your orders. At this point, Sun Ergo was quite straightforwardly embracing his new role under Han Li. Han Li smiled, telling Chu Han to carry the large bag, and they slowly left the area. After walking a considerable distance, Han Li turned back to look at Sun Ergo, who was still standing obediently in place, watching him leave with a loyal demeanor. Interesting. Han Li suddenly found this person quite intriguing and perceptive. Perhaps he could indeed be of great use. Chapter 104. Intelligence. The gang I created, the Jing Jiao Association, has a total of 64,000 ordinary members and over 7,000 core members. It is one of the three major overlords of Lanzhou, with its main headquarters located in Jiyuan City. The branch leaders include 1. The first wife, Jean, is gentle in nature, the only daughter of Jean Can, the head of the Golden Lion Escort Bureau, who has been murdered, leaving behind a daughter, Mo Yuju. 2. The second wife, Li, is well-educated and reasonable, the daughter of a wealthy family, with no children. 3. The third wife, Lu, is hot-tempered but ambitious, the younger sister of Lu Feng, the head of the Longfeng sect in Xiuling City, with no children and requires close attention. 4. The fourth wife, Yan, is my cousin, calm and cunning, with an impressive presence, has a daughter, Mo Caihuan. When I left, most of the power of the Jing Jiao Association was transferred to her, and she can be trusted. 5. The fifth wife, Wang, is taciturn and devoted to me. Originally the maid of the first wife, Jean. She has no children, but secretly holds considerable power and can be absolutely trusted. Adopted daughter, Mo Fengwu, is the daughter of my former trusted subordinate, whose parents have passed away. I adopted her when she was 7 years old. She is exceptionally intelligent. Yin Gu, the eldest disciple, has average talent and has already taught the unique skill of magic silver hand. He left at the age of 12 with an unsettled disposition. Zhao Kuan, the second disciple, has exceptional talent and has already taught the unique skill of trap dragon technique. He left at the age of 10 with an unsettled disposition. Ma Contian, a sworn brother, holds the position of the chief protector of the Jingjiao Society. Han Li held a letter written by Dr. Mo, filled with words, and was pacing back and forth in a room at the Hu Yuan Inn, deep in thought. The letter was detailed, clearly explaining the foundation of the Jingjiao Society established by Dr. Mo and summarizing the personalities of all his wives, giving Han Li some understanding. However, the information in the letter was from nearly 10 years ago, and the situation must have changed drastically since then. How should he proceed? Should he contact Dr. Mo's wives? Or should he steal the warm sun jade and flee? These decisions could only be made after Han Li learned more about the details. This made the local bully Sun Ergu, whom he subdued yesterday, very useful, as he could provide a lot of valuable information. After reviewing the letter again, Han Li tucked it into his robe, looked up, and sat down by the bed. He spread his legs apart, placed his palms facing up on his knees, closed his eyes, and began to introspect his internal condition. The trace of cold poison in his dantian had been trending towards outward expansion since a month ago. It had gone from being a faint shadow to now condensing into a black mass the size of a pea, and it was still growing. Based on Han Li's estimation, it would fully erupt within 2 months, and by then, he would likely face certain death. Just as Han Li was worried and resolved to obtain the warm sun jade, someone knocked on the door. Come in. Han Li opened his eyes and said coldly. The door was gently pushed open, and Sun Ergu walked in with his head down. Upon seeing Han Li, he bowed deeply and respectfully said, Greetings, young master. Sun Ergu has come to heed your command. Not bad, you found me so quickly. You really have some skills, Han Li said with satisfaction, then stood up from the bed, clasped his hands behind his back, and walked in front of Sun Ergu. Thank you for your praise, young master. If I couldn't handle such a small matter, then what use would my life be to you? Sun Ergu said with a broad smile, expressing his loyalty. After returning that day, Sun Ergu had considered reporting Han Li's matter to his superiors and bringing experts for revenge. However, after taking the corrupted heart pill, all his courage had vanished. After a night of deep contemplation, he found no solution and had no choice but to come to see Han Li, hoping that after helping him, Han Li would truly give him the antidote to relieve the deadly corrupted heart pill. First, tell me about your identity. You seemed like a small leader the other day. Han Li said casually. I am in charge of the Si Ping gang at the West City Pier, with about 40 to 50 subordinates. So I can be considered a leader, Sun Ergu replied respectfully. Si Ping gang? Han Li asked lightly. Yes. Si Ping gang is one of the 33 small gangs in the west city of Jiyuan City, with nearly 1,000 members, most of whom are dock laborers. The gang leader is the powerful Shin Zhongshan, who has 3 great protectors under him, Sun Ergu immediately revealed, showing no shame in disclosing his gang's information to an outsider. Was that big black guy who attacked me yesterday from the Si Ping gang? Not at all. That person is called Black Bear, the leader of the Iron Fist Society among the 33 gangs, and has always been my rival, Sun Ergu answered with a flattering smile. With so many small gangs just in the West City, there must be even more gangs in the entire Jiyuan City, Han Li said, slowly turning back to the bed with his hands behind his back. Indeed, there are over 40 small gangs in Jiyuan City with less than 1,000 members, 7 or 8 medium-sized gangs with 2 to 3,000 members, and more than 3 large gangs with over 10,000 members, Sun Ergu said honestly, standing in place. Then tell me about the large and medium gangs. There's no need to talk about the small ones, Han Li said as he lifted his robe and sat on the edge of the bed, waiting for Sun Ergu's account. The 3 major gangs in Jiyuan City are the Brotherhood Alliance, Jingjiao Society, and Tianba Sect. The smaller gangs include the Iron Spear Society, Brotherhood Society, Green Robe Gang, Spring Rain Tower, Golden Sword Sect, King Ship Gang, Diamond Sect, and Sunset Faction, among others. Sun Ergu listed these gang names in one breath, then took a slight breath before continuing. Among the 3 major gangs, Tianba Sect is the strongest, and it has allied with Golden Sword Sect and Green Robe Gang to occupy the wealthiest East District. The Brotherhood Alliance, slightly weaker, has allied with Iron Spear Society, Kang Ship Gang, and Brotherhood Society to take the North District. The weakest Jingjiao Society has occupied the South District along with Spring Rain Tower, Diamond Sect, and Sunset Faction. The remaining West District is quite chaotic, divided among numerous small gangs. Although these small gangs fight among themselves, they immediately cease hostilities when other major forces attempt to invade the West District, uniting against external threats. Thus, Jiyuan City can actually be said to be in a 4-way stalemate. Sun Ergu spoke fluently, outlining the situation of each force without hesitation. After listening to this, Han Li pondered for a moment and then asked thoughtfully, I have heard that the Jingjiao Society was one of the 3 overlords of Lanzhou, and it seems that Jiyuan City is also its headquarters. How did it become the weakest among the 3 major gangs? Young master, what you said is old news. A few years ago, the Jingjiao Society was indeed very powerful, with its influence almost covering the entire Lanzhou. At that time, as one of the superpowers, the Jingjiao Society did not allow other gangs to interfere in Jiyuan City, thus controlling the entire city and being the sole ruler. Other gangs didn't even dare to show their faces in this place under the intimidation of the Jingjiao Society. Later, for unknown reasons, the Jingjiao Society suddenly declined overnight, losing territories elsewhere and significantly shrinking its power in Jiyuan City. Other small and large gangs then took the opportunity to emerge, and after several bloody battles, the current situation was temporarily formed, Sun Ergu explained eagerly. Do you know the reason for the Jingjiao Society's sudden weakness? Han Li frowned and slowly asked Sun Ergu. Well, to be honest, my status in the gang is not high, so I don't know much about it. I've only heard others say that it seems to be due to internal strife and conflicts within the Jingjiao Society. And it seems that there are other major forces suppressing it from behind. Sun Ergu replied with an awkward expression, giving a vague answer. Oh, I see. Han Li smiled slightly, as if he already knew this. Now, do you know who is in charge of the Jingjiao Society? Han Li asked. I know. It is presided over by the widow of the former leader, Imo Jiren, Madame Yan, Sun Ergu hurriedly replied. Widow? Han Li was surprised. Yes. The founder of the Jingjiao Society, Leader Imo, has passed away, so isn't his wife a widow? Sun Ergu blinked, hesitating, unsure of what he had said wrong. Who said Leader Imo was dead? Han Li felt something was off, and his expression turned cold. Everyone in Jiyuan City knows. A year ago, the closed-door disciple of the ghost hand Imo Jiren brought the letter and token of the late leader to the Imo residence to report his death. Sun Ergu saw Han Li's dark expression and couldn't help but shiver, feeling a bit scared. Closed-door disciple? What's his name? Han Li raised his eyebrow and calmly asked. The person named Wu Jiaming was a young man in his 20s, known to have received the true teachings of Imo Run, with exceptionally high martial arts skills. Sun Ergu cautiously said, having figured something out. He knew that this person in front of him was definitely related to the shocking calamity and seemed to care a lot about that young Master Wu. Moreover, Sun Ergu showed a look of wanting to say something, but hesitating. Just speak your mind. Don't beat around the bush. If the news is true, I will reward you handsomely. Han Li coldly glanced at the other party and said in a flat tone, I heard people say that this young Master Wu seems to be engaged to the eldest daughter of the Imo family, Imo Yuju, and they are rumored to be getting married soon. As soon as Sun Ergu heard there was money to be made, he immediately smiled broadly and revealed the truth. Married? Han Li chuckled and suddenly stood up. He paced back and forth in the room, then looked up at the ceiling, motionless, as if he was thinking about something. Listen carefully, your task is simple. Starting today, quietly collect information about the Imo family for me, especially news about this young Master Wu. The more detailed, the better. Han Li finally gave his instructions. Take this silver first. If you do a good job, there will be additional rewards. Now go do your work. Han Li generously tossed a small bag of silver to the other party. Understood, young master, rest assured, I will handle this well. I will take my leave now. Sun Ergu left with a smile, holding the silver, and even politely closed the door behind him. This young master is indeed generous. And the task at hand is just to gather information. It seems I Haven T made the wrong choice by sticking with this person for a while. Sun Ergu thought excitedly, momentarily forgetting about the matter of the corrupt heart pill. Han Li sighed lightly as he watched the other party leave with a joyful expression. Suddenly, he felt a bit pained. Having just arrived in this place for 2 days, he had already spent so much silver, making him feel somewhat like a spendthrift. Never mind. This silver will eventually be accounted to Dr. Imo, and there will be some interest added, Han Li thought bitterly, but with a hint of amusement. However, this young Master Wu Jiaming truly is a clever person, having taken the initiative to use the identity he intended to blend into the Imo family. And it seems he also wants both wealth and beauty, quite audacious indeed. Han Li touched his nose and sneered. It seems that a visit to the Imo family is absolutely necessary. Otherwise, that warm sun jade would end up as a dowry in his hands. He thought resentfully. Chapter 106. The Man in Blue. In the bustling South Ling Street of Jiyuan City, there was a large mansion covering several acres. On the black-painted gate of the mansion hung a plaque inscribed with the words Imo Mansion, and beneath the plaque stood 8 robust men in fitted clothes, each standing at attention, looking fierce and disciplined, making anyone who saw them dare not underestimate them. Not far across the street from the Imo Mansion was a 3-story Xiong family tavern. This tavern was one of the most renowned in Jiyuan City, especially famous for its signature liquor, time wine, which attracted many well-known merchants. At this moment, it was lunchtime, and the Xiong family tavern was packed with people, with diners filling every table from the first to the 3rd floor. Passers-by on the street could smell the rich aroma of food and drink wafting from the tavern, making their mouths water and feeling quite enticing. At a table by the window on the 2nd floor, there sat a young man, with delicious meat and vegetable dishes laid out before him, along with a bottle of the famous time wine. Standing behind the young man was a towering figure, who was none other than Han Li, who had come to gather information. Han Li was looking down from the window at something, playing with a small wine cup filled with liquor in his hand, and hardly touched the food on the table, appearing quite distracted and lazy. He glanced at the nearby Imo mansion and then shifted his gaze back to the street below, his expression unchanged. But he raised his head and downed the cup of wine, continuing to stare out the window in a daze. After some inquiries, Han Li had learned that Dr. Mo's 2 biological daughters and his adopted daughter were all stunningly beautiful, known as the 3 great beauties of Jiyuan City, often referred to as the 3 charms of the Imo mansion. Because of their fame, the number of suitors, young masters, and handsome heroes pursuing them was countless. Among them, Imo Yuju was the most extraordinarily beautiful and had the most admirers. Her engagement had stirred up quite a commotion, leaving many suitors heartbroken. And some skilled martial artists had challenged young Master Wu. As a result, Wu Jiaming had defeated 16 rivals in a row, further cementing his reputation for exceptional martial prowess and deepening his bond with Imo Yuju. As Han Li thought about it, he found it quite ridiculous. While others might not know the background of this young Master Wu, Han Li was very clear. This Wu Jianming was most likely sent by the enemies of Dr. Mo. It appeared that after so many years of Dr. Mo not showing himself, it had raised suspicions among his foes. And the arrival of this young Master Wu was probably a test. However, he wondered how he had gained the trust of the Mo family. Surely ordinary tokens and letters Wu Ti easily convinced the wives of Dr. Mo. While tapping his fingers lightly on the table, Han Li pondered his doubts. This way. Young master, please sit. The dishes you ordered will be out shortly. A waiter dressed in a white short coat led a young man in blue, around 27 or 28 years old, upstairs and seated him at an empty table next to Han Li. The waiter then hurried off to attend to other customers. This blue-clad youth had well-defined features, thick eyebrows, and big eyes, exuding a sense of heroism. After sitting down, he glanced around and happened to meet Han Li's gaze. Han Li felt an inexplicable depth in the other's eyes, as if a strange force was about to pull him in. Startled, Han Li quickly turned his head away, his expression slightly changing. The blue-clad man was also momentarily taken aback, but after casting a cold glance at Han Li, he turned away and ignored him. Han Li's face turned pale. The look from the other person made him feel as though he had been completely seen through, leaving him extremely alarmed. This was the first time Han Li had experienced such a feeling of being seen through completely. After the blue-clad man had a table full of food and drink, he began to eat and drink heartily, completely unconcerned about his surroundings. Meanwhile, Han Li felt increasingly restless and uneasy. Though he hadn't used his heavenly eye technique to observe the other, the powerful spiritual energy emanating from the blue-clad man still managed to intimidate him. He knew clearly that the other person was definitely a cultivator with a much deeper level of power than himself. Han Li had previously only seen two cultivators, Yu Zitong and the Golden Light Master. One was a primordial spirit with no physical power, and the other was pitifully low in power, whom he had easily defeated upon meeting. Thus, Han Li didn't know much about cultivators, and they still held an air of mystery in his mind. He truly didn't know how to deal with someone so much stronger than himself. Could this blue-clad man treat him like he did the Golden Light Master, showing no mercy and wiping him out with a single move? Han Li couldn't help but think the worst. As Han Li was anxiously on edge, the blue-clad man finished his meal. He took out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth and left a silver ingot behind before leaving gracefully. Throughout the entire time, he didn't glance at Han Li even once, as if he had completely forgotten about him. Han Li waited until the person had completely left the inn before he let out a long sigh and slumped back into his chair. Although the blue-clothed man's meal had been short, it felt as if an entire day had passed. The mental pressure he exerted was overwhelming, as if he had just fought a life-and-death battle with someone. At this moment, the blue-clothed man appeared at the alley entrance on the other side of the street, where another man in a yellow shirt in his 30s was waiting. "Old Four, why are you late? We still need to meet up with the big brother," the man in the yellow shirt said somewhat unhappily. "Hee. Second brother, don't be angry. I just hadn't had a taste of worldly food for years and wanted to indulge a bit," the blue-clothed man replied with a grin. "You're just gluttonous. How many times have I told you that we cultivators should be clear-minded and have few desires, avoiding such gluttony? But you never listen. Every time you eat and drink like this, it lowers your temperament significantly." The man in the yellow shirt glared at the blue-clothed man and lectured him unkindly. Okay. I understand. It won't happen again. By the way, I met other cultivators at the eating place." The blue-clothed man quickly changed the subject, mentioning his encounter with Han Li. "Oh, is that so? How deep is their magical power?" The man in the yellow shirt indeed shifted his attention to this. "Very shallow. It seems like they just reached the 7th or 8th layer of basic cultivation, barely qualifying to attend the Ascension Conference. I really don't understand. What's the point of coming to Lanzhou with such shallow power? Do they really think they can get lucky and win at the Ascension Conference?" The blue-clothed man pouted. "How old are they? 17 or 18 years old? That's about right. They are most likely here accompanied by their elders, just to gain some experience and broaden their horizons. I estimate they won't really participate until the next Ascension Conference in 10 years. The man in the yellow shirt said with a smile. "I thought so. If we wait another 10 years, this person might really reach my level." The blue-clothed man said proudly. "Stop praising yourself. With your recently achieved 10th layer of cultivation, that level is common at the Ascension Conference every year. You can boast after reaching the 11th or 12th layer." The man in the yellow shirt said with both anger and amusement, then ignored the lively character and turned to leave. "Really? If I could reach beyond the 10th layer without using a foundation-building pill, Why would I bother attending the Ascension Conference? I might as well go directly to find a master. The blue-clothed man muttered to himself as he followed after, leaving the place. Chapter 107. Mo Yuju Hanli naturally did not know about the conversation between the blue-clothed man and the man in the yellow shirt. He was still feeling relieved for having escaped the calamity, although he was somewhat annoyed by the blue-clothed man's indifference. He was well aware of the significant gap in strength between them, and he felt a great sense of relief. After the blue-clothed man's disturbance, Hanli could no longer calm his heart. The originally peaceful state of mind was gone forever. He sighed, stood up, and prepared to settle the bill and leave the inn. At that moment, a faint sound of hoofbeats suddenly came from the street outside, growing clearer as it approached. Han Li's spirit lifted, and he returned to his seat, gazing back out at the street. According to the information from Sun Ergu, the hoofbeats should belong to the young lady of the Mo family, Mo Yuju, returning from outside the city. It was said that this young lady of the Mo family had never been interested in feminine pursuits since childhood, instead preferring to wield weapons and practice martial arts. Having learned considerable skills from the experts of the Jingjiao Association, what astonished people the most was that this young lady had a particular love for hunting, an activity typically associated with men, often riding out to the woods outside the city every few days to engage in such pursuits. Consequently, many young gentlemen pursuing her also followed closely behind, hoping to win her favor. Of course, after young Master Wu arrived, he naturally joined in this activity. When Hanli learned this news, he became very curious about this Mo Yuju, as someone with such a distinctive personality was quite rare. He hoped she would not disappoint him. Now, a group of over a dozen riders, mounted on various fine horses, was galloping from one end of the street. The leading pair consisted of a handsome young man with sword-like brows and bright eyes, and a girl dressed in fiery red hunting attire, wearing a purple cloak that obscured her features. In the blink of an eye, these riders passed in front of the Xiang family inn and rushed past Hanli, eventually stopping in front of the Mo family gate. Originally standing on both sides, a muscular man immediately approached, his face covered in spots. He respectfully addressed the leading man and woman. "Young Miss, young Master Wu, you have returned. How was today's hunt?" "Not bad. Tang Er, take the horses away and handle these game," the girl in hunting attire said with a crisp voice, removing her cloak to reveal a stunningly beautiful face. Then gracefully leaped down from her horse. "Yes, miss." The man named Tang Er seemed reluctant to gaze too long at her beauty, hurriedly taking the reins and walking toward the side gate of the courtyard. Although he was some distance from the Mo family gate, Hanli still caught a glimpse of the girl's face from the side, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Her skin was as clear as snow, with a delicate and straight nose, bright black eyes, and alluring red lips, embodying the phrase drowning fish and falling flowers. This girl was indeed Mo Yuju. No wonder she could drive young gentlemen from all over Jiyuan City crazy. National beauty and heavenly fragrance was the best description for her. Hanli thought to himself. The handsome young man and the others behind him also dismounted at this time, with some leading their horses away. The young man smiled as he approached Mo Yuju, whispering a few words that made her face flush, lightly hitting his shoulder a few times, then shyly glancing at him before stomping her foot and running into the gate. The young man chuckled and elegantly followed her inside. This person is Wu Jiaming? He really knows how to charm girls, and he looks decent too, Hanli thought sourly, fully aware that he could not compare to the others' looks. Moreover, it seemed that Mo Yuju and this young Master Wu were quite close, their feelings deep. He frowned again, feeling that this matter might not be as easy to handle as he had thought. In any case, he had to get his hands on that warm sun jade, and he needed to do it quickly. After all, the poison within him was severe, and it might erupt at any moment. Hanli appeared somewhat worried. After taking a deep look at the Mo family, he called for the waiter, settled the bill, and left the inn, returning to the inn where he was staying. After some careful consideration in his room, Hanli decided to adopt the most direct and effective method. Preparing to take decisive action, he planned to secretly meet with Madame Yin, who presided over the Jingjiao Association at night, and then use the token that Dr. Mo had left him to expose the impersonator to gain the Mo family's trust. As for how to obtain the jade, he would have to seize the opportunity as it arose. Having made up his mind, Hanli no longer hesitated. He honestly closed his eyes in his room to rest and prepare for the night's actions. However, during this time, the beautiful face of Mo Yuju occasionally floated in his mind, refusing to dissipate completely. Could it be that I have fallen for this girl? Hanli thought somewhat uncomfortably. But then he comforted himself. It was normal to be attracted to such a beautiful girl. It didn't necessarily mean he liked her. As a person who has one foot in the path of immortality, although Han Li is completely inexperienced in matters of love, he still subconsciously avoids romantic entanglements. At midnight, Han Li changed into a set of black clothing and quietly slipped out of the inn. He floated gently over the rooftops, easily evading the patrolling guards, and arrived outside the MO residence. After circling the courtyard, he chuckled lightly and transformed into a wisp of smoke, entering the backyard of the MO residence right under the noses of several guards, who were completely oblivious to his presence. Chapter 108. Night entry into the MO residence. The backyard of the MO residence is quite a large garden, filled with many rare flowers and plants. Although it was too dark to see clearly, the strong floral fragrance still penetrated deeply into Han Li's lungs, prompting him to take a deep breath. "Oh!" Han Li suddenly exclaimed softly. Although the floral scent was rich and overwhelming, he still discerned the familiar smell of medicinal herbs. "Someone is growing herbs here." Han Li chuckled, as this extremely familiar scent piqued his curiosity about the grower. It seems someone in the MO residence has inherited the medical skills of Dr. MO. Not daring to delay any longer, he followed the small path in the garden towards the area where there was still light. Along the way, Han Li discovered several well-hidden lookout posts. If it weren't for his keen perception, he would not have easily noticed them. It seems the MO residence is quite heavily guarded. However, since he had seen through their concealment, bypassing these sentinels was a piece of cake for him. Han Li stopped in front of a two-story building. The reason he chose this spot was that he noticed the guards here were much more serious than those in other areas, with at least 20 to 30 guards stationed nearby. Seeing that the second floor of the small building was brightly lit, he knew that important figures in the MO residence had not yet gone to bed, making it a perfect time for him to investigate. Thus, taking advantage of the night, he moved like lightning, swiftly arriving at the lower floor. Then with a push of his feet, he nimbly climbed up to the second floor. The entire process was completed in an instant, and the guards and sentinels around him did not notice Han Li's intrusion at all. Han Li pressed himself against the wall of the second-floor room, blending into the shadows, and then perked up his ears to listen carefully to the situation inside. With his superhuman hearing, Han Li caught the sound of a woman speaking inside, indicating that there was more than one person in the room. The secret dock in Chongping Town delivered 7,300 taels of silver. The secret dock in Legu Town delivered 5,800 taels of silver. The secret dock in Lanyue Town delivered 15,000 taels of silver. Wuling Town. These were the amounts of silver delivered by the secret docks last month, which was basically over a quarter less than in previous years at this time. A pleasant female voice entered Han Li's ears. It was bright and lively, clearly belonging to a young girl, but her last sentence carried a tone of dissatisfaction. "Mother, the heads of these secret docks are getting bolder. The silver delivered is less and less each month," the girl complained indignantly. "I know, I have a handle on it." Another low, magnetic female voice responded. Could it be one of the MO family's three beauties? Han Li's spirits lifted, feeling fortunate, as it seemed the other person in the room was one of Dr. Mo's wives. "You always say you have a handle on it, but can't you think of some way to rectify it? At this rate, those secret docks will soon stop taking our main branch seriously," the young girl complained. "I don't have a good way right now. You must know that the power of the secret docks has always been solely managed by your fifth sister. Others in the MO residence simply can't intervene," the woman replied helplessly. Once this was said, the room fell silent for a moment. After a while, the young girl's unwilling voice broke the silence again. "Mother, are we really going to let fifth sister monopolize the power of those secret docks? You must know that since Uncle Ma and the others caused a split a few years ago, along with the pressure from other forces, the power of the secret docks has become our biggest support in the Jingjiao Association. Since you are the acting head of the Jingjiao Association, this greatest power should naturally be under your control." "That may be true, but when your father left back then, he entrusted the secret docks to your fifth sister. I really have no excuse to intervene. Moreover, your fifth sister hands over most of the profits from the secret docks to the main branch every month, so I feel even less inclined to question it," the woman said lightly. "But our Jingjiao Association is already very weak. If we don't consolidate our power, how can we hope to rise again?" The young girl retorted. "Father really is something. Since he entrusted the affairs of the Jingjiao Association to you, why did he also specifically hand over the secret docks to fifth sister? Stop talking nonsense. Your father has his reasons for doing this, which are not for you. As his child, to judge, the woman sternly reprimanded the girl. Fine, I admit my mistake, okay? It seems you really are devoted to father. The girl seemed used to this and appeared unconcerned, even teasing her mother. You child. The woman, who was unusually indulgent towards the girl, could only smile wryly and remain silent. At this point, Hanli had confirmed that the woman inside was the person he was looking for, sure. And the girl was likely her daughter, immortal, born from Dr. Imo. It seemed he was truly fortunate to have found the right place so quickly. Hanli reached into his pocket to touch the letter personally written by Dr. Imo and the token he had hidden, preparing to reveal himself and meet the two women. Mother, that imposter is really annoying. He ran into me in the back garden today and was overly flattering, trying to show off his so-called talents, acting as if he were both a scholar and a warrior. It's truly disgusting, the girl suddenly said in a spoiled tone, shocking Hanli and causing the foot he had just stepped out to retract involuntarily. Be a bit nicer to that Wu. After all, he is nominally your future brother-in-law. Don't let him see any flaws, Yanshur said seriously, becoming a bit stern. Ahem, my sister has been entangled with this person all day, pretending to be smitten with him. It's really hard on her. If it were me, I would have already sliced him in half with a sword. The girl lamented. This is unavoidable. Although we know that the one named Wu is a fake, and we have already investigated his background to buy ourselves some time, we can only sacrifice your sister's reputation to delay this person. After all, the enemy is too powerful. If they find out they can't easily take us, they will likely launch a strong attack immediately, and we would have no chance of winning. Yanshur's voice was filled with weariness, revealing a sense of exhaustion. Chapter 109. Coming to the door, that Wu is truly despicable. He actually used father's name in a fake letter to make my sister marry him. It's infuriating. Mo Tsaihuan said with hatred, evidently detesting that Wu Jiaming to the core. However, it's fortunate that he specifically named your sister. If he had demanded to marry you or Feng Wu, I really wouldn't know what to do. You and Feng Wu's tempers wouldn't be able to tolerate dealing with this hypocrite. Yanshur sighed. But poor Yuzhu alone. I wonder if her husband will blame me when he returns? Mother, how could father blame you? Isn't it my sister who initiated the negotiation with that Wu? Mo Tsaihuan quickly reassured Yanshur. Silly child, this is something Yuzhu had to do for our Mo family and the Jingjiao Association. However, mother will only let your sister deal with that impostor to this extent. I will never truly let her marry him. If it really comes to a point where we can't delay any longer, we will have to turn against him and capture him. Yanshur's voice turned cold at the last sentence. After Yan's words came out, the room fell silent again, as both mother and daughter clearly understood what it meant to fall out. When will father return? After a while, Mo Tsaihuan asked softly. Your father said when he left, he would be back in at least 2 or 3 years, or at most 5 or 6 years, Yan said sadly. But now it's almost 10 years. I can't even remember what my father looks like. Mo Tsaihuan said slowly. Don't worry. Your father is a remarkable person with extraordinary skills. Nothing will happen to him. He must be delayed by some important matter and will return to the Mo family soon. Yan seemed to be speaking to her daughter, but also comforting herself. By the way, second sister Feng Wu has made a spirit medicine that refreshes and beautifies. I brought it for you to try. Mother, I heard it works very well. To break the dull atmosphere in the room, the girls suddenly changed the subject and started talking about other things. You child. The two of them then began to chat about trivial matters, and Hanli could no longer hear any useful information. From the conversation between the mother and daughter, Hanli had already discerned that Yin and Dr. Mo had a deep relationship, and it seemed they could be trusted. After pondering for a moment, he felt that although the people of the Mo family knew this young Master Wu was a fake, it was still better to make contact with them. After all, the poison in his body could flare up at any time, so it was best to get the warm sun jade first. With this thought, Hanli took out the token from his inner pocket, a dragon-shaped ring, and quietly walked to the window, tossing the ring into the room through the paper. The sound of the ring hitting the ground rang out, and surprised voices arose inside. After a moment, Yan's calm voice came from within the room. Which esteemed person has graced our humble abode? Yan said without having welcomed them from afar. I hope for your understanding. Hanli smiled slightly, and before he could speak, he heard the girl's exclamation. How strange. Why is it just a ring that came in? This ring looks familiar. It resembles the one you wear, mother. Mother, come and take a look. Clearly, Mo Tsaihuan had picked up the ring and handed it to Yan. The dragon ring. Yan exclaimed. Upon hearing the recognition of the token, Hanli lightly tapped on the door twice and said loudly, Disciple Hanli, under the order of Master Mo, has come to pay respects to the madam. After hearing Han Li's words, the room fell silent. Clearly, Han Li's words had left the people inside in shock for a moment. Come in. After a long while, Yan's voice finally called for him to enter. Han Li gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. As soon as he entered, Han Li saw a beautiful woman in her 30s sitting on a wooden chair, with a delicate girl of about 15 or 16 standing behind her. The girl's appearance resembled that of the beautiful woman, indicating they were closely related by blood. At this moment, the beautiful woman, Yin, was playing with the dragon-shaped ring he had just thrown in, her face showing no unusual expression in front of Han Li. Meanwhile, the girl Imo Huan was curiously observing Han Li with her dark eyes, her lips slightly curled in a teasing smile, exuding a quirky charm. After taking a good look, Han Li stepped forward and bowed to Yan. Greetings, fourth madam. Yan's eyes flashed with surprise, taken aback by Han Li's unassuming appearance. However, she did not respond immediately to Han Li's greeting. Instead, she raised her left hand to reveal another dragon-patterned ring on her finger. Yin gently brought Han Li's ring close to her own, and the dragon patterns of both rings fitted perfectly together, with no gaps whatsoever. Indeed, the token is genuine. However, do you have a handwritten letter from your husband? Yin then revealed a hint of a smile, gently asking. Upon hearing this, Han Li immediately took out the prepared letter and handed it to her with both hands. Seeing Han Li's respectful demeanor, Yin nodded in satisfaction and took the letter to examine it carefully. Han Li stepped aside, discreetly observing the expression of this madam, trying to discern her changing attitude toward her future son-in-law. Chapter 110. Fox. This is the first update today. There will be a second update at noon. The book is aiming for a ranking today. I hope everyone can help and cast a vote. As long as the book ranks. You will continue with 3 updates a day. Han Li had already read the contents of the letter several times. It wasn't complex. It stated that the messenger Han Li was the closed-door disciple of Dr. Mo and could be fully trusted. If the Mo family faced any troubles, Han Li could help resolve them. As long as Han Li could ensure the safety of the Mo family, Yin should select one of her 3 daughters to marry him, with the dowry specifically mentioned as the warm sun jade. As for Dr. Mo, he claimed to have important matters to attend to and could not return to reunite with his wife and daughter, asking them not to worry. Although Han Li did not find anything disadvantageous to himself in the letter, he also knew that Dr. Mo had definitely made some alterations, and it wouldn't be as simple as it appeared on the surface. But since he couldn't find any clues about the letter and hoped to gain the trust of the Mo family soon, he had no choice but to hand the letter to Yin, making him particularly attentive to her every move, as he did not want this fourth madam to suddenly see something in the letter and turn against him, seeking revenge for Dr. Mo. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario Han Li imagined did not happen. After the beautiful woman Yin finished reading the letter, she only frowned, and her expression turned worried, as if she had encountered some difficult decision. Huaner, go call second aunt, third aunt, and fifth aunt here. Just say there is news from the master. Yin turned around and instructed Imo Huan in an authoritative tone. Understood, mother. I will go now. Imo Huan, aware of the seriousness of the situation, obediently obeyed and walked out, but just before leaving the room, she shot Han Li a playful smile, seeming quite interested in him. Your name is Han Li? Yin raised her head, her expression becoming dignified and graceful again. Yes, madam. Han Li answered honestly. Can you tell me how your husband accepted you as a disciple? Yin asked with a smile. At your command. Han Li hesitated for a moment, but then felt there was nothing to hide about the process of how Dr. Mo accepted him as a disciple. So he began to recount it to Yin in a selective manner. 8 years ago, because of an old injury, Master Mo secluded himself in the 7 Xian Gate of Yu Prefecture on Saisha Mountain. At that time, I happened to enter the mountain for the first time. Han Li naturally told the story of how Dr. Mo accepted him as a disciple with a mix of truth and embellishment, altering or glossing over any information that could not be disclosed to Yin, yet even so, it still captivated Yan's full attention. Thus, 3 months ago, Master Mo, being tied up with important matters, could not leave, but was afraid of being away from the Mo family too long and having enemies trouble the madams. So he sent me down the mountain to find a few madams and await their instructions. What important matter does my husband have? He didn't even return home first? After listening to Han Li's somewhat fabricated story of becoming a disciple, Yin sighed and suddenly asked softly, with a hint of sorrow in her voice. What homecoming? Dr. Mo has been dead for almost 2 years. The body buried under the tree has only bones left. Upon hearing this, Han Li felt a bit self-deprecating, but still replied with sincere trepidation, "What matter? Master Mo certainly didn't tell me, but it must be very important." Han Li's words were somewhat ambiguous. "Humph. Did your master ask you to keep secrets from us?" Yin spoke with a smile that seemed not quite a smile, but there was a hint of dissatisfaction in her words. "Absolutely not," Han Li replied, but inwardly he was bitterly amused. This Yin was indeed quite suspicious. Yin looked unwilling, her mouth opening as if she wanted to ask more. Just then, there was a sound of chaotic footsteps outside, and before anyone entered, a charmingly delicate voice called out, "Fourth sister, I heard there's news about our husband. Is that true? That deadbeat has been gone for over 10 years, trying to make us sisters live as widows." Han Li was momentarily stunned by this sweet voice, but was quickly taken aback by its content. This lady was quite bold. Han Li thought in astonishment. "Third sister, mind your manners. There are others in the room." Another voice, slightly hoarse yet filled with restrained anger, said, "Got it. But I heard the messenger is our husband's good disciple. It wouldn't be another fake, would it? What do you think, fifth sister?" The charming voice chuckled lightly. "It can't be. Since fourth sister called us here, it means this person is at least 70 or 80% credible," a cold voice replied. "That's true. I admire fourth sister's insight." The charming voice laughed, leaving it unclear whether she was being sarcastic or genuinely complimenting Yen. After hearing this, Han Li stole a glance at Yen, only to see her pressing her forehead with one hand, looking quite helpless. It seemed she was also quite troubled by the owner of that enchanting voice. The door was finally pushed open, and several beautiful women walked in, with Mo Tsaihuan following last, pouting her rosy lips, seemingly sulking. The woman at the front appeared to be around 31 or 32, looking graceful and dignified, with clear eyebrows and eyes, exuding a scholarly aura, suggesting she must have been a talented woman in her youth. Han Li secretly nodded and shifted his gaze to the second woman, who looked to be about 23 or 24. As soon as Han Li clearly saw her face, his head buzzed, and he momentarily lost his senses, becoming entranced by her stunning beauty, which was even more captivating than the Mo Yuju he had seen during the day. And her multifaceted charm was something Mo Yuju could not possess. If there was truly a fox spirit in this world, Han Li would absolutely believe it was this woman transformed. While Han Li was in a daze, a cool sensation suddenly shot out from his dantian, spiraling through his meridians to his head, instantly waking him up. After regaining his senses, Han Li was greatly surprised and dared not look at her again, quickly lowering his head to avoid her gaze. This woman was too devastatingly beautiful, capable of making anyone who saw her lose their mind. He wondered if it was her extraordinary beauty that held such power, or if she had some soul-enchanting technique. The woman noticed that Han Li, after being mesmerized by her, quickly regained his clarity and actively avoided her gaze, and a flicker of surprise appeared in her eyes. Chapter 111. The Beautiful Woman. This book is currently ranking. I hope everyone will strongly support it and vote for this book. As long as it's on the list, I will continue to publish more. This is the second update for today. The third will be written out tonight. Han Li secretly circulated his long spring technique to stabilize his mind before daring to raise his head, and continued to observe the next woman after skipping over the beautiful one. The last woman to enter was about 26 or 27. Although she was beautiful, her frosty demeanor made people hesitate. As soon as she entered, she coldly stared at Han Li, her gaze glimmering with a cold light, suggesting she was a powerful expert with deep internal strength. Upon seeing these women enter, Yin immediately got up from her seat and lightly bowed to them. "Second sister, third sister, good to see you. Fifth sister is here too. Fourth sister, you're being too formal. We're all family. No need for such courtesy." Before the leading woman could speak, the extremely charming woman giggled, covering her mouth, and the alluring sound of her laughter made Han Li's heart race again, leaving him secretly astonished. "Younger sister, don't be so polite. Please have a seat, sisters." Yen smiled slightly, giving up her chair for the leading woman to sit while she took a seat beside the exceptionally beautiful lady. The cold beauty, referred to as fifth sister, silently sat opposite Yen without saying a word. Mo Tsaihuan, who followed the women into the room, obediently closed the door and stepped behind her mother, her bright eyes rolling around, seemingly lost in thought. "Is this young man the messenger?" The woman in her 30s looked at Han Li and asked blandly. "Yes, according to the letter, he is our husband's closed-door disciple," Yen answered generously, then turned to Han Li with a serious expression and said, "This is your second teacher, mother. Don't you want to greet her? Greetings, second teacher mother. Han Li smartly stepped forward to bow to the woman. Get up. Since you're the beloved disciple of my husband, there's no need for excessive courtesy. The woman smiled slightly, her expression warm. This is your third teacher mother and your fifth teacher mother. Yin introduced Han Li to the exceptionally beautiful and the cold woman. Greetings. Third teacher mother, fifth teacher mother. Han Li looked at the woman who seemed only a few years older than himself, hesitating slightly before bowing. Yin noticed Han Li's doubts and smiled gently, saying, Your third teacher mother has a skill for maintaining her youth. Don't be fooled by her appearance of being in her 20s. She is actually about the same age as your second teacher mother. After hearing this, Han Li nodded secretly, feeling it was as he guessed. This beautiful woman must practice some special secret technique. Otherwise, her looks alone would not have left him so entranced and unable to control himself. Second sister, this is a letter personally written by our husband. Please take a look. Yin handed the letter Han Li had given her to the second lady, Li, and once she finished reading, it was passed to the other two women. When the last cold beauty finished reading the letter, the several women in the room fell silent. Even the seemingly most frivolous beautiful woman, Lu, had a serious expression, completely devoid of her earlier boldness and charm, appearing extremely dignified. Seeing the expressions of Mo Dafu's wives, Han Li couldn't help but feel anxious. He didn't know what significant news was revealed in that letter that made them look so grave. However, on the surface, Han Li remained calm, standing sideways. This made the women feel he was steady and reliable, exuding an air of a great general. Han Li, your master's letter has shocked me and the teacher mothers greatly, so we need to discuss it thoroughly. You must be tired from your long journey. You should rest well at the Mo residence tonight. Tomorrow, we will call you to ask more. Yin, having held authority in the Jingjiao for many years, spoke with an undeniable dignity, ultimately instructing Han Li first. I will obey. Han Li complied obediently, appearing entirely as if he was letting the elders dictate his actions. The other women did not stop Yin, suggesting they also wanted Han Li, an outsider, to step back so they could discuss some confidential matters among themselves. Saihuan, take Han Shixiang to the back courtyard to find a clean guest room, so he can rest well. Yin instructed Mo Saihuan. He, I understand, Han Shixiang. Follow me. Mo Saihuan blinked a few times, her nose wrinkling slightly, appearing somewhat reluctant, but then thought of something and smiled brightly, agreeing. No mischief with your Shixiang. Otherwise, you'll face the family rules. Yin, fully aware of her precious daughter's thoughts, had already given her a verbal warning in advance. Okay, I got it. The girl pouted, speaking reluctantly. Han Li felt a cold sweat inside. If the Yin family didn't say anything, would this young lady really set a trap for him for no reason? Han Li gave Mo Saihuan a strange look, and for the first time, he felt that the girl didn't seem so clever and cute anymore. Thus, Mo Saihuan walked out of the door dejectedly, while Han Li followed her with an impassive expression. After Han Li had been outside for quite a while, Yin Shi's serious voice suddenly echoed in the quiet room. Fifth sister, please go around and check if that kid really left this place. Don't let him sneak back without us knowing. The cold and beautiful Wang Shi, upon hearing this, silently walked out of the room and disappeared into the darkness. Fifth sister, you really think too highly of that kid. Does he really have such great abilities? Third madam's beautiful eyes flashed with doubt. Third sister, you're mistaken. The disciple our husband took in is not ordinary. Yin Shi softly replied. Our Mo family has always been heavily guarded, not to mention that this building is a key place for handling matters in our association. There are many hidden sentries and guards nearby, over 20 in total. Even so, he was still able to sneak in here without me and Saihuan noticing. Do you think this is something an ordinary expert can accomplish? With what fifth sister said, this kid surnamed Han does have some skills. Second Madame Li furrowed her brows slightly and said slowly. To be honest, his composure is much stronger than that previous imposter. I remember that young master surnamed Wu was completely infatuated with my Tianhu Dafa after meeting me once, and took a whole day to recover. But this Han, although he was a bit dazed at first, quickly regained his senses, which shows his extraordinary mental strength, not to be taken lightly. Third Madam hesitated for a moment, sighed, and finally spoke her mind. Once this was said, the three fell silent, each lost in thought, as if there were things they found hard to articulate. After a while, Yin Shi smiled wryly and finally took the initiative to speak. This person is so powerful. I wonder if he is a blessing or a curse for our Mo family. Take out the dark letter, and everyone will understand. Before Yin Shi's words fell, The cold and beautiful voice of Fifth Madam came from outside the room, and she slowly walked in. I have checked, and there are absolutely no outsiders within a radius of 200 meters, and the guard posts have doubled. Fifth Madam said expressionlessly. Yinshi lowered her head and thought for a moment before finally speaking. You must remember what our husband said before he left. If, after he departs, any letters sent are plain and do not contain dark letters, it indicates he is safe, and we can rest easy. If the letter indicates that there are dark letters hidden, then it is likely that bad news is on the way, and we should prepare ourselves mentally. As for this letter, we have all seen it. It indeed indicates that there are dark letters hidden, whether it is good news or bad news. It is something we will face sooner or later, so let's take out the true letter and take a look. Third Madam's voice was no longer charming, but filled with pain. All right, since everyone is prepared, let's reveal the dark letter, Yinshi said decisively. She no longer hesitated and lightly picked up a teacup from a nearby table, then took a kettle and poured half a cup of cool water into it. Next, she twisted the dragon-shaped ring on her hand a few times, and surprisingly, it split into two halves, revealing the white powder hidden inside the layer. Yinshi carefully poured the powder into the teacup, then looked at the other few people. Under Yinshi's gaze, Second Madam Li was the first to stand up. She lightly approached the table, raised her hand slightly, and surprisingly had a similar ring on her pristine fingers. Li Shi also took out a good amount of powder from her ring and poured it into the teacup. However, her powder was red and looked quite different from Yinshi's. Then, Third Madam and Fifth Madam followed suit, each performing the same action, and they also had dragon-shaped rings, with their hidden powders being yellow and black, respectively. After everyone had completed their actions, Yinshi picked up the teacup and gently shook it, and the originally colorful liquid inside surprisingly became clear and transparent during the gentle motion. All right, the revealing water has been prepared. Second sister, your hands are the most skillful. This matter of applying the liquid to the letter should be done by you, Yinshi humbly said to Second Madam. Li Shi smiled slightly upon hearing Yinshi's words, did not decline, and took the medicine and letter, bowing her head to get to work. For a while, aside from Li Shi applying the liquid to the letter, the others remained silent, making the atmosphere in the room increasingly tense. Done. The letter has been coated. Next should be Fifth Sister's help. Use your internal energy to dry it a bit. Li Shi straightened up, wiped the fragrant sweat from her forehead, and smiled at Fifth Madam. The cold and beautiful lady nodded, quickly took the damp letter. She then stretched out her other hand, slightly circulated her energy, causing her palm to emit a faint heat, and then held the letter a couple of inches above her palm, slowly heating it. Before long, the letter was completely dry, and the black ink marks had completely vanished, revealing some faint red characters, which were the dark message that Dr. Mo had painstakingly devised for Han Li to deliver to his wife and daughter. Han Li was unaware of everything that happened in the room after he left. He was currently feeling a headache because of the little fairy in front of him. This Miss Mo-san was brazenly asking him for a so-called meeting gift from her senior brother halfway through. What kind of gifts does my junior sister want? Han Li had no choice but to pinch his nose and prepare to meet her demands. Any jewelry or interesting things will do. I'm not picky. If that doesn't work, just give me around 7 or 8,000 taels of silver. That would be acceptable too. Mo Tsaihuan blinked her big black eyes and said innocently, 7 or 8,000 taels of silver. Han Li almost fell to the ground upon hearing this. This little fairy really had the audacity to ask for such a large sum without any shame. He didn't have that much silver on him, and even if he did, he wouldn't actually give it to her. She truly thought of him as a fool. Han Li thought to himself, and although his expression didn't change, his gaze towards the girl revealed a hint of meaning. Mo Tsaihuan, being clever, immediately caught on to Han Li's thoughts. She pouted and deliberately exclaimed, "Han senior brother, you wouldn't really give nothing to your adorable junior sister on your first meeting, would you? You know that young Master Wu from last year gave me over 10,000 taels of silver notes as pocket money upon meeting." Hearing this, Han Li was furious. That surnamed Wu was after both wealth and beauty from your family. I have no such intentions at all, and right now, your father has planted a poison on me, and my life could be in danger at any moment. In anger, Han Li simply looked up at the sky, remaining motionless. He wanted to see how this little fairy could take advantage of him. Seeing that this earthy and clumsy black guy was pretending to be dumb and ignoring her, Mo Tsaihuan couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Ever since a year ago, when she had swindled a large sum of private money from that imposter, she had been dreaming every night of having another opportunity to hit a big score. Now that she finally had the chance again, this guy, who seemed to be her father's true disciple, was impervious to both soft and hard tactics. And his skin was thicker than a city wall. How could he act so dumb in front of such an adorable girl, without any sympathy? Chapter 113. Lingxiang Pill. The moon tonight isn't particularly cool, but Saihuan's cute little face has turned slightly pale. She glares at Han Li with resentment, constantly grinding her teeth in frustration at this shameless senior brother who suddenly appeared. The two of them have been standing coldly on this small path in the courtyard for over a quarter of an hour without taking a step forward. Saihuan had tried her 3 ultimate moves, acting cute, being spoiled, and using tears to attack, but when Han Li stubbornly ignored her, she had no choice but to clench her teeth and stop leading the way. She intended to use this tactic to pressure Han Li and, unwilling to give up, kept looking at him with a pitiful expression, hoping that her dual approach would make him yield. However, when Han Li saw Saihuan's pitiful demeanor, he couldn't help but laugh. This expression reminded him of his friend Li Feiyu. In the past, whenever Li Feiyu had troublesome matters that he wanted Han Li's help with, he would use a similar performance to move Han Li. Over time, Han Li became completely immune to such expressions. Therefore, when Saihuan looked at him with the eyes of an abandoned puppy, Han Li stood there enjoying the performance, occasionally shaking his head and reciting a few sarcastic poems. Under Han Li's malicious counterattack, Saihuan quickly fell apart. Her pitiful look completely vanished, replaced by an angry glare that has persisted until now. In fact, Saihuan was already regretting her actions. If her mother found out about the current situation, she would probably not only fail to gain any benefits, but also have to taste the consequences of her family's discipline. Thinking of this, she glared at Han Li a few more times. This country bumpkin, why couldn't he just give her something nice? Didn't he know that girls need to be coaxed? What a true rustic. At this moment, the girl had completely forgotten about the earlier negotiation. Although Han Li had no experience in coaxing girls, he knew he still needed to stay at the MO residence and couldn't really offend her. So when he felt he had sufficiently knocked down her spoiled attitude, he slowly reached into his pocket to see if he could find something suitable to appease this little demon. Han Li finally pulled out a small green porcelain bottle containing a few fragrant red pills. This pill is called Lingxiang Pill, said to be a royal medicine for the imperial concubines. The only effect of this pill is to emit a captivating fragrance. This delightful aroma not only lasts long but also repels mosquitoes, making it a favorite among the beauties of the harem. Unfortunately, the main ingredients needed to concoct this pill are rare herbs that have been around for a long time. Even in the wealthy palace, there are often shortages, making it impossible to fully meet the needs of the harem. Therefore, one cannot see this medicine in the marketplace. Han Li originally had no reason to concoct a pill that was useless to him, but when he was at the Seven Mysteries sect, he couldn't resist Li Feiyu's persistent requests and ended up making some of these pills for him to use on that girl, Xiao. This small bottle contains the remaining few pills, which Han Li originally intended to use to prevent mosquito bites while camping outdoors. But now he had to take it out to deal with the situation. Han Li tossed the small bottle over to the girl. Saihuan fumbled a bit, but managed to catch it. "What is this?" she exclaimed, her tears turning to laughter as she finally received a gift from this extremely stingy person. Although she didn't know what it was yet, it was enough to excite her. "This is Lingxiang Pill. It's particularly wonderful." Han Li explained the effects of the pill in detail, fully expecting her to be very satisfied and happy. However, when the girl opened the bottle and sniffed the fragrance, she quickly closed it again and looked at Han Li with suspicion, saying cautiously, "This pill isn't some kind of drug or anything, right? It smells similar to what my 2 older sisters said. You wouldn't be trying to plot something against me, would you?" Han Li was stunned for a long time. Then he fell silent, feeling like he could spit blood. This girl's thoughts were just too hard to fathom. She actually associated the Lingxiang Pill with that. Now Han Li didn't know whether to admire her caution or to cry out in grievance for his unwarranted suspicion. "It seems what you said might be true, but I still need to take it to my second sister for testing before I can use it. After all, we girls have to be careful." Saihuan said seriously to Han Li. "Cough. Cough. Do as you wish." Han Li responded without words, merely coughing a few times to cover up his embarrassment. He now felt it was better to keep a distance from this little demon. Otherwise, he didn't know when he would be driven to death by her. However, if this medicine is as useful as you say, then you've passed. In the future, if my senior brother encounters any difficulties at the MO residence, feel free to come find Saihuan for help. I just want a small reward, and I'll definitely be able to help you solve it completely," Saihuan said playfully. tossing the small bottle in her hand. "All right, junior sister. I will definitely seek your help when needed," Han Li replied, returning to his usual demeanor. Though inwardly he thought fiercely, "Seek help from you? This little money grubber? No way." Mo Tsaihuan naturally couldn't hear Han Li's thoughts. She was very pleased that he had become compliant with her, suddenly finding this senior brother Han quite interesting and more pleasing to the eye. "Let us go? Senior brother Han. I'll find you a bigger room so you won't be put at a disadvantage," Mo Tsaihuan said with a beaming smile, finally setting off again. Walking proudly in front of Han Li sighed behind her, following slowly. Such a quirky and spirited girl, he felt he was definitely not worthy of her. Not to mention that such a young lady wouldn't possibly take a liking to someone of ordinary appearance like him. Even if she did, he would refuse without hesitation. Otherwise, just dealing with her difficult nature would be more than he could handle. Han Li thought to himself, decisively striking Mo Tsaihuan off his list of potential admirers. Chapter 114. Yin Gu's Infatuation. Hey, this is the second update of the day? Everyone, keep voting. This book has been stuck at the bottom of the rankings, which is quite scary. It would be great if we could push it higher, I beg everyone. Han Li finally settled down in the guest room of the Mo residence. Mo Tsaihuan, being perceptive, didn't linger there and quickly took her leave. Her sudden shift to a very ladylike demeanor surprised Han Li a bit. Since he still couldn't figure out how the people of the Mo residence felt about him and whether there was any danger. Han Li didn't truly sleep that night. He only dozed off a little in bed. The next morning, while Han Li was still in a hazy state, he heard a loud knock on the door. Could it be the little demon again? Han Li frowned, but then shook his head. The steady knocking did not seem to fit Mo Tsaihuan's style. However, there shouldn't be many people who knew he was staying here. With a bit of confusion, Han Li quickly washed his face with a towel and opened the door, revealing a young man in his 20s with thick eyebrows and big eyes standing outside. As soon as the young man saw Han Li, he looked him up and down and then warmly clasped his fists, greeting him. "You must be junior brother Han. I am Yin Gu, and I am also your senior brother." Yin Gu. Han Li recalled this person's information. He was the eldest disciple of Dr. Imoha. "Although I'm the first disciple of our master, my aptitude isn't that great, and I haven't received much of the master's true teachings, which is quite an embarrassment," Yin Gu said straightforwardly to Han Li. When Han Li saw the young man so calm, he couldn't help but feel a good impression of him, so he quickly returned the greeting, saying, "Good morning, Brother Yin. Please come in and talk." "No need. Several of the senior sisters asked me to come here. They have something to discuss with you, junior brother Han, and want you to go over." Yin Gu waved his hand and said with a smile. Han Li was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this, but he quickly nodded in agreement, closing the door behind him as he walked alongside Yin Gu. Yin Gu was very interested in Han Li's affairs, asking questions along the way without holding back. And he was also quite curious about the customs and traditions of Yuzhou, pressing for more details. As the two passed through the garden in the backyard, they unexpectedly encountered a young couple, Mo Yuzhu and Wu Jianming, whom Han Li had seen from a distance yesterday. The two were walking side by side in the garden, looking very much in love, which made Han Li feel uncomfortable, as if something of his had been taken away. The couple clearly noticed Han Li and the others and approached them. As they got closer, Mo Yuzhu merely glanced over Han Li, who looked rather unremarkable, without saying anything. However, the young master Wu scrutinized Han Li with curiosity. "Good morning, Brother Yin. This little brother looks unfamiliar. May I ask which esteemed person's disciple he is?" Wu Jianming asked with a smile. Han Li initially thought that his senior brother Yin would take the initiative to cover for him and respond to the other party. However, after waiting for a long time, he heard nothing from Yin Gu, which left him dumbfounded. He couldn't help but turn to glance at Yin Gu. As a result, Han Li was left speechless with anger. At that moment, Brother Yin was actually staring blankly at Mo Yuzhu, completely entranced, as if he had entered a state of forgetfulness, and could not react to Wu Jianming's words at all. "I'm a distant nephew of the third madam, sent by my parents to visit her. And I also wanted to ask the madam for a job." Han Li, feeling helpless, had to turn around and take the initiative to speak. He deliberately pretended to be shy and said in a humble manner, "Oh, I see." Wu Jianming only heard Han Li's first sentence and completely lost interest in him. It was no wonder. Han Li's appearance was too unremarkable, and he did not have the characteristics of a martial artist, making it hard for the young master Wu to take notice. At this moment, Wu Jianming turned away, clearly displeased with Yin Ji's infatuated expression towards Mo Yuzhu. his face darkening since the beauty beside him was his fiancée, Ian name. Now that Han Li was closer to Mo Yuju, he could see the expressions on her face clearly. She frowned slightly, showing a hint of displeasure, clearly intolerant of Yan Ji's blatant admiration. Brother Yan, if there's nothing else, my sister and I will take our leave now, Mo Yuju said coldly. Her lips slightly parted as she gave a slight bow to Yan Ge, then moved her delicate body to leave. Wu Jianming snorted at Yan Ge, said nothing, and followed her. Han Li watched the two gradually fade into the distance, a strange smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He then turned to look at Brother Yan, only to find that he was still staring blankly in the direction they had gone. Han Li sighed. This guy really was a lovesick fool. But from the looks of it, Miss Mo didn't seem to have any good feelings for him. Perhaps she was already scared off by his infatuation. Han Li gave Yan Ge a hearty slap on the shoulder, jolting him back to reality, and the bewildered expression on his face disappeared, finally waking up from his daze. Sorry, junior brother Han, I made a fool of myself. Yan Ge, regaining his composure, blushed deeply, feeling very ashamed of his earlier behavior. It's nothing. Beautiful ladies are the natural match for gentlemen. It's in a man's nature, so there's no need to feel embarrassed. Han Li smiled and reassured him. Yan Ge, upon hearing Han Li's words, did not feel relieved. Instead, he forced a bitter smile and slowly said, to be honest, junior brother Han, I grew up with Yuju. Although we can't say we were childhood sweethearts, we developed a deep bond. Unfortunately, after growing up, Yuju seems to see me only as a brother and nothing more. After being rejected by her several times, I stopped thinking about it and just hope she finds a good husband who can make her happy for life. But now that I see Yuju, I still can't help myself, and I end up embarrassing myself like this. There was a hint of self-mockery in his last words. After listening to Yan Ji's words, Han Li stopped speaking and instead looked at him with the gaze one would use to regard a rare antique. He had only heard of such infatuated people from books and stories, never thinking he would witness it firsthand. If what Yan Ge said was sincere, he didn't know whether to admire his infatuation or criticize him for being foolish. On the way, Han Li deliberately changed the topic to divert Yan Ji's thoughts, helping him regain his normal mood. The two chatted and laughed as they arrived at the small building where Han Li had stayed last night. There, several of Dr. Mo's wives were waiting grandly for Han Li's arrival, preparing to give him a big surprise. Chapter 115, Unexpected Change. This is the third update for today. I wrote 3 chapters in one day. Just as they reached the second floor, before Yan Ge could knock on the door, they heard Yan's voice from inside. Is that Han Li and Yan Ge? Yes, senior sister C. Yan Ge quickly stopped in his tracks and replied respectfully. Yan Ge, you go back first. Let Han Li enter alone. Yan's voice came coolly, and the cold tone made Han Li's heart stir. Understood. Yan Ge clearly respected Yan and showed no hesitation at her command. After smiling at Han Li, he quietly retreated down the second floor, leaving Han Li alone outside the door. Han Li coldly stared at the door, not pushing it open immediately. Instead, he released his spiritual sense to sense the situation inside. He certainly didn't want to walk in and be ambushed by hidden soldiers and cut down on the spot. It was better to be cautious. The room was very quiet, and there weren't many people inside, only the breathing and heartbeat of Yan and a few other women, indicating that there were no unexpected guests present, which eased Han Li's mind considerably. So he stepped forward and lightly knocked twice on the door, then pushed it open to take a glance inside, intending to enter. However, the scene inside made Han Li's face change dramatically, and the step he had taken abruptly halted in midair. The room was still the same one he had visited last night, with the tables, chairs, and decorations all exactly as before. The only difference was how the few beautiful women were dressed. Yin and the other ladies were all in white mourning clothes, sitting in a few chairs, coldly staring at him without blinking. Han Li's face turned pale, but he wasn't afraid. He was angered by the deceased Dr. Mo. It was obvious that he had been played by that old fox, Dr. Mo. The letter seemed to indeed contain hidden secrets, and these fierce ladies must have learned about Dr. Mo's death and were waiting for him, the murderer, to come knocking. Han Li took a deep breath, his expression returning to normal. Then he boldly walked into the room without any pretense, casually finding an empty chair to sit down in front of the women, and quietly watched them, intending to see how these women would deal with him. Clearly, Han Li's audacity and readiness to confront them surprised Yin and the others, throwing them off balance, and their expressions varied. The second Madam, Li, looked pale, clearly agitated by Han Li, who had been calling her senior sister just yesterday, but was now daring to stare directly at her and the others. After all, she came from a scholarly family and valued the distinction of age and status, so encountering someone like Han Li, who disrespected his elders, could not help but make her tremble with anger. The third lady, Lu, was very different from Li. Not only was she not angry, but she also looked back at Han Li with considerable interest. However, due to her astonishing charm, Han Li did not dare to stare at her directly and merely glanced over her face. Yan, on the other hand, displayed a demeanor similar to the cold and elegant Wang. She silently met Han Li's gaze with a coldness that seemed to freeze everything. You have quite the audacity. My husband's closed-door disciple. After both sides had locked eyes for a cup of tea's worth of time, Yin finally spoke, and her words were filled with sarcasm that everyone could clearly hear. Ladies, if you want to know or say something, just speak directly. I don't want to hear any nonsense, nor do I want to say any. Han Li said expressionlessly. He was well aware that if there was anything worse than arguing with one woman, it was having to engage in a verbal battle with several. Rather than painstakingly differentiating the facts, he believed it was better to get straight to the heart of the matter. Moreover, the absence of hidden assassins in the room indicated that these women had no immediate intention to attack him. They either had concerns or were seeking something from him. Since that was the case, there was no need to be overly polite with them. After all, Dr. Mo's death was a consequence of his own actions, and he had nothing to feel ashamed about. Even someone as experienced as Yin was momentarily taken aback by Han Li's blunt tone. All right, I'll ask you. Did my husband die at your hands, you traitor? The second lady could no longer hold back, her beautiful eyes almost spitting fire, and the scholarly aura around her vanished, leaving only resentment. The second sister, Yin, frowned and softly called out, seemingly trying to stop the second lady from asking such a question that could immediately turn both sides hostile. The straightforward Li placed the most critical question right on the table. Han Li secretly sneered, thinking, you can say he died by my hand, or you can say it was suicide. Han Li replied lightly. As soon as he said this, the women across from him, including Yin, were stunned. They had expected Han Li to either flatly deny it or shamelessly admit it, but instead, he spoke an incomprehensible line. The second lady, Li, was momentarily stunned but then became furious, clearly believing Han Li was mocking them. What nonsense are you spouting? It was clearly you who harmed him, Li said, trembling all over. How do you know it was definitely me who killed him? Did you see it with your own eyes? Han Li retorted without any politeness. He was well aware that the letter had been written before Dr. Mo was killed, so he could not be entirely sure he was the one responsible. It was likely that the letter contained only speculative words left for his wives, which allowed Han Li to refute them without reservation. Since you say that, why don't you tell us the details of my husband's death? If it really has nothing to do with you, we won't wrongfully accuse you. The usually silent and cold fifth lady, Wang, suddenly spoke up. Chapter 116. Turning hostile upon hearing this, Han Li yawned, and then coldly laughed. Wrongfully accuse me? What a bold claim. Do you really think I am afraid of your Mo family? If it weren't for the fact that Master Mo had been my teacher for a few days and taught me quite a bit of medical knowledge, and also considering that bullying women doesn't have a good reputation. Just with you all, I could wipe out your entire household with one hand. Han Li's words were chilling to the bone, and his expression became sinister. Han Li had made up his mind. Since he could no longer deceive the Mo family for the precious jade, he could only resort to strong measures due to the poison in his body. He planned to show off a little of his skills to let Yin and the others know his strength, and then forcibly take the warm sun jade. Initially, when Yin and the others heard Han Li's fierce words, their faces showed astonishment, but soon they began to sneer, with the third lady, Lu, laughing so heartily that she bent over. Clearly, these women did not believe Han Li at all. However, not long after, the smiles on their faces completely froze. This was because Han Li extended a finger, and suddenly a fireball appeared at his fingertip. As this fireball, the size of a wine cup, appeared, the temperature in the entire room suddenly soared, making the women feel as if they had entered a scorching summer. Han Li then coldly looked towards them, intending to find an object to serve as a target for his fireball technique to show them his strength. But unexpectedly, before he could act, Li exclaimed in fear, "A cultivator!" Her face was filled with dread. The others also turned pale. Even the usually cold fifth lady's expression changed, and she looked at Han Li with surprise. These women knew what a cultivator was, which took Han Li by surprise, but his expression darkened even more. "Are you really a cultivator?" the third lady, Lu, asked, her beautiful eyes wide open and filled with disbelief. Han Li snorted, Then without saying another word, flicked his finger slightly, and the fireball shot out, hitting the table beside Lu, instantly turning it to ashes. This action made Lu's face turn completely white, and she quickly stood up, retreating several steps from the ashes before finally stopping, shaken. At that moment, her delicate and weak expression would have driven other men mad with desire. Unfortunately, Han Li had no time to appreciate this scene. He was now staring at Li, who had called out the name of the cultivator, and asked in a cold voice, "Second lady, how do you know about cultivators? Have you seen other cultivators?" Li became panicked. She was greatly apprehensive of Han Li's identity as a cultivator. "Don't ask the second sister. I'll tell you about the cultivators." Yin, leaning back with a weary expression, closed her eyes and interrupted Han Li's questioning. "Oh, can you tell me?" Han Li rubbed his nose, his expression slightly easing. "There's nothing to hide. Many people in Jiyuan City know about the existence of cultivators," Yin said, opening her eyes with a bitter smile. "Some even witnessed the battles of cultivators outside the city, and I've heard they can summon wind and rain, create fire and spray mist, all like living immortals." As Yin spoke, she looked at Han Li with a peculiar gaze. "So that's how it is." Han Li slapped the back of his head, realizing he had forgotten that Jiyuan City was not a small place like Caixia Mountain, and that it was not unusual for cultivators to have appeared here. After all, hadn't he just seen a man in blue yesterday? Does Master Mo also know about the existence of cultivators? Han Li suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but ask. "Of course he knows. My husband is one of those who has witnessed cultivators in battle," Yin answered casually, feeling there was nothing to hide. No wonder Dr. Mo was so obsessed with cultivators. It turns out he had seen real ones before. It's a pity he doesn't have a spiritual root. All that effort wasted, and he still ended up benefiting himself. Han Li couldn't help but sigh. However, Han Li suddenly found it strange that Yin was being so compliant. Whatever he asked, she answered honestly without any attitude. He wouldn't believe that just because he was a cultivator, she would completely submit. Observing Yan's expression closely, Han Li finally noticed a hint of anxiety hidden beneath her seemingly relaxed demeanor. Was she stalling for time? Han Li frowned, releasing his spiritual sense. But there were no signs of outsiders invading near the small building. Han Li's eyes turned, and he suddenly stood up, walking around the room while surveying his surroundings. It seems there is nothing suspicious. The items in the room are very simple, just a table and chairs, the same as yesterday, except for an extra pair of white candles that have been partially burned. Candles? Han Li's gaze fell on them. At first, he thought the candles were lit in memory of Dr. Mo, so he didn't pay much attention. But now that he thinks about it, if they are commemorating their husband, why are there no incense sticks? That seems a bit unusual. Thinking of this, Han Li took a deep breath through his nose and finally caught a faint scent similar to sandalwood in the air. The fragrance was so subtle that it would be impossible to notice unless one was paying close attention. When Yin and the others saw Han Li looking at the candles, they became a bit uneasy, and when Han Li made a motion to sniff the air, their expressions changed dramatically. At this moment, however, Han Li smiled. And he was smiling very happily. What's so funny? Even if you discover the mechanism on the candles, it's already too late for you now. This is the drug 1,000 people drunk. Ordinary people who smell it will have their bones softened and limbs weakened. Martial artists will lose their true energy and martial arts skills. Even if you are a cultivator, it is impossible to stay in this room for long without consequence. Yin couldn't hold her composure and tentatively asked, "Is there nothing? I just feel that my luck isn't too bad." Han Li replied with a smile. "When I was at the Seven Xian sect, I often heard people talk about the ghostly paths of the martial world, and among the poisons and hallucinogens. The one that impressed me the most was this, because I not only suffered from it, but also found it hard to guard against. Even an ordinary person can easily kill a great master with it. For this reason, I racked my brains and finally came up with a clumsy method to prevent hallucinogens and poisons," Han Li said somewhat proudly. Yin and the others exchanged glances. There is such a method? How could that be possible? But the fact is that the other party hasn't collapsed yet. Now their faces were all pale. As for what method it was, Han Li saw that the women were all straining to hear what he said and couldn't help but chuckle. "I'm not going to tell you, because I don't have a habit of exposing my secrets to enemies." Han Li's expression was serious. Chapter 117, Words and Harmony, Second Update. Everyone don't forget to vote. After hearing Han Li's words, the expressions of the women quickly changed from white to red, adding a touch of charm. Yin was the first to recover from her anger. She gently adjusted the jade hairpin in her hair and calmly said, Even if you are truly a cultivator and not afraid of this hallucinogen, don't you worry about the hidden poison in your body? She still presented her last card. Han Li, who was originally smiling, immediately turned cold upon hearing this. Dr. Mo indeed handed over the only weapon that could threaten him to these women. Yes, I do have cold poison in my body, but before it breaks out, I wouldn't mind killing every single one of you in this house. Han Li said this very calmly, but the viciousness in his words was clear to the women. Yin fell silent for a moment, not speaking. The others followed suit. And it seemed that when it came to matters of life and death, the one who could make decisions in the Mo residence was still the fourth lady, Yin. Since we are mutually wary and unwilling to suffer losses, it seems we can only have a good talk, Yin said calmly after a moment of silence. Of course, I don't want to die so helplessly at a young age. Regarding his own life, Han Li didn't put on any airs and readily agreed to the proposal. He then returned to sit opposite Yin. However, before we discuss, I would like to ask you to recount the circumstances of my husband's murder. After all, we were married, and knowing the true cause of his death will put my mind at ease. But please rest assured, even if my husband did die at your hands, we will have no other thoughts, as we are just a widow and her children, and it would be impossible for us to go against a rock with an egg and seek our own death. Yan's last sentence sounded very sorrowful, as if Han Li were the bully tormenting them. Han Li looked at the woman's expression and couldn't help but feel a headache, although he knew she was acting. Seeing Yan's pitiful appearance still made him a bit soft-hearted. Is it just telling them about Dr. Mo's murder? This matter is not something I need to hide. After all, I believe that the cause of Dr. Mo's death is not my fault, but rather Yu Zitong's own doing. All right, I can tell you the details of Master Mo's death. If after hearing it, you still insist on seeking revenge on me, I will be here anytime. Han Li pondered for a moment and agreed. Thank you, young master. When Yin heard that Han Li was willing to reveal the truth, her expression immediately brightened, showing joy. The story is like this. I was deceived by Master Mo and practiced the Changchun technique for more than 4 years, only to discover. Han Li slowly recounted how he was deceived, poisoned by Dr. Mo, and forced to practice the Changchun technique. He narrated how Dr. Mo wanted to occupy his body, attempting to be reborn through it, but was instead devoured by his original spirit, of course detailing Yu Zitong's appearance and the conspiracy he had set up as well. Finally, he explained how he found himself poisoned and had to come to Lanzhou to seek the warm sun jade to detoxify. Han Li wanted these women to understand that in the incident of Dr. Mo's death, he was the real victim, and he owed the Mo residents nothing. After hearing Han Li's dramatic story, Yin and the others couldn't help but look at each other. If what Han Li said was true, then they couldn't really blame him for their husband's death. Moreover, based on Han Li's description of Dr. Mo's methods, schemes, and the character and style of the person they remembered, it indeed aligned very well, and there was no contradiction with some information revealed in that dark letter. So it seemed that what he said was largely true. If everything you say is true, then my husband's death should not be your responsibility. It should be blamed entirely on Yu Zitong's scheme. Otherwise, how could my husband have died? Yin sighed lightly and said something that made Han Li look at her in surprise. This Yin is really too biased towards her husband. With one sentence, she easily shifted all the blame for Dr. Mo's mistakes onto the dead Yu Zitong, leaving her husband completely blameless, as if he were also a victim. Han Li widened his eyes at Yin. Although he didn't speak, the strange expression in his eyes conveyed his meaning clearly. Under Han Li's gaze, Yin remained unfazed, her face not reddening and her heart not racing, pretending not to see. Han Li secretly smiled wryly. This woman's thick skin seemed to be no less than a man's. He couldn't help but glance at the expressions of the other women. The third lady, Lu, still had a smile on her face, showing no change. When she saw Han Li looking over, she even threw him a flirtatious glance, leaving Han Li speechless. The second lady, Li, looked a bit anxious when Han Li glanced at her, slightly lowering her head, as expected of a refined young lady. She was obviously a bit embarrassed by Yan's earlier words. As for the fifth lady, Wang, this cold and elegant young woman had been expressionless all along, but her tightly intertwined fingers revealed her inner turmoil. As for what her true feelings were, Han Li had no idea. However, as you said earlier, since we have no deep hatred, it will be easier to negotiate. Yin said at this moment, her lips parted, speaking softly. Hearing Yan's words, Han Li turned back and replied blandly, "What is there to talk about? You give me the warm sun jade, and I will turn around and leave. Never to disturb the Mo residence again." "That won't do." Yin smiled slightly and immediately refused. "Why not?" Han Li was not angry and asked, "Young master, you must have heard quite a bit about the Mo residence's dire situation yesterday while you were outside my room. Your Excellency should understand very well that without external help, it is only a matter of time before my family is exterminated. If that is the case, it would be better to let the young master take action and kill us sisters cleanly, ending it all," Yin said with red eyes, looking pitiful. After hearing this, Han Li stared at Yin in confusion, watching her cheeks flush, yet she stubbornly refused to avoid his gaze. Han Li let out a sigh. Now he understood where Mo Tsaihuan, that little demoness, learned her tricks. She was clearly a copy of this Yin. Chapter 118. Choose one. The third update has arrived. Calling for votes. What do you really think? Just say it honestly. I don't want to go around in circles with you anymore, Han Li said coldly. Appearing unaffected by Yan's influence at all, Yin frowned slightly. The young man before her was far more difficult to deal with than she had expected. Both soft and hard tactics didn't seem to work on him, leaving her feeling helpless. Did she really have to directly reveal her bottom line and clarify things with him? Yin was somewhat unwilling. She had held power in the Jingjiao society for so many years and had never been at a disadvantage in negotiations, let alone revealing her cards directly. She glanced back at Lady Wang, the fifth sister. Among these sisters, only Wang had the ability to oppose her decision. So she wanted to see if she had any better suggestions. The matters of negotiation will be entirely decided by the fourth sister. I will have no objections, Wang coldly said, seeing Yan's intention. Upon hearing this, Yan felt overjoyed and relaxed a bit. All right, since you don't intend to beat around the bush, then we sisters will get straight to the point and tell you our conditions. As soon as Yan said this, she completely regained the demeanor of the leader of the three major gangs in Jiyuan City, and the weak and powerless feeling from earlier vanished, replaced by an aura of authority from her long-standing position. Good, this is the opponent I want to negotiate with. Han Li smiled faintly. As long as you destroy the Jingjiao Society's deadly rivals, the Wuz Min and the Dubashan Villa, allowing my family to have no worries, I will immediately present the Nuanyang Jade to you with both hands and let you choose one of Tsaihuan or the others as your wife. However, if you plan to use force or threaten us sisters, then you have miscalculated. I have already entrusted the jade to a trusted person, and if anything goes wrong, it will be destroyed immediately, resulting in our mutual destruction, Yin said with a stern expression. Lady Yin is not afraid of her own tongue getting twisted. You want me to destroy the Wuz Min and the Dubashan Villa all by myself? You really think so highly of yourselves. Han Li seemed to have anticipated Yan's threat and was not flustered. He already knew that the Nuanyang Jade could not be obtained merely by brute force. Aside from the threat spoken, he was unsure how many hidden cards the other party had. Therefore, pressing the other party hard for the whereabouts of the jade was only a last resort. It was better to let them willingly hand it over. Isn't young Master Han a cultivator? How could these people from the Jianghu be your opponents? Besides, we don't expect you to kill all their members. We just want some of their top leaders to disappear. This time, the alluring third lady, after giving Han Li a captivating smile, interjected. So what if I am a cultivator? I don't know about other cultivators, but I am very clear about my own capabilities. I wouldn't be foolish enough to confront a massive gang of tens of thousands by myself. Moreover, do you really think cultivators can kill ordinary people wantonly without any repercussions? Han Li looked at the third lady coldly, his eyes filled with a chilling aura that froze her smile. Under the circumstances that he was using his Lan Chun skill and was on guard, how could her seductive spells have any effect? What? Are you implying that cultivators have restrictions against us, ordinary people? Yin asked in surprise. I don't know the specifics. After all, I have only recently become a cultivator and haven't truly encountered these rules, Han Li replied lightly. Then, seeing that Yin seemed about to speak again, he waved his hand to stop her and coldly continued. But as long as one isn't foolish, they would understand that if cultivators could act freely against ordinary people, how could you so-called three major tyrants of Lanzhou, the three major gangs of Jiyuan City, still exist today? You would have been eradicated countless times by unscrupulous cultivators, and perhaps you beauties would have long become their playthings. His last statement was quite rude, causing the women across from him to flush with embarrassment but also show signs of fear. But this is just young Master S speculation. It may not be true. Yin was still somewhat unwilling and tried to persuade Han Li. As long as there is a 1% chance, I wouldn't do something that leads to my own doom. Han Li did not give Yin any room for illusions and said bluntly, Do you intend to take our daughter's dowry for nothing? Yan's face turned somewhat ugly, emphasizing the words dowry. Upon hearing this, Although Han Li's expression did not change, he couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. The poison on me was originally inflicted by your husbands. It's already good that I haven't troubled you. What more do you want? Han Li thought bitterly. However, Han Li also knew that saying such words at this moment would be pointless. These women clearly would not give up the Nuanying Jade unless they gained something for themselves. So Han Li lowered his head in contemplation for a moment, then raised his head, cleared his throat, and said loudly, I will give you two paths to choose from. You can select either one. One is for your family to immediately pack your things and prepare to leave Lanzhou, seeking a place unreachable by your enemies to live in seclusion, living as a common wealthy family, safely and soundly spending the rest of your lives, completely escaping the conflicts of the Jianghu. On this journey, I can fully guarantee your safety and will not allow the pursuing enemies to harm you. Han Li paused here, observing the changes in the women's expressions. He saw that except for the second lady, Li, who seemed somewhat tempted, Yin and the third lady, Lu, remained silent, clearly disagreeing with this suggestion. As for the fifth lady, Wang, Han Li couldn't be bothered to look at her, with her icy demeanor. It was impossible to glean anything useful from her. Seeing this situation, Han Li secretly chuckled. Both Yin and Lu were quite ambitious, and they would definitely not be willing to give up their power in the Jingjiao society to become rural housewives. He had already understood this when he proposed this suggestion. What is the other option? The third lady, seeing Han Li not continue, couldn't help but ask. There is another path. Han Li stood up from his chair, looking at the ceiling as he slowly spoke of the other path which Yin and the others would undoubtedly choose. Chapter 119. Unexpected news. Everyone keep voting. I can make an exception to take action once, allowing the heads of one of those two gangs to disappear. However, this is limited to one of the two gangs, because if both major tyrants have incidents at the same time, it would easily draw the attention of those with ulterior motives, and the risk would multiply, making it not worth my while to take such a risk. Furthermore, aside from these two paths, I will not make any further concessions. After Han Li finished speaking, he straightened his face, no longer speaking, and coldly awaited the women's response. Upon hearing Han Li's second option, Yin and the others showed unmistakable joy on their faces, but after exchanging glances, they still did not immediately make a decision. Could you allow us sisters to discuss this, and then give young master a response? After all, this matter is of great importance. We should consider it carefully. Yin said cautiously. Of course I can. I'm not an unreasonable person, but I need a response by tomorrow morning at the latest. I'll give you a whole day to discuss it. After saying this, Han Li ignored the group of women and floated away. Han Li left the small building and, under the strange gaze of the bouncer, boldly exited the Mo residence. After confirming that no one was following him, Han Li finally returned to the inn where he was staying. As soon as he stepped through the inn's door, Sun Ergu hurriedly approached him. Whatever you have to say, let us talk in my room. Before Sun Ergu could speak, Han Li instructed casually. Yes, young master. Sun Ergu respectfully followed Han Li. Once inside the room, Han Li sat down beside the bed, stretched, and then casually asked, seeing you so anxious, do you have something very important to tell me? Young master. Indeed, there is something significant that I need to report to you, Sun Ergu said, leaning in a little closer and speaking mysteriously. Just say it directly. No need to act all mysterious. Han Li glanced at Sun Ergu. Hee. I'm not trying to be mysterious, but something truly extraordinary has happened. I have reliable news that a large number of immortals are gathering near Jiyuan City for some kind of immortal conference. I've heard that anyone who can attend this meeting can immediately become an immortal and join the ranks of the immortals, Sun Ergu said excitedly, spitting as he spoke. Immortals? Han Li was slightly taken aback. Yes, the kind that can ride clouds and mist, and can summon lightning and breathe fire. Young master, tell me, if someone isn't destined for great fortune, how could they casually encounter such immortals? Sun Ergu said with a hint of jealousy, as if he wished he could have been the one to see these immortals. At this moment, Han Li understood that the immortals Sun Ergu spoke of were cultivators. However, how could people in their gang know about the meeting of cultivators? Han Li was a bit surprised. How did you find out about this? Are there many people who know this news? Han Li asked with interest. This news is absolutely reliable. It was heard directly by one of our brothers. However, because the gang leader fears the immortals' wrath, a gag order was issued, so only the high-ranking members of our Si Ping gang know about it. I got this information from a drunken high-ranking member. I thought someone like you would definitely be interested, so I hurried over and waited until you returned. Sun Ergu eagerly said, Oh, I won't forget your hard work. But first, tell me how that gang member managed to avoid the immortal's eyes and ears to hear this news? Han Li asked seriously, as this was related to the credibility of the information, so he dared not be careless. I also heard it from that drunken high-ranking member. Here's how it went. Sun Ergu honestly recounted the story he had heard to Han Li. It turned out that the gang member who received this news was also a small leader of Si Ping gang. A few days ago, he had gone to the western suburbs to make a big deal, but the intelligence was wrong, and the opponent was too strong, leading to him being defeated and fleeing in disarray. To escape the pursuit of the enemy, he hid in a tree hole in a nearby forest. However, before the enemy could find him, a gigantic two-headed monster eagle suddenly descended from the sky, and the terrifying appearance of the eagle scared him out of his wits. In a moment of crisis, he cleverly thought to use the widely circulated turtle breathing technique, lowering his breath and heartbeat to the extreme, preparing to enter a state of false death to avoid the eagle's detection. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, he heard a conversation between a young man and woman on the eagle's back. It turned out that there were people riding on the gigantic eagle, but its body was so large that he didn't notice them in his panic. In this way, he vaguely heard about the so-called immortal conference, and only then did he realize that the young man and woman were actually immortals. However, by this time, the turtle breathing technique had fully taken effect, and he lost consciousness in regret. When he awoke again, it was already the next morning. The young man and woman, along with the monster eagle, had long disappeared, so he could only stomp his feet in frustration and return to the gang. As soon as he got back, he couldn't help but share this matter with his superior, and his superior, not daring to hide it, reported it to the gang leader, Shin Zhongshan, which led to the gag order being issued. After listening to Sun Ergu's account, Han Li's expression didn't change much, but inside he was unable to contain his excitement. A large gathering of cultivators. This was truly a once-in-a-century opportunity. If he could attend, he could truly connect with the world of cultivators instead of blindly groping around in the dark on the path of cultivation. Han Li suppressed his excitement, thought for a moment, and then forced himself to ask calmly, did that person hear when and where the immortal gathering will be held? The specific time wasn't mentioned, but it seemed like it would be soon. As for the location, it seems that wasn't mentioned either. Sun Ergu scratched his head, speaking a bit awkwardly. Han Li frowned. It seemed that the information Sun Ergu had was not precise and certainly had many omissions. He lowered his head to ponder for a moment, and suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. Han Li carefully scrutinized Sun Ergu and suddenly smiled, saying, Sun Ergu, I've been very satisfied with your work these past few days, especially the last piece of news, which is quite a credit to you. So I plan to reward you handsomely. Upon hearing this, Sun Ergu was overjoyed, and his face broke into a wide grin. He hadn't expected that just providing a few bits of inside information would earn him such recognition from this nobleman, who was preparing to reward him generously. It seemed that doing things for this person was indeed quite rewarding. He wondered what kind of generous reward he would receive. Perhaps a large sum of gold, silver, and jewels? Sun Ergu couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Are you interested in becoming the leader of Si Ping gang? Han Li's words were shocking, causing Sun Ergu's face to change dramatically, and his soul seemed to fly away. Young master, what kind of joke is this? Please don't tease me. What qualifications do I have to be the leader of a gang? Sun Ergu said with a sorrowful face, mumbling, why not? With my support behind you, a small Si Ping gang is nothing to worry about. Or do you prefer to remain a small leader managing the docks for the rest of your life? Han Li said with a light laugh, enticing him. When Sun Ergu heard this, his expression changed unpredictably, filled with both surprise and fear, but more than that, it was excitement. What man wouldn't want to one day enjoy beautiful women and wield power over life and death? The ambition buried deep in Sun Ergu's heart was gently ignited by Han Li's words, but he still had some reservations, so he didn't immediately agree. Our gang leader and the three great protectors are quite powerful. Can you be sure you can subdue them? Sun Ergu cautiously probed. Subdue them? Hee, is that necessary? Just kill them all, Han Li said with a cold smile, showing an attitude of viewing them as mere weeds. Sun Ergu couldn't help but shiver at this. This young master truly had a murderous intent. If he didn't agree, he might also be dealt with immediately. Since young master holds me in such high regard, I'll sell my life to you, and I will obey all your commands. Sun Ergu, under Han Li's soft and hard tactics, finally agreed to take the risk. Good. That's right. Han Li nodded in satisfaction. Give me the recent times when your gang leader is out. Han Li asked casually. There is. He has been going to the most popular brothel, Shaoxiang Courtyard, in the West City every afternoon these days. He has recently become infatuated with the top star, Xiao Jinji. However, the three great guardians will accompany him, which might be a bit troublesome. Why not wait a few more days and find a better opportunity? Sun Ergu said. Since he had agreed, he immediately exerted all his efforts for his own life and wealth. No need, since I know the time and place. Taking their lives will be a piece of cake, Han Li said lightly. However, after they die, you probably won't have the ability to take over the Si Ping gang, right? Yes, I am just an ordinary leader in the gang. There are many people with higher status and seniority than me, Sun Ergu said, sweating. It's okay. If I say I will make you the leader of the Si Ping gang, I will definitely do so. I will send Chu Han to you. Deal with those who oppose you, and temporarily protect you for a while, Han Li said confidently. Then Han Li lightly knocked 3 times on the wall of the next room, and after a moment, Chu Han appeared before the two. Take this and keep it hidden on you. As long as you have this item, Chu Han will obey your commands, deal with your enemies, and help you ascend to the position of gang leader. Han Li took out the soul-calling bell from his bosom, gently stroked it, and solemnly handed it to Sun Ergu. The holder of the soul-calling bell, even if not the master of Chu Han, can still summon Chu Han. This was another method taught to Han Li by Dr. Mo to control Chu Han. Moreover, as long as the original owner's blood does not die, any tricks played on this artifact by others will be useless, so Han Li was not afraid of Sun Ergu having ulterior motives. Sun Ergu had seen Chu Han's great power with his own eyes, so he was especially delighted after receiving the small bell, and his courage immediately grew much stronger. Thank you for your kindness, my lord. I will definitely devote myself to you. However, he was also very clever, knowing that even if he truly became the leader of the Si Ping gang, he would only be a puppet for this lord. So he repeatedly expressed his loyalty whenever there was a chance. Go back and prepare. As soon as that gang leader dies, you take advantage of the chaos to take over the Si Ping gang. But there's one thing you must remember. Bring that guy who has seen the male and female immortals to me unharmed. I have something to ask him. Remember that? Han Li's last sentence was said with great severity, clearly taking it very seriously. Rest assured, my lord, I will definitely bring him here completely, and will not disappoint you. Sun Ergu immediately patted his chest and swore, looking very loyal. That's good. Take Chu Han and go down. When you come to see me again, you will be the leader of the gang. Han Li instructed calmly. I take my leave. Sun Ergu saw Han Li dismiss him and immediately left the room with understanding, while Chu Han followed closely behind. As soon as Sun Ergu left the room, Han Li got up and stood up. After turning around the room, he suddenly opened his mouth and lightly whistled a melodious long whistle. As a result, the cloud-winged bird flew in from the window and landed on Han Li's shoulder. Han Li took out a bottle from his bosom, poured out a yellow chestnut ball, which the cloud-winged bird loved to eat, and stuffed it into the bird's beak. Then softly said, Little guy, follow that person who just left the room. If he tries to escape as soon as he leaves the city limits, come back and tell me immediately. The cloud-winged bird chirped a few times after hearing Han Li's words, then flew out of the window and disappeared into the sky. Chapter 121. Shaoxiang Courtyard. Shan was in a good mood, as he was sitting in a private room of Shaoxiang Courtyard, embracing an exceptionally beautiful woman and roughly groping her exquisite body. Perhaps because Shan was a bit too eager, the charming woman let out a series of giggles. Miss Jean, I think you should just give in to our gang leader. This is the first time our gang leader has been so infatuated with a woman, even neglecting gang affairs to rush here, said a black, chubby man wearing a baggy gray shirt, his waist as thick as a barrel. After saying this, he immediately began to pant a little. That's right, Miss Jinji. Our gang leader has been coming to support you every afternoon for 5 consecutive days, spending quite a bit of silver. But you only let our gang leader hug you, not even allowing him to stay overnight. Isn't that a bit too much? The one who spoke next was a middle-aged scholar with a black mole on his face, whose eyes revealed a sinister look, indicating he was a scheming person. In the room, besides Shan, there were 3 other men, the 3 great guardians of the Si Ping gang. The black, chubby man was Quanchuan Xianjin, and despite his unusual bulk, he was extremely skilled in the crazy 18 fist and had killed many well-known masters. The scholar was the poison scholar Fanju, who, although skilled in the fierce snow wind sword technique, was renowned for his cruel and merciless heart. The man in black who stayed silent on the side was the one with the highest martial arts among the 3 great guardians, Flying Knife Shinsan. His skill of launching 18 flying knives in rapid succession had eliminated many vengeful masters, and he was also a distant relative of Shen Zhongshan, thus highly valued by him. The three men also had beautiful women accompanying them, but none were as stunning, voluptuous, or captivating as the one in Shen Zhongshan's arms. At this moment, the giggling Miss Jinji, upon hearing Quan Chuan and poison scholar Fan Zhu say this, immediately had misty eyes, as if tears could fall at any moment. You two are really wronging Jinji. The first time I saw Shen Yi, I immediately knew he was a hero. To share a bed with Shen Yi is something Jinji wishes for. However, you two also know that my body belongs to this Xiaoshan courtyard. If I take guests without the consent of the matron Wang, I would be beaten to death. Why not ask matron Wang if she agrees to let Jinji take guests? Then I will definitely serve Shen Yi well tonight. The top star of Xiaoshan courtyard said sweetly, speaking with heartfelt sincerity, appearing to be deeply in love with Shen Zhongshan. This seemingly sincere yet somewhat deceptive statement left Qian Jin and Fan Zhu exchanging glances, speechless for a while. They certainly had inquired about the overnight fees for this little Jinji, but matron Wang had made a sky-high demand, using the excuse that Jinji had no precedent for staying overnight, which made even Shen Zhongshan's heart race. Hence they had never reached an agreement. Of course, if they wanted to force the issue, that would be even more impossible. Xiaoshan Courtyard was one of the three major factions in Jiyuan City, owned by the Tianbeiming. Causing trouble here would be like seeking death. After being met with a hard no from this top star, the two could only vent their anger on the women accompanying them, roughly groping them a few times before they finally relented. Haha, thank you both for worrying about me. But it's okay, I made a big deal a few days ago, so this little money is nothing. But beauty, don't go back on your word. Make sure to serve me well. Shen Zhongshan, who was enjoying his time with the beautiful Miss Jinji, suddenly leaned in and kissed her fragrant cheek. Then said with some satisfaction, Shen Zhongshan is a big man with arms and a chest covered in black hair. His arms are significantly longer than those of an average person, making him look like a grotesque beast in human clothing, quite ugly and frightening. However, this crude and ugly man killed the former leader of the Si Ping gang, Jin Bai Go Tianpa, and his 4 trusted aides with his superb Tongbi fist skills a few years ago, seizing the position of gang leader. Therefore, in the underworld of Jiyuan City, he is undoubtedly a top-tier expert who should not be underestimated. Master Shen, Xiao Jinji showed great shyness as she playfully clung to Shen Zhongshan, causing him to burst into a proud laugh. Knock, knock. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Who is it? Asked the somewhat displeased burly man Chong, Quan Qianjin, gruffly. Delivering drinks for a few gentlemen, came the voice of a young man from outside. Then hurry up and bring it in. Master Qian is complaining that there isn't enough to drink. Qianjin replied without hesitation. As soon as he finished speaking, a young man dressed as a servant walked in, holding a tray with some dishes and 2 pots of wine. Quick, bring the wine over. Let me taste it first. The gluttonous Qianjin's eyes lit up at the sight of the 2 pots of wine, and he began to shout excitedly. Yes, I'll serve it right away. The young servant quickly stepped forward and placed the wine pots on the table. As soon as the fat man saw the wine pots, he grabbed one and was about to pour it into his mouth to taste it. Wait, fatty. The usually taciturn man in black, Shin San, suddenly stopped Qianjin from drinking. What's wrong? Qianjin asked in confusion, but out of habitual trust in Shin San, he instinctively paused. The person who brought the dishes just now is not you. Where's the original person? Shin San ignored the fat man's confusion and stood up slowly, placing his hand on the knife sheath at his waist, coldly questioning the young servant who brought the drinks. There are too many guests. So Li Er went to run errands for other rooms. I'm here to replace him. Is there anything wrong, sir? The young servant turned pale and answered in panic under Shin San's piercing gaze. Seeing the young man's reaction, Shin San's expression eased slightly, but he still seemed unconvinced. Turning to Xiao Jinji and Shen Zhongshan's arms and asking, Miss Jin, do you know this person? Is he really from your Xiaoshan courtyard? This most popular top performer showed a troubled expression, but eventually awkwardly said, to be honest with Master Shen, this person does look unfamiliar. However, with hundreds of people in our Xiaoshan courtyard, I haven't seen him before, which is an unusual. Haha, Xiao-san, aren't you making it difficult for Miss Jin? How could such a delicate beauty possibly know a servant? Do you think this person is an assassin who snuck in from outside? Shen Zhongshan said nonchalantly, taking a few sniffs from the beautiful woman in his arms. Big brother, we earn our bread on the knife's edge, so it's better to be cautious. Shen San, expressionless, continued to stare at the young servant delivering the dishes. Hee. This person walks lightly, with vacant eyes, clearly someone who cannot fight. If you're still not at ease, I have a method to quickly identify his true identity and put everyone's mind at ease. The poison scholar Fan Zhu suddenly sneered and said ominously. He was unhappy that Shin San, who had gained Shin Zhongshan's trust more than he had since joining the Si Ping gang, decided to make Shin San look bad. Oh, what method do you have? Shin Zhongshan said with feigned bravado, though he actually cherished his life greatly, so he quickly agreed to let Fan Zhu try. Since this person cannot fight, if he truly wants to harm us, he can only do so through the food and wine. So let him taste everything here. Won't the truth come out? The poison scholar said confidently. Fan brother, good idea. Boy, first drink a cup of this wine for the master. Then eat some of the dishes. If you hesitate at all, I'll twist your head off. Qian Jin clapped in delight and immediately shouted at the young servant. Upon hearing Fan Zhu's words, Shin San thought this method was indeed not bad, so he refrained from arguing and watched coldly. As for Shin Zhongshan and the beautiful Xiao Jinji in his arms, they had no objections either. Thus, under the watchful eyes of several people, the young servant, with a mournful expression, drank a cup of wine and ate a few bites of food. Seeing that the young man remained unharmed after consuming the food and wine, a smug smile appeared on Fan Zhu's face, and he said with deep meaning to Shin San, "It seems Brother Shun was overly cautious. This person is indeed just a servant. Next time, please don't ruin everyone's drinking mood." After finishing his words, he picked up some newly served dishes and began to chew leisurely. Humph. Shun San snorted, ignoring Fan Zhu's veiled criticism. But he also relaxed and returned to his seat. Haha, it's all good. It was just a misunderstanding. Shin Zhongshan knew about the discord between his subordinates, but he was pleased to see it, so he pretended to be generous and laughed heartily. Since it's just a misunderstanding, you can leave now. And here is a silver ingot as a reward for you. Shin Zhongshan took out a two-tailed silver ingot and threw it to the young servant. Thank you, sir. I'll take my leave now. The young servant, seeing the silver, rejoiced and left happily, shutting the door behind him. Oh dear, Master Shun is really generous. You mustn't be stingy with Jin Ji in the future. The voice of Xiao Jin Ji came from inside the room, sounding sweet and charming. Of course, my beauty. You are my treasure. As long as you serve me well, you will never be wronged. Shin Zhongshan's loud voice echoed, clearly audible to the young man outside the door. Suddenly, the young man outside sneered but did not leave right away. Instead, he quietly stood under a nearby eave, like a ghost, seemingly waiting for something. About the time it takes to drink a cup of tea later, a terrified scream suddenly came from inside the room. Poison. This food and wine are poisoned. I'm poisoned. As soon as the words fell, the person let out a strange laugh and then died without a breath. The voice belonged to the burly Qianjin. Despicable. You dare to plot against the leader of our gang. I will take your lives. Shin Zhongshan roared in anger, but it seemed too late. After involuntarily letting out two dry laughs, he also collapsed to the ground. The poison scholar Fan Zhu and Shun San exchanged fearful glances and spoke in unison. That young servant poisoned him. That young servant must have the antidote. The two immediately pushed the woman in their arms away and rushed towards the door. But unfortunately, just as they reached the door, they both let out two laughs and slowly collapsed to the ground. It seemed that the burly man drank the most, so the poison took effect first. Shin Zhongshan also drank quite a bit, making him the second to fall. As for the man in black and the scholar, although they hadn't drunk much, the toxicity of the laughing soul powder was extremely fierce. Even a drop would be fatal. The young man thought leisurely, then waited a moment before opening the door and walking in. Inside the room, there was not a single living person left. Even Xiao Jinji and the other three accompanying women had long since breathed their last. Han Li carefully examined the surroundings and confirmed that there were indeed no survivors before gracefully leaving the room. He thought to himself that after the news of Shin Zhongshan being poisoned spread, it would likely be perceived as a case of vendetta in the martial world, and should not cause any major trouble. Han Li casually reflected on the effectiveness of the Qingling powder, as long as he took a dose beforehand. It could not only prevent various poisons, but also had remarkable effects against fragrant drugs. He had previously used it to play tricks on the Yin family and others. He smiled strangely and couldn't help but touch the bottle containing the Qingling powder in his pocket. Han Li returned to the inn unnoticed and immediately laid down on the bed, falling into a sweet sleep. This was a habit he had unintentionally developed. Whenever he completed a significant task, he would become particularly drowsy, allowing him to relax and recover from fatigue in his dreams. While Han Li slept soundly, the deaths of Shen Zhongshan and his 3 protectors were finally discovered by the people of Xiaoshan Courtyard. Consequently, when the news reached the 4 Ping gang, it immediately caused a stir among many interested parties. No one wanted to investigate the cause of Shen Zhongshan's death, as in Jiyuan City. The law of the jungle was an accepted norm. Shen Zhongshan had ascended to his position after killing the former leader of the 4 Ping gang. Therefore, the remaining leaders of the gang were only concerned with who would inherit the now vacant leader position. With no strong candidates and no one willing to yield, a fierce internal conflict for the leader position erupted within the 4 Ping gang that very night. By the time the ordinary members who had not participated in the conflict woke up the next morning, they were astonished to find that the entire 4 Ping gang had fallen under the control of an inconspicuous minor leader, Sun Ergu. This Sun Ergu had killed all the other high-ranking members who opposed him in one night, and with no one daring to stand against him, he smoothly ascended to the position of leader of the 4 Ping gang. The next day, he sent a message to other gangs in the West City, confirming his inheritance of the gang. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind the entire affair, Han Li, after a good night's sleep, appeared in the MO residence. He was still in that uniquely styled small building, and in front of him stood several beautiful ladies from the Yin family. Behind them were the 3 renowned beauties of Jiyuan City, the MO family's 3 charms. Han Li had already met Mo Yuzhu and Mo Caihuan, so his gaze was primarily focused on Mo Fengwu. The adopted daughter of Dr. Mo Fengwu was a beautiful girl in a yellow dress with an oval face. Appearing to be around 16 or 17 years old, she looked very delicate, giving Han Li a petite and charming impression. At that moment, Mo Fengwu, feeling Han Li's gaze upon her, shyly lowered her head, exposing her delicate and long neck, which made Han Li involuntarily swallow several times. Young Master Han, please don't look at my Fengwu like that. Our Fengwu is quite shy. Shouldn't we continue yesterday's discussion? The third lady smiled seductively and said to Han Li. Chapter 123, The Deal Discussion? What discussion? I came to ask what you ultimately decided. Is it to leave here and go into hiding? Or should I take action to eliminate one of your major enemies? Han Li said, returning his gaze from the yellow-dressed beauty and sternly stating. Yin Shi frowned slightly at Han Li's words and slowly replied, Young Master Han, don't be impatient. After much thought yesterday, we sisters have decided to choose the second option. However, regarding the conditions, we hope for a slight adjustment. I believe I already mentioned that I do not wish for the ladies to haggle. This matter cannot be changed. You either fully agree to my conditions or choose the second option. Han Li replied, his expression darkening. How do you find the appearances of my little girls? Yin Shi suddenly shifted the topic, bringing up the Mo sisters. Pleasing to the eye, naturally beautiful. It's not an exaggeration to praise these young ladies. Han Li was taken aback, but soon chuckled, as he vaguely understood Yin Shi's intentions. Our demands are not excessive. As long as you can eliminate the leaders of the Waz Gate and Duba Mountain Villa, not only will we help detoxify the Warm Sun Jade for you, but we can also marry all 3 sisters to you as wives and concubines. Weren't you just staring at Fengwu? If you agree, she will be part of the Han family. Yin Shi pointed to Mo Yuzhu and the others behind her and said earnestly, Fourth sister, mother. Mo Yuzhu and Mo Caihuan's expressions changed drastically, and they couldn't help but exclaim, clearly shocked by Yin Shi's unexpected promise, which left them pale with fear. Mo Fengwu, while somewhat pale, managed to remain calm. It was no wonder they were so panicked. Han Li's appearance was unimpressive and starkly different from their ideal suitor, making it hard for them to accept marrying him. Enough. This matter has been decided by me and your aunts, and you have no right to retract. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the Mo residence immediately. Yin Shi's face darkened as she said coldly. This statement stunned the Mo sisters. Mo Yuzhu bit her lip, her face pale, while Mo Caihuan looked hopelessly at her beloved second and fifth mothers, her eyes pleading. Only Mo Fengwu was slightly better but still trembled slightly, leaning against the wall behind her, motionless. There's no need to coerce the young ladies. I cannot agree to your conditions. As I've said before, regardless of the terms, I will not take unnecessary risks. My own life is still very precious. Han Li replied after a moment of silence, firmly rejecting Yin Shi's proposal. To say that Han Li was unmoved by the Mo sisters' beauty would be a lie. However, he had carefully considered that if he were to eliminate the other 2 overlords of Lanzhou in one go, it would surely not go unnoticed by those with ulterior motives, leading to potential deadly consequences. Just thinking about it, After the fall of the Wuz Gate and Duba Mountain Villa, Yanshi would undoubtedly rise with the Jingjiao society, becoming the largest beneficiary. Moreover, with him, a stranger suddenly appearing in the Mo residence and marrying all three Mo sisters. It would clearly signal to others that he was the mastermind and murderer behind these events. If this attracted mysterious forces related to cultivators, he, as a novice cultivator, would certainly not have a good outcome. His life would likely be in jeopardy, rendering the Mo sisters' beauty meaningless. Thus, Han Li could only smile bitterly and push away the three stunning beauties. As for whether the Mo sisters liked him, Han Li was indifferent. Obtaining these beauties didn't necessarily mean winning their hearts would take long. However, discussing all of this was pointless now. The Mo sisters were a hot potato for Han Li, something he could not afford to touch. He just wanted to quickly rid himself of the cold poison and leave this troublesome place. The future of the Mo residence was no longer his concern. Han Li's rejection, while making Yanshi and the others unhappy, greatly improved the Mo sisters' impression of him. The youngest, Mo Tsaihuan, even broke into a smile, playfully making a face at Han Li. Even Mo Yuzhu and Mo Fengwu looked at Han Li with much softer expressions. Seeing him in a new light, Yanshi sighed, exchanged glances with Li Shi and the others, then turned back, helplessly saying, "Since young Master Han disagrees, then so be it. We will proceed according to the conditions you mentioned, as long as young Master Han can eliminate the master of Duba Mountain Villa, the furious lion Ouyang Feitian. We will hand over the warm sun jade to you for detoxification." Hee. A clever scheme, ladies. I heard that Ouyang Feitian is in his prime and has no children. If he dies, the dominance of the Duba Mountain Villa will surely collapse immediately, and his subordinates will be scattered, unable to pay attention to the Jingjiao Association anymore. Han Li touched his nose and chuckled. When Yanshi heard Han Li's words, she shot him a glance. "It's not just as you say. Do you know who sent that Wu Jiaming? It was this Ouyang overlord who instructed him. And he is also Ouyang Feitian's seventh disciple, highly favored by him. This master of Duba Mountain Villa is of the same generation as our husband, both about the same age, and has always been ambitious to dominate the entire land's how. Therefore, he adopted a strategy of first weakening and then strengthening, seeking to first devour our Jingjiao Association and then deal with the Wuzmen. A few years ago, he incited my husband's sworn brother, Ma Kongtian, and my husband's second disciple, Zhao Kuan, to attempt to split the Jingjiao Association. As a result, they were exposed by us sisters, and we killed those two and their accomplices first. But the Jingjiao Association was also greatly weakened because of this, and was pressed back by the Duba Mountain Villa's army, forcing the Jingjiao Association to shrink its manpower and hold on to Jiyuan City. Yanshi gently revealed some secrets about the Jingjiao Association. But your current influence in Jiyuan City doesn't seem that great. Duba Mountain Villa wouldn't just wipe you out in one go? Han Li thought for a moment and asked, puzzled. Hee. Ouyang Feitian, that madman, doesn't dare to attack this place for a reason. If you want to know, just agree to our sister's original conditions, and I'll tell you. Young master. The third lady giggled, her voice half serious and half joking. Hey, never mind. I'm just a bit curious. Han Li remained nonchalant. Really? Not at all like a man. Just a little effort, and you're unwilling. The third lady pouted, seemingly flirting with Han Li. Yanshi and the others ignored the third lady's antics, but the three sisters of the Mo family felt a bit flushed. After all, it was quite inappropriate for their elder to flirt openly with a suitor they were supposed to marry. Mo Tsaihuan pouted and glared fiercely at Han Li. But Han Li seemed completely oblivious, continuing, the third lady speaks so lightly, but this little effort could cost my life. It's fine if I'm not a man, as long as I'm still a man. Perhaps Han Li's last remark was too explicit, causing the third lady to pause, her lips curling into a smile. Even the second lady, Li Shi, and Yanshi looked a bit displeased. How does young master plan to take Ouyang Feitian's life? This person stays hidden in the villa all day and rarely goes out. Moreover, he has exceptional martial arts and cunning, making him quite difficult to deal with. Yanshi's expression turned serious as she spoke. You need not worry, fourth lady. As long as you prepare a good horse and a portrait of this person for me, I will make him disappear from this world. Han Li replied casually. I hope so, Yanshi said softly. However, before that, shouldn't you give me a guarantee? To ensure that when I complete the task in return, the ladies won't turn against me? Han Li said lightly. What guarantee does your excellency want? Yanshi did not show any dissatisfaction, seemingly having anticipated this. This pill in the bottle, each of you should take one. As for what kind of medicine it is, I won't say. Anyway, when I kill Ouyang Feitian and return, I will exchange the antidote for the treasure you have. Han Li took out a porcelain bottle, placed it on the table, and then looked coldly at Yin Shi and the others. Without saying a word, Yin Shi reached out her delicate jade hand, grabbed the bottle, poured out a green pill, and after glancing at Li Shi and the others, she tilted her head back and swallowed it. Good courage. Good decisiveness. Truly worthy of being the head of the Jingjiao Association. Han Li couldn't help but applaud, then turned his gaze to the others. Chapter 124. Imo Fengwu haha. Sorry. I'm a bit late. I've been typing for several hours every day for several days, and I'm too tired. So I overslept this morning and just finished typing this chapter. My sisters don't need to take this medicine, right? My life alone is enough as collateral. Isn't it? Yin Shi, who had swallowed the pill, stopped the second lady Li Shi from wanting to take the medicine as well. When Han Li heard what Yin Shi said, he was slightly taken aback, showing some surprise. But after thinking for a moment, he nodded lightly and said, "Since fourth lady has such deep sisterly feelings and has said so, I, Han Li, am not unreasonable. All right. The second lady and the others don't need to take the medicine." After Han Li finished speaking, he took the bottle back from Yin Shi's hand and placed it back into his pocket. "Since we have settled this, I will take my leave now. I will come to the MO residence tomorrow at this time to collect the portrait and other items, and then I will head straight to Duba Mountain Villa. Then we shall trouble you, young master." Yin Shi and the others stood up to send Han Li off. Han Li smiled faintly, turned around gracefully, and left the room. As soon as Han Li stepped down from the small building, hurried footsteps came from behind. "Brother Han, wait a moment. My second sister has something to discuss with you." Mo Tsaihuan's loud voice called out, and when Han Li heard it, he sighed and turned around helplessly. He saw that little imp rushing ahead, with Mo Fengwu and Mo Yuzhu following behind, walking towards him. Mo Tsaihuan quickly caught up with Han Li, then widened her eyes and circled around him, smacking her lips as if she were looking at something rare. "All right, Brother Han, you really fooled me. I didn't expect you to be a fake too. You actually used some small things to make people dance around." Hearing this, Han Li rolled his eyes at the girl, thinking, "What do you mean by small things? It was clearly you who insisted on the gift and went after it. Third sister, don't be rude. Don't mess around with young Master Han." It was the first time Han Li heard Mo Fengwu's voice, soft and gentle, making it quite pleasant to listen to. "What do you mean? I was just venting for my mother, who made this guy so proud in front of her," Mo Tsaihuan said sulkily. Upon hearing this, Han Li realized that the girl was purely here to annoy him, so he ignored the little imp and turned to Mo Fengwu. "Second miss, do you have something to discuss with me?" Seeing Han Li speaking to her, Mo Fengwu's face turned slightly red, but she still softly said, "Fengwu just wants to know if the Yingxiang pills on third sister are indeed a gift from young master. Did young master receive the true teachings of my father's medical skills?" Han Li had a great fondness for Mo Fengwu upon seeing her for the first time, and now seeing this delicate girl speaking so softly and shyly, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pity for her. So he replied amicably, "If the second miss wants to know about this, I will naturally not hide anything. The Yingxiang pills of Miss Tsaihuan were indeed given by me. I have indeed learned quite a bit of medical skills and prescriptions from Dr. Mo, and these Yingxiang pills are one of them." Does Miss Fengwu have a great interest in this? Since Han Li saw the medicinal herbs planted in the back courtyard of the Mo residence, he knew that there must be someone who had learned Dr. Mo's medical skills, and now seeing Mo Fengwu asking like this, he realized that this delicate girl was most likely that person. Sure enough, as soon as Han Li finished speaking, the originally quiet girl showed a hint of joy in her eyes and said, "To not hide it from young master. Fengwu has been very interested in my father's medical skills since childhood, studying many of my father's medical books and insights. Unfortunately, when my father left the Mo residence, I was still young, so I learned very little." After saying this, Mo Fengwu hesitated for a moment, still hesitantly continuing, "So Fengwu has a request, and I hope young master can fulfill it. Could you please transcribe my father's medical insights for Fengwu, so that she can learn more and refine her own medical skills?" After saying this, the second miss of the Mo family felt a bit shy, clearly embarrassed by her bold request. Upon hearing the lady's request, Han Li immediately agreed without hesitation. "No problem. I will bring some of Master Mo's manuscripts and prescriptions to the second miss when I come to the Mo residence tomorrow. These were originally items of the Mo family, and I intended to hand them over to Madam C, but since the second miss wants them, it's the same to give them to you," Han Li said with a smile. "Thank you for your generosity." Feng Wu expressed her gratitude, her face showing appreciation. Sister, why are you thanking him? Didn't you hear him say those things are originally ours? It's only right for him to give them to you. Immortal interjected after blinking a few times. After hearing the little girl's words, Hanli shot her a sidelong glance, thinking to himself, if it weren't for your second sister, such a gentle and charming beauty asking me, would those things that fell into my hands ever be returned to the Mo family? Not a chance. Third sister, don't talk nonsense. The fact that young Master Han can hand over our father's belongings without hesitation shows his character. Mo Fengwu hurriedly reprimanded the little girl. Sensing the tension between Han Li and Mo Tsaiwan, she then pulled her along, gracefully bowed to Han Li, and took her leave. Throughout the encounter, the eldest miss of the Mo family, Mo Yuju, had not said a word. After the two sisters left, she cast a deep glance at Han Li before departing. What did this eldest miss mean by looking at me like that? Was she grateful, resentful, or a mix of both? Han Li was somewhat puzzled by Mo Yuju's departing gaze. However, after shrugging it off, he stopped thinking about it and left the Mo residence. When Han Li returned to the inn, the new leader of the Si Ping gang, Sun Ergu, along with another person, had been waiting outside his room for quite some time, and of course, Chu Han was there too. Upon seeing Sun Ergu, Han Li nodded and pushed open the door to enter the room. Sun Ergu and the others quickly followed inside, respectfully standing to the side. After Han Li sat down, he took a closer look at the stranger who had come with Sun Ergu, a burly man in his 30s with a fierce expression. You look quite radiant. I take it you've already taken the position of leader of the Si Ping gang? Han Li said to Sun Ergu casually. Yes. All thanks to your support, otherwise. How could I have achieved this today? Sun Ergu replied with a beaming smile. That's good to know. I want to interfere with the Si Ping gang's affairs. But you must use its power to properly handle the tasks I assign you. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to replace you as leader, Han Li said coldly. This made Sun Ergu, who had been a bit too pleased with himself, shudder and become much more alert. I will absolutely do my utmost for your matters, even if it costs me my life. Sun Ergu hurriedly put on a loyal demeanor. Han Li nodded slightly and turned his attention to the other person. You are the one who heard the conversation between the immortals? Han Li asked with interest. Yes, I am Shi Tinyu, and I did indeed hear it. The burly man replied respectfully. Despite his rough appearance, he was not foolish. He understood that this seemingly unremarkable young man was the one behind Sun Ergu's rise to the position of leader, so he dared not slack off. Han Li was quite pleased. As long as he was a smart person, things would be much easier. Tell me everything you saw when you encountered the male and female immortals. If I find it satisfactory, I will make you Sun Ergu's deputy and the vice leader of the Si Ping gang. Han Li promised without hesitation, knowing that only generous rewards could motivate others to work for him. Upon hearing this, Shi Tinyu was overjoyed and quickly promised to satisfy Han Li. Sun Ergu, hearing this, felt somewhat displeased but dared not show it on his face. After Shi Tinyu calmed down, he recounted the encounter with the cultivators in detail. His account differed in many subtle ways from what Sun Ergu had said, but the overall process was the same without major discrepancies. Did the male and female immortals mention any time or place names? After listening to the other's account, Han Li still asked about the matters he was most concerned about. Time, place names. Shi Tinyu was taken aback, seemingly without any impression, but seeing Han Li's seriousness. He knew this was the key to his success, so he lowered his head and pondered. After a quarter of an hour, got it. Shi Tinyu suddenly raised his head and shouted, his face filled with joy. I remember the female immortal saying that before attending the immortal meeting, the male immortal had to accompany her to a place called Tainan Valley, where it seemed there were other immortals as well. Tainan Valley, Han Li murmured twice. Having no impression of it at all, it seemed he had never heard of this place. Han Li turned his gaze to Sun Ergu. If there were such a place locally, this local tyrant should know something about it. In Jiyuan City, there is no such place. If there were such a valley, I would definitely remember it clearly, Sun Ergu said, frowning and shaking his head repeatedly. You're not mistaken, are you? Han Li turned his gaze back to Shi Tinyu, his tone becoming somewhat cold. Absolutely not. The woman also said that if they traveled for half a day, they could meet her friends at Tainan Valley. Shi Tinyu quickly swore. Half a day? If it's on foot, that would still be near Jiyuan City, but since these two are riding flying beasts, the range is much larger, but it shouldn't exceed the borders of Lan Prefecture, Han Li thought to himself. Do you both know if there is a place called Tainan Valley or Tainan in the entire Lan Prefecture? Han Li's expression softened as he asked the two. Sun Ergu and Shi Tiniu exchanged glances and almost simultaneously exclaimed, Tainan Temple. Tainan Mountain. There are two places called Tainan. Hanli was taken aback and felt a bit of a headache. Young master. No, it's just one. The Tainan Temple is located on Tainan Mountain. Sun Ergu hurriedly replied. That's right. It seems that Tainan Valley should be here, Hanli said easily. But young master, we've never heard of Tainan Valley near Tainan Mountain. Could it be a mistake? Sun Ergu reminded, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Hanli chuckled. It can't be wrong. It must be this place. You two are not cultivators, so of course, you wouldn't know this place. I estimate it should be a residence of some cultivators. Hanli thought excitedly. Where exactly is Tainan Mountain? After his excitement, Hanli realized he still didn't know where this place was and casually asked, Young master, Tainan Mountain is in the southernmost part of Lan Prefecture, about 40 miles west of Guanghui City, Sun Ergu said respectfully. The southern part of Lan Prefecture? Hanli frowned as he realized that the location of the assassination target, the Poison Overlord Manor, was situated directly south and north of him, making it a roundabout journey. It seemed he would have to make several trips. Sun Ergu, after returning, let Shi Tainyo be the deputy leader of the Si Ping gang. I know you are not very willing, but since I promised this person, I must keep my word, Hanli instructed Sun Ergu. Of course, whatever the young master says, I will do without a word of complaint. Sun Ergu exclaimed, startled, recalling Han Li's earlier words, making his face turn even paler. Rest assured, I know your loyalty well. This bottle contains a detoxifying pill that will completely remove the poison from your body, allowing you to have no more worries. This is also something I promised you beforehand. I will treat you equally and will not deceive you, Hanli said, taking out a bottle of pills and handing it to Sun Ergu. Upon seeing this, Sun Ergu was overjoyed. The poison from the corrupted heart pill had been making it difficult for him to eat and sleep well. Now that he could completely eliminate it, how could he not be excited? Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. I will definitely serve you with all my heart, even at the cost of my life. Sun Ergu said sincerely after receiving the bottle. Hanli nodded noncommittally. The reason he was so willing to detoxify Sun Ergu was mainly that giving him an antidote every month was quite troublesome. Since he would be away from Jiyuan City for a while, it was better to remove the poison completely. Of course, if either of them ever showed any signs of betrayal in the future, Hanli would not hesitate to kill them and replace them with others. Furthermore, since Hanli did not need the Si Ping gang for the time being, he had prepared to treat it as a fallback plan in his cunning escape routes. Hanli understood well that there was no loyalty without reason, nor betrayal without motive. Using violence to control others was the easiest method to see immediate results. But it was also the lowest form of control, as it could lead to backlash at any moment. Therefore, if he wanted to ensure long-term loyalty, a combination of reward and punishment was the best approach. This was why he detoxified Sun Ergu, on one hand. It would greatly increase his loyalty for a long time, and on the other hand, it would establish an image of a leader who rewards merit and punishes mistakes in front of him and Shi Tainyo, which would be beneficial for Han Li's long-term control over both. These were Han Li's thoughts after careful consideration. After seeing Sun Ergu take the detoxifying pill, he suddenly said something that surprised and delighted him. I will leave the Chu Hun with you for a long time. But you must not use it to stir up trouble. You must know that while this Chu Hun is powerful, there are many more extraordinary people in this world, and it might bring you danger instead. Do you understand? Hanli said solemnly. Yes, I understand. I will definitely take good care of Lord Chu Han. You can rest assured, young master. Sun Ergu nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. If he didn't need Chu Han's protection anymore, and if his appearance drew too much attention, making it inconvenient for him to travel, he would not have handed Chu Han over to this person for safekeeping. Hanli sighed and shook his head, feeling a bit reluctant. You both take care. You may leave now. You don't need to see me for a while, as I will be traveling for some time, and I don't know when I will return. Hanli waved his hand gently, signaling them to go. Upon hearing this, Sun Ergu and Shi Tainyo respectfully exited the room, leaving Hanli alone, lost in thought. What kind of cultivators are there in Tainan Valley? If I go there, will it be inappropriate or dangerous? Hanli pondered, drifting into a trance, entering a state of forgetfulness. Time flew by like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. By this time, Hanli could no longer be found in Jiyuan City, and for a long time after, his figure would not appear again. Chapter 126. Tainan Mountain, Tainan Valley, the young man. Another one has fallen. Everyone help push it up. Don't let it drop. Guangwei City is located in the southernmost part of Lanzhou, a small city with a population of only a few 100,000, just 1/5 of the largest city, Jiyuan City. However, it is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and a lake on 1 side, with beautiful scenery, making it a good place for wealthy families to relax. Additionally, there are several rare fruit specialties that cannot be found elsewhere, giving the small city a bit of fame. Tainan Mountain is located not far west of Guangwei City, with a height exceeding 3,000 meters, shrouded in mountain mist year-round, making it the 4th highest mountain in Lanzhou. At the top of this mountain, there is a small temple, Tainan Temple. Due to the temple's accurate divination and fortune-telling, many dignitaries and nobles come here every year to offer incense and make wishes, donating large amounts of money for the temple, ensuring its continual prosperity and reputation. At this moment, under a dense giant tree at the foot of Tainan Mountain, a person was sitting cross-legged, holding a glowing red object in both hands, rolling it back and forth against his dantian. Suddenly, the person shook and let out a muffled groan, and the red glow from the object diminished, revealing its true form, a piece of exquisite blue jade. This jade was not only pure and flawless, but also had faint red light seeping from its depths, indicating its considerable value and that it was no ordinary item. The person slowly removed the blue jade from his abdomen and looked up at the sky, revealing an ordinary young man's face. It was Han Li, who had disappeared from Jiyuan City. Han Li lowered his head to look at the object in his hand, a smile appearing on his face. Since obtaining this warm sun jade, he had been continuously removing the cold poison from his body, and it took him over half a month to completely eradicate it, which was not easy. The process of extracting the poison, with its intense aching and itching sensations, had caused him considerable suffering, and he still felt a lingering fear when he thought back on it. However, this warm sun jade was indeed a rare treasure. It could accommodate his spiritual energy, making the process of expelling the poison much easier. Otherwise, without this discovery, he feared it would have taken him another 10 days to completely remove the poison from his body. Thinking of this, Han Li placed the jade into a wooden box beside him and carefully hid it close to his body. Then, he stood up, stretched his stiff limbs, and reflected on his experiences over the past 2 months. The next day, after Han Li arranged everything, he went to the Mo mansion, obtained intelligence about the poison overlord manor and Ouyang Feitian from the Yin family, and then rode a fine steed provided by the Mo mansion, traveling day and night, finally arriving at the poison overlord manor within 10 days. After several days of continuous probing and infiltration, Han Li seized an opportunity when Ouyang Feitian was alone, enjoying the moon. Taking him by surprise, he unleashed his magical treasures and activated his sword talisman, swiftly severing his head and taking his life. The entire process was surprisingly smooth and easy, without a ripple of disturbance, almost making Han Li doubt if he had killed a fake. Only after examining several unique scars and birthmarks on Ouyang Feitian's corpse did he confirm that he had indeed not made a mistake. Han Li then felt a sense of accomplishment as he took the head back to Jiyuan City. Upon returning to the Mo mansion and handing over Ouyang Feitian's head to the Yin family for inspection, Han Li learned from them that Ouyang Feitian practiced the top-tier hard martial arts in the Jianghu known as the Overlord armor, making his body impervious to blades and guns. Even the sharpest weapons would struggle to harm him. Han Li was surprised that he had managed to take his head so easily. Han Li realized that Ouyang Feitian had likely treated his sword talisman as some sort of hidden weapon, which was why he had not dodged, allowing Han Li to take advantage of the situation so easily. The rest was simple. After confirming the head, the Yin family immediately took out the treasure and exchanged it for the antidote with Han. After receiving the treasure, Han Li refused Yan's persistent invitation, having no desire to socialize with the people from the Mo family, and immediately left Jejun City again, heading towards Tainan Mountain. Along the way, Han Li detoxified while thinking about how to meet and befriend the cultivators of Tainan Valley. Not knowing whether the other party was righteous or evil, Han Li did not intend to recklessly approach them. If the cultivators inside were all evil, he would be walking right into a trap, and it would be strange if he wasn't treated as a dish to be devoured. Thus, when Han Li arrived at Tainan Mountain, he began inquiring the nearby villagers about some strange tales and bizarre occurrences in Tainan Mountain, and he indeed discovered some clues. Villagers mentioned that to the north of Tainan Mountain, there was a very mysterious slope, which was shrouded in thick white fog all year round, making it impossible to see one's hand in front of them. Normally, some mountain fog in Tainan Mountain was to be expected, But a place with such dense fog covering it throughout the year was quite unbelievable. As a result, some bolder villagers had ventured into it several times. Strangely, each time someone entered, they would unknowingly lose their direction, but not long after. They would inexplicably find their way out of the fog and return to where they had started, which was astonishing, because the slope was so peculiar. And entering it did not lead to any major incidents. More villagers eagerly tried to solve this mystery. However, it seemed that their actions angered the fog on the slope. Since that day, all villagers who entered the strange slope could no longer walk out immediately. Instead, they had to be trapped for 2 or 3 days, until they were so weak from hunger that they could finally emerge from the fog. As a result, very few dared to venture into the strange slope anymore. In the end, the villagers became accustomed to this place and turned a blind eye to it. After learning about these matters, Han Li was overjoyed. He knew that this strange slope was likely the place he was looking for, and even if it wasn't Tainan Valley, it was certainly the residence of other cultivators. What pleased Han Li the most was that, based on the villagers' descriptions, the temperament of the local inhabitants did not seem particularly extreme or malicious. They should not be the type of cultivators who would strike hard upon meeting someone, which left room for interaction. Even so, Han Li still did not plan to visit right away. Instead, he stayed in the woods, preparing to eliminate the hidden dangers on him before making a formal visit in the best condition. In case anything went wrong, he would have a better chance of escaping. With this in mind, Han Li decided to go to the villager's house where he was staying to have a meal, rest for the night, and formally visit the strange slope the next day. So, Han Li walked out of the woods and headed towards the nearby small village. As soon as he entered the borrowed small village, he saw a 15 or 16-year-old boy dressed in white, standing at the village entrance, animatedly talking to several villagers. Han Li was slightly taken aback. Outsiders appearing here were likely not ordinary people, so he naturally used his heavenly eye technique to take a look at the boy. After a glance, Han Li was overjoyed to find that the boy in white was indeed enveloped in a faint spiritual light, only slightly dimmer than his own, indicating that the boy was also a cultivator. The boy in the distance seemed to sense someone looking at him. He turned to look at Han Li, and upon seeing him, his face immediately lit up with joy, and he quickly ran over. "Are you also here for Tainan Valley? I've seen you at Qiang Mountain." "Wanjiashan," the boy exclaimed breathlessly, eager to invite Han Li to visit together. Han Li, now seeing the boy's appearance clearly, noticed that he had delicate features and fair skin, resembling a pampered young master from a wealthy family. "Of course, but do you know where Tainan Valley is?" Han Li responded calmly to the boy's request. "Hee. I only heard my family say that Tainan Valley is located to the north of Tainan Mountain, and its entrance is always shrouded in mist. I don't know the exact location, and when I asked those villagers, they didn't know either. But you must know, right?" The boy scratched his head a bit shyly, looking at Han Li with hopeful eyes. "Is this your first time traveling far?" Han Li asked with a smile, suppressing his amusement at the boy's words. "Big brother, you saw through me. This is indeed my first time so far from home," the boy said, feeling a bit embarrassed as he nodded. "All right, come with me. I'll take you there," Han Li said. Initially, he wasn't entirely sure that the strange slope was the Tainan Valley he was looking for, but now, after hearing the boy, he felt completely confident. "Great. Now I can see it for myself," the boy exclaimed excitedly upon hearing Han Li's words. Han Li smiled faintly at the boy's enthusiasm, thinking that he could extract some information from him about these cultivators. "What do you want to see in Tainan Valley?" Han Li asked as they walked slowly towards the location of the strange slope, which he had already secretly scouted several times and remembered clearly. "Oh, there is so much. I want to see the spells and secret techniques of other families and sects, and also exchange some things I like with others," the boy replied casually. "Oh," Han Li responded softly, but felt a bit puzzled. From the boy's tone, it seemed that many cultivators were gathering in Tainan Valley. Was something significant about to happen? Han Li began to feel uneasy. Chapter 127. The Talk of Spiritual Roots. Tomorrow is Monday again. Wang Yu still needs everyone's continued support. I hope to stay on the list, as this increases the possibility of getting signed by the editor. As long as I remain on the list, I will continue to write 6,000 words daily for everyone. Please continue to support this book." As they walked and chatted, it was more accurate to say that Han Li was asking questions while the boy was answering. From this boy, Han Li managed to subtly extract some information about the world of cultivators, learning a lot of common knowledge that cultivators should know. For example, cultivators are classified according to their realms into 3 major stages: lower realm, middle realm, and upper realm. The lower realm includes 5 levels, chi refining, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, and spirit transformation. The middle realm has 3 levels: void refinement, integration, and great ascension. By the time one reaches the upper realm, there is actually only the tribulation transcendent stage left. Once this stage is passed, one can ascend to the immortal realm and live as long as the heavens and earth. However, while it sounds easy, truly cultivating is an unattainable goal, not to mention the advancement through the 3 major realms, even in the initial lower realm. According to the boy, there has never been anyone in the entire U Kingdom who has reached the pinnacle of the spirit transformation stage. Even among those lingering in the nascent soul stage, there are only a few fortunate old monsters. According to the boy, a cultivator's lifespan is closely related to their cultivation realm. Each level of advancement represents a multiple increase in lifespan. For ordinary mortals, living to over 100 is already a rarity. A successful foundation establishment cultivator can live for over 200 years, which is quite normal. If someone is lucky enough to form a golden core, living to 400 or 500 years is also very hopeful. If a miracle occurs, allowing one to defy fate and condense a nascent soul, then congratulations. Even living to 1,000 years is not impossible. When the boy said this, he couldn't help but smack his lips, enviously regarding those old monsters who could live for 1,000 or 800 years. As that was 10 times the lifespan of an ordinary person, Hanli listened in astonishment. Although he had vaguely guessed that cultivators likely lived longer than ordinary people, he never expected it to be so outrageous. A lifespan of over 1,000 years. Wouldn't he that make them like a 1,000-year-old turtle? Hanli couldn't help but think maliciously. However, if those in the nascent soul stage could live this long, wouldn't those in the transformation stage and other mid and high realms live even longer? Hanli finally couldn't hold back and indirectly probed this question. Who knows? Maybe they live even longer, or perhaps they are truly immortal. The young boy said casually. According to rumors, any cultivator who truly reaches the transformation stage and perfects it must leave this world for a higher realm. Although what that space or world is, no one knows. And no one has ever returned. If no one has returned, how are the realms above the transformation stage classified? Hanli thought gloomily. But he estimated that asking this noble young man would probably leave him just as confused, so he refrained from asking. Aside from the classifications of cultivators, Hanli also gained a general understanding of the cultivation sects and families in the U Kingdom. The boy didn't know about other places, but he spoke knowledgeably about the cultivation sects in the U Kingdom. From him, Hanli learned that there are 7 major cultivation sects in the U Kingdom: the Hidden Moon Sect, Yellow Maple Valley, Spirit Beast Mountain, Clear Void Gate, Transformation Blade Workshop, Skywatch Fortress, and Giant Sword Sect, with the Hidden Moon Sect being the strongest, followed closely by Spirit Beast Mountain. While the other sects were relatively similar in strength without significant disparities. If these cultivation sects are the towering trees supporting the entire cultivation world of the U Kingdom, then the cultivation families are the various branches that rely on them to survive in the cultivation world. According to the boy, any somewhat established cultivation family has ancestors who were disciples of these sects, continuing the bloodline of these disciples. The reason for this relates to the spiritual roots that all cultivators possess. What are spiritual roots? Most cultivators do not understand them well. However, they all know that if a person lacks a spiritual root, they might as well give up on cultivation, as they cannot sense spiritual energy, let alone cultivate magical power. Yet, those born with spiritual roots are exceedingly rare among ordinary people, to the point of being 1 in 10,000, or even 1 in several tens of thousands. Even so, having a spiritual root does not guarantee that one will walk the path of cultivation. The vast majority still live mundane lives. This is because identifying those with spiritual roots is quite difficult, as they are too dispersed, causing headaches for sects hoping to recruit disciples. Moreover, not all spiritual roots meet the requirements of cultivation sections. Different types of spiritual roots vary greatly in quality. Generally speaking, spiritual roots are classified into 5 elemental attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Most people's spiritual roots are mixed with these 5 or 4 attributes. While these individuals can sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, their cultivation results can be disheartening. They can typically only advance the foundational techniques of the 5 elements to the 3rd or 4th level and then find themselves stuck, often spending their lives unable to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Thus, Spiritual roots with 5 or even 4 attributes are referred to as pseudo-spiritual roots in the cultivation world, distinguishing them from true spiritual roots, which have only 2 or 3 attributes and are faster to cultivate. As for single attribute spiritual roots, they are called heavenly roots, meaning they are favored by heaven. Those with such roots, regardless of their attribute, cultivate at 2 to 3 times the speed of ordinary spiritual root individuals. Furthermore, when they reach the peak of the foundation establishment stage, they do not face the bottleneck usually encountered when transitioning to the core formation stage and can easily begin forming their cores. If the astonishing speed of cultivation for those with heavenly roots makes other cultivators envious, then the ability to form cores without bottlenecks makes them so jealous they could spit blood. It's important to note that if among 10 Qi refinement stage cultivators, only one can enter the foundation establishment stage with the help of a foundation establishment pill, then among 100 foundation establishment cultivators, it's unlikely even one will succeed in forming a core and entering the core formation stage. Such a stark disparity in core formation ratios undoubtedly makes other cultivators extremely envious of the advantages enjoyed by those with heavenly roots. Therefore, whenever a heavenly root individual appears, they are usually fiercely contested by various cultivation sects, as this essentially guarantees a powerful core formation expert for the sect, significantly boosting its strength. However, the occurrence of such extraordinary heavenly roots is exceedingly rare. Usually only one is discovered by cultivation sects every few hundred years. In contrast, another type of spiritual root, while not heavenly, is a variant spiritual root that appears with slightly greater frequency, typically one every 20 to 30 years. Variant spiritual roots refer to those that are a mix of 2 or 3 elemental attributes that have undergone mutation and elevation. For example, a lightning root arises from the mutation of earth and water roots. An ice root arises from the mutation of metal and water roots, along with dark roots, wind roots, and other variant spiritual roots. Although cultivators with variant spiritual roots do not possess the gift of bypassing the core formation bottleneck, their cultivation speed is not inferior to that of heavenly root individuals. Additionally, if they can find compatible techniques for their attributes, most will become formidable experts, typically capable of matching 3 or 4 ordinary cultivators of the same level. Thus, individuals with variant spiritual roots are also highly sought after by major cultivation sections. However, in the past, it was challenging for cultivation sects to find not only extraordinary talents like heavenly and variant roots, but even ordinary true spiritual root individuals. This is because sect members couldn't possibly test every child from every household in the secular world. It's known that only 1 in 10,000 people might have a spiritual root, and among 6 or 7 individuals with spiritual roots, only one is likely to have a true spiritual root. As a result, under such stringent conditions for searching, there have been instances in the history of the cultivation world where minor sects were left with only a few members, nearly causing their entire lineage to be cut off. Faced with this awkward situation, some determined individuals finally discovered that spiritual roots are highly likely to appear in individuals with similar bloodlines. For example, if one of a couple possesses a spiritual root, their child has a 1 in 4 chance of also having one. Of course, if both parents are spiritual root bearers, the likelihood of their offspring possessing a spiritual root increases even further, and it's not unusual for all of their children to be spiritual root bearers. This discovery excited those who had been searching. With their encouragement, many young disciples of various sects were sent out by their elders to establish families in the secular world. Once they had children, they would return to their sects to continue their cultivation. Thus, whenever these cultivation sects needed more disciples, they would directly select children with spiritual roots from the families of their disciples, significantly increasing the ratio of true spiritual roots. As a result, the severe problem of a lack of disciples in cultivation sects was finally alleviated, although the probability of spiritual roots emerging among ordinary people remained low. The overall number of individuals with spiritual roots gradually increased, leading to a continuous emergence of spiritual root disciples from families with inherited spiritual roots. Over time, with branches spreading out, the current cultivation families were formed. These advanced cultivation techniques may not be available in the families of cultivators, but they do not lack slightly shallower cultivation methods. Gradually, they have become the outer portals of various cultivation sects, possessing a certain degree of independence. Therefore, it is said that behind every cultivator family, there is generally a cultivation sect supporting them, which should not be underestimated. This young man in white hadn't spoken so freely in front of others for a long time. The feeling of being listened to intently made him feel the urge to express himself, greatly increasing his fondness for Han Li, and without hesitation, he began to share everything he knew about the cultivation world, showing off to Han Li. Han Li naturally listened happily from the side, occasionally interjecting with a few comments to encourage the boy to speak even more freely. Unfortunately, the misty hillside shrouded in fog was not too far from the small village, and after walking for several hours, the two finally arrived at the hillside. This short distance made Han Li very displeased. He hadn't heard enough about the cultivation world and wished he could turn back and experience it all over again. However, he knew that was impossible, so he could only watch the boy, who had fallen silent, gazing wide-eyed at the mist. Chapter 128. The small gathering of Tai Nen. Everyone, please vote. We've reached 6,000 collections, so we should be able to make it onto the list. Having votes gives us motivation. If you haven't voted yet, please cast your vote. Which family's disciple are you? After finishing looking at the mist in front of him, the boy seemed to remember something and turned to ask. Han Li had already learned during their previous conversation that besides the various cultivation sects and families, there were also many loose cultivators in the cultivation world. Most of these loose cultivators were either descendants of fallen cultivation families or ordinary people like Han Li who accidentally acquired certain cultivation techniques and entered the cultivation world on their own. There were also those from small sects that were on the verge of extinction. The cultivation levels of these loose cultivators were generally not high, mostly lingering in the qi refining stage, so they were often looked down upon by the families of cultivators. Somewhat like how wealthy people in the secular world look down on impoverished fallen households. I am not from any family. I have been cultivating on my own. After thinking for a moment, Han Li decided to be truthful. After all, pretending to be from another family would be too easy to expose. You are a loose cultivator. The boy was a bit surprised, but there was no sign of discrimination on his face. Instead, he seemed a bit delighted. He excitedly circled around Han Li, examining him as if he were a rare object. Weren't you just saying that cultivation families look down on loose cultivators? Why are you so happy then? Han Li asked, somewhat surprised. They are them, and we are our one family. Don't lump us together with other cultivation families. Our family has always been friendly with loose cultivators. The boy pouted and replied proudly. It seemed he was quite proud of his family's approach. Our ancestors of the Wan family were originally loose cultivators, but later, by chance, they entered a cultivation sect and became formal disciples of the Giant Sword sect, which led to the establishment of our Wan family. Therefore, our family rules have always included the prohibition of discrimination against loose cultivators, the boy said with a smile. In fact, not only our Wan family, but some other families also have ancestors who were loose cultivators, so they do not hold any prejudice against them. It's just that these families are too few among all the cultivation families, which is why there is a notion of discrimination against loose cultivators. The boy shook his head and said, I see. It seems I'm quite lucky to run into a person from the Wan family like you on my first try. After understanding the boy's words and revealing his identity as a loose cultivator, Han Li's wariness towards the boy lessened a bit. But brother, since you've asked so many well-known things about the cultivation world along the way, could it be that you are also a newbie just coming out of the mountains? The boy's eyes turned, and suddenly he seemed to become clever, saying in realization. Upon hearing this, Han Li smiled slightly and patted the boy's shoulder, apologetically saying, I didn't mean to deceive you, little brother. I just entered the cultivation world not long ago and had some concerns. It's okay, I don't mind. But, big brother, you should tell me your name. Just call me Xiaoshan from now on. Wan Xiaoshan clearly was the type of person who warmed up quickly, speaking casually. Hee. My name is Han Li. Indeed, I just recently came into contact with the cultivation world, so I hope Xiaoshan can look after me. Han Li felt even fonder of Wan Xiaoshan, and his tone became more relaxed. No problem. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Hee. I didn't expect Wan Xiaoshan, would have the opportunity to teach someone. Wan Xiaoshan said proudly. I'll definitely seek your advice if I have any questions. But shouldn't we head into the valley now? Han Li pointed to the sky and smiled slightly. Oh no, I almost forgot about the important matter. Wan Xiaoshan, following Han Li's finger to look at the sky, immediately became flustered and began to shout. The boy fumbled around in his clothes for a while and finally took out a piece of talisman paper. He held it in his hand, gestured a few times, muttered a few words, and then threw the talisman paper into the air, which transformed into a firelight and shot into the mist, disappearing from sight. Big brother Han, please wait a moment. This communication talisman will reach the valley shortly, and the people inside will open the formation to welcome us. Seeing Han Li staring blankly at the direction where the firelight disappeared, the boy explained. Oh, Han Li nodded, indicating he understood. Big brother Han. Since you came to Tainan Valley, you must have brought quite a few items for exchange, right? Can you tell me about it? Don't be shy. Let me go first then. I brought a dozen lower-grade blank talismans, 2 lower-grade invisibility talismans, 2 ground escape talismans, 1 intermediate-grade continuous thunder talisman, a dozen lower-grade ice bomb talismans, a piece of iron mother, a bottle of lower-grade cinnabar, and a bundle of whiskers from a 3-tailed cat demon. Wan Xiaoshan, completely oblivious to Han Li's stunned expression, rattled off a long list of items while counting on his fingers. All right, it's now Big Brother Han's turn to speak. Huh, why is your face so pale? The boy blinked, looking at Han Li with confusion. Is it necessary to prepare items to enter Tainan Valley? Han Li's expression turned grim. Not necessarily. Wan Xiaoshan answered very straightforwardly. Upon hearing this, Han Li's expression improved significantly. However, since you're here at Tainan Valley, it must be to attend the Tainan Small Gathering. Who would come without bringing something? This is a trading event held once every 5 years specifically for the younger generation of our Lanzhou. Especially with the Ascension Conference happening in a month in our Lanzhou, many more people will come to participate in the Tainan Small Gathering. The boy said in astonishment, looking at Han Li with disbelief. Han Li smiled wryly. Xiaoshan, I truly did not know there was a Tainan Small Gathering being held here. I only learned that there were other cultivators living in this area and wanted to come and make some connections. I had never prepared anything specifically. Han Li spread his hands, helplessly saying, Oh, I see. That's a pity. Big Brother Han will have to miss out on this great opportunity. You should know that chances to obtain the materials and items you need are quite rare. Wan Xiaoshan said with a regretful expression, repeatedly sighing for Han Li. However, I can't say I have nothing to exchange. At least I still have those 2 talismans, right? Han Li thought to himself with a self-deprecating smile. At that moment, the thick fog in front of Han Li and the young man suddenly began to roll, and then it split apart as if cut by a knife, revealing a narrow path for the 2 to walk side by side. The other end of the path seemed endless and very distant. All right, let's go. The young man happily made a face at Han Li and eagerly rushed in, disappearing into the path. Han Li, however, examined the path coldly for a moment before stepping in steadily and unhurriedly. The path looked long, but after walking for a short while, they reached the end. As Han Li stepped out of the path, he was suddenly greeted by a bright sight. A green valley filled with exotic flowers and plants appeared before him. The valley was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with the only exit being the hillside that had been shrouded in fog when Han Li entered. The entire area was quite large, covering more than 100 acres, and in the center stood a vast palace-like building with carved railings and jade structures, where people dressed in strange outfits were coming and going. In front of the building, there was a spacious square made of blue bricks, where many people had set up small stalls like vendors around the perimeter. Occasionally, 1 or 2 people would squeeze in front of these stalls to take a look or ask a few questions. But Han Li did not see many transactions being made on the spot. Seeing this scene, Han Li could not help but take a deep breath. This was indeed the world of immortality. All the people here were practitioners of cultivation. To see so many cultivators at once left Han Li feeling somewhat dazed. He shook his head slightly to clear his mind. He continuously reminded himself that he was entering a world he had never imagined before, where anyone could easily extinguish him. And he needed to be cautious and low-key. With this in mind, Han Li turned back to glance at the road he had completely disappeared from, then stepped into the lighted area. Chapter 129. Real person Qingyan. Han Li had just taken a few steps when he heard someone calling him from a distance. Over here. Brother Han. Han Li looked in the direction of the voice and saw Wan Xiaoshan standing next to an old man in a green robe, waving at him. Han Li smiled slightly and walked over quickly. When he reached the old man in the green robe, Wan Xiaoshan introduced him. This is real person Qingyan from Tainan Valley. He is a close friend of my father, and this Tainan gathering is being jointly hosted by him and a few other seniors. Upon hearing the boy's words, Han Li couldn't help but take a closer look at real person Qingyan. The old man was tall and thin, with broad shoulders and long hands, dressed in a green scholar's robe, giving off an ethereal aura. However, his face was quite striking with its greenish spots. Then the young man said to the old man, Brother Han is someone I just met outside the valley. Although he is a loose cultivator, we get along quite well. Please take care of him, uncle. At this time, The old man also sized up Han Li and suddenly squinted his eyes, saying to Han Li, "Young friend Han, your wood attribute cultivation method is practiced quite well. At such a young age, you've already reached the 8th layer. Such a level is rare even within cultivation families." Hearing real person Qingyin's praise, Han Li couldn't help but smile bitterly. If it weren't for relying on a large amount of spiritual pills and good medicine, how could he have possibly reached the 8th layer? He probably would still be struggling between the 3rd and 4th layers. However, he still respectfully replied, "Senior Qing, you flatter me. I'm just lucky." Real person Qingyin nodded slightly, no longer saying anything to him, but instead turned to Wan Xiaoshan and said, "Little guy, your other family members have already arrived. They are particularly worried about you and asked me to bring you to see them as soon as I found you. Let's go now?" Hearing this, Wan Xiaoshan couldn't help but make a sad face. Could it be that my 7th sister and 9th brother are also here? I really dread their nagging. Can I skip it? Wan Xiaoshan looked at real person Qingyin with hope. Real person Qingyin's face turned stern as he said, "What do you think?" "Of course not." Wan Xiaoshan dejectedly answered himself. "Humph. You're quite bold to sneak out without telling your family. If you run into some unscrupulous cultivators on the way, you could lose your life." When real person Qingyin said this, he cast a sideways glance at Han Li. This old man was not subtle. His words clearly implied that he suspected Han Li was an unscrupulous cultivator trying to approach Wan Xiaoshan. Han Li observed coldly from the side and naturally understood the implications of real person Qingyin's words. "Sigh, it's rare to meet such an outspoken young master. But it seems I must part ways for now. Otherwise, if real person Qingyin gives me a little trouble, I might end up in a difficult situation." Han Li thought helplessly. "Since Brother Wan wants to go see his family, I'll take a look around first. We can drink and chat some other time." Han Li clasped his fist and said to Wan Xiaoshan and real person Qingyin, "Oh, don't rush off. I still need to introduce you to young friend Han. He has important matters to attend to, so don't cause him any trouble." When Wan Xiaoshan saw Han Li about to leave, he hurriedly wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by real person Qingyin, who seized the opportunity to cut him off. Seeing this, Han Li gave Wan Xiaoshan a bright smile and turned to continue walking toward the square. Meanwhile, the young man, looking like a prisoner being taken to the gallows, had a pained expression as he slowly followed real person Qingyin toward the building. Han Li was not angry about how he was treated by real person Qingyin. After all, any elder would look at an unknown friend of their family's child with suspicion, especially in a powerful cultivation family like Wan Xiaoshan's. However, Han Li had no ill intentions toward Wan Xiaoshan. He merely wanted to learn more about the world of cultivation from him. But he didn't expect to be interrupted by real person Qingyin, leaving him to find someone else to gather information from. As Han Li thought this, he gradually approached the square filled with small stalls. The stalls of the cultivators were arranged around the relatively spacious square, forming a sparse return path. Those selecting and trading items walked in groups of 3 or 2 in the clear space between the stalls, creating a lively atmosphere reminiscent of mundane business transactions. At this time, the sky had darkened somewhat, but the square was brightly lit, with most stalls already displaying uniformly large lanterns. These lanterns were made of bronze, with an ancient style, standing about a meter tall. However, instead of oil or other fuel, they held a fist-sized white stone that emitted a soft glow. The light from these stones was much brighter than ordinary oil lamps, illuminating the stalls beneath them as brightly as day, even making the nearby paths clearly visible, a truly marvelous item. Han Li couldn't help but marvel at this scene. Although it was late, the number of people in the square had increased significantly compared to before, with new stalls appearing and a large influx of cultivators flooding in, making the place bustling with activity. Han Li slowly approached the square but did not immediately enter. Instead, he stayed nearby, observing the coming and going of the cultivators. Being close allowed Han Li to have his eyes opened by the appearances and attire of these cultivators. Some wore very simple clothing, covering only a few key areas, while others were completely wrapped up, not revealing a single bit of skin, which was the exact opposite. What's even more ridiculous is that I saw a cultivator who clearly looked like a man but was dressed in women's attire. This made Han Li feel a wave of nausea. Fortunately, such bizarre individuals were rare. Most people's outfits, while somewhat eccentric, were still acceptable to Han Li. After observing for a while, Han Li's expression suddenly changed, and a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes. He noticed that all the cultivators in the square, whether they were setting up stalls or wandering around, were all in their teens or 20s. He hadn't seen a single person in their 30s. At this moment, the words of Wan Xiaoshan came to mind, stating that the Tainan Small Convention was held every 5 years specifically for the younger generation. It seemed that those older cultivators with slightly higher status would not appear here, and that Qin Yinzhenren probably could only show up here because of his identity as an organizer. With this thought, Han Li felt a bit relieved. After all, those old geezers were indeed difficult to deal with, and if they wanted to target him, it would probably be no more troublesome than squashing an ant. However, even the so-called younger cultivators before him were not weak in strength. People like Han Li could only be considered average in the crowd, while highly skilled cultivators like the blue-clad man he had seen before were not lacking here. In just a short while, Han Li spotted 5 or 6 such experts, which made him feel quite embarrassed. Chapter 130. Joining the group surprise. Today, I logged on and found that we made it onto the rankings. I won't waste words. Let us get to writing. Everyone just needs to keep supporting to maintain this book's ranking. Brother, why are you standing here alone? Are you waiting for a friend? A clear voice suddenly came from behind Han Li, startling him. Han Li slowly turned around and saw 6 or 7 people not far behind him. The speaker was a cultivator dressed as a Taoist, around 27 or 28 years old, with a fair face and no beard, well-defined features, and a whisk draped over his arm, smiling as he looked at Han Li. Taoist, do you have something to discuss with me? Han Li ignored the question and replied with a blank expression. Haha, don't misunderstand. We have no ill intentions. We just saw you standing here alone, looking quite curious about everything. So we guessed that you might be a solitary loose cultivator attending the meeting, and we wanted to come over and make your acquaintance. We are all loose cultivators, just like you. The Taoist explained with a friendly demeanor. You're all loose cultivators? Han Li was slightly taken aback. Indeed. If you are a loose cultivator, it would be best to travel with us. That way, we can look out for each other at the meeting. The speaker was a pretty woman with a scar on her face, standing next to a burly man with a thick beard, who seemed to be her husband. Yes. In previous years, solitary loose cultivators attending the trading meetings have often been bullied by the families, the Taoist said with a serious expression. Hearing this, Han Li began to understand their intentions. These loose cultivators attending the meeting were afraid of being bullied by the cultivator families, so they naturally banded together to form a small group for mutual protection, hence their search for solitary cultivators like him. Since he understood their purpose, Han Li naturally wouldn't refuse such a good opportunity, as he indeed needed a small group for cover, even if it was temporary. However, before agreeing, he needed to ask them a few questions to feel at ease about joining. Since you figured it out, I have nothing to hide. I am indeed a loose cultivator. However, before I join your group, could you please introduce yourselves and explain what I would need to do as a member? Han Li admitted his identity as a loose cultivator, but as soon as the others showed signs of joy, he put forth his request. It seems brother still has some concerns. Haha, that's nothing. The others said similar things when they first joined. The Taoist and the others exchanged glances and suddenly burst into laughter, and then the Taoist said the above. Let me introduce you to these friends. The Taoist pointed at the other cultivators and smiled at Han Li. These two are brothers, He Mu and He Jin from Songlong Ridge. The Taoist introduced Han Li to a pair of similarly featured young men, who cupped their fists in greeting, and Han Li calmly returned the gesture. These are Hong Lian, a loose cultivator from Filian Cave, and Master Ku Sang from Pulishan. This time, he was introduced to an ordinary-looking girl and a small monk with a bitter expression. As for this couple, they are from Tianshui Village, Huping and Xiongdali. The Taoist pointed to the woman who had spoken to Han Li earlier and the bearded man, but before he could finish, the woman giggled and took over the conversation. The Taoist didn't get angry at being interrupted. Instead, he smiled calmly. I am the wandering Taoist from Woniu Mountain, with the Tao named Sun Wen. Haha. I am the initiator of this small group, temporarily serving as the leader, but generally, I don't give orders. I only lead when handling external disputes. The Taoist humbly introduced himself and briefly described the nature of the group. This Taoist indeed had some presence. He seemed quite nice. Moreover, the others' magical powers were mostly not weak, and they appeared to have levels similar to the 7th or 8th layers of Changchun Gong. This Sungwen Taoist was even more impressive. Although he hadn't reached the level of the blue-clad man, he was much stronger than Han Li. After considering it, Han Li felt that being with these people would indeed bring him benefits without harm. He said, since we are all loose cultivators and it is indeed easier to work together, then I, Han Li, will temporarily join you. Great. With Brother Han's addition, Our group's strength has increased. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Daoist Sun Wen immediately expressed his joy. The others also showed happy expressions, as Han Li appeared to have considerable magical power, which would greatly benefit them. Are all the members of our group here? Han Li looked around and asked. There are two others. One is sleeping inside, and the other is wandering around. Hu Ping pouted, seeming to disapprove of the two. They aren't as bad as Mrs. Hu says. One just sleeps a bit, and the other is a bit playful. This time, it was the bald little monk who defended the two. Mrs. Hu, upon hearing the little monk's words, was somewhat displeased and wanted to say something more. All right, everyone, let us not argue. After all, we agreed at the beginning that apart from uniting against external forces and following commands, everyone is free to act according to their preferences. Daoist Sun Wen hurriedly stepped in to mediate. Seeing this, Mrs. Hu, while somewhat unhappy, didn't press further. After all, Daoist Sun Wen's strength was there, and she couldn't afford to lose face. When we gather tonight, Brother Han will meet those two. I'll introduce them to you then. They indeed have a bit of uniqueness. The Taoist looked helpless, seemingly quite troubled by the two. Han Li saw this, and, although his curiosity was piqued, he felt it was inappropriate to ask further. Next, Daoist Sun Wen asked Han Li whether he intended to act with them or wander alone. Naturally, Han Li chose the latter, and Daoist Sun Wen was not surprised. Because newcomers to the Tainan Valley are naturally curious about the place, most prefer to act alone. However, once they have seen enough, they will gather together to engage in activities like the few people they are with. The Taoist is quite responsible. After explaining some taboos and certain common practices to Han Li, he gave him a basic understanding of the small gathering in Tainan. Then, the Taoist handed Han Li a talisman, pointing to a small building among the pavilions. He told Han Li that it was their resting place, and that he could go there to rest if he got tired. This talisman was the key to breaking the restrictions of the small building. After that, the few people said goodbye to Han Li and disappeared into the night, leaving Han Li wondering if they were continuing to search for other scattered cultivators. Han Li watched their figures until they were truly out of sight before looking down at the talisman in his hand. The yellow talisman shimmered with silver light, featuring some symbols he couldn't understand, and it indeed seemed to have some magical use. After pondering for a moment, Han Li chuckled softly. He folded the talisman neatly and placed it inside his robe. Then, he took a deep look in the direction where the Taoist had vanished before turning without hesitation and walking toward the square. Once he entered the square, Han Li, like the other cultivators, strolled slowly while checking the items at various stalls one by one. According to what the Taoist had just said, the transactions among these cultivators generally occurred in two ways. One way was the primitive barter system where some cultivators hoped to exchange their unwanted items for things they urgently needed. As a result, these individuals often set up stalls for several days without successfully trading a single item, which was quite common. The other way was more mainstream, using something called spirit stones as currency to buy and sell items among cultivators. As the name suggests, spirit stones are stones filled with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the spiritual energy contained within them is extremely beneficial for cultivators. When cultivators absorb the energy from spirit stones during meditation, their cultivation speed can become astonishing. After all, absorbing and refining scattered spiritual energy on their own is quite different from having pure spiritual energy readily available for them to absorb and extract. However, the greatest effect of spirit stones lies beyond that. Their primary use is in laying out formations and consuming them when casting spells. The success and effectiveness of a high-level formation often depend on the efficacy of the spirit stones used. Good spirit stones not only ensure the success of the formation, but also significantly increase its power. The amount of spirit stones consumed when casting spells is even greater than when applying formations. This is because the level and effectiveness of spells a cultivator can cast generally depend on their own magical power. It is unlikely for them to cast spells beyond their level solely based on their own abilities. Thus, spirit stones become the best means to amplify magical power. If a cultivator can hold a spirit stone while casting a powerful spell, the energy within the stone will continuously replenish the magical power consumed during the casting, allowing the caster to forcefully cast spells that they wouldn't normally be able to use. Therefore, spirit stones have become an excellent choice for cultivators seeking to gain the upper hand or overcome stronger opponents. Moreover, they are the best supplement for quickly restoring one's original strength after significant magical power loss, greatly increasing their chances of survival in conflicts. With so many practical and incredible effects, the value of spirit stones has naturally skyrocketed. However, with the massive consumption of spirit stones, over-extraction, and the increasing scarcity of spirit stone veins, spirit stones have gradually become precious luxury items in today's cultivation world, serving as the best guarantee for transactions among cultivators. They have also established a detailed classification of spirit stone specifications and levels. Spirit stones are divided into 4 grades based on the amount of spiritual energy they contain, including low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade spirit stones. Additionally, spirit stones can be categorized into 5 elemental types based on their spiritual energy attributes, such as metal, wood, water, earth, and fire spirit stones. There are also some rare attribute spirit stones like wind and thunder spirit stones, which are even scarcer. Han Li, however, did not possess even half a spirit stone. He believed he had nothing of value to exchange, so he initially wandered around with the mindset of broadening his horizons, leisurely looking around. Although Han Li appeared calm and unhurried, many items at the stalls truly made him envious and excited. To say nothing of the many sheets of blank talisman paper at each stall, these items, while ordinary, were among the things Han Li needed most at the moment. Although he still did not know what the levels of this talisman paper represented or the specific differences, he understood that with his current abilities, the low-level talisman paper would definitely be enough for him to cast the focus spell. Therefore, if he could obtain some talisman paper, he would immediately have another spell at his disposal, enhancing his strength right away. Of course, in addition to talisman paper, various spirit talismans like thunder talismans, fire dragon talismans, and giant power talismans also greatly tempted Han Li. He even spotted a talisman at an inconspicuous stall that looked exactly like the one he had that could release a golden shield. The price tag next to it clearly stated, Diamond Talisman, a low mid-level defensive spirit talisman of the metal attribute, worth 9 low-grade spirit stones. After wandering through so many stalls, Han Li had gained a certain understanding of the prices of these talismans. A dozen sheets of low-grade blank talisman paper could be bought for 1 low-grade spirit stone, while a completed low-level talisman could be sold for 1 to 2 low-grade spirit stones, depending on the type of spell. As for mid-level talismans, their price immediately increased several times, selling for 6 to 10 spirit stones, with defensive talismans being slightly more expensive than offensive ones. Since he had the same item, Han Li naturally paid attention to it. After carefully observing the diamond talisman at the stall, he found that its spiritual energy was far more abundant than that of the one he had in his possession, indicating that it was a brand new talisman that had not been used. He estimated that his old one could sell for at most 1/3 of the price of the new one. Having reached this conclusion, Han Li couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed that among these cultivators, he truly was a poor man. He couldn't help but touch the items on his person and suddenly thought of the talisman in his robe that depicted a small sword. Although he did not yet know its name, Han Li believed that this talisman must be worth more than the diamond talisman. Thinking of this, Han Li began to pay attention to various stalls, keeping an eye out for any talismans similar to the one with the small sword design. Unfortunately, after visiting several stalls, he still did not see any similar items. However, he did find a place surrounded by 5 or 6 cultivators where someone was selling a high-level low-grade spirit talisman. The sign next to the talisman read, Flying Talisman, a low-level upper-grade flying spirit talisman of the wind attribute, worth 30 low-grade spirit stones or equivalent value in solidifying essence pills. As soon as Han Li saw this sign, he was taken aback. After all, after visiting so many stalls, this was the first upper-level low-grade talisman he had seen, and he couldn't help but observe it closely. Indeed, the spiritual energy in this talisman was astonishingly rich, incomparable to the low-mid-level talismans he had seen before. 20 spirit stones, will you trade? A barefooted man with a horse-like face couldn't help but speak up. The stall owner, a sturdy young man wearing a straw hat, pointed at the sign and ignored the man after that. It's just a flying talisman, not an attack or defense talisman. 20 pieces is not a small amount. The horse-faced man who made the bid said unwillingly, Humph, if it were really an attack or defense talisman, would I only sell it for 30? If you don't have 50, I won't even let you take a look. If you want to take advantage, go somewhere else. I don't welcome you here. The young man finally spoke coldly, but as soon as he opened his mouth, it made the man's face turn red with anger. Good kid. Yi Bao from the Qin Yi Ridge, will remember you. If you have the guts, let us have a good spar after the event ends. The horse-faced man said angrily. Han Li from Qin Yi Ridge, who had been watching with a smile from the side, was startled when he heard this place name. Isn't that the place mentioned by the gnome he killed? Although he didn't know the truth of what the gnome said. Since this man claimed to be from the Yi family, he should be more cautious. Thinking of this, Hanli instinctively took a few steps back and quietly left, heading to the next stall. However, he did remember what was written on the sign about exchanging solidifying essence pills, which he kept in mind. He recalled that he still had quite a few unused Huanglong pills and Jinsui pills, and he wondered if they would meet that young man's requirements. He decided to ask when there were fewer people around. If he could succeed, he would have some capital to exchange for the items he needed. After pondering this, Hanli looked back at the young man's stall, only to find that Yi Bao was no longer there, and he didn't know where he had gone. Among the remaining few, one person took out a bottle and handed it to the young man. The young man opened the bottle, sniffed it, then gently shook his head and returned the bottle to its owner. The original owner of the bottle left with a face full of regret, and the other few people who seemed to be with him also followed suit, leaving the stall empty. Seeing this, Hanli felt secretly pleased and slowly walked back to the young man's stall. The young man was slightly taken aback upon seeing Hanli, clearly recognizing him as someone who had just been there once. Hanli didn't care. He smiled at the young man and said, "I have 2 types of pills. Let us see if they meet your requirements." After saying this, he took out a green and a blue small porcelain bottle and placed them in front of the young man. The young man didn't waste any time, reaching out to take the 2 bottles, opening the caps one by one. Then he brought his nose close to the bottle openings, sniffing them vigorously, revealing a thoughtful expression on his face. After pondering for a moment, he didn't reply immediately, but gently placed the porcelain bottles back in front of Hanli. "How is it?" Hanli blinked and asked. "To be honest, the pills in these 2 bottles are slightly better than what the previous few people showed me, but they are still not enough for me." The young man hesitated for a moment before shaking his head in refusal. Chapter 132. Harvest, don't forget to vote. The difference with the last place is not much, only a few hundred votes. I hope everyone keeps supporting. Hanli felt greatly disappointed upon hearing this, but he wasn't very surprised. After all, Huanglong pills and Jinsui pills are merely sacred medicines in the secular world. They might be miraculous for ordinary people, but they are indeed lacking for cultivators. Since the other party didn't find them satisfactory, Hanli didn't plan to linger any longer. He reached out his hand to take back the porcelain bottles. "However, even if these pills are a bit lacking, if there were a few more bottles, I would have exchanged them with you." The young man suddenly spoke, looking regretful. Hanli, who had originally extended his arm, immediately retracted it upon hearing this. And he chuckled. "Did I ever say I only have these 2 bottles?" Hanli narrowed his eyes and slowly said to the young man, "You have more?" The young man was slightly startled, but then showed a pleased expression. "Of course, but if you want too many, I will have to consider whether to make this deal or not," Hanli said ambiguously, fearing that the other party might make an outrageous demand. "Great. No need for too many. Just 3 more bottles will do. That's enough for me to break through the bottleneck in a short time." The young man became excited, his enthusiasm contrasting sharply with his previous cold demeanor. This is understandable. Who would be willing to exchange pills that can promote the advancement of their cultivation methods? They would want to use them for themselves. This was also the main reason why the young man hadn't been able to exchange that flying talisman in the past few days. Even though Hanli's Huanglong pills and Jinsui pills are not considered top-tier spiritual medicines for cultivators, their quantity is sufficient to help this guy, who has been hovering at the 9th level for a long time, break through to the 10th level, greatly enhancing the young man's strength. But only someone like Hanli, who treats such medicines as snacks, would be willing to exchange them. However, Hanli understood the principle of not revealing wealth. He didn't want to leave the impression that he could easily produce a large number of pills without a care. So he stroked his chin and pretended to be reluctant. "Is that so? Isn't that a bit too much? You want to exchange all the pills on you?" Hanli deliberately muttered softly. "That is not too much. After all, they are high-level talismans. Just think about it. As long as you have this talisman, if you encounter any danger, you can immediately soar into the sky and escape, and it's much faster than ordinary flying beasts, equivalent to having an extra life. Moreover, as long as the talisman's spiritual energy doesn't dissipate, it can be used repeatedly. It's a very practical talisman." The young man, seeing that Hanli seemed really able to produce the required pills, smiled even more broadly, eagerly recommending the merits of his flying talisman. Afraid that Hanli would back out of the trade. "If we are to exchange, then that is fine. Give me that blank talisman paper as a bonus. And that book too." Hanli, seeing that the other party truly wanted to exchange his pills, pointed unceremoniously at the stack of blank talisman paper and an old book titled Basic Spell Techniques, Remnants, on the stall. The young man was momentarily stunned, but upon seeing that Hanli was pointing at just low-level talisman paper and a book that couldn't sell at all, he was immediately overjoyed and agreed readily. Thus, the flying talisman became Hanli's possession, and he also obtained a stack of talisman paper and a spell book that he had been eyeing for a long time. Hanli flipped through the old book slightly. It contained some of the most basic introductory spells, with 7 or 8 low-level spells and 1 intermediate-level ground spike technique recorded inside. Such a book is worth nothing to other cultivators, but it greatly satisfied Hanli, because what he lacked now were these basic spells. Although there were stalls selling such books earlier, and they were better and more complete, the prices were astonishingly high. A book titled Complete Elementary Spells of the 5 Elements was priced at 90 low-level spirit stones, while another called Basic Water Spell Techniques was priced at 60 low-level spirit stones. Though these books were thick and contained more spells, Hanli simply couldn't afford them right now. After obtaining these few items, Hanli felt a bit tired and was no longer in the mood to continue wandering. So he directly left the square and headed towards the group of pavilions. Not far from leaving the square, Hanli looked back and saw that the number of people in the venue seemed to have increased again. It seems there are indeed many night owl-type cultivators who like to come out at night. As he approached these palace-like buildings, Hanli noticed that these towers were actually built from extremely precious paulownia wood and large blocks of bluestone. Not only were each building intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, constructed with exquisite craftsmanship, but there were also faint signs of spiritual energy fluctuations near each building, indicating the prohibitive laws mentioned by the Qingwen Taoist. After circling around, Hanli finally found the pavilion he was looking for and walked up to it. However, when he was just a few feet away from his target, Hanli suddenly felt as if he had bumped into something, and then was unexpectedly pushed away by an invisible force, being forced back several steps. Hanli was somewhat surprised and excited. It seemed that there was too much he didn't know about the world of cultivation, and he truly wanted to learn it all. As Hanli thought this, his heart stirred, and he activated the celestial eye technique to look at the small building again. As a result, he saw a faint layer of green light blocking his view not far away, completely covering the entire pavilion, as if it were turned upside down by a giant bowl. Hanli approached again and extended a finger to gently poke the green light, finding it soft and elastic. When he pressed a bit harder, he felt a subtle force rebounding back, indicating that the defensive power of this green light was indeed quite impressive. Since Hanli understood the function of the green light, he ceased further exploration and took out the talisman given to him by the Qingwen Taoist, pressing it against the light curtain. Immediately, ripples spread across the green light curtain, and then a round hole appeared, just large enough for Hanli to pass through. Hanli was not polite. He put away the talisman and stepped inside, heading towards the pavilion. At this moment, the round hole slowly shrank until it completely sealed up and the light curtain returned to its original state. The pavilion before him was not large. The 2 floors combined were only about 10 zhang high, but judging by the area, it could comfortably accommodate more than a dozen people. Hanli smiled slightly, lifted his leg, and entered the building, stepping into the hall on the first floor. Inside the hall, besides 2 8 immortals tables, there were only a dozen wooden chairs, arranged elegantly and simply, exuding a sense of tranquility typical of the cultivation world. In one corner of the hall sat a small monk named Ku Sang, with his head bowed, eyes closed, chanting silently, resembling a high monk who had attained enlightenment. As for the others, Hanli did not see anyone. Master Ku Sang, has Qingwen Taoist returned? Hanli walked a few steps closer to the monk and asked kindly. The small monk did not respond to Hanli, but continued to chant until Hanli grew impatient. Only then did the monk open his eyes, looking apologetic as he said, "Please don't blame me, Han benefactor. I was just reciting the Diamond Sutra to a critical point and couldn't stop to speak immediately. Please forgive me." Hearing the monk's words, Hanli chuckled awkwardly. "How could I? I greatly admire those who are focused." Upon hearing Hanli say this, the small monk smiled and replied leisurely, "Qingwen Taoist and others are waiting for you on the 2nd floor. He instructed me to call you up as soon as I saw you, as he seems to have something to discuss with you." Upon hearing the monk's words, Hanli felt somewhat annoyed. This little monk is really something. Since someone is looking for me, why not tell me right away instead of being so wishy-washy? It seems better to keep my distance from monks and the like in the future. Hanli thought to himself. But his face showed no change as he nodded and walked towards the stairs near the hall, ascending to the second floor with a thud. As soon as he entered the second floor, he saw the black-haired and black-gold brothers talking at the stairway. When they saw Han Li coming up, they immediately stopped their conversation and approached him. Han brother, Qingwen Daoist is waiting for you inside. Let's go with us. Han Li's expression was calm, and he said nothing, following them down the twisting corridor into a room. There were many people inside the room. Besides the monk, everyone else was present, including two unfamiliar strangers. One was a cheerful teenager around 16 or 17, and the other was a plump young man in his early 20s. It seemed these two were the ones who even Qingwen found troublesome. Han brother has arrived. Please sit. The Qingwen Daoist courteously pointed to a chair beside him for Han Li to sit down. Han Li nodded and sat down. These two are Wu Jiuji from Yunmen Stream and Huang Xiaodian from Shihua Valley. Qingwen introduced the teenager and the plump man to Han Li. Oh, I am Wu Jiuji. I felt a special affinity when I saw you, brother. Could it be that we were destined in a past life? Come, let's swear brotherhood and drink blood wine together. Just as Qingwen Daoist finished speaking, the cheerful young man suddenly jumped over, lunging in front of Han Li, grabbing his arm with a serious expression. Han Li was initially startled, but then chuckled. Becoming brothers is fine, but could you please keep your hand to yourself? I'm quite normal in my preferences and not interested in pure, beautiful young boys. Han Li teased with a smile, suddenly lifting one arm and swiftly grabbing the boy's wrist, who had stealthily slipped a hand inside Han Li's clothing. Cough, cough. How strange. How did my hand end up in your embrace, brother? It must have also felt the affinity at first sight and couldn't wait to greet you. The teenager, caught on the spot by Han Li, was first shocked, his face turning red, but after a few coughs and some awkward words, he slowly withdrew his wrist as if nothing had happened. Han Li had no intention of holding on to him, and when the teenager exerted some force, he casually let go. At this moment, Han Li became interested in this Wu Jiuji guy. Although he was a cultivator, he employed the tricks of the underworld to steal from him, which was quite amusing. However, his skills were rather adept and practiced. If Han Li hadn't also practiced similar secret techniques, he might not have easily noticed the little tricks. Surely many people in the room had suffered from his antics before. Just as Han Li was thinking about this, he heard Hu Ping's voice filled with schadenfreude. Wu kid, have you run into a tough nut? You were caught by Han brother on the spot, and yet you still brag about your stealing skills while doing these petty thefts. I like it, so what? Do you want me to steal from you again? I wouldn't even bother. You don't have anything valuable on you anyway. Why are you here for the Tainan meeting? Wu Jiuji scoffed, speaking sarcastically. What did you say, you little brat? I haven't settled the score with you for stealing my things last time. Hu Ping suddenly jumped up from her chair, her face turning ashen as she said angrily. Her husband, the big bearded man, although he did not speak, placed his hand on the big knife behind him, glaring at the teenager. Later, Han Li learned that this strong man was actually mute, so everything was decided by his wife. All right, we are all cultivators and should prioritize harmony. You two should step back and not argue anymore, Qingwen Daoist said with a frown, trying to mediate. Then he turned to Wu Jiuji seriously and said, Brother Wu, I know you steal just for fun, and you always return the lost items to their owners without malice. However, what you are doing will eventually lead to big trouble. Not every owner of lost items is easy to deal with, and if you provoke someone from a cultivation family, it would be impossible for us to help you when you land in trouble. So it's better not to play such jokes on fellow cultivators. Upon hearing Qingwen Daoist's heartfelt advice, the teenager felt somewhat embarrassed. He scratched the back of his head and sincerely said, Actually, I unintentionally acquired this stealing technique on my way to Tainan Valley. I just thought it was fun and unconsciously practiced it, trying it out on everyone. I truly apologize. But since Han brother was able to catch me, it means there will be even tougher characters at the conference. So everyone can rest assured that I won't take my life lightly and will not use my stealing techniques at the conference. Upon hearing the boy's words, the Daoist's face was filled with joy and relief. Brother Wu is exceptionally talented, having reached the great perfection stage of the 8th level at such a young age. He is truly a genius among our loose cultivators, and we should cherish him accordingly. I, as a younger brother, will not disappoint the Daoist's high hopes, and I hope everyone will take care of me in the future. Wu Jiuji, being straightforward, bowed deeply to everyone around him, effectively resolving any grievances. Although Hu Ping's face still showed some displeasure, her expression had improved significantly, indicating that she had reluctantly accepted the other party's goodwill. At this moment, The Qingwen Taoist turned back, smiling at Han Li, and said, I didn't expect that as soon as Brother Han arrived, he would achieve such a great accomplishment. I must thank you. Han Li smiled faintly and declined. This has nothing to do with me. It was all thanks to the Taoist's efforts in resolving the matter. The Taoist shook his head and smiled, choosing not to say more. But at that moment, a buzzing, indistinct voice rang out. Taoist, why did you gather us all here? Why isn't the monk participating? It was a plump man with fair skin, speaking without any courtesy. However, this person was indeed qualified to address the Qingwen Taoist in such a manner. Han Li had already noticed that among everyone present, this plump man had the strongest magical power, seemingly even deeper than that of Qingwen. Therefore, no one dared to mock him for his unpleasant voice. And even Wu Jiuzhi maintained a serious demeanor without showing any signs of disdain. It seems that the world of cultivation is much like the secular world. Only those with great power are respected. Han Li thought with a hint of sarcasm. Haha, Brother Huang is still quite impulsive. All right, I will explain the reason for gathering you all here. Qingwen waved his dust whisk and spoke without any trivialities. The Tainan Conference has passed half its duration, and there are still a dozen days left until it ends. Shouldn't everyone start taking action? If you want to set up stalls, it's best to do so together. So I called everyone to discuss it. As for Master Ku Sang, he has already exchanged all the items he brought, so he doesn't need to participate in the discussion. Oh, I see. It is indeed time to sell our items in exchange for some spirit stones to buy other things. Instantly, the people in the room began to whisper amongst themselves. After some back-and-forth discussions, everyone except Han Li expressed their intention to set up stalls together the next day. Brother Han, don't you want to join us? Wu Jiuzhi asked, somewhat surprised. The others also looked at Han Li with confusion. I brought very few items, and coincidentally, I met a few suitable buyers last night, so I exchanged everything. Therefore, I don't plan to join you all, Han Li explained calmly and, oh, in that case, there's really no need for you to suffer with us. Brother Han, you're quite lucky to have sold everything right after you arrived. Hu Ping said enviously. The others also showed expressions that conveyed, you are quite lucky. Han Li smiled, but said nothing. Seeing that the discussion had concluded, the Qingwen Taoist happily stood up and said, everyone, have a good rest tonight, and let us be spirited tomorrow. I hope everyone has a good harvest. Upon hearing this, everyone stood up, smiling and preparing to leave. Just then, the Qingwen Taoist seemed to remember something and suddenly spoke with a serious expression to everyone. By the way, after the Tainan Conference ends, don't rush to leave. I've heard that in the recent Tainan conferences, some loose cultivators like us have mysteriously disappeared after the event. It's better to be cautious. He continued, I believe none of you would want to miss the Tianwu Platform Ascension Conference. It's safer to travel together. Upon hearing the Taoist's words about the missing loose cultivators, the Haimu brothers and Hu Ping looked pale, while Wu Jiuzhi and the Red Lotus loose cultivator appeared confused. And the plump Huang Xiaotian snorted coldly, his expression darkening. Yes, we brothers agree with Taoist Qingwen. It's better to travel together. The Haimu brothers and Hu Ping also expressed their agreement, seemingly very wary of the matter. Chapter 134, Ascension Conference. If you like this book, don't forget to vote. What is the Tianwu Platform Ascension Conference? Wu Jiuzhi suddenly asked the question that had been bothering Han Li as well. Han Li had heard the name of the Ascension Conference mentioned several times since he first heard it from Wan Xiaoshan, but he had never had the chance to understand its details. Could it also be a trading event like the Tainan Conference? Han Li pondered privately. No way. You don't even know about the Ascension Conference? This is a once-in-a-decade event in the Yu country, the best opportunity for all young cultivators to join major cultivation sects. Haimu exclaimed, somewhat shocked and excited. Brother Wu is so young. It's understandable that he might have been cultivating in other places and is unaware of the Ascension Conference. The Qingwen Taoist, however, did not seem overly surprised. Oh, could you tell us more? Joining one of the 7 major sects would be a tremendous leap. Wu Jiuzhi immediately became very interested and pressed Haimu for more details. Now is not the time to discuss the Ascension Conference. We should focus on the issue of our loose cultivators going missing, Hu Ping said somewhat unhappily, possibly directed at the young man. It's fine. Explaining it to Brother Wu is also good. Perhaps there are others who are also unclear about the details of the Ascension Conference, the Qingwen Taoist said with a smile. But Han Li felt that the other party's gaze seemed to linger on him intentionally or unintentionally. Han Li's heart sank. Could it be that the Qingwen Taoist has seen through something? He had tried to obscure the characteristics of a novice cultivator as much as possible and avoided contact with these people. But it seems he still couldn't hide from this person's eyes. The Qingwen Taoist's eyes are indeed sharp. Since Taoist Qingwen has said so, then I will explain it to Brother Wu, Haimu said, becoming quite enthusiastic, as if he had something to get off his chest. So everyone sat back down. Except for the plump Huang Xiaotian. I know very well about the Ascension Conference. I'm going back to sleep now. You all carry on. The plump man said coldly. And without waiting for anyone else to speak, he left the room, leaving everyone looking at each other in confusion. Everyone, don't mind it. Brother Huang's cultivation method is rather peculiar and tends to make him sleepy. It's not that he is intentionally neglectful. Qingwen quickly defended Huang Xiaotian with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, most people in the room smiled wryly. Mind? Who would dare to mind? This person has stronger magic power than even you, Taoist. The atmosphere in the room became somewhat awkward. Brother Haimu, please continue. It was Wu Jiuzhi who broke the silence, urging him to go on. Haimu smiled and began to recount. Speaking of the Ascension Conference, we must mention the Foundation Establishment Pill, the elixir that drives all Qi refining stage cultivators crazy. Originally, all Qi refining stage cultivators who wish to enter the Foundation Establishment stage and become true members of the cultivation world must practice the foundational techniques to the 7th level and must consume the Foundation Establishment Pill, which can only be refined by major sections. Only then do they have a chance to break through the bottleneck and successfully establish their foundation. This has given the Foundation Establishment Pill the name of Ascension Pill, making cultivators go wild over it. In the major cultivation sects, Foundation Establishment Pills are also extremely scarce. Because the materials for the Foundation Establishment Pill are incredibly hard to find, even if all the cultivation sects in the U country work together. It will take a decade to produce just a few batches of pills, only a little over 1,000 at most. Even if these pills are completely divided among the sects, they still cannot meet their own needs, so it is impossible for any Foundation Establishment Pills to circulate outside. However, in the entire realm of Shuanghua's cultivation world, there are still many cultivators who have practiced their foundational techniques to the 7th layer. These individuals urgently need Foundation Establishment Pills to attempt to break through their bottlenecks. This has created a sharp contradiction. On one hand, Foundation Establishment Pills are extremely scarce, monopolized by the major sects. On the other hand, the number of wild cultivators needing these pills is increasing, yet they cannot find a single pill in the outside world. This situation has led to a growing resentment among low-level cultivators towards these sections. Naturally, the major sects have also sensed this unfavorable trend, but they are at a loss for what to do. After all, they do not have enough Foundation Establishment Pills for themselves, let alone to give some to outsiders. However, there are no problems that cannot be solved. Eventually, this crisis was resolved by a genius within one of the sections. He came up with the idea of selecting some exceptionally talented wild cultivators from outside whenever Foundation Establishment Pills are produced, allowing them to join these major sects and then giving them the pills. This approach not only prevents the pills from flowing outside the sects, ensuring that the benefits remain within, but also alleviates the dissatisfaction among other low-level cultivators. After all, who wouldn't he be happy to join a major cultivation sect? Additionally, it allows the selection of outstanding disciples, making it a win-win situation. However, the selection process must be fair and transparent to avoid any backlash, or it could yield the opposite effect. Thus, these sects adopted the classic and most convincing method of the survival of the fittest, holding competitions to allow the strongest to compete for the opportunity to join their sections. Each of the 7 major sects offered 10 disciple slots and 10 Foundation Establishment Pills as rewards for the final victors. Of course, they imposed certain age restrictions, not allowing anyone over the age of 40 to join, as even the most talented individuals of that age would not have a promising future for cultivation. Thus, the Ascension Conference was born. Those who emerged victorious in the competitions were indeed mostly exceptionally talented individuals with profound magical power, bringing great joy to the sects that gained these quality disciples. The resentment from other cultivators also dissipated with the holding of this conference, as their attention was fully focused on this once-in-a-decade opportunity to leap like a carp into a dragon. The Ascension Conference continued to be held in this manner, with 70 lucky individuals becoming disciples of the 7 major sects each time, driving other cultivators even crazier. In the end, almost every eligible cultivator in the Qi refining stage who believed themselves capable would risk everything to attempt the competitions, hoping to turn from fish into dragons. However, The competition was not easy, as the spells were not something these low-level cultivators could control at will, resulting in many casualties each time and fostering deep-seated grudges among the competitors. Haimu had been talking for nearly an hour, and Wu Jiuji listened with great interest, gaining much insight. Meanwhile, Han Li, who was listening alongside, also benefited greatly, gaining a deeper understanding of the cultivation world. If I succeed in the competition, wouldn't I also become a disciple of a major sect? After hearing this, Wu Jiuji's face was filled with longing. Dream on. With your level, going to compete would only lead to injury or death. Hu Pinggu couldn't help but mock him after hearing Wu Jiuji's daydream. Oh, why not? Am I not qualified to compete at the 8th layer of techniques? Wu Jiuji was not angry this time. Instead, he earnestly asked Hu Pinggu for advice. Hu Pinggu was somewhat surprised, but after hesitating for a moment, she said, Wu, do you know what kind of people the 70 winners from last year were? How many cultivators at your level were injured or killed in the competition? I hope Madam Hu can enlighten me. Wu Jiuji said sincerely. I witnessed the entire process of that Ascension conference, and I still feel terrified thinking about it. Hu Pinggu seemed to recall something frightening, her face turning pale. Her husband, the bearded man, quickly placed his hand on her shoulder to comfort her. Hu Pinggu turned back and looked at her husband affectionately, her complexion easing considerably. We, as a couple, do not plan to participate in the competition. We only intend to watch and are prepared to spend our lives in the Qi refining stage. Since you still have aspirations, I will share some of the dangers of the competition with you, so you don't end up confused and die without understanding. Hu Pinggu said calmly. Chapter 135, Surprising News, Hehe. Voting reminder. First, participants must have a foundational technique that has reached the 7th layer, which is the minimum requirement for taking foundation establishment pills. Secondly, participants must be under 40 years of age. Those over this age should not even think about sneaking by, as the person responsible for registration will use bone observation techniques to check each registrant's true age. As long as the above two conditions are met, anyone can register, with no other restrictions. However, this has made the competition even more brutal. Do you think it's normal for so many people to be in the Tainang Valley now? Most of them are actually here for the Ascension Conference. You should know that our Tainang Conference was originally just a trading event for young cultivators from Lanzhou. In previous years, there were only a few hundred people attending. And now, look, there are at least over 1,000 people gathered in this valley. And in the last few days, people from even farther places will gradually arrive. That will be the peak of the Tainang Conference. The reason these people have come to our Tainang Valley to participate in the conference is, on one hand, to exchange for some needed items, and on the other hand, it is also to take this opportunity to observe the opponents they will face in the Ascension Conference, to know themselves and their enemies. Hu Pinggu said with a bitter smile. Upon hearing this, Wu Jiuji's expression changed dramatically, and he exclaimed in shock. According to Madame Hu, those experts I saw in the valley who reached the 10th layer are also here to participate in the Ascension Conference? Isn't that just asking for death for those at lower levels? Not necessarily. Who says that higher level individuals will definitely win against lower level ones? If a weaker person uses some powerful talismans or carries certain formidable magical tools, they can still defeat a higher level person. Suddenly, Heijin, who had been silent since entering the room, spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. That's right, Brother Heijin makes a good point. In the conflicts among cultivators like us, the depth of magical power is not the most crucial factor. What matters more is the power of the spells mastered and their flexible application, as well as the power of the magical tools they can use. Daoist Qingwen also agreed wholeheartedly. The words of Heijin and Daoist Qingwen indeed hit the nail on the head. Otherwise, there would be no need for the Ascension Conference at all. All participants could just stand there and compare who has deeper magical power. Hu Pinggu laughed. After hearing the words of Mo Jin and others, Wu Jiuji did not feel happy, but instead wore a worried frown, muttering to himself repeatedly. Powerful magical tools and high-power talismans. Hu Pinggu did not pay attention to Wu Jiuji, but continued. Because there are too many participants in the competition, the Ascension Conference will simultaneously set up 7 arenas, representing the 7 major sects of Xianghua. Anyone who wishes to become a disciple of a particular sect can go to that arena to compete. The selection process in the arenas will follow a knockout system, where 2 individuals will compete, and the winner will advance to the next round while the loser is immediately eliminated. Then 2 new competitors will take their place. This will continue until there are no more participants in the competition, after which the next round of matches among the winners will begin. The process of the Ascension Conference's arena competition is such that the last 10 winners become the new disciples of this immortal sect, allowing them to obtain the qualification to consume foundation-building pills without having to participate in the intense competition within the sect. It can be said to be a step to the heavens. However, don't be fooled by how simple I make it sound. The brutal scenes on the stage are truly indescribable. As Hu Pinggu spoke, she became sentimental. I remember in the last arena battle, more than a dozen cultivators at the 10th level perished, and even a pair of masters at the 11th level ended up colliding, resulting in mutual destruction. As for the 9th and 8th level cultivators, the deaths on the arena were even more numerous, reportedly over 100, as those who reached the last few rounds would not easily give up the path to becoming dragons, leading to even greater casualties. Hu Pinggu sighed at this point, her face filled with regret. Is it necessary for those who have practiced their foundational techniques to the 11th level to compete on stage? I have heard that immortal sects automatically accept such exceptionally talented individuals. Why should those two still fight on stage? A female voice suddenly spoke up. It was the usually reticent girl, Hong Lian San Run, who finally spoke. Upon hearing this, Hu Pinggu laughed. I had the same question back then, and I found it hard to understand. Later, I encountered an old senior from our loose cultivators who provided some guidance, and I finally came to a realization. Brothers Wu and Han, you probably have the same question, right? Not only did they not understand, but even the two of us were puzzled. Why would such exceptional talents at the 11th level choose to squeeze through this narrow bridge instead of walking the broad path ahead of them? One misstep could lead to death. He Mu frowned, looking confused. I looked at Daoist Qingwen, who appeared calm and composed. He must have already had a plan in mind, so it would be better for him to explain it to them. Hu Pinggu chuckled a few times and lightly tossed the question to the Daoist. Daoist Qingwen seemed a bit surprised, but soon silently acknowledged it. After pondering for a moment, he spoke. In fact, both of those individuals come from immortal cultivation families, and their 11th level cultivation likely required a considerable amount of pills to forcefully raise their levels. He shook his head, seemingly disapproving of their actions. Isn't it normal to use pills to increase one's cultivation level? They could still join an immortal sect. Wu Jiozhi widened his eyes, looking puzzled. Brother Wu seems to have forgotten one thing. For someone to reach the 11th level before the age of 40, they may indeed be a genius in our eyes. But in the eyes of those major sects with countless years of heritage, these individuals are merely of average talent, barely meeting the requirements to become reserved disciples. Otherwise, they would have been accepted as formal disciples by the major immortal sects when they were young. Their families felt that people like them. Forcing their way into an immortal sect would have no future at all, having no hope of obtaining the qualification to consume foundation-building pills among many disciples with better talent. Thus, they kept them behind for specialized training. After lurking for decades, they aimed to make a stunning debut at this Ascension Conference, directly obtaining the qualification to consume foundation-building pills, which could also be seen as taking a shortcut. However, their families never expected that two individuals with the same intentions would end up colliding and mutually destroying each other. Otherwise, they would have certainly achieved their goals. As Daoist Qingwen spoke, he sighed continuously. Meanwhile, Wu Jiozhi and the others were already wide-eyed from listening. I remarked on how the Ascension Conference has become increasingly intense lately, with high-level cultivators at the 10th and 11th levels, whom we had never even heard of before, appearing one after another. He Mu murmured to himself. The girl and Wu Jiozhi were also silent, clearly surprised by this information. Just think about it. On one side are the powerful masters meticulously cultivated and fully armed by immortal cultivation families, while on the other side are us loose cultivators who lack resources. How many of us do you think can successfully seize the opportunity? Hu Pinggu's expression turned cold, mixed with a hint of self-mockery. Based on this, the earlier joy of those immortal sects in gaining promising disciples through the Ascension Conference was also a facade, merely a way to save face. Hanli rubbed his nose, appearing contemplative. What Brother Han said is correct. There are no truly perfect situations in the world. Being able to achieve a compromise is already quite good. Hu Pinggu cast a sideways glance at He Mu, causing his face to flush slightly. Are we loose cultivators really inferior to the disciples of immortal cultivation families? Even those leftovers chosen by the sects are still so much stronger than ordinary loose cultivators like us? Hong Lian San Ren asked defiantly. Although she didn't want to admit it, the probability of experts emerging among us loose cultivators is indeed much lower, not to mention that individually, We cannot compare to their families in terms of manpower and resources. Externally, we are far behind. Taoist Qingwen's voice carried a hint of bitterness. I have also heard from friends that even if some of us loose cultivators are fortunate enough to become disciples of immortal sects, the chances of successfully establishing a foundation after consuming the foundation-building pill are extremely slim, almost negligible. Heimu said dejectedly. All right, everyone, don't be disheartened. We are still young. If we don't succeed this time, there's always the next time in 10 years. Perhaps the identity of an entry disciple of the immortal sect is waiting for all of us in the future. Taoist Qingwen encouraged everyone and then changed the subject to discuss the matter of leaving together after the meeting. There's nothing much to say. I'll just walk with everyone when the time comes. After hearing about so many powerful figures in the immortal cultivation world, I truly feel a bit hesitant to travel alone. Wu Jiuji still seemed a bit listless. Taoist Qingwen shook his head helplessly and then looked at Hong Lian Sanren. I'll continue with a few of you. Hong Lian Sanren responded quite decisively. Good. Good. Brother Han, have you also made your plans? The Taoist appeared very pleased and turned to ask Han Li. Upon hearing this, Han Li hesitated. Logically speaking, it should be best for a newcomer like him to continue with this small group, but for some reason, he felt that something was off, as if he would definitely regret it if he did so. I'll wait until after the trading conference to make a decision. There's no need to rush. Han Li smiled and said, deciding to delay for now. Han Li's response clearly took the others by surprise, leaving Taoist Qingwen and the others a bit stunned. What is Brother Han hesitating about? We loose cultivators can only avoid being bullied by sticking together. Moreover, I'm quite interested in your ability to see through my tricks, and I'd like to spar with you more in the future. Wu Jiuji expressed some dissatisfaction. Han Li listened to the youth's words without getting angry, merely smiling in silence. Brother Han didn't say he wouldn't travel with us. He just said he wants to think about it, which is quite normal. Taoist Qingwen quickly tried to mediate. Yes, Taoist Qingwen's words struck a chord with me. I do have some difficulties that are hard to express, which is why I need to be cautious. Han Li seemed to be very grateful to Taoist Qingwen, showing a look that conveyed he understood. Oh, in that case, I've been too nosy. The youth felt like he had become an outsider and was quite displeased. Taoist Qingwen smiled helplessly, looking at Han Li with a brotherly expression that conveyed his apology. Han Li naturally wouldn't take this matter to heart. However, since this matter has been resolved, everyone got up and said their goodbyes to return home. Han Li also found an empty room on the second floor to rest. The next day, except for the monk and Han Li, everyone else left the loft together to set up stalls. At this time, the monk continued to chant in the hall on the first floor, while Han Li was inside the room, gently stroking a stack of talisman paper, lost in thought. The so-called low-level talisman paper was slightly shimmering with spiritual light, indeed very different from ordinary secular talisman paper. It seemed that either the materials were special, or it required some kind of spell for empowerment, Han Li thought. Han Li took out the talisman paper, originally planning to practice the fixation technique he had learned before. However, he suddenly realized that drawing a fixation talisman could not rely solely on the talisman paper. He also needed a brush and cinnabar. It seemed that both of these items were available at the stalls of cultivators. Could it be that these items couldn't be replaced with secular ones and had to be specially made by cultivators? With this thought, Han Li couldn't sit still in the room. He decided to find the monk. After all, he couldn't hide the fact that he was a novice in cultivation. So it would be better to ask directly. What you think is correct, benefactor? To successfully draw a spiritual talisman, besides needing talisman paper made from special materials, you also need cinnabar made from the blood of spirit beasts containing spiritual energy. As for the brush, it depends on the situation. Monk Ku Sang said calmly after hearing Han Li's question. Master Ku Sang, what do you mean by depends on the situation? Han Li asked seriously while sitting cross-legged opposite the monk, showing no signs of embarrassment. The brushes we cultivators use to draw spiritual talismans can be made from the spiritual fur of spirit beasts, or from special materials like certain rare treasures to make charcoal brushes. These can increase the success rate and power of the talismans. However, if conditions are not met, even an ordinary pen from the secular world can work, but the success rate would be pitifully low. The monk shook his head slightly, clearly disapproving of Han Li using the last method to refine the talisman. Thank you for your guidance, master. I'll go out and see if I can exchange for a talisman brush. Han Li stood up and cupped his hands towards the monk. Take care, benefactor. The monk closed his eyes again, continuing his meditation. It seemed that he had to go out today. He remembered that both the brush and cinnabar were not cheap, probably costing around 6 or 7 low-level spiritual stones. Did he really have to sell the flying talisman he had just obtained? As Hanli walked, he thought about this and exited the loft, heading towards the trading area. It was morning, so there were cultivators on the road in small groups, not too sparse. But it seemed that they were all heading towards the trading area. Likely most of them were vendors like the Taoists. Look, what a huge bird! A male cultivator suddenly exclaimed. Then, a massive shadow swept over the heads of Han Li and the other cultivators on this path. Han Li was startled and quickly looked up. He saw a two-headed monster bird, the size of a small cow, flying above them. The bird resembled an eagle but was not one, covered in gray feathers, with wings spread wide enough to be several meters across. And underneath were a pair of scythe-like sharp claws, while two fierce bird heads with bald tops on its neck had 4 small eyes that faintly glowed green. What a ferocious spirit bird! How ugly! So big! Quickly catch it, it would be perfect as a mount. The surrounding cultivators stopped and started discussing. Some even seemed eager to try. Are you out of your mind? This is the double-headed duck spirit bird raised by the first cultivating family, the Yin family of Guyushan. There must be people from the Yin family on it. Are you looking for death? A few cold words woke some people's beautiful dreams. The Yin family? The only cultivating family outside the major cultivating sects that has core formation stage cultivators? Someone exclaimed. Is there any other Yin family? A cultivator who had arrived earlier said, I have seen this double-headed duck once before. I also know that the Yin family sent a brother and sister to participate in the Ascension Conference's arena competition. What? The Yin family also sent people to participate in the Ascension Conference? They never sent anyone in previous years. This means 2 fewer spots for sure. Exactly. If they encounter the 2 from the Yin family in the arena, wouldn't that be bad luck? These cultivators all had somewhat unsightly expressions, with some even sighing. Hanli, however, coldly watched the retreating monster bird in silence. From its appearance, it was clearly the strange eagle that he had seen before. And those 2 celestial beings must be the Yin siblings. As Hanli pondered, the nearby cultivators returned to their own affairs after this little commotion. Finally, he smiled faintly and walked away casually. The square was already quite crowded. Although it was not as lively as last night, it was still bustling with people. Hanli touched the several bottles of pills in his pocket and decided to see if he could exchange these pills for something else. So, this time he did not enter from the original entrance, but instead cut in from the other end of the square, planning to start browsing from the opposite side. Along the way, Han Li's gaze frequently scanned left and right, looking at various materials and talismans on the stalls, as well as some bizarre magical tools, making it hard for him to take it all in. Suddenly, Han Li's footsteps stopped in front of a stall. He stared at a not-thick book on the stall, somewhat lost in thought. The price tag in front of the book read, Changchun Skill, a wood attribute foundational cultivation technique, valued at 2 low-level spiritual stones. I'll take this book. Han Li slowly bent down, picked up the book, flipped through it briefly, and then calmly said to the stall owner, 2 spiritual stones. A clear female voice reached Han Li's ears. Han Li was taken aback, only then realizing that the stall owner, who had been looking down at the book, was actually a sweet and lovely girl. This book doesn't have any missing parts, right? Han Li asked, coming back to his senses. No. All 13 layers of the Changchun technique are complete, not a word missing, the girl said generously. Han Li nodded, flipped through a few more pages randomly, and then closed the book. Do you accept pills for exchange? Han Li asked directly. Pills. The girl looked somewhat startled, her eyes widening. That depends on what kind of pills they are. If they are healing or medicinal pills, they might not be worth much. She gently brushed her disheveled hair away from her forehead. Upon hearing the girl's words, Han Li knew there was a good chance for this. So he unceremoniously took out a bottle of Huanglong pills and placed it in front of the girl, a type of solidifying essence pill that can enhance magical power. Han Li was not modest. Solidifying essence pill? The girl, who had been calm all along, suddenly became a bit nervous. She leaned forward, approached Han Li, gently lifted the jade bottle, poured out a pill, and then bent down to smell its properties. Han Li, looking down at the girl's exposed neck, clearly saw it. And because she was so close, a fresh and elegant fragrance wafted from her, causing Han Li's heart to race and his face to turn slightly red. This is indeed a pill that enhances magical power, the girl exclaimed in surprise after sniffing for a while. She looked up at Han Li with a joyful expression and said eagerly, Do you have more of such pills? If so, I'll exchange as many as you have for anything in my stall. If not, I can also buy them with spiritual stones. After speaking, the girl held the bottle tightly in her hand, staring at Han Li without blinking, afraid of hearing a no from him. Han Li found it amusing to see the originally gentle girl suddenly become so anxious, but he couldn't help but think that he had underestimated the value of such pills. He would have to be more cautious in the future. Don't worry, miss, let's finish this business first before discussing the next one, all right? Han Li originally wanted to refuse the other party, but when he saw the clear look in her eyes, he suddenly thought of his little sister back home and softened a bit, so the words slipped out. I'm really sorry. I lost my composure for a moment. The girl seemed to realize her rudeness and her face turned crimson. This book only requires 2 of these pills. After the girl calmed down, she said. Upon hearing this, Han Li thought the price was fair and agreed, then began to scan the other items on the stall. What is this? A plain gray little cloth bag caught Han Li's interest, especially since it was tightly tied at the opening with a thin red string and was bulging inside. Han Li reached out to grab it. These are the seeds of the 7-star grass. 7-star grass over 10 years old is the best material for making talismans. The girl explained in a clear voice. Han Li's heart stirred. Such things could be very useful, so he unhesitatingly placed the bag in front of him. The other items are of no use to me, Han Li slowly said after taking another look. Are you really not going to choose? This ice-cold talisman is very powerful, and this revitalization talisman can greatly restore your stamina, the girl said somewhat reluctantly, stepping forward to recommend them to Han Li. Seeing the girl's naive expression as if he didn't recognize valuable items, Han Li couldn't help but chuckle. What's so funny? The girl blushed again. I actually just wanted to buy some cinnabar and a brush for drawing talismans, but unfortunately, you don't have any. Han Li uncharacteristically spoke the truth. Cinnabar and a talisman brush. The girl frowned slightly, looking a bit hesitant. She lowered her head in thought for a moment, as if making a significant decision. Then suddenly looked up at Han Li and said, I don't have cinnabar, but I have a fine talisman brush made from the neck hair of a golden-eyed monkey. Though its price is quite high, I don't know if you have enough pills to exchange for it. Han Li was a bit surprised upon hearing this, but still smiled and said, as long as the item is good, I will make sure you are satisfied with the pills. Upon hearing this, the girl felt relieved. She took out a spirit talisman, waved her hand over it a few times, then threw the talisman into the air, where it transformed into a streak of fire and disappeared. Please wait a moment. My brother will bring the item shortly, the girl said somewhat shyly. No problem, as long as it's indeed a good item. I don't mind waiting a bit longer, Han Li replied calmly. After that, Han Li and the girl had nothing to say for a while, creating a somewhat ambiguous atmosphere between them. Han Li found himself somewhat enchanted by this unusual feeling, subtly savoring the fragrance from across the table. The girl, with her head lowered, gazed at her toes, seemingly lost in thought, but Han Li also noticed a faint blush rising on her fair neck. Sister, a loud voice suddenly broke this delicate atmosphere, causing Han Li to want to glare at the person. But when Han Li turned around and saw who it was, he couldn't help but be startled. A huge man with a robust build, not inferior to a mythical beast, was rushing towards them, knocking some cultivators aside along the way. Those cultivators were initially furious, but upon seeing the giant's extraordinary physique, they all showed expressions of shock, hesitated for a moment, and reluctantly yielded. The girl, seeing her brother's actions, felt a bit of a headache. My brother is being too reckless. Isn't he just creating enmity with other cultivators for no reason? Here, sister, I brought the stuff. The giant rushed to Han Li's side with a gust of wind, extending a huge hand to hand over a long wooden box to the girl. Without bothering to complain about her brother's recklessness, the girl passed the wooden box to Han Li, signaling him to open it. Han Li took the box, glanced at the girl, and then opened it, revealing a golden brush that emitted a faint yellow light from the tip to the handle. This brush is called golden bamboo. The tip is made from the neck hair of a second-level demon beast, the golden-eyed monkey, while the handle is made from a mixture of gold essence and black iron, refined by a foundation establishment cultivator using a combination of fire for 3 days and nights. And only then was it completed, the girl said softly, her gaze lingering on the item with a hint of reluctance. Although Han Li didn't fully understand what the girl said, he knew this brush was extraordinary and had a significant background. He couldn't help but be surprised that she was willing to part with it just for those pills. Are you really going to exchange this brush with me? This is a rare treasure. Han Li gently stroked the smooth brush handle, examining the engraved words golden bamboo at the end of the handle, and confirmed in a serious tone. The girl noticed Han Li's doubt, and, after hesitating for a moment, decided to reveal the truth to avoid him thinking that the item was of dubious origin and not daring to accept it. This brush is a relic left by my ancestors, used by a master talisman maker. Unfortunately, neither my brother nor I have any talent for talisman making, so it has been wasted. My brother needs to participate in the Ascension Conference, and his cultivation has reached a bottleneck. He can only break through with the help of medicinal power, which is why he is willing to exchange this item for your pills, the girl said softly, her expression somewhat helpless. Why do I keep running into people whose cultivation has hit a bottleneck? This is too coincidental. Hanli thought in confusion. In fact, Hanli was overthinking. Among those preparing to participate in the Ascension Conference competition, 7 or 8 out of 10 were stuck at a bottleneck and unable to break through. Those who believed they still had potential to advance would generally not participate in the competition immediately. Instead, they would hide away to continue their hard training, hoping to advance a level. This way, they would have a better chance of success when they participated in the next conference. This resulted in a situation where all medicinal pills that could enhance one's cultivation were in high demand, but short supply before each Ascension Conference. Chapter 138. The way of talisman making. Han Li was extremely delighted as he carried the wooden box containing the golden bamboo brush on his way back to the building. He had exchanged 3 bottles of yellow dragon pills and 4 bottles of golden essence pills from the girl for this treasure and the bag of 7-star grass seeds. After that, he casually bought some cinnabar from other stalls and hurried back, ready to embark on his talisman-making endeavor. After breaking through the restrictions and entering the small building, Han Li saw that the little monk was still meditating, so he didn't disturb him and went upstairs to his room. He laid out the talisman paper and cinnabar on the table and took out the golden bamboo brush, beginning to focus on making the spirit-settling talisman. Following the method described in the spirit-settling technique, he slowly infused his spiritual power through his right hand, holding the brush into the brush handle. Then dipped the brush tip into some cinnabar and began to draw the talisman on a piece of talisman paper. After a quarter of an hour, Han Li straightened up with a joyful expression, stretching his slightly sore back, and looked at the shimmering spirit talisman on the table, unable to contain his delight. From the appearance, this spirit talisman was identical to the one used by Dr. Mo. Although the spiritual energy contained was a bit weaker, it was still far superior to the inferior products Han Li had made during his previous practice. After admiring the newly produced spirit talisman with excitement and feeling satisfied, he prepared to try invoking the spirit-settling technique. However, before he could finish reciting the incantation, the spiritual energy on the paper talisman suddenly became chaotic, showing signs of going haywire. Han Li was startled and quickly threw the talisman away without thinking. With a whoosh, the spirit-settling talisman spontaneously ignited in midair, turning into a fireball and burning completely. Han Li stared blankly at the scene in the air, speechless. After a while, he sighed. It seemed this talisman had failed again. Han Li felt a bit frustrated, but he did not lose confidence. After all, he believed that the talisman he had just made was very close to success, and he was sure that with a little more effort and making a few more attempts, he would definitely succeed. Thus, in the next half-day, Han Li made one spirit talisman after another, but he faced continuous failures one after the other. The talismans he produced either burned themselves, suddenly exploded, or, as soon as they were finished, the spiritual energy would quickly dissipate, turning them into useless scraps of paper. When Han Li looked at the last talisman he had just completed and it exploded into pieces, even he, who was usually calm, could no longer hold back. He raised his head to the ceiling and suddenly shouted, "Damn it! Heavens, are you messing with me? I've made 12 talismans. Surely one of them should succeed. This is just a low-level spirit calming talisman. Did I pick the wrong day?" After he said this, Han Li felt much lighter in his heart, and his mood improved a bit. After that, he tilted his head and thought for a moment, glancing at the half-full box of cinnabar on the table and the golden brush, feeling that the issue did not lie there. He found that infusing spiritual energy into the brush was very smooth, and the cinnabar, once drawn on the talisman paper, also showed vibrant spiritual energy, indicating it was not fake. Unable to think of a reason for his failures, Han Li decided to ask the little monk to see if he could provide some insight. At that moment, Han Li realized how important it was to have a mentor-like figure to guide him on the path of cultivation, and he was quite moved by the thought of seeking a master. After listening to Han Li's complaints about his failures in talisman making, the little monk stared at him with an unusual look, as if a beautiful little white flower had suddenly bloomed on Han Li's face. Seeing the monk like this, Han Li felt a bit uneasy, unsure if he had said something wrong to warrant such a stare. Master Han probably knows very little about talisman making. The little monk finally spoke. Master Ku Sang was right. This is my first time making talismans, Han Li honestly admitted. Among cultivators, very few people make talismans themselves. Most talismans needed are usually bought from various trading spots. Even those from big families do the same. Why is that? Han Li was surprised. It's simple. There are too few experienced professional talisman makers, and the cost of training a qualified talisman maker is too high. Only those major sects in cultivation have the resources to cultivate them, the monk said with a smile. Master Han feels very frustrated after failing more than 10 times, right? The monk asked. Yes, just the cost of materials is enough for me to buy several ready-made spirit-calming talismans. Han Li said in annoyance. But do you know? It's normal for beginners who want to learn talisman making to fail hundreds of times in a row. If someone has slightly poorer aptitude, failing for hundreds of times is not unusual. Only after making talismans thousands of times can the success rate gradually increase. And that is only for the same kind of talisman. If a different type of talisman is attempted, although they wouldn't be considered a beginner, the initial failure rate is still astonishingly high, making one gasp in amazement. Therefore, a qualified talisman maker must have practiced making talismans tens of thousands of times. Otherwise, it's impossible to cultivate one. But think about it. How many people can afford such material losses? Not to mention cultivator families. Even talisman makers trained by major sects can only make achievements in low-level talismans. If they were to practice making intermediate talismans, those major sects would probably go bankrupt and be unable to afford it. After all, the higher the level of the talismans, the more outrageously expensive the materials used are. The monk's words left Han Li dumbfounded. Then why are there still people selling cinnabar and talisman paper at the market? Han Li thought to himself. Feeling something was off. Haha. Those cinnabar and talisman papers are sold for those who practice talisman techniques, the little monk said with a smile. Talisman techniques? Han Li asked in confusion. Just like the spirit calming techniques you practice, they must use pre-drawn talismans to be effective. Unlike those talismans that store spells within the paper for convenience of use, the spirit talismans used in talisman techniques cannot simply be activated with spiritual energy. They also require a certain incantation to cast, but generally, it's not complicated and can be easily mastered. Since those who frequently use the same type of talisman find it uneconomical to buy them, they practice drawing the talismans themselves. Because the variety is relatively single. Although the costs are not small, they can still afford it. So if you really want to practice spirit calming techniques in the long run, making your own talismans is the best option. But if you don't use this technique often, it's better to spend a little money and just buy a few ready-made spirit calming talismans for backup. The little monk explained in detail and even gave Han Li some advice. Thank you, Master Ku Sang, for your guidance. Han Li sincerely bowed deeply. You are too courteous. The monk hurriedly returned the bow. This little monk was quite easy to talk to, so if there were any more difficult issues in the future, it wouldn't hurt to continue asking him. Han Li thought to himself on his way back to his room. Now it was impossible to practice talisman making. It would be better to find some time later to buy a few spirit calming talismans for backup. Meanwhile, his Changchun Gong had already reached the peak of the 8th layer, and now that he had received the heart method for the latter layers, it seemed it was time to break through the bottleneck and enter the 9th layer. Additionally, he had to practice the new spells he had learned to master them early and increase his strength. The moment Han Li pushed open the door to his room, he had already planned his future arrangements. Thus, in the following days, Han Li spent the daytime eating medicine, meditating to refine qi, and practicing Changchun Gong in his room. At night, he would run to a deserted place in the valley to practice several new spells he had learned, including sand flow technique, freezing technique, ascension technique, binding technique, sound transmission technique, concealment technique, spark technique, and the most difficult earth spike technique. After more than 10 days of hard practice, Han Li finally broke through to the 9th layer of Changchun Gong in the last few days before the Tainan meeting, leaving Wu Jiuzhi and others dumbfounded. And even the Qingwen Daoist repeatedly called Han Li a genius among loose cultivators. But Han Li knew very well that without those 10 or so bottles of elixirs, it would not have been so easy to break through. However, speaking of which, he didn't have many elixirs left. It seemed he should concoct some more. Chapter 139. Fragment of a magical treasure today was exhausting. 2 groups of guests came to the house, and I didn't even have time for dinner. Finally finished typing this chapter. As for those spells, The concealment technique and sound transmission technique are auxiliary spells similar to the heavenly eye technique. Anyone with a slight understanding of mana can learn them, so Hanli picked them up easily. Among them, the sound transmission technique is a talisman technique that requires the use of a sound transmission talisman to operate, which Hanli had seen several times. The concealment technique is a purely ordinary spell that allows spiritual energy to coat the entire body, making it blend with the surrounding environment, making it hard to detect. This spell has a somewhat useless nature because the heavenly eye technique can easily break it, failing to achieve the purpose of evading other cultivators' notice. The sand flow technique and freezing technique are regional spells. One can turn the soil within the reach of its mana into sand, while the other can freeze any body of water. The power of these two spells completely depends on the depth of the caster's mana. If a powerful person were to cast them, it wouldn't be impossible to turn 1,000 miles of fertile land into a desert or freeze the Yangtze River into glaciers. They are classified as low-level spells simply because these two spells are relatively easy to learn, and even low-level cultivators in the Qi refining stage can easily master them. But due to mana limitations, the effective range is pitifully small. Hanli initially found it very difficult to learn these two spells. But after he suddenly broke through to the 9th layer and his mana doubled, he became proficient in both spells, able to freely transform an area the size of a tabletop into sand or ice, which excited him greatly. However, he couldn't comprehend the remaining spells for the time being and could only wait to slowly ponder and study them later. As the Tainan conference was about to end, the number of young cultivators attending the trade event peaked in the last 2 days. At this moment, the large trading square where Hanli was located was crowded with over 2,000 cultivators, and the number of vendors was several times higher than before, as most were eager to seize the last opportunity to sell off their remaining items. Many high-level cultivators who had been hiding out also made appearances, wanting to take this chance to observe potential rivals. Hanli smiled wryly as he realized that even though he had entered the 9th layer, he still ranked only among the average cultivators in such a crowd, as there were still many above the 9th layer. Hanli currently had no spirit stones and very few pills, so he had no intention of shopping. He simply followed the flow of people, moving from stall to stall. He gravitated towards crowded areas, only to listen to the comments and insights of cultivators about the items for sale, hoping to broaden his knowledge. As he listened, Hanli indeed gained a lot of knowledge about various magical tools and materials. For instance, there were flying darts that could automatically pursue enemies, gourds that could spit fire, long knives that could freeze opponents, the eggs of silver-winged ants that could be used for medicine, and scales from a 100-year-old iron wire snake that could be used to forge weapons, among others. The more he listened, the more interesting it became. And before he knew it, he had reached the middle of the square. No way, I don't want this item. Trade it for something else. This is a fragment of a magic weapon. Even this material can easily exchange for your bowl. What use do I have for this fragment? Can I still find a golden core cultivator to refine it? No way I'm trading my wind bowl. A heated argument erupted from a stall up ahead. A fragment of a magic weapon? This shocking announcement drew the attention of nearby cultivators, causing a commotion as they crowded around the stall. Magic weapons were something low-level cultivators could only dream of, but now one appeared in Tainan Valley, even if it was just a fragment. It was a miracle that made these cultivators as restless as cats smelling fish. Where is it? Let me see. Is this really a magic weapon? Wow, it's so beautiful. Is this just a rag? Hanli was relatively close to that stall, and since his agility was much greater than that of ordinary cultivators, he managed to secure a good position to see everything clearly. In front of the stall stood a man in his late 20s, with dark skin and large limbs. At first glance, one might think he was a farmer who had wandered into Tainan Valley. However, anyone who used their heavenly eye technique to assess this man's mana would be taken aback. This dark-skinned man was actually a formidable expert at the 10th layer. Those who dared to challenge him would be courting death. Some cultivators secretly marveled and shifted their gaze to the stall owner. The owner was a very ordinary person in blue clothing, with mana around the 7th or 8th layer, yet he showed no signs of fear in front of the man. Someone noticed that there was a leaf-shaped pattern embroidered on the owner's collar, and the cultivators suddenly realized that this was a disciple from the famous cultivation family, the Yi family of Qinya Ridge, which explained the owner's confidence. On the stall between the two men lay a yellow bowl with strange patterns and a small piece of semi-transparent cloth-like material. This ragged item had uneven edges, looking as if it had been chewed by a dog. The only remarkable thing about it was that it occasionally flickered with white light, which was quite peculiar. This is the fragment of a magic weapon? After seeing the real item, many onlookers were greatly disappointed, as it did not match their expectations at all. This fragment is quite marvelous. Any object covered by it will become invisible instantly, and not a trace of spiritual energy will leak out. Nor will it hinder the entry of spiritual energy from the outside, the dark man explained loudly to the stall owner. After saying this, he suddenly turned his sleeve downwards, and a small silver mouse emerged from inside. A first-level demon beast, the golden-eating mouse. Someone among the onlookers called out the name of the mouse, causing a small stir. Truly, what a 10th-layer expert. He can even catch a first-level demon beast. Many couldn't help but think. At that moment, the dark man covered the mouse with the cloth. Miraculously, both the mouse and the cloth vanished from sight. Even when many used their heavenly eyes to look, they found nothing. Seeing the astonished expressions on the crowd, the man seemed quite satisfied. Then he suddenly grabbed at the original spot, producing the cloth in his hand, and the white mouse immediately reappeared. Moreover, not only living things, but even inanimate objects exhibited the same effect. After saying this, the man took out a small knife about an inch long, radiating spiritual energy, and placed it on the ground before covering it with the cloth again, resulting in the same disappearance and not a trace of spiritual energy leaking out. How marvelous! It can make things invisible. Incredible! The crowd began to murmur excitedly. What do you think? Trading your bowl is definitely worth it. The man said again after taking off the cloth and putting the small knife away. Not trading. To achieve invisibility, just by a basic mid-tier concealment talisman. Moreover, for such a small item, can it make my head invisible or my feet? The stall owner shook his head and said mockingly, haven't I told you? This is a fragment of a magic weapon, crafted by a golden core or nascent soul cultivator. Who but a cultivator of the same level can see through its concealment effect? How can a concealment talisman compare to it? The dark man retorted angrily. The more you talk, the more ridiculous it sounds. I have no use for this item. What do I need it for? You should either offer 30 spirit stones or other equivalent items to trade for this bowl. The stall owner coldly replied. Chapter 140. Determined to obtain, dizzy. I received a call. My parents have some issues at home, and I have to go over this afternoon. I can only post a small chapter of 2 for now. As for whether I can get to the next chapter in time, it depends on the specific situation, please understand. The dark man seemed extremely irritated, clenching his fists and stepping forward. What are you doing? Do you want to force a purchase? Our Yi family is not easy to bully. The stall owner rolled his eyes and said without any courtesy, Humph, the Yi family is so impressive. Although the dark man did not soften his words, he relaxed his fists, clearly wary of the Yi family. He was extremely angry that the stall owner used the Yi family to suppress him. As a 10th-layer expert, he was used to others flattering him. Now, being humiliated like this made him want to leave. However, he truly did not want to part with that wind bowl. It was known that this magic weapon was highly compatible with his cultivation method, and if he could obtain it, it would significantly increase his strength. But at this moment, apart from this magic weapon fragment, he had no other useful items, and he had spent all his spirit stones days ago, leaving him in a dilemma. Brother, how about selling that fragment to me? I'll offer 10 spirit stones. A person dressed in an oversized gray robe stepped out from the crowd, cupping his fists sincerely as he approached the dark man. Not selling. If you want to buy it, bring 30 spirit stones. The dark man shook his head vigorously, unable to accept that price. Cough. If this magic weapon fragment were a bit larger, it would indeed be worth that price. Unfortunately, it's really a bit small, and the items it can cover are too few. The gray-clothed man, seeing that the man was unwilling to agree, showed a look of regret on his face and didn't linger any longer, returning to the crowd. 12 pieces, are you selling? I'll offer 13. Many cultivators watching around were tempted by this fragment of a magic treasure, even if they couldn't use it after bringing it back. Keeping it for slow research would also be good. Who knows? It might allow them to comprehend something. Just like that, the price quickly rose to 20, with the bidder being a round-faced young man. In the face of such a high price, the others no longer spoke up, thinking this price was already quite high. If it went any higher, it would be a bit wasteful. After all, for these low-level cultivators, having 10 or so spirit stones was already considered good. Most of the people who had just called out the bids were disciples from various families. Only they could afford to be a bit more affluent. 20? The black man's expression changed. This price had already touched his bottom line. If he paired it with another item, perhaps he could exchange it for the wind returning bowl from the stall owner. You're willing to offer 20 spirit stones? the man said to the round-faced young man, his tone friendly. For some reason, the round-faced young man's face alternated between red and white, looking extremely flustered. I don't have that many spirit stones. The stammering words came out of the anxious round-faced young man's mouth, leaving the onlookers stunned. No. Then what were you shouting for earlier? Were you trying to play tricks on me? The black man was enraged, and the anger he had been holding back immediately erupted. The powerful aura radiating from him pressing down heavily on the young man. I just thought it was fun to see someone bidding. I just casually added a bit. Please forgive me, brother. The round-faced young man hurriedly explained. He was already sweating profusely, beads of sweat rolling down like soybeans. How could a mere 5th-level cultivator withstand such spiritual pressure? Who was the one who called 19? I'm willing to give a spirit stone for free to let you buy this item. The young man quickly shouted, thinking on his feet. Unfortunately, the surroundings were silent, and no one responded. It seemed that person had already changed their mind and didn't want it. What about the brother who shouted 18? The young man looked at the black man's increasingly unfriendly face, almost on the verge of tears. He was just a small loose cultivator with only 2 spirit stones, which he had worked hard for a whole year to gather. Just when everyone thought there would be a good show to watch. Wait. A leisurely voice suddenly rang out as someone walked in from outside, calling out to the black man. What do you want? The black man's face darkened. Looking at the newcomer, his temper had already worn thin. If this person was also trying to stir trouble, he wouldn't mind dealing with him too. Although this person was not weak, being a 9th-level cultivator, I'm very interested in this item and would like to come down. The person pointed at the cloth, smiling as he spoke. This cultivator, who was misunderstood by the black man as a troublemaker, was none other than Han Li. It turned out that Han Li had felt a flicker of interest when he first heard that this fragment of a magic treasure could become invisible and conceal spiritual energy. After the black man demonstrated the hidden small knife, Han Li's idea became clearer, and he immediately felt that this fragment of a magic treasure was a must-have. Therefore, even if the round-faced young man really had 20 spirit stones and wanted to buy this item, Han Li would step in and intercept it. How much will you pay? The black man was taken aback, but his expression softened, and he asked, I'm not planning to buy it. Instead, I want to exchange it for this item. Han Li calmly took out a talisman from his sleeve and placed it on the stall for everyone to see clearly. A flying talisman. Those with knowledge immediately exclaimed. It's a high-level primary talisman. Other cultivators were also surprised. After all, high-level primary talismans had only appeared 5 or 6 times since the beginning of this market, and each had sold for an astonishing price. Upon seeing this flying talisman, both the black man and the stall owner were moved, and their gazes towards Han Li became much more serious. After all, someone who possessed high-level talismans could hardly be an ordinary person. All right, I'll exchange. The black man readily agreed. How could he pass up such an obviously advantageous deal? However, before that, I want to test your claim that this fragment does not hinder the absorption of spiritual energy from the outside world. If it's true, I'll exchange immediately. If it's not, then I cannot afford to exchange for this item. Han Li said unhurriedly. The black man was initially taken aback by Han Li's words, but laughed after understanding what was said. What I said about this item's efficacy is all true. You can test it. The black man confidently replied. Upon hearing this, Han Li was not polite. He took out a cup-like object and placed it on the ground, then covered it with the cloth. After the cup disappeared, Han Li extended a finger, condensing a small white spiritual energy ball the size of a bean at his fingertip, and gently tapped it below. As a result, the light ball slowly vanished, as if it had been devoured. Seeing this scene, Han Li's face revealed joy. He gently grabbed the cloth, lifted it, and the cup reappeared with the previously vanished light ball floating inside. Not bad. What you said is indeed true. I'll take this fragment, and the flying talisman will belong to you. Han Li tucked the cloth into his sleeve, clasped his hands in salute to the black man, and said, Good. You're straightforward. The black man was overjoyed to hear this, bending down to take the flying talisman into his hands, eagerly inspecting it several times to confirm it was not a counterfeit before smiling and saying. Han Li smiled faintly, no longer saying anything, and turned to squeeze out of the crowd. However, just as he had not walked a few steps, he heard many voices discussing behind him. That person is foolish. Actually using a high-level talisman to exchange for such a piece of junk. Exactly, this fragment is so small, what great use can it have? Such an exchange is simply not worth it. Don't say that. He might have some clever use for it. Hearing this, Han Li secretly laughed a few times. How could these cultivators know the importance of this item to him? This brother, slow down. Wait for me. Han Li hadn't walked far when a voice suddenly called from behind, followed by hurried footsteps approaching. Han Li was somewhat surprised. Could it be calling for him? He couldn't help but turn around. He saw a person not far away, running over with a sweaty forehead, shouting as he ran. It was none other than the round-faced young man who had almost caused a big trouble. Han Li blinked, curiously stopping in place. He wanted to know what this lively character had to say that required him to chase after him so desperately. Brother, I finally caught up with you. The young man gasped as he finally reached Han Li. This brother, is there something you need? Han Li glanced at him, puzzled. This is for you. As a thank you for your help earlier. Without saying much, the young man handed a small booklet to Han Li and then shyly ran away. Han Li was slightly taken aback, but then smiled. It was truly surprising to find such a simple-minded person among cultivators. He didn't chase after him, but lowered his head to look at the item in his hand. Qingxi Notes was the name of this booklet, which didn't seem like a spell or anything. Han Li flipped through a few pages with slight interest. It turns out that this is a collection of miscellaneous notes detailed by a senior cultivator from the state of Yu, known as Qingxi Zhenren, who disliked cultivation and preferred to wander around. He recorded the secret legends and other such matters that he knew. Some pages even feature vivid illustrations related to the content. Although Han Li did not read much of it, he became quite interested in this book and tucked it into his robe. After that, Han Li did not encounter anything particularly special and found it somewhat boring, so he returned to his residence. Inside his room, Han Li lay on his bed, carefully flipping through the Qingxi Notes. The matters discussed in this book included some experiences of Qingxi Zhenren himself, while others were merely hearsay, but none were without strange and rare tales. Some even contained secrets that were never shared by certain cultivation families, and it was unclear how Qingxi Zhenren came to know them. Han Li read with great interest, but when he turned to the last few pages, he saw 7 different illustrations resembling tokens, and at the bottom of the illustrations were several lines of text, Ascension Order, created by the 7 great sects of the state of Yu. It was an item awarded by the cultivation sects to those who had made great contributions, and anyone holding the order could approach the issuing sect with effects equivalent to the final victor of the Ascension Conference, receiving the same treatment. They would be granted foundation establishment pills and eligibility for entry. However, this item had always circulated only within the cultivation families, and ordinary cultivators had no chance of seeing it, so the illustrations were merely based on rumors about its shape. Finally, Qingxi Zhenren added a smaller note. This order can be transferred and traded among cultivation families, and the issuing date can be traced back quite a long time ago. So the sect that issues it recognizes the order, not the person. As long as someone holds the order, they can ascend in one step. Truly a miraculous item for low-level cultivators. After reading the explanation below, Han Li looked at the 7 illustrations and felt his mouth dry, his heart pounding intensely. When he first heard the words Ascension Conference, he vaguely connected it to the strange token he had received from the dwarf, which also had the words Ascension engraved on one side, leading Han Li to wonder if there was some connection between the two. However, after hearing others talk in detail about the Ascension Conference without mentioning anything related to the Ascension Order, he thought it was merely a coincidence and pushed it to the back of his mind. Unexpectedly, he discovered the origin and true purpose of this item in this accidentally acquired booklet. Moreover, the power of the Ascension Order was so great. The more Han Li thought about it, the more excited he became, quickly pulling out the blackened token from his possession and hurriedly comparing it to the illustrations, identifying the one that closely resembled it. The Ascension Order from Huangfeng Valley was issued by Huangfeng Valley. Han Li caressed the token and murmured to himself. However, how did such a precious item end up in the hands of a lowly cultivator like the Golden Light Zhenren? After calming down, Han Li began to wonder. In fact, the dwarf was truly the original owner of this token. It turned out that the now famous Qinye Ridge was home to another cultivation family, the Qin family, which was equally renowned as the Yi family back in the day. The two families maintained a good relationship due to their kinship. This Ascension Order was passed down through generations in the Qin family. The reason it was not used was simply that the Qin family had never found a cultivation genius worthy of it. They would rather pass it down than waste such a treasure. However, after several generations, the Qin family gradually declined due to a dwindling number of male heirs. In contrast, the Yi family flourished and prospered, causing people in the cultivation world to know only about the Yi family of Qinye Ridge, while being completely unaware of the Qin family. By the time of the Golden Light Zhenren, The Qin family had only him left as a male heir, and his qualifications were abysmally poor, making it impossible for him to establish a foundation. Thus, with such a disparity in strength between the two families, and their kinship long forgotten, the Yi family finally set their sights on several rare treasures passed down through the Qin family, with the Ascension Order being their coveted item. Although the Golden Light Jinren had poor cultivation qualifications, he was quite perceptive, and being timid, when the Yi family was about to take action, the dwarf, having received wind of it, hurriedly took away the Ascension Order along with a talisman depicting a small sword and fled. As for the remaining treasures, they were sealed by a barrier, so the Golden Light Jinren could not retrieve them immediately and had to painfully abandon them to the Yi family. As a result, the Golden Light Jinren escaped for over a decade, living in seclusion in a temple within the barbarian territory, using his shallow magical power to scam food and drink, living a carefree life. Over time, his initial desire to use the Ascension Order gradually faded. He realized that even if he consumed the Foundation Establishment pill, he would not be able to enter the Foundation Establishment stage. Since that was the case, why suffer as a low-level disciple in a major cultivation sect? Thus, in the later incident of the siege of the Seven Xian sect, this Ascension Order fell into Han Li's hands. Chapter 142. Assassination. Han Li knew nothing of the Qin family matters, but that did not hinder his ecstatic mood. He excitedly walked back and forth in his room, constantly fiddling with the Ascension Order in his hand, finding it more and more pleasing to the eye. After a while, Han Li finally calmed down, smoothing over his excitement, and began to consider future plans and the feasibility of going to Huangfeng Valley to seek a master. After a night of tossing and turning, the Tainan conference finally came to an end. Starting from the next morning, many cultivators began to leave the valley, and the number of people inside was suddenly reduced by half. By the afternoon, a few older senior figures appeared in the square, and after saying some encouraging and praising words, they announced the official end of the Tainan conference, with Qin Yanjinren among them. Instantly, the remaining cultivators either left in groups of 3 or 5 or flew away like solitary swans. At this moment, Taoist Qingwen and a few others approached Han Li, inviting him to join them again. After a moment of silence, Han Li shook his head and declined Qingwen and the others' invitation, which greatly displeased Wu Jiozhi and the Mo brothers, and even Qingwen's expression turned somewhat unsightly. Since Brother Han does not wish to travel with us, I cannot force it. Take care on your journey. Finally, Qingwen sighed and said with a hint of regret. Then, he patted Han Li on the shoulder and left the valley with the others. Han Li did not notice that at the moment Qingwen patted his shoulder, some colorless and odorless powder was scattered onto his clothes from Qingwen's sleeve, and the areas dusted showed no signs of it. Just as Wu Jiozhi and the others were about to exit the valley through the thick fog, Qingwen unexpectedly fell to the back. Seizing the opportunity when the others were not paying attention, a sinister look flashed across his face. Suddenly, he waved his sleeve, and a flash of fire shot out, disappearing into a nearby thicket. His expression returned to normal, still looking righteous, as if nothing had just happened. Han Li was unaware of Qingwen's actions, but out of his habitual caution, he did not immediately leave Tainan Valley. Instead, he stayed in the valley for another night, waiting until the early morning light barely illuminated the sky before quietly slipping out of the valley. Once he exited Tainan Valley, Han Li determined his direction, used the wind control technique, and with a gentle push of his toes, he floated several zhang away. Thus, he gradually drifted away with his clothes billowing. Shortly after Han Li left, 2 others hurriedly arrived. In front of them was a green light the size of a thumb leading the way. After circling around the spot where Han Li had just been, it flew off in the direction Han Li had taken, with the 2 following closely behind the green light. Han Li did not stop at all along the way, running more than 100 miles without resting for a moment. It was only when he reached a small hill that he finally paused, sat down to eat something, and restored his physical and magical strength. Han Li was unaware that his series of irrational actions had caused the 2 pursuers behind him to curse loudly. It was no wonder. Who else would set out on a journey before dawn? If they hadn't tampered with Han Li beforehand, they might have lost him altogether. Yet, despite this, their original plan to set a trap ahead of time to ambush Han Li had failed. What infuriated the 2 even more was that Han Li's every step covered more than 100 miles, leaving them choking on dust and nearly collapsing from exhaustion. After all, as longtime cultivators accustomed to a life of luxury, they hadn't experienced such a long trek on foot for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, Han Li sat cross-legged in a depression at the base of the hill, his eyes closed, completely motionless, seemingly in a state of oblivion. The only sounds around him were the intermittent chirps of insects. There were no other noises. Just then, suddenly, a dozen beams of white light shot up from the nearby soil, heading straight for Han Li. The originally motionless Han Li suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a cold glint, and his body unexpectedly soared into the air. He landed gracefully on an empty patch of ground on the other side. As a result, those white lights missed their target, crashing into the ground where Han Li had been meditating, revealing their true form. More than a dozen extremely sharp ice spikes. Seeing this, Han Li's expression darkened. He extended his right hand, fingers splayed, and with a loud crackling sound, small fireballs appeared at his fingertips, each about half the size of a typical fireball spell. "Try my 5-fireball barrage," Han Li said coldly, focusing on the spot from which the ice spikes had come. He then slightly bent his fingers and suddenly flicked them, sending the 5 fireballs in a straight line toward the target. Just as the fireballs were about to hit the ground, a yellow figure suddenly appeared out of thin air, then vanished in a flash, narrowly avoiding the attack of the fireballs. With a loud bang, the area was blasted into a large pit by Han Li's fireballs, with scorching heat rising from it and signs of melting in some spots, causing the narrowly escaping figure to break out in a cold sweat. At this moment, Han Li ignored the pit and fixed his gaze on the yellow-clad person who had just jumped out, a lean man in his 30s with a sly expression. "Why did you ambush me?" Han Li asked coldly. Upon hearing this, the yellow-clad man's eyes flicked, and he let out a few sinister laughs, saying, "Want to know? Ask in your next life." Then he suddenly shouted, "Make your move." Startled, Han Li was about to take action when he suddenly heard 2 faint sounds of soil breaking beneath him. Then, a pair of large hands glowing with yellow light shot out, swiftly grabbing his feet as if they were locked in place with 2 steel hoops, leaving Han Li unable to move. "You're done for, kid. With your feet immobilized, let us see how you dodge my ice spike technique," the yellow-clad man said triumphantly, raising his hands toward Han Li and beginning to chant incantations. As a result, a chilling aura emanated from his hands, gradually forming white crystals that became sharp ice spikes. Han Li's expression changed drastically. He pressed his hand to his waist, and with a clank, a gleaming long sword appeared, and without hesitation, he swung it down. Clang! The sword struck like it was hitting rock, sending sparks flying, yet the large yellow hand remained unharmed. Han Li felt both shock and anger. Just as he was about to devise another plan, he heard the yellow-clad man's maniacal laughter. "Haha, kid die?" Han Li's heart sank, and he hurriedly looked up. He saw about 20 sharp ice spikes shooting from the yellow-clad man's direction, covering his entire body, leaving him nowhere to dodge. Seeing this, Han Li's expression became extremely serious. He took a deep breath, bit his teeth, and instead of moving his feet, his body twisted strangely to the left and right. Most of the ice spikes were evaded by this movement, but one struck his right shoulder and another pierced his left leg, blood gushing from the wounds and soaking his clothes. With a snap, Han Li threw his long sword aside, and his fingers moved rapidly to seal the blood vessels near the wounds, stopping the bleeding. Meanwhile, the originally triumphant yellow-clad man widened his eyes in disbelief at what had just happened. Han Li's expression turned fierce, and he exerted strength in his calves, causing them to twist unnaturally. After a series of cracking sounds, his feet shrank significantly, and then his whole body suddenly shot upward, pulling his feet free from the large hands. He flew backward and landed several dozen feet away, coldly staring at the giant hands. "Impossible. How could you pull your feet out under the influence of the giant force technique?" A voice came from beneath the giant hands, filled with anger and disbelief. Then, the 2 large hands pulled apart, and a burly figure glowing with yellow light emerged forcefully from the soil. Chapter 143. Slaughter. The man who had just emerged from the ground and the yellow-clad man were the duo that had been chasing Han Li from behind. After catching up, fearing Han Li would continue on his way, they stealthily approached after recovering some magical power, planning this ambush. At this moment, Han Li felt a fiery pain in his injured thigh. It seemed his earlier movements had aggravated the wound. However, now was not the time to consider these issues, because the burly man who had just hidden in the soil pulled out a long knife shrouded in black mist and viciously lunged at Han Li. Han Li observed the man's figure. Although he moved quickly, his actions were stiff, clearly relying solely on the enhancement of the spell. This realization eased Han Li's mind, as he knew that in terms of agility and fluidity, he could easily outrun this opponent. With this thought, Han Li ignored the aggressive, burly man and focused his attention on the yellow-clad man, who had taken out a dark green gourd and was aiming it at him, seemingly preparing to cast another spell. "What are you looking at? Die?" The burly man had charged close to Han Li, his body glowing brightly, raising the strange long knife and chopping down fiercely. Han Li snorted, swaying his body, and evaded the knife's range. "You fell for it." The burly man suddenly laughed maniacally. The long knife in his hand glimmered with black light, transforming into a long black cord that coiled around Han Li like a snake, determined not to release him. Han Li was startled, and his figure immediately became blurred and strange, darting left and right, forward and backward, as if several copies of Han Li were circling around the burly man. The burly man was initially shocked, but then, relying on the protection of his earth armor technique, he dismissed it and continued to activate the retractable black cord, desperately pursuing Han Li's true form. Bang! Bang! Han Li zipped past the burly man. But in that instant, he unleashed the fireballs he had been holding, bombarding the burly man and causing his yellow light to flicker wildly, though regrettably. It quickly returned to normal. The protective spell on the old man's body. How could a mere fireball technique break through it? The burly man wore a smug expression, his hand gestures for the spellcasting becoming even more rapid, showing no sign of loosening the control on the black cord. Han Li felt a bit anxious. Although the burly man's black cord was slightly slower than his own, it couldn't harm him. However, he also didn't dare to slow down his movements, otherwise, he would definitely be trapped. Although he didn't know what kind of magical tool this black cord was that made it so troublesome, he couldn't afford to let it ensnare him. In the midst of his frantic escape, he took a quick glance at the man in yellow, only to see the other party's expression serious, and the gourd-like magical tool in his hand began to emit a blue light from its mouth, as if something was about to emerge from inside. "No, if this continues, my life is definitely in danger. I have to take some risks," Han Li thought to himself as the situation became critical. Thus, while flying at high speed, he took out the Vajra talisman he obtained from the Golden Light Man. This Vajra talisman was also a type of talisman, and Han Li had already learned its incantation from the monk Ku Sang. Now it was finally useful. Han Li whispered a few incantations, and due to the shaking, it sounded a bit unclear, but the golden lacquered characters on the talisman began to glow. When all the golden characters lit up, Han Li slapped the talisman against his body, and suddenly, a golden light burst forth, creating a golden shield. However, his figure abruptly slowed down, and he was caught by the black cord that had caught up from behind. Using the Vajra talisman would slow down his movements. Han Li had already tested this and was well aware. When he saw that although the black cord wrapped around him several times, it was all blocked outside the golden light, he felt more at ease. He knew he had made the right bet. The golden shield could indeed defend against the opponent's magical tool's attack. However, the burly man let out a low roar and stepped forward, clenching his fists and charging at him again, the yellow light in his hands dazzling and blinding, seemingly substantial, as if he had enhanced some more technique. After the previous lesson, Han Li would not allow the burly man to get close again. He suddenly crouched down, placing both hands on the ground, followed by a low chant that came from Han Li's mouth, and his hands even began to emit a faint yellow light. The burly man was slightly startled and hurriedly tried to stop, but it was too late. The ground beneath his feet turned into soft, flowing sand, causing his feet to sink in deeply, all the way up to the roots of his thighs, leaving him in a flurry. Hit! A sharp reprimand reached Han Li's ears. Han Li's heart sank as he looked towards the man in yellow. He saw several black, round balls spewing out from the dark gourd's mouth, each about the size of a chicken egg, flying straight towards Han Li. Han Li's face turned ugly, but he suddenly dispersed the yellow light from his hands and began to rummage in his robe, pulling out a wooden box. At this moment, several round balls had already reached him, smashing hard against Han Li's golden shield, causing the golden shield to continuously deform and fluctuate, seemingly on the verge of shattering. Seeing this crisis, Han Li ignored it and sat cross-legged, placing the wooden box horizontally on his knees, forming incantations with his hands. Bang! 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 The assault of those round balls intensified. The attacks from outside the golden shield never ceased for a moment, gradually dimming the golden light on Han Li's body. And it seemed like the shield would break, and he would die at any moment. At this moment, Han Li let out a loud shout. Rise! As the sound echoed, a gray light shot out from the wooden box, soaring like a dragon emerging from the water, circling around and instantly splitting those round balls in half, causing them to fall into the dust. Talismans. The man in yellow screamed as if he had seen a ghost. Upon hearing this, Han Li's heart stirred. However, he didn't have time to think more, because the burly man nearby had already freed himself. But upon seeing Han Li's gray sword light, his face turned pale. Instead of charging towards Han Li, he turned and fled in a panic. But at this moment, with murderous intent rising, Han Li would not let this person escape. He pointed his hand at the burly man, and the sword light immediately shot out, in the blink of an eye reaching behind the burly man. Wrapping around the burly man's neck, his head easily rolled to the ground, and the protective yellow light on his body seemed non-existent, having no effect whatsoever. Seeing this scene, the man in yellow dared not stay any longer. He quickly pulled out a talisman from his body, slapped it on himself, and then grew a pair of large yellow wings. Lightly flapping, he soared into the air and flew away. Han Li directed the sword light to chase after him, closely following behind the man in yellow. The man in yellow flew faster and faster, and the gray light momentarily couldn't catch up. Han Li felt a bit anxious. His heart hardened, and he unleashed all his spiritual power without reservation. The gray light suddenly accelerated as if it had taken a powerful tonic, shooting through the front of the man in yellow and giving him a chill to the bone. The man in yellow let out a tragic scream and fell from the sky. Han Li was overjoyed, recalling the gray light and rushing over, wanting to capture a live specimen for interrogation. Unfortunately, by the time Han Li reached the spot where the man in yellow had fallen, he was already dead, having fallen to his death. This left Han Li extremely frustrated, since there were no live specimens left. He could only search the bodies of the two to see if he could find any useful clues. After Han Li unceremoniously looted everything from the two, he found no relevant items, but unexpectedly gained a fortune, because the two had more than 50 low-grade spirit stones on them, not to mention some talismans and magical tools. Although Han Li was puzzled about being ambushed out of the blue, wondering if the previous missing loose cultivators were related to these two, he didn't dare to stay any longer. After taking some medicinal pills, he continued on his journey. Chapter 144. The contest for Foundation Establishment Pills. Jianzhou is located in the northern part of the Yu Kingdom, ranking second in area among the 13 states. With many mountains and hills and a sparse population bordering the neighboring Yuanwu Kingdom, the Taiwa mountain range is located in the western part of Jianzhou, stretching for thousands of miles. It is home to various wild beasts and birds of prey, making it an untouched primitive forest. There are even occasional rumors from woodcutters and hunters claiming to have seen fairies and monsters, adding a layer of mystery to this place. Ordinary people would never guess that the central part of the entire mountain range had long been occupied by Huangfeng Valley, one of the 7 major cultivation sects, for thousands of years. From above, this area looks no different from other mountain ranges, with steep ridges and lush trees, but in reality, it is covered by an enormous magical formation, all just illusions. Underneath, countless towers and grand halls have already been densely built, and some cultivators using leaf-shaped magical tools fly back and forth at low altitudes, busy with their tasks. The current head of Huangfeng Valley, Zhongling Dao, is over 100 years old, but still looks like a middle-aged man with 3 strands of long beard. He has reached the late stage of foundation establishment, is inherently calm, and is good at organization, enjoying high prestige within the sect, with both elders and his fellow disciples holding him in great esteem. However, this usually composed and confident headmaster Zhong now furrowed his brows tightly, sitting at the main seat in the grand hall, looking somewhat helpless at a middle-aged man and an old man who were arguing fiercely in front of him. While there were a dozen or so cultivators with various expressions sitting on either side of the hall, these people were all managers of Huangfeng Valley. Senior Brother Moro. Clearly, the users of the Foundation Establishment pills were already assigned months ago, yet you suddenly canceled the one for my grandnephew and gave it to a loose cultivator instead. This is too unreasonable. The old man angrily shouted at the middle-aged scholar with a white beard. It's truly surprising, this old man, despite being much older than the middle-aged man, insists on addressing him as senior brother. Junior Brother Yi, this was an unexpected incident. It's a once-in-100 years occurrence. How can we ignore someone who comes with the Ascension Order? We must give them a Foundation Establishment pill, the middle-aged scholar said calmly, without changing his expression. But this person is not from a cultivation family. He is just a loose cultivator. Should we really give him a Foundation Establishment pill? I think just letting him in is enough. That would already be a great fortune for him. The old man argued, his face flushed with anger. Junior brother Yi, you can't say that. How do you know that person's ancestors weren't from a cultivation family? Perhaps their family just fell into decline, which is why they became a loose cultivator. Moreover, who can guarantee that their own family won't decline over time? What if one day junior brother Ye's Yi family also faces decline? Shouldn't we, the Huangfeng Valley, also refuse to give them a foundation establishment pill and just let them in? If junior brother dares to make such a poisonous vow in front of everyone, Murong Shan, will turn around and leave, never to mention the foundation establishment pill again. The middle-aged man spoke confidently, leaving the old man speechless, his face changing colors. How dare the old man make such a vow that would lead to endless trouble? Even if he did, it would only mean that the person he has always had a disagreement with would no longer care about it. Who knows if anyone else would pop up? But why must it be the one belonging to my grandnephew? Can it be someone else? The old man asked unwillingly, raising his voice. That's because your grandnephew performed poorly in the tests. The middle-aged man shook his head with a look of regret, seeing the person opposite him act so pretentious. The old man gritted his teeth in anger, but since it concerns his grandnephew's interests, he couldn't care less and still tried to argue. My grandnephew's ranking was indeed a bit low, but he is not the last person who took the foundation establishment pill. There are 2 others behind him, right? What junior brother said is true. There are indeed 2 others who rank below your grandnephew in the tests, but their situations are quite special. Your grandnephew has to be wrong this time, the middle-aged man said with a tone of regret. What is special about them? If you don't give me a convincing reason, I won't swallow this anger. The old man said anxiously, releasing harsh words. Nonsense. What is there to be upset about? These 2 are indeed special, and skipping over them to select your grandnephew is something I also agreed to. As for the reasons, if junior brother doesn't ask, I will explain it to you anyway. Zhong Lingdao, seeing that the old man was not in a good mood, frowned and scolded him a few times. The old man felt a chill in his heart when he saw Zhong Lingdao speak like this. He only knew that there should be 2 people behind his grandnephew in the tests, but he really didn't know who they were. And that was what made him truly angry. Could there really be exceptions that would make the usually fair and strict sect master show favoritism? Zhong Lingdao waved his hand, signaling the middle-aged scholar to sit back down, and then sighed. Junior brother Yi, this time I'm afraid your grandnephew will really have to be wronged a bit. As for the other 2, one is the only descendant of Master Hongfu in the mortal world, so even though the young girl originally failed the test, I still selected her and placed her on the list for the foundation establishment pill. I believe, junior brother, you wouldn't want to cancel this person's foundation establishment pill, right? Upon hearing the name Hongfu, the old man was taken aback, and his face immediately changed, becoming fearful. Since she is the descendant of Master Hongfu, she should indeed be taken care of. How could I be so disrespectful to my elders? I wholeheartedly agree with the arrangement for this person, the old man said, his face slightly pale. Zhong, the sect master, was not surprised to see the old man's expression. After all, as the only female cultivator in the foundation establishment stage of Huangfeng Valley, everyone knew about Master Hongfu's protective temperament. If that young girl's eligibility for the foundation establishment was revoked, not only would the old man be in trouble, but even the sect master himself would have a hard time in the future. What about the other person? The old man was still somewhat unwilling to give up. Although he knew that the remaining person must also have sufficient reasons, he still asked with a glimmer of hope. The remaining one possesses a wind, attribute spiritual root. Do you think this reason is enough? Zhong Lingdao said, stroking his long beard slowly. Upon hearing this, the old man fell silent. The rules of Huangfeng Valley clearly state, those with heavenly roots or extraordinary spiritual roots are given priority for foundation establishment. There was really nothing to complain about. But that grandnephew of his, although not his biological grandson, he had watched grow up since the day he entered the sect, and he was closer to him than his own grandson. How could he bear to tell him that his eligibility for foundation establishment was revoked? So my grandnephew really has no hope? If he waits another 10 years, he will miss the best opportunity for foundation establishment and will never have a chance to enter the foundation establishment stage again. The old man said this with a hint of desolation, causing many people sitting nearby to whisper among themselves. Junior brother Yi, there is actually a way. A slightly gloomy-looking old man with an eagle-like hooked nose stepped forward to comfort the Yi surname old man. What? Brother Wu has a way? The Yi surname old man perked up upon hearing this. This brother Wu is known for his cleverness within the sect, so perhaps he really does have a solution. Old Man Wu smiled slightly, but did not answer immediately. Instead, he turned to Zhong Lingdao and asked loudly, "May I ask, Sect Master, has the spiritual root attribute of the person holding the Ascension Order been tested? What is their aptitude? It doesn't seem very good. Brother Wang, the person you personally brought and tested, please explain," Zhong Lingdao said to someone on the left side. "Yes, Sect Master." A middle-aged man with light green features stood up and said lightly, "This person is young, around 18 or 19 years old, with a foundation in wood attribute cultivation at the 9th level of the initial stage, but he is lacking in gold attribute, making him a pseudo-spiritual root. Overall, this person should have low aptitude, but they must have had some fortuitous encounters and have practiced diligently. Otherwise, they wouldn't have reached their current level. If there are no further opportunities, they will likely only reach the 11th or 12th level of foundation cultivation in their lifetime, with almost no chance of entering the foundation establishment stage. Even if they take a foundation establishment pill, the likelihood of entering the foundation establishment stage would only be 1%. Good. Old Man Wu interrupted before Brother Wang could finish. What good? The Yi surname Old Man couldn't contain his impatience and asked. The others also looked at Old Man Wu with puzzled expressions. Only Zhong Lingdao furrowed his brows slightly, having guessed a bit in his heart. "May I ask, Sect Master, if the person voluntarily gives up the foundation establishment pill, would that not count as us breaking our promise?" Old Man Wu said. "Of course, but no one is allowed to use threats or coercion to do this. Otherwise, the reputation of Huangfeng Valley would be ruined," Sect Master Zhong gently reminded. "Haha, rest assured, Sect Master, of course not." Old Man Wu smiled slightly, then turned to the Yi surname Old Man and said, "Junior Brother Yi, would you mind spending a little to buy his foundation establishment pill? You should know that his aptitude is so low, and the success rate of foundation establishment is pitifully small. There is a good chance he will give up the foundation establishment pill in exchange for something more practical." Old Man Wu looked very confident. Chapter 145, An Unexpected Guest. Yes, Brother Wu really has a good idea. The Yi surname Old Man's eyes lit up, and he became excited. Then he turned to Zhong Lingdao with anticipation and said, "Sect Master, may I meet the holder of the Ascension Order? I would like to make a deal with him to encourage him to voluntarily give up the foundation establishment pill." Upon hearing this, Zhong Lingdao pondered for a moment, but still nodded in agreement. However, he reiterated to the old man not to use any outrageous means to force a transaction. Before allowing Brother Wang to take him to meet the unexpected guest, the old man and Brother Wang left the main hall and immediately rode a leaf-shaped flying artifact, soaring toward the welcoming pavilion of Huangfeng Valley. In a room at the welcome pavilion of Huangfeng Valley, a young man lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. He was Han Li, who had come to Huangfeng Valley as one of the victors of the Ascension Conference. After Han Li killed the 2 cultivators who had ambushed him, he made his way without incident to a hidden mountain in Lanzhou to participate in the Ascension Conference, where he witnessed a competition far more brutal than what Hu Pinggu had described. After a fierce battle, the final victors of each arena were determined. And then the guides from the 7 major sects finally appeared, with the guide from Huangfeng Valley being that Wang Shidi. Upon seeing the guide from Huangfeng Valley, Han Li pondered deeply and decided to take the risk of showing the Ascension token to this guide, which startled the other party. The guide immediately stated that he could take Han Li back to the sect, but how to handle him and the Ascension token would be decided by their sect leader. As the last retrieval of an Ascension token had happened 400 or 500 years ago, Han Li naturally did not object. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult for him to find the mountain gate of Huangfeng Valley on his own. Thus, under the astonished gazes of other cultivators, Han Li, along with 10 other victors, boarded a large boat-shaped magical artifact, which Wang Shidi used to take them back to Huangfeng Valley, where he arranged for Han Li to wait for a response. As for the other 10, they were separated from him, and he did not know where they were taken. Han Li stayed there for 3 or 4 days without stepping outside the door. Aside from a young servant about 11 or 12 years old who delivered meals on time every day, he did not see anyone else. This was not because Han Li was obedient or honest, but because the guide surnamed Wang had clearly told him after settling him in and testing his attributes that since he was not yet a disciple of Huangfeng Valley, the room was placed under certain restrictions, and he could not leave temporarily, or else he would trigger the restrictions and be trapped by them. Hearing this from the guide surnamed Wang, Han Li naturally would not seek trouble for himself. Moreover, after discovering that he had a pseudo-spiritual root of 4 attributes. Han Li's mood was not good. Although he had long known that his aptitude for cultivation was poor, hearing it confirmed still left him dejected for an entire day. It seemed that if he wanted to achieve anything in the path of cultivation, he would have to rely on external forces like pills. However, after his Changchun Gong reached the 9th level, he found that the efficacy of the Huanglong Dan and Jin Sui Wan had significantly diminished, and they were no longer as helpful as before. It appeared he needed to find several new spirit herb formulas to concoct some truly suitable pills for cultivators to avoid delaying his cultivation progress. While Han Li was lost in thought, footsteps suddenly sounded outside the door, and there were more than one person's footsteps. Han Li's spirit lifted. It seemed that after waiting for many days, he finally received the news he had been waiting for. "Little friend, are you accustomed to staying here?" The door was gently pushed open, and the voice of the guide surnamed Wang came through. He then walked into the room, followed by a red-faced old man. "Master Wang." "Hello." Han Li immediately jumped down from the bed and respectfully bowed. He knew well that being courteous could only benefit him. "Who is this?" Han Li glanced at the old man, asking with some confusion. "This is my senior brother, surnamed Yi." Wang Shidi smiled and briefly explained. "Surnamed Yi?" Han Li was taken aback. Did the matter of him killing someone and seizing the token from Jin Guangshangren get exposed? And was someone from the Yi family here? However, although the old man's expression was not particularly pleasant, it did not show signs of hostility. It seemed there was more to the story, Han Li thought to himself. But he did not show any signs of abnormality on the surface and immediately responded respectfully. "So it is Master Yi." The old man had already sized up Han Li from head to toe and felt that Han Li was extremely ordinary, with no remarkable traits, which made him more confident about his purpose for coming this time. Thus, upon hearing Han Li's greeting, he became more amiable and smiled, saying "There is no need for such courtesy, Han little friend. Since you hold the ascension token to come to our Huangfeng Valley, you are now a disciple of our sect. So just call me Uncle Yi. There is no need to be so formal." Upon hearing the old man's words, Han Li felt much more at ease, but his heart also grew more puzzled. Since the other party spoke so politely, it seemed they were not here for revenge. However, the level of politeness was a bit excessive, wasn't it? What did he mean by not being an outsider? Han Li was confused. "Han little friend, what my senior brother Yi said is correct. Our sect leader has agreed to let you join our valley as a disciple, and he has also prepared a foundation establishment pill for you," Wang Shidi said with a light smile. "Really?" Even though Han Li was usually calm and composed, he couldn't help but feel excited upon hearing this news, wanting to dance a little to vent his excitement. Seeing Han Li's reaction, Wang Shidi smiled, seemingly not surprised, as if he had anticipated Han Li's response. "Wang Shidi, I would like to discuss something privately with Han Shidi. Could you please step aside?" The old man, unable to contain himself, finally spoke the words he had been wanting to say since entering the room. "Of course, I will head back to the sect leader first. After you finish your conversation with Han Shidi, we can all go together." Wang Shidi sighed inwardly, glanced at Han Li, and said lightly before leaving the room. Now, only the old man surnamed Yi and Han Li remained in the room. Han Li stared in astonishment at the sudden turn of events. Why did this Wang fellow leave just like that? And why was this so-called uncle left alone to discuss something with him? Although he did not know what this Uncle Yi wanted, Han Li had a faint bad premonition. The old man noticed Han Li's unease, but did not care. He believed that what he had to offer would certainly open the eyes of this young man who had not seen much of the world and would ensure the success of this transaction. "Han Shidi, I am a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush. I'll get straight to the point. I want to discuss the foundation establishment pill that is meant for you and would like to buy it from you. May I ask how you feel about this?" The old man stated bluntly. He actually wants to buy the foundation establishment pill meant for him. He must be mistaken. Han Li was taken aback upon hearing this. Who would give away a foundation establishment pill to someone else? After a moment of shock, his expression changed drastically, turning very ugly. "Han Shidi, please rest assured. I will not ask you to give me the foundation establishment pill for free. I can offer 7 or 8 middle-grade spirit stones, some junior to mid-level spirit talismans, and several high-quality magical artifacts. I can also provide some pills for advancing magical power, which, although not comparable to the foundation establishment pill, are still rare spirit herbs in the sect. As long as you agree, these can be exchanged for the foundation establishment pill," the old man quickly explained. Having noticed the change in Han Li's expression, after hearing this, Han Li's expression improved significantly. He felt the sincerity in the old man's words. seeming to indicate that this uncle did not intend to seize it forcefully, but genuinely wanted to buy his foundation establishment pill. Isn't it mostly because of the temptation of this foundation establishment pill? And this master, Yi actually plans to exchange it for some spirit stones and magical tools. Does he really think he is a naive rookie just out of the mountains? Han Li thought to himself with a sneer, but his face still returned to a respectful expression, as if he were seriously listening to what the other party was saying. The old man with the surname Yi was very satisfied with Han Li's performance. After all, this future nephew did not outright refuse when he heard about exchanging the foundation establishment pill. It seemed there was indeed much to negotiate. He had never intended to genuinely use the items he mentioned earlier to obtain the foundation establishment pill. Anyone who wasn't foolish wouldn't exchange such a precious item for something so cheap. His earlier words were merely a way to test the waters. But now, seeing the other party's attitude, it seemed that there was indeed room for negotiation, which made him overjoyed. As long as the other party was willing to exchange, the old man was confident he could meet the other party's demands and obtain this foundation establishment pill. Thinking of this, the smile on the old man's face grew even wider, feeling that Han Li's demeanor seemed much more pleasing than before. Junior Han, I assume you know your spirit root attributes. To be honest, with your qualifications, even taking the foundation establishment pill, the hope of successfully establishing a foundation is very slim. That foundation establishment pill would at most help you improve your mana and raise your foundational cultivation technique by 2 or 3 levels. If that's the case, it would be a waste of the foundation establishment pill. For you, it would be better to exchange this for something more practical, which would be more cost-effective. The old man began to elaborate, frequently tempting Han Li. On the surface, Han Li seemed to be attentively listening to Master Ye's lengthy speech, but inside, he was already analyzing and pondering the pros and cons. To be honest, he was very clear that, as the other party mentioned, the chance of successfully establishing a foundation after taking such a simple foundation establishment pill was indeed minuscule. However, Han Li was still unwilling to simply hand over the foundation establishment pill. After all, no matter how low the chance, wasn't there still a slight possibility of success? But if he didn't give the foundation establishment pill to this Master Yi, then his days in Huangfeng Valley would surely be difficult. And there was an 80 to 90% chance he would unwittingly create animosity with this person. Moreover, judging by the other party's demeanor, it seemed he had some real power in Huangfeng Valley, which would make the situation even worse. Master Yi, may I ask for whom this foundation establishment pill is being requested? I assume you have no use for it yourself? After thinking for a long time, Han Li still felt it was better to probe the other party's intentions first. Although the old man was interrupted by Han Li, he did not show any displeasure. After hesitating for a moment upon hearing Han Li's question, he finally opened his mouth to tell Han Li, "Since Junior Han has asked, I have nothing to hide. This foundation establishment pill is sought for my grandson, and I hope you can do me this favor." Upon hearing this, Han Li couldn't help but smile wryly in his heart, thinking, a grandson, that's quite a close relationship. Moreover, for this old man to go to such great lengths, even lowering himself to request the foundation establishment pill from a junior, it must mean that this grandson is extremely favored. It seems that if I refuse to exchange, I will undoubtedly anger this old man, and I won't be able to stay peacefully in Huangfeng Valley anymore. I have no choice but to agree. As for my own foundation establishment, I can only think of another way later. I still have that mysterious little bottle. As long as I have the formula and time, what pill can I concoct? After weighing the pros and cons, Han Li made up his mind, but decided to make the other party pay a hefty price. Therefore, he put on a troubled expression, looking very distressed. Master, it's not that I am disrespecting my elders, but this foundation establishment pill is incredibly important to me. Even if my qualifications are a bit lacking, isn't there still that glimmer of hope? But if I give up this opportunity to establish a foundation, I will truly have no connection with the great Tao for the rest of my life. The old man scoffed at Han Li's words, thinking, with your qualifications, you dare to consider matters of the great Tao, truly overestimating yourself. But on the surface, the old man continued to advise Han Li earnestly from various angles, making many empty promises, and continued to pressure him to waver in his determination to agree to exchange the foundation establishment pill. After listening to these empty words, Han Li sneered a few times in his heart, but on the surface, he began to speak increasingly weaker words, causing the old man to become even more spirited, continuously offering higher and higher prices. Junior, if you are willing to part with the foundation establishment pill, I can let you choose any chores that the disciples in the valley must do. The old man saw that Han Li was at a point of seeming to agree but not agreeing, and finally used his trump card. Chores. Han Li was truly taken aback this time. Yes, one must know that the low-level disciples of Huangfeng Valley must complete certain tasks every month. For example, supervising miners at several mining sites, serving as a steward disciple in the market opened by the sect, taking care of the spiritual birds and beasts in the valley, and planting some rare spiritual herbs, among other miscellaneous tasks. Depending on the specific completion of these tasks, the sect would distribute some low-level spirit stones to these disciples monthly as a reward. And I, the old man, am specifically responsible for assigning such tasks. So if Junior has a preference for any type of work, it is just a matter of a word from me. The old man said this, puffing out his chest, giving a feeling of having some authority. However, upon hearing this, Han Li felt somewhat speechless. It seems that no matter where, there will always be those who abuse their power for personal gain, even in a cultivation sect as large as Huangfeng Valley. However, when the other party mentioned the task of planting rare herbs, Han Li's heart stirred, feeling that this task was tailor-made for him. Moreover, the other party had already promised many benefits. If he continued to delay, it might give the impression that he was too greedy. It would be better to take the opportunity while it lasts. Thinking of this, Han Li pretended to be finally moved, and with a wronged expression, he said to the old man, "Since Master Yi has said so, then it would be too disrespectful for me to refuse. As long as you can truly keep the conditions you just mentioned, I will give this foundation establishment pill to your grandson. I hope your grandson can successfully establish a foundation." The old man was overjoyed upon hearing this, repeatedly assuring Han Li, "You can rest assured, what I, your uncle, have said is absolutely sincere. However, when we meet the sect leader later, matters that are publicly traded can be shared with others. But the things I have privately promised should not be mentioned." Han Li smiled knowingly upon hearing this and very tactfully agreed. "You can rest assured about this. I am well aware and wouldn't do such a foolish thing." The old man smiled broadly, very satisfied with Han Li's cleverness. Chapter 147. Details within the valley. Haha. After a night's sleep, the fever has finally completely subsided. I will update everyone immediately, and I hope everyone continues to support. After completing the transaction with Han Li, the old man with the surname Yi took him and flew towards the discussion hall using a magical tool to report back to the sect leader, Zhongling Dao, of Huangfeng Valley. Soon after, Han Li stood in front of the gigantic stone hall, which was dozens of meters high, curiously observing the several disciples of Huangfeng Valley guarding the entrance. The magical power of these individuals was much deeper than Han Li's, at least appearing to be above the 10th level of foundational cultivation. Han Li couldn't help but be secretly amazed, raising his estimation of the strength of the cultivators in this sect. When the old man with the surname Yi brought him here, he asked Han Li to wait outside the hall for the sect leader's summons while he himself went inside. This created an awkward situation where Han Li stood alone outside the hall waiting, making him feel quite disgruntled for a while. After a while, a middle-aged man in white walked out from inside and directly approached Han Li, coldly saying, "Come with me, the sect master wants to see you." Then, without paying attention to Han Li's reaction, he turned and walked back. Han Li couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that as a 9th-level qi refining cultivator, he was completely disregarded by the other party, who didn't even want to say another word to him. Although he felt quite dissatisfied with this person, Han Li knew very well his own standing in this place, so he obediently followed him into the Great Hall. After passing through 3 gates guarded by disciples, Han Li finally saw the sect master of Huangfeng Valley, Zhongling Dao, a middle-aged man with 3 strands of long beard. On both sides of the hall, there were also a dozen individuals dressed in various attires. When Han Li entered, these people glanced at him, but seeing his ordinary appearance with nothing attractive about him, they lost interest and turned their gazes away. The old man with the surname Yi and that junior brother Wang were also among them. "Young friend, you are Han Li, right?" the sect master asked gently. "Yes, disciple Han Li, greetings to the sect master." Han Li appeared very sincere as he stepped forward to bow deeply. "No need for too much courtesy, since young friend can bring the ascension order here. This sect master will certainly abide by the rules set by the sages and accept you as a disciple," Zhongling Dao said with a warm smile, lightly waving his sleeve. However, Han Li felt his body, which was about to bow down, gently lifted by an invisible soft force, making it impossible for him to continue his bow. This surprised him and instilled a deeper sense of reverence toward the sect master. Logically speaking, young friend, besides joining our sect, you also qualify to take the Foundation Establishment pill. However, before that, I heard from junior brother Yi that young friend has given up this Foundation Establishment pill and passed it to someone else. Is that true? The sect master did not waste time on unnecessary talk and directly stated the purpose of calling him into the hall. Yes, sect master. I feel my aptitude is poor, and taking this Foundation Establishment pill is truly too extravagant. I would rather give such a precious item to another senior brother who needs it more. After saying this, Han Li still felt a pang in his heart. This was the Foundation Establishment pill, not some ordinary pills that one could eat like snacks. If such a Foundation Establishment pill were to be placed in the cultivation world, it would surely cause a bloodbath. Even though he had a mysterious small bottle as support, he really didn't have much confidence in completely replicating a spirit pill like the Foundation Establishment pill. Thus, his words were particularly insincere. Though Han Li was very reluctant inside, he maintained an obedient and respectful demeanor on the surface, which greatly satisfied most people in the hall. Good, young friend Han. Having such a magnanimous heart brings me great comfort. Rest assured, this sect master will not let you make this sacrifice for nothing. After saying this, Zhong Lingdao turned to face the old man with the surname Yi. Junior brother Yi, the Foundation Establishment pill that young friend Han relinquished will be taken by your nephew. But you must properly compensate young friend Han for his loss, ensuring he is satisfied. Zhong Lingdao said sternly. Hee. Sect master can rest assured. I will definitely make young disciple Han satisfied. The old man, seeing that things were going as he imagined, couldn't help but feel elated, responding repeatedly. Seeing the old man's demeanor, Zhong Lingdao stroked his long beard and smiled slightly. The difficulty of this issue was resolved so easily, which also relieved the sect master greatly. Thus, the matter of the Foundation Establishment pill was settled, and from today onward, young friend Han would be a disciple of this sect. Junior brother Wang, arrange a residence for young disciple Han and briefly explain the sect's rules to him. Let him practice with the transmission disciples first, and if he performs exceptionally, he will be promoted separately. Zhong Lingdao instructed, speaking with clarity. Understood, sect master. Junior brother Wang stood up and complied. Immediately, this senior uncle Wang took Han Li outside the hall and began to explain some of the rules and basic knowledge of Huangfeng Valley. Han Li listened attentively along the way, gaining a preliminary understanding of Huangfeng Valley. Huangfeng Valley had more than 10,000 disciples in total, of which over 90% were at the qi refining stage, while there were only a few hundred at the Foundation Establishment stage. These individuals were the backbone of Huangfeng Valley. As for the few high-level masters at the core formation stage, there were only a handful, and they basically spent most of their time in seclusion, no longer concerning themselves with matters within the valley. Unless it was a matter of life and death for Huangfeng Valley, even the sect master Zhong Lingdao would rarely meet these individuals. The only nascent soul-level cultivator in the valley was an ancestor of the sect master and others, said to be over 900 years old, possessing unfathomable magical power and profound Taoist arts, capable of leaving his nascent soul and traveling vast distances. He was a living land immortal. However, this old man had long since left the valley and was no longer within the borders of the country, traveling through other nations. And no one knew when he would return. Given that there were so many qi refining disciples in the valley, it was naturally impossible for everyone to take the Foundation Establishment pill. Only the most outstanding disciples with the best aptitudes would receive this honor. Therefore, every 10 years, disciples under 30 would undergo a series of selections, with the level of competition being no less intense than the Ascension Conference outside. Basically, only those who had practiced their foundational techniques to the 11th or even 12th level, true cultivation prodigies, could stand out and qualify for the Foundation Establishment pill. Among the hundreds of best disciples selected in this strict manner, only about 20 or 30 could break through to the Foundation Establishment stage after taking the pill. The rest would at most improve their magical power a step further, refining their foundational techniques to the peak, but still remaining at the qi refining stage. Thus, it was natural that disciples in the valley were divided into 3 major tiers. The lowest tier consisted of those who had never taken the Foundation Establishment pill. These individuals were the most numerous and had the shallowest magical power. They not only engaged in the most menial tasks, but also had the least time for cultivation. And they held the lowest status in the valley, though they had a title that sounded impressive, servicing disciples. Slightly above them in status were those who had taken the Foundation Establishment pill but had not entered the foundation establishment stage. Their foundational techniques were generally at their peak, and their magical power was significantly stronger than that of the servicing disciples, allowing them to perform some simple intermediate techniques. Thus, they took on the responsibility of leading and managing many servicing disciples and were commonly referred to as leading disciples. The highest status and best treatment were reserved for those who could enter the foundation establishment stage. These favored children of heaven could be considered true cultivators, stepping onto the path of cultivation. After successfully establishing their foundation, they would be allowed to find a place with abundant spiritual energy throughout the Taiwan mountain range to cultivate in solitude, free from any menial tasks, focusing solely on their cultivation. Additionally, they would receive various rare materials and a large amount of spirit stones each year to aid them in accelerating their cultivation. Their only obligation was to assist when their sect faced great enemies, without defiance or disobedience. In addition to these disciples, Huangfeng Valley also had various managers who wielded real power within the sect. These managers were those disciples who, after entering the foundation establishment stage and spending some time in cultivation, realized they had no hope of reaching the core formation stage. They voluntarily gave up on further cultivation to take on specialized management of the valley's miscellaneous affairs. The old man with the surname Yi and the dozen or so people in the hall were all such managers. Strictly speaking, Sect Master Zhong Lingdao was also a high-level manager, but he was responsible for the overall planning of the entire sect, serving as the manager for the other managers. What truly decides the life and death of a sect are those high-level cultivators above the core formation stage who disregard external affairs. It is their presence that deters the evil forces from daring to intrude, allowing Huangfeng Valley to stand as one of the 7 great sects to this day. Otherwise, as one of the 7 great sects, Huangfeng Valley would have been annihilated countless times by those powerful beings. Of course, the above content is not the original words of this Master Wang, but rather a summary that Han Li deduced from the other party's words and hints. This gave Han Li a clear understanding of his environment and position, which would be quite helpful for his future interactions with other fellow disciples. Chapter 148. The gray-robed old man Master Wang took Han Li on a leaf-shaped flying artifact, and after flying for about an hour, they landed on a lush mountain ridge, descending into a dense cluster of flat-roofed houses. These ordinary houses, built from stone, were extremely simple, and there wasn't a single figure to be seen in the entire area. It seemed to be entirely empty, which puzzled Han Li. Don't be surprised, these houses are indeed empty. This was originally a place for newly admitted disciples to live, and they only move out when their cultivation has made some progress. Right now is the 10-year rotation period, and the new disciples have yet to enter. So they are temporarily vacant, Master Wang said, noticing Han Li's confusion. This made Han Li suddenly realize. Master Wang led Han Li through the winding paths of the house cluster, and after making Han Li dizzy, they finally stopped in front of a house that was much larger than the ordinary stone houses. Without explaining anything to Han Li, he shouted loudly, "Junior brother Lin, open the door. I have brought a new disciple to collect some items." As soon as Master Wang's voice fell, the door swung open automatically. Seeing this, Master Wang stepped inside without hesitation, and after a slight hesitation, Han Li followed him into the house. Inside, the spaciousness of the room seemed even larger than what he saw from the outside, which made Han Li secretly marvel. Unsure of what tricks had been played on this house, the specific situation inside the room gave Han Li a sense of chaos. Various miscellaneous items were piled up everywhere, with some being clothing and others weapons like swords. However, from the aura fluctuations on the weapons, it was clear that they were actually well-crafted magical tools. In addition to these items, there were also some everyday tools like shovels and hammers, which were also infused with spiritual energy, seemingly refined into something akin to magical tools, broadening Han Li's horizons and leaving him wondering what miraculous effects these tools might have when used. In the center of the room was a square 8 immortals table, behind which sat a gray-robed old man with disheveled hair. The old man paid no attention to Han Li and Master Wang as he focused intently on carving a palm-sized piece of yellow wood with a gleaming small knife. Seeing this, Master Wang frowned slightly but quickly returned to normal, choosing not to disturb the old man's work. Instead, he pulled a chair from one corner of the room and sat down across from the old man, patiently waiting for him to finish carving the wood. Han Li blinked and silently stood behind Master Wang, understanding the situation and waiting together. The gray-robed old man's hands moved swiftly, and wood shavings flew from his fingers. In just the time it took to brew a cup of tea, a vivid little monkey appeared in his palm. Junior brother Lin's carving skills have improved quite a bit since I last saw them. Master Wang smiled and praised. It's nothing, just passing the time. The gray-robed old man replied nonchalantly, but his eyes had already turned toward Han Li, seemingly having guessed some of their intentions. It's nothing major. Just here to collect some personal items for the new disciples and equip this junior nephew Han, Master Wang said with a smile. Didn't the new disciples for this Ascension Conference already collect their items? How come there's an extra one? And his aptitude seems a bit lacking. Has our sect leader Zhong's standards fallen so low that even such a mediocre talent is allowed into the valley? The gray-robed old man bluntly criticized Han Li in front of him, and his tone showed a lack of respect for sect leader Zhong. Han Li felt extremely awkward upon hearing this, and Master Wang was equally at a loss. He knew that due to past events, this junior brother Lin had been harboring resentment towards the current sect leader. However, in front of a junior like Han Li, how could he take up the topic? Thus, he could only clear his throat a few times and change the subject. Junior brother. This junior nephew Han holds an ascension order and is here to join our Huang Feng Valley. He is an exception to be accepted, so his aptitude isn't important. The key is that our sect must keep its promises. Ascension order. The gray-robed old man was taken aback and looked at Han Li with renewed scrutiny. TSK. So this kid has quite a fortune and can even take a foundation establishment pill? Well, theoretically, yes. But junior nephew Han made a deal with senior brother Yi and voluntarily gave up this foundation establishment pill, Master Wang said with a smile. Giving up the foundation establishment pill? The old man was initially stunned, but for some reason, his expression suddenly turned somber. After a moment of silence, he surprisingly uttered a statement that left Han Li astonished. It's good to give it up. The most important thing in life is to have self-awareness. Being able to understand the way of gain and loss at such a young age is far better than me. The gray-robed old man's expression was extremely lonely, and the previously indifferent gaze he had toward Han Li became somewhat kinder. However, after hearing the old man's words, Han Li was somewhat baffled and felt quite unconvinced. What did it mean to have self-awareness? He had been forced to give up the foundation establishment pill with great reluctance. If it weren't for that, who would willingly part with it? Without discussing Han Li's inner complaints, the old man suddenly straightened his face and stood up abruptly. He reached out with both hands, grasping at the empty air around him a few times, and suddenly a variety of items appeared in his hands, increasing in number, leaving Han Li dumbfounded. A yellow silk shirt, a green leaf magical tool, a set of daily refining tools, a Luyang sword, and a cold moon blade, and a tenfold storage bag. The old man coldly recited the items in his hands and then placed them on the table. Everything is here, little fellow, take them away. As for you, Brother Wang, you're a busy man, so I won't keep you longer. Farewell. After speaking, the old man took out a piece of wood from his pocket and began carving again, ignoring the two. Seeing this, Master Wang sighed, said nothing more, and let Han Li pick up the items and exit the room. The moment they stepped outside the stone house, the door slammed shut automatically. Master Wang looked at the tightly closed door, shook his head gently, and prepared to take Han Li away from there. Hey, you don't need to hold all these items. Just put them in the storage bag. As Master Wang turned around, he saw Han Li standing beside him, dazedly holding a large pile of items, which made him chuckle and remind him. Upon hearing Master Wang's words, Han Li finally realized and placed the pile of items on the ground, rummaging through to find a black cloth bag. Is this thing the so-called tenfold storage bag? Han Li felt a bit puzzled. He picked up the bag, looked at the incredibly small opening, and then glanced at the sword and blade items that were comparably huge. For a moment, he hesitated, unsure of how to stuff them into the bag. It's your first time using a storage bag. Let me demonstrate. Uncle Wang said kindly, noticing Han Li's confusion, and reached out to take the bag. Just align the bag opening with the item you want to store, inject some spiritual energy into the bag, and lock onto the item, and it will automatically be absorbed. As Uncle Wang spoke, he demonstrated it himself. He held the bag upside down, and with a flicker of white light from his hand, a beam of white radiance shot out from the bag, enveloping all the items on the ground. Those items quickly shrank in the white light, and, once they reached a certain size, were sucked into the bag. Han Li watched in astonishment and delight. The method to take out items is the same. You just need to lock onto the item you wish to retrieve with spiritual energy beforehand, Uncle Wang said as he handed the bag back to Han Li. However, there are several taboos when using a storage bag. Han disciple, you must remember them well. Uncle Wong said seriously, with his hands clasped behind his back. Upon hearing this, Han Li nodded vigorously. First, storage bags have a certain capacity and limits on the reduction ratio of items. If the items are too large or if too many items are absorbed, the storage bag will become ineffective and cannot hold anything else. Second, you cannot store living creatures in a storage bag. If you do, they will surely die. As for the last point, it's even more critical to remember, low-grade storage bags do not have a master recognition function. Whoever grabs your storage bag can claim everything inside as their own. So, do not easily show your storage bag in front of other cultivators. You must keep it well hidden, or you might attract deadly trouble. Chapter 149, Miscellaneous Tasks. After hearing these words, Han Li naturally kept them firmly in mind. Now that you've received everything, follow me to meet the disciples of the transmission hall. After Uncle Wong finished speaking, he took Han Li and took off on his flying tool. This time, they flew a shorter distance and landed at the foot of a nearby mountain in the blink of an eye. There was a huge stone building built against the mountain, and the stone plaque in front of it read Transmission Hall in golden characters. Nearby, some young disciples were coming and going, creating quite a lively atmosphere. Uncle Wong said nothing this time and led the way inside, with Han Li closely following. Some disciples clearly recognized Uncle Wong and kept bowing and greeting him, to which Uncle Wong responded with a smiling nod. It seemed he had quite a good reputation among the people in Huangfeng Valley. Upon entering the stone building, Han Li was surprised to find that the back half of the transmission hall actually extended into the mountain's interior, and it was extremely spacious inside. As soon as they entered, a row of stone doors appeared before them, with disciples moving in and out of those doors. Han Li was just about to take a closer look when Uncle Wong pushed open the third door on the right and walked in without a care. This made Han Li hesitate, unsure whether to follow closely behind. Come in. Uncle Wong didn't make Han Li wait long. Shortly after, he appeared at the door again and beckoned for Han Li to enter. There were not many people inside. Only a young disciple in green attire, around 30 years old, stood respectfully beside Uncle Wong. Upon seeing Han Li enter, he smiled kindly at him. This is Wu Feng, who is specifically responsible for the techniques of new disciples. If you have any questions about techniques in the future, you can come to consult him. In terms of mastering elementary techniques, Wu Feng can definitely rank among the top 10 of the younger generation. Uncle Wong spoke highly of this person. Please guide me more in the future, Senior Brother Wu. Han Li said respectfully. He understood that this person would be his technique master for the time being, so he could not afford to neglect him. Hee. Uncle Wong is overpraising me. Actually, I only have a superficial understanding of low-level techniques. I can just spar and comprehend with Junior Brother Han. Senior Brother Wu said politely. Junior Brother Wu, I know how proficient you are in techniques, so no need to be too humble. I'm entrusting this matter of Junior Brother Han's techniques to you. I'm just here to let you two get acquainted. And then I have to take him to greet some others, so I won't stay here too long. Uncle Wong was quite straightforward. After saying this, he and Han Li left the room with the respectful send-off from Senior Brother Wu. For a while afterward, Uncle Wong diligently took Han Li to several other necessary places, introducing him to several steward disciples and explaining some daily matters to him. Finally, he brought him back to the stone houses where the gray-clothed elder was located, allowing Han Li to choose a stone room as his residence before leaving him alone. Han Li stood in front of the stone house he had chosen, looking at the simple residence with a wry smile. At this point, he already knew that as long as disciples practiced their foundational techniques to the 10th layer, they could leave here and move to a place called Xiankuan Mountain. There, the disciples inside the sect had much more freedom. Not only could they freely establish their own residences on the mountain, but there were also no restrictions on the type or size of the houses, making Han Li yearn for it greatly. However, even though his techniques had not reached the 10th layer yet, Han Li did not truly intend to stay in this stone house for long. After chuckling to himself, he took out his flying green leaf artifact from the storage bag. After injecting spiritual energy into the artifact, he tossed it into the air and jumped up. At first, due to his unfamiliarity with the item, Han Li flew unsteadily, wobbling up and down, very unstable. But soon after, he got the hang of it and could fly gracefully with his hands behind his back, just like Uncle Wong. Though the artifact was easy to handle and simple to control, it was evident that its speed was not very fast, just a bit quicker than an ordinary steed. It was no wonder that the disciples in the valley could each have one, even though the green leaf artifact was somewhat lacking. It was Han Li's first time flying in the air, so he still enjoyed playing around with it for half a day. Haha. Amidst laughter, Han Li finally activated the artifact to fly toward a certain location. Along the way, he brushed past a few other disciples, also flying. Perhaps because Han Li's face was too unfamiliar, most of these people looked at him curiously for a moment. But when they noticed he was only at the 9th layer of technique, they disdainfully distanced themselves. Han Li took all of their actions into his eyes, showing no expression on his face, but couldn't help but sneer inwardly. It seemed these so-called disciples of great cultivation sects were not much different from ordinary mortals. They were just as snobbish. As Han Li was thinking this, he arrived in front of a large group of buildings and landed in front of a hall marked by Ji Hall, striding inside. Inside the hall, a middle-aged steward-like person was somewhat surprised to see Han Li enter and couldn't help but ask, "Junior brother Han, how come you're back so soon? Where's Uncle Wang?" This was the same place that Uncle Wang had hurriedly brought Han Li to visit earlier, and this steward had just met Han Li, so he was quite surprised to see him return. "Senior brother, I came here just now and heard this is the place to receive miscellaneous tasks, right?" Han Li did not immediately answer the inquiry, but instead smiled and asked, "Yes, that's correct. Does junior brother want to take a task so soon?" The steward said in surprise. As a new disciple, according to the rules, you can first familiarize yourself with the situation inside the sect for a month before taking on tasks. There's no need to rush. It's fine. I just want to find something to do. I wonder if there are still openings for planting tasks? Han Li smiled slightly. That's a bit difficult. All disciples come to receive tasks. Whatever work is assigned, they must do it without picking and choosing. Unless they can prove they have expertise in a certain area, only then can they be given special consideration, the deacon said with difficulty. Upon hearing this, Han Li frowned. Does he really have to find that Uncle Yi? It doesn't matter. Let this nephew Han choose freely for the planting work. A voice that Han Li found somewhat familiar came from behind, surprising him. When he turned around, he found that the old man with the surname Yi had unknowingly stood behind him, looking at him with a smile. "Hall Master, you're back." The middle-aged deacon immediately bowed respectfully upon seeing the old man. "Yes, I'm back," the old man said, not sure if it was appropriate. "Uncle Yi." Han Li quickly bowed in greeting as well. Nephew Han, you came really fast. I was just going to instruct my subordinates to let you choose any work you like as soon as I got back." Uncle Yi seemed to be in a good mood, jokingly said. "Thank you for your concern, Uncle. I just came to take a look and see if I could find a suitable task without bothering you," Han Li said somewhat shyly. "This is my domain. There's no trouble at all. Deacon you, take out all the planting tasks and let nephew Han choose until he is satisfied." The old man waved his hand generously, signaling his subordinate to carry out the order. The deacon surnamed Yu was stunned by this statement. After giving Han Li a deep look, he hurriedly went to find the bamboo slips that recorded the various tasks. However, he couldn't help but speculate about the relationship between Han Li and his superior. The planting tasks assigned from above are all here. "Brother Han, take a good look." Deacon Yu soon returned, holding a bundle of green jade-colored bamboo slips. Han Li thanked him and took the slips to examine them carefully. "Take care of 13 flowering trees. Submit 200 fruits each year. Carefully nurture a 300-year-old fire cloud ginseng, ensuring its spiritual essence is not lost. Plant 1 acre of moon plum grass, submitting 100 jin of dry grass each season. Take care of a piece of yellow jade bamboo forest." The tasks on the bamboo slips were varied and numerous. However, the initial ones did not catch Han Li's eye. When he flipped to the middle of the slips, a task that greatly satisfied him appeared. Take over the 100 Herbs Garden at Chingstone Ridge and submit a specified number of rare medicinal materials each year. Upon seeing this line of golden letters on the bamboo slip, Han Li was overjoyed. He pointed to the slip and looked up at Deacon Yu, saying, "I prefer this task. Could you please introduce it to me?" After hearing Han Li's words, Deacon Yu smiled and approached him. However, when he saw the task Han Li chose, the smile on his face immediately turned into a bitter expression. "Junior brother, let's choose another task. This garden management task is quite challenging and not suitable for you," Deacon Yu said sincerely. Seeing Han Li's puzzled expression, he continued to explain. "This task has been posted here for several years, and many have taken it on, but every disciple has messed it up. They not only failed to earn rewards, but were also penalized with a considerable amount of spirit stones. It can be said to be one of the most difficult tasks to complete here. Moreover, not to make you laugh, I also let those senior brothers draw lots to assign this task." After listening to this, Han Li found it somewhat amusing but also began to ponder. However, he still didn't intend to give up and humbly asked, "Could you tell me what exactly is difficult about this task? Why have so many senior brothers failed to complete it? Isn't it just managing the herbs in the garden? Isn't that difficult?" Could it be that junior nephew chose the task from Brother Ma's garden? The old man, surnamed Yi, who was nearby, frowned and interjected before the middle-aged deacon could respond. Isn't that right? Junior Brother Han has his eyes set on Brother Ma's extremely difficult task. The middle-aged deacon had a look of helplessness. After hearing this, the old man also wore a smile that seemed forced. Haha, junior nephew Han really knows how to choose. You actually picked the most troublesome task here at a glance. However, this task is indeed very headache-inducing. Several people who were forced to take it have complained to me. But because Brother Ma is unwilling to easily change the reward and penalty conditions, I also have no way. If junior nephew Han wants to know the details of this task, you can come with me to the inner hall to look at the relevant documents. That would be much better than hearing it from others. The hall master of Baiji Hall, Mr. Yi, seemed unusually generous toward Han Li, even opening the door for him. Han Li secretly frowned. This Uncle Yi is a bit too enthusiastic. Although he had given the foundation building pill to the other party, on the surface, it seemed like an equal transaction, and it shouldn't lead to this kind of warmth from him, right? Suppressing his doubts, Han Li feigned surprise and followed the old man into a room behind the main hall, which was filled with various documents. The old man picked up a bamboo slip in the room and waved it gently, and then a scroll flew automatically into his hand with a flash of blue light. He then turned around and handed the scroll to Han Li. Since things have come to this point, Han Li was not polite and swiftly took the scroll, unfolding it to read carefully. The content of the scroll was not long. It merely recorded the self-reported experiences of the previous disciples who took over the medicinal garden and their reasons for failure. Therefore, Han Li read it quickly, and before long, he understood the content and difficulties of this task. How about it? Let's choose another task. Although the rewards for this task are quite generous, it is indeed not something an ordinary disciple can complete. Uncle Yi seemed very concerned as he said. After hearing this, Han Li pondered for a moment and decisively shook his head, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Yi. However, this task suits me very well, so I won't change to another one. I'll choose this." The old man noticed Han Li's resolute tone and was somewhat surprised, but he said nothing further and nodded in agreement. However, he did not immediately take Han Li out of the room. Instead, after hesitating for a moment, he somewhat awkwardly said, "Junior nephew Han, about the items from our last foundation building pill transaction, could we postpone the delivery of some of them? I am currently preparing to refine a furnace of harmonization pills, and I'm a bit tight on resources, so it might not be convenient. However, you can rest assured that as long as a year or a year and a half passes, I will repay all the items owed." Upon hearing this, Han Li was initially stunned, but then smiled. "What are you talking about, Uncle Yi? Since it is inconvenient for you, then just give as much as you can. There is no need to mention what will be returned later. This can be considered as the respect of a junior for his senior." Han Li felt that he was being extremely hypocritical at that moment. Clearly, he was feeling extremely frustrated and harboring deep resentment for the other party's breach of contract. Yet he had to maintain a smiling face and say things that sounded pleasant to the other party. This must be the tragedy of being a weakling, he thought bitterly. "What do you mean by that, junior nephew? Do you think I am the kind of person who goes back on my word and does not keep my promises? I would never shortchange you even a little." The old man with the surname Yi, after hearing Han Li's words, not only did not look pleased but instead straightened his face, showing an expression that he was a righteous person who would never engage in such petty behavior. Han Li, whose smile was already forced, nearly broke down upon hearing these words. This elder's face is too thick-skinned. Clearly, the intention was to renege on most of the items. Yet he still insists on putting on a facade of integrity and trustworthiness. He is truly a typical hypocrite. Han Li couldn't help but endure it, cursing inwardly. But the smile on his face only paused slightly before naturally shifting to a sincere expression, and in a tone that he found somewhat cheesy. He continued, "Uncle Yi has misunderstood the younger generation. In fact, the disciple thinks that since I just joined this sect, having so many things is a bit too extravagant for me. So, it would be better to temporarily leave most of the items with Uncle Master. I really have no use for them at the moment." Upon hearing Han Li's insincere words, the old man with the surname Ye's expression softened, and he nodded slightly, saying, "Han disciples' words do have some reason. If new disciples rely too much on these external possessions, it indeed hinders your cultivation. Then let's do as you said. Just temporarily store some items with me, and if you need them in the future, feel free to come and take them. Then I will trouble Uncle Yi." Han Li forced a smile, but inwardly, he was repeatedly comforting himself. These are just external possessions. I can't afford to offend the old man in front of me right now. When the opportunity arises in the future, I will definitely demand them back with interest. Haha, this is nothing. Let's go out. The old man's mood seemed to improve even more. As for what happened next, it was much easier. With the assistance of this Uncle Yi, Han Li smoothly completed all the procedures and received the jade token representing his new duties. Then, under the enthusiastic guidance of the steward, he set off to the 100 Herbs Garden at Golden Toad Ridge. The old man with the surname Yi stood at the entrance of the 100 Machines Hall, watching Han Li's figure gradually fly away, his expression darkening. Silent and seemingly lost in thought. Has junior brother Ye's heart softened a bit? A low voice suddenly came from behind him. It's not a matter of heart softening. It's just that using such means against a newly admitted disciple seems somewhat inappropriate. Moreover, will this Han disciple, while saying one thing on the surface, be secretly thinking another and report this matter to the sect master? The old man said without turning around, but there was a hint of worry in his tone. Hee. Report. The person behind him sneered. What? Brother Wu isn't worried? The old man with the surname Yi finally turned around and spoke to the grim-faced brother Wu behind him. What is there to worry about? Isn't this brat quite self-aware? Following our prearranged plan and saying he would store the items with you? It's not like we explicitly said we wouldn't return them. It's just temporary custody. What does he have to report? Brother Wu said confidently. However, I actually admire this kid. At such a young age, he understands the ways of advance and retreat. Not simple at all. If it weren't for his poor aptitude being a false spiritual root, I might have considered taking him as my disciple. Brother Wu continued, revealing a look of regret. Fortunately, this person isn't a blockhead. Otherwise, we would have to use another method, and that would be much more troublesome. The old man with the surname Yi said slowly. All right, this kid isn't anything to worry about. You and I could crush him as easily as squashing an ant. But junior brother Yi, you don't have to spend a lot of money this time. Just don't forget what was agreed upon beforehand. Brother Wu suddenly changed the subject, hinting at something else. I won't forget. Half of this newly made harmony pill will be yours. Cough. To be honest, if it weren't for my nephew needing a large number of precious pills during his foundation establishment, I wouldn't have the audacity to take these things from the younger generation. The old man with the surname Yi lightly shook his head, appearing as if he were losing his integrity. Upon hearing this, the old man with the surname Wu smiled silently, feeling extremely pleased as he thought. Since this junior brother Yi has engaged in such despicable acts, it means he has given me leverage over him, so I need not worry about him not siding with me in future discussions. Chapter 151. 100 Herbs Garden. Although Han Li did not know about the conversation between Uncle Yi and the old man with the surname Wu after he left, he felt extremely frustrated. Ever since he experienced the matter with Dr. Mo, this was the first time he had encountered a situation where he knew there was a big pit ahead but still had to jump in. This made Han Li extremely vexed, but it also reinforced his belief that the cultivation world was indeed a survival of the fittest. In the future, if I need to get something from him, I will. Thinking of this, Han Li sneered coldly. He would definitely let this Uncle Yi know that his things were not so easily swallowed. He stood on the ground and looked into the distance. At this moment, the steward had already returned to the 100 Machines Hall, as the 100 Herbs Garden was not far ahead. It was a small basin located between two hills, and the owner of the garden had set up some small restrictions to prevent outsiders from entering. Han Li took a few steps and soon touched the nearby restriction, which blocked his path with a burst of white light. However, he remained calm, raised a jade token, and shone it forward. Instantly, a beam of green light shot out from the token, flew into the restriction, and then Han Li patiently waited. Come in. A dry voice came from inside, as if ringing in Han Li's ears. Following that, the restriction before him melted away like snow. Seeing this, Han Li did not dare to be slow and quickly walked in. Following the small path in front of him, Han Li stopped in front of a courtyard with a signboard for the 100 Herbs Garden. This courtyard was quite large, covering several acres. Before he even entered the courtyard, a strong herbal fragrance wafted out from inside, lifting Han Li's spirits. Why are you standing there like a fool? Hurry up and come in. I still have things to go out for. Han Li was taken aback, but immediately complied and walked in. Once inside, Han Li could truly see the situation in the garden. Several thatched huts made of straw and bamboo were located in the center of the garden, surrounded by neatly arranged square plots divided by trenches. Each plot was lush and green, growing many herbs that Han Li was familiar with or had never seen before, along with some strangely shaped plants, making the entire garden vibrant with spiritual energy. Even Han Li, as a cultivator, felt extremely refreshed after taking a deep breath. "Come inside." The owner of the voice, seeing him dawdling, became somewhat impatient. Hanli smiled faintly and casually walked into the thatched hut. Inside stood a thin, short old man who looked dissatisfied as he gazed at the newly arrived Hanli. From his appearance, the old man seemed to be around 50 years old, sporting two thin yellow mustaches, and his small, somewhat cloudy eyes were darting around. At first glance, he resembled a humanoid rat that had gained intelligence. "Are you the disciple sent by the 100 Machines Hall to manage the garden? You're a bit too young, aren't you? Your skills are still so poor. Is that guy with the surname Yi just brushing me off? How can the people sent be getting worse and worse?" The thin old man's face darkened upon seeing Han Li's appearance, and he flew into a rage. "Disciple Han Li, I have met Master Ma." Han Li had already learned about the old man's quirky temper from the documents, so he was not surprised and stepped forward to pay his respects. "Humph. Do you know what kind of heavy punishment there will be for failing to complete the tasks? You can go back now and tell my junior brother Yi to send someone else. It's not too late." The old man rolled his eyes and said unkindly, "Is it that the scale of the herb garden must remain unchanged, that the herbs cannot be damaged, and that a certain quantity of herbs must be submitted each month? If that is the case, I still have some confidence," Han Li said unperturbed. Hearing Han Li's words, the old man was somewhat taken aback. It seemed that a disciple managing the garden who spoke with such confidence right from the start was a first for him. He couldn't help but size Han Li up again, but the suspicion in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. "Come with me," the old man suddenly said coldly, then walked out of the thatched hut, and Han Li followed closely behind without hesitation. "How many of these herbs can you recognize?" The old man pointed at the garden full of flowers and herbs, glancing sideways at Han Li. "About 1/10, Han Li said after glancing around. After hearing Han Li's words, the old man was momentarily stunned, but then he sneered, "Little guy, if you can really recognize 1/10 of the herbs, I will hand over the garden to you without a second thought." With this statement from the other party, Han Li smiled slightly and left the old man's side. As he strolled through the garden, he casually named the herbs he recognized: midnight flower, yellow ball grass, white crane mushroom, moonwatch grass. At first, the old man wore a mocking expression, but as he listened, his face showed surprise, because Han Li actually named many obscure herbs, some of which even he had to put in a lot of effort to understand their effects, which greatly surprised him. "That's enough." The old man interrupted Han Li's performance after he had named only a small portion of the herbs he recognized. "Good, it seems you're not completely bragging. For now, this garden will be under your management. Here is the token for the restrictions of this place. Take it carefully." A satisfied expression appeared on the old man's face as he quickly took out a dark green wooden token and tossed it to Han Li. "Inside the house are my experiences and notes on cultivating herbs from previous years. You should take a good look at them. After all, you are still unfamiliar with most of the herbs, so don't let me down." The old man stroked his little beard and advised, "Thank you for the reminder, Master Uncle. I will remember it." Han Li replied respectfully, "Cough. I hope your abilities are as useful as your words. That way, I can truly be free from this garden and not delay my cultivation any longer. This garden is my private herb land, so if you can really handle this job, I will not treat you unfairly. But let me be clear, if you can't do it, then leave early and let someone else take over. Do you understand?" The old man said with a mix of authority and kindness. Upon hearing the old man's blunt words, Han Li was not angry. Instead, he felt a surge of goodwill. He thought this old man was much better than that Master Yi. At least he was not a hypocritical villain. So, he nodded eagerly in agreement. After giving a few more instructions about managing the garden, the old man hurried back to his hut to pack up and left the herb garden without looking back. Flying away, after watching Master Ma leave, Han Li casually chose a hut to tidy up and made it his residence. After a whole day of busyness without any rest, even a cultivator like Han Li felt a bit tired, so he climbed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. For him, even if something major was about to happen outside, it was better to wait until he was fully energized to deal with it, and at that moment, the sky had just turned dark. Thus, Han Li's first day as a new disciple of Huangfeng Valley passed without incident. The next day, when Han Li woke up refreshed, his path of cultivation officially began. In the following days, Han Li spent his daytime studying the experiences and notes left by the old man, while at night, he secretly buried the mysterious small bottle in a corner of the herb field, covering it with the fragment of a precious treasure he had exchanged for, to conceal the astonishing signs of its absorption of spiritual energy. As a result, aside from being slightly denser in spiritual energy than other areas. That corner indeed did not attract any attention, allowing Han Li to finally relax. A few days later, Master Yi found Han Li with what he claimed was the exchange item for the Foundation Establishment pill, and handed over less than 1/5 of the originally mentioned amount of spirit stones and magical tools. As for the promised pills, it seemed that Master Yi had already forgotten about them, and Han Li pretended not to know. Nevertheless, Han Li still became rich overnight. He obtained 2 mid-grade spirit stones, dozens of low-grade spirit stones, 3 well-crafted magical tools, and some talismans. Chapter 152. 2 years later. It was Han Li's first time seeing mid-grade spirit stones. One was a red, glowing fire attribute spirit stone, and the other was a deep yellow earth attribute spirit stone, both of which were the most common mid-grade spirit stones. They indeed looked completely different from the low-grade spirit stones, which only had a faint attribute color, not to mention the difference in luster. Even their powerful spiritual waves would not cause any confusion. The 3 magical tools were also quite good. They were undoubtedly crafted by a Foundation Establishment expert and were far superior to the rubbish Han Li had seen at the Tainan conference. One was a ring that looked like it was made of fine steel, which could automatically fly out to lock onto enemies when activated, and could change size freely within a certain range. Han Li once got curious and infused all his magical power into it, resulting in the ring emitting a faint yellow light, expanding to a terrifying size that could encompass the hut he lived in, leaving Han Li speechless for a long time. The second was a small black triangular flag, which was even simpler to use. As long as spiritual power was infused into the flag and it was waved, it would immediately conjure up a cloud of black mist around the flag's owner, blinding enemies in front and concealing the user's presence, making it a great defensive tool. While the first 2 magical tools were rare and excellent items, the one that made Han Li most ecstatic was the last one, an auxiliary magical tool. A brass bottle that could prevent the spiritual power of contained items from dissipating. As soon as he got this bottle, Han Li immediately thought of a way to store the mysterious green liquid that had troubled him for a long time. Ever since Han Li learned about the existence of spiritual power, he had long suspected that the small bottle was absorbing and condensing the natural spiritual energy of the world every night. However, he had previously lacked the appropriate means to confirm this, so this idea remained buried deep within his heart. Now, with the appearance of this brass bottle, he finally had a way to verify his speculation. That night, he placed the condensed green liquid into the brass bottle, wanting to test whether this magical tool could preserve the green liquid. However, the result was disappointing. The brass bottle only extended the preservation time of the green liquid from 15 minutes to a full day. After that, the green liquid still disappeared without a trace. This indicated that the liquid was not simply a condensation of spiritual energy. There were certainly more complex substances mixed in. After conducting this test, Han Li had enough self-awareness to know that this mystery was not something he could easily solve at his current stage. So, he simply stopped exhausting himself over this issue and decided to go with the flow and let nature take its course. After all, the current utility of this small bottle was already immensely beneficial to Han Li. With his heart unburdened, Han Li began to utilize the effects of the green liquid to concoct batches of yellow dragon pills and golden spirit pills, planning to take these less effective pills while trying to find more ingenious alternative formulas within the valley. However, Han Li was well aware that this matter could not be rushed. As a newly initiated disciple, if he casually inquired about pill formulas everywhere, it would be like openly announcing that he had a stash of silver. It would definitely raise suspicions and lead to trouble. Therefore, Han Li planned to honestly cultivate quietly in this herb garden for a few years, wait until he thoroughly understood everything within the sect. And once he became a veteran of Huangfeng Valley, he wouldn't attract attention before considering the formula issue. As for the herbs he must submit periodically, he had no worries at all. With the help of the diluted green liquid, what kind of herbs could he not mature overnight? It was a trivial matter. He was already prepared to stay in this herb garden for a long time, and he believed that Master Ma would have no objections. Han Li was busy with his own matters every day in a regular manner. After finishing the old man's notes during the day, he began to frequently visit his senior brother Wu Feng, where he learned quite a few practical incantations for basic spells, which he would then study and comprehend in the medicinal garden. Moreover, Han Li consumed the Huanglong Dan and Jinsui Wan in large quantities daily, treating them like candy. In his own opinion, since the quality was lacking, couldn't he make up for it with quantity? Accumulating these pills would still yield effects. Time flew by, and before he knew it, Han Li had been in the Huangfeng Valley of the Seven Great Sects for over 2 years. Many events occurred during these 2 years. Shortly after Han Li began his secluded training, it was time for the decade-long recruitment of new disciples, attracting over 1,000 young talents from various related cultivation families, all with decent root attributes, to join the Huangfeng Valley. Among them were even 2 brothers with the same extraordinary spiritual roots, known for their destructive power. The Thunder spiritual root. The appearance of these brothers completely captured the attention of the valley's higher-ups. Even an elder in the core formation stage, who had been in seclusion for a long time, made an exception to come out and, after inspecting the brothers' roots, publicly declared that as long as they could successfully establish their foundations, he would take them as his disciples and personally teach them. This announcement naturally made other brothers envious. Besides these 2 brothers, several other talented individuals with exceptional qualifications also appeared among the new disciples. For example, a boy from a small family, only 11 or 12 years old, had already practiced the basic cultivation method to the peak of the 9th layer without taking any pills, showing extraordinary progress that seemed not inferior to those with extraordinary spiritual roots. Another boy named Wang, around 7 or 8 years old, was even more remarkable. He was not only a direct descendant of the powerful Wang family, but also a natural bearer of the Xianyin Eye, capable of practicing the long-lost Chimu divine light, which could counter all ghostly beings in the world. Of course, aside from these 2, there were other outstanding talents who were significantly above ordinary disciples. Compared to previous recruitments, this time was truly a remarkable harvest, making the sect leader, Master Zhong, smile widely for several days. He even wondered if heaven had opened its eyes, intending for Huangfeng Valley to surpass other sects. However, when news came from outside the valley that the strongest sect among the 7, the Yanyuanzong, had discovered a girl with a heavenly spiritual root among their newly recruited disciples, the ambitious Master Zhong was left speechless for quite some time. Regardless, this batch of new disciples completely attracted the attention of everyone in Huangfeng Valley. Even those lower-level disciples who had entered earlier discussed daily which talented junior brother had made progress in their basic cultivation or performed some astonishing feat. Under the brilliance of so many shining new talents, Han Li, who had originally entered the sect with the Ascension Order, was completely forgotten by Master Zhong and the other managers in the valley. Additionally, as Han Li spent all his time in the medicinal garden and rarely ventured out to see others, the number of people who knew him was pitifully small. Perhaps only the transmission master Wu Feng and the steward Yu from the 100 Machine Hall occasionally remembered Han Li. After all, these 2 still saw him when he consulted about cultivation methods and collected spirit stones each month. No matter how others viewed him, Han Li was very satisfied with his current semi-reclusive cultivation. The old man who came every few months to collect certain medicinal materials was even more pleased with him. After all, finding a disciple in charge of the garden like Han Li, who could consistently submit the required items on time without defaulting, was rare. Thus, to keep this talented disciple in charge, the old man increasingly increased Han Li's spirit stone rewards, from the initial 2 low-grade spirit stones per month to 5 now. This made Han Li one of the high earners among low-grade disciples, considering that the average income for other ordinary disciples was only 3 spirit stones per month. This made Han Li hold even more goodwill towards Master Ma. As for that Master Yi, who had regretted swallowing most of his belongings, he heard that his highly anticipated nephew had failed to establish his foundation after taking the foundation building pill and was stuck at the peak of the qi refining stage, which left him quite frustrated. After hearing this, Han Li secretly smiled, feeling much happier. Additionally, under the strong push of countless medicinal pills, Han Li's Changchun skill finally made a vigorous breakthrough of 2 layers, reaching the 11th layer, which brought him to the average level among low-grade disciples in the valley. At this point, the Huanglong Dan and Jin Sui Wan had completely lost their effectiveness. No matter how many he took, there was no effect at all. As a result, Han Li had to advance his plans and set his sights on other medicinal pills. Fortunately, at this time, no one in the valley would be interested in a nameless nobody like him, so as long as he was a bit cautious, his actions would not attract anyone's attention. Chapter 153. Yuelu Hall. Han Li stood on a stone platform halfway up a mountain called Wujun Mountain. At the end of the dozens of zhang-wide platform built from stones was a huge cave, Yuelu Hall, completely concealed by formations. This Yuelu Hall was the specialized collection place for the Huangfeng Valley's magic tools, alchemical recipes, books, and secret techniques, providing various tools and commonly used materials for alchemy and artifact refining. It could be said to be one of the most important places in the entire mountain gate. Therefore, this place not only had numerous prohibitions and formations layered upon one another, but there were also over 100 disciples patrolling nearby to guard against external invasions. There were even rumors that a core formation stage uncle was in seclusion here year-round to prevent other powerful experts from intruding. After mentally reviewing the collected relevant materials, Hanli walked forward calmly. As soon as he landed here, he felt several vigilant gazes sizing him up from the shadows. But perhaps due to Han Li's average magical power, they quickly retracted their attention. Nevertheless, this surprised Han Li. Since these individuals could conceal their positions from him, it indicated that they either possessed excellent artifacts for hiding or their magical power was indeed above his, all being elite disciples of the 12th layer or higher. How could this not make Han Li more cautious? After taking a few steps forward, he stopped. Then, he whispered a few incantations, raised his hand, and a red light flew out from his hand, striking what appeared to be an empty space ahead. As a result, after a wave of spatial fluctuation, a red glowing barrier appeared in front of him, followed by 2 disciples dressed in red appearing behind the barrier. "Did you break the prohibition?" One of the red-clad disciples said coldly. "I am Han Li," he replied. "We don't care who you are. Since you don't have the foundation establishment level, you must have a guarantor. Take out the guarantor's token." This disciple impatiently interrupted Han Li's explanation. Han Li, hearing the rude words, remained unperturbed and calmly took out a jade talisman from his pocket, then placed it on the ground in front of the barrier. At this moment, the coldly speaking red-clad disciple pointed a finger at the barrier, and a palm-sized circular hole appeared out of thin air. The other red-clad disciple, who had not spoken until now, gently beckoned, and Han Li's jade talisman flew into his hand as if it had grown wings, passing through the small hole. "Master Ma is your guarantor?" The red-clad disciple who inspected the jade talisman spoke with some surprise. "Indeed, it is the token given to me by Master Ma," Han Li answered honestly. But he was shocked inside. These 2 red-clothed individuals were not very old, yet they were also masters at the foundation establishment stage, which surprised him greatly. It should be noted that in the world of cultivation, one's status is not determined by how early one enters the sect, but rather by the depth of one's realm. After all, the path of cultivation is still about being taught by the capable. Is it that Master Ma, who is obsessed with alchemy all day? The other red-clothed disciple beside him also felt surprised. "Isn't that so? He also guarantees for others? How astonishing. You wouldn't be his direct disciple or a relative, would you?" After repeatedly confirming with the jade talisman, the red-clothed man grew curious. "No. The junior is just taking care of the herb garden for Master Ma, but for this token, the disciple has already promised to tend to the garden for free for a year." At this moment, Han Li didn't dare to be negligent and quickly replied respectfully, though his face bore a bitter smile. What he said was entirely true. In fact, when Han Li first thought of the formula, he had the old man in mind. Since the old man had planted so many herbs, he must have quite a bit of research on alchemy, and the formulas in his hands surely wouldn't be lacking. So, months ago, when the old man came to collect herbs, Han Li subtly brought it up. To Han Li's astonishment, as soon as the old man heard this, he immediately shook his head like a drum, insisting that it was absolutely impossible to give away the formulas he had painstakingly improved through countless failures as a master alchemist. But when Han Li explained that he only wanted the original formulas that hadn't been modified, the old man rolled his eyes and impatiently told Han Li to just go to the Yuelu Hall himself to find them. Why bother him with such trouble? Thus, Han Li had no choice but to exchange a year of free labor for the old man's guarantee token, which led to today's visit to Yuelu Hall. Haha, so that's how it is. I thought Master Ma had suddenly changed his temperament. Upon hearing this, the 2 red-clothed individuals exchanged smiles, and the one holding the jade talisman even spoke cheerfully. "All right, you can come in." The 2 red-clothed individuals simultaneously cast a spell on the light wall, which was forcibly opened to create a passage about a foot wide, just enough for one person to enter. Seeing this, Han Li wasted no time and immediately slipped inside. However, the scene behind the light wall greatly astonished him. Originally, outside, Han Li couldn't see the inside due to the red light wall, but now that he entered, what appeared before him was actually a bare mountain face. Except for a small round array, there were no buildings at all. This left Han Li perplexed. "Take good care of this jade talisman. It needs to be checked every time you come here. as this is the rule of this place. After retracting the spell on the light wall, the person checking the token returned the jade talisman to Han Li. Thank you, two uncles. Han Li withdrew his gaze from looking around, trying to appear respectful and polite, hoping to leave a good impression on these two since he would be coming here often in the future. Follow me. Clearly, Han Li's efforts were not in vain, as the two's expressions softened considerably. After all, most of the people who came here were their peers, and they naturally wouldn't be as courteous as Han Li, which earned him a lot of goodwill from them. However, Han disciple, how did you think of coming to Yuelu Hall? You should know that whether it's for alchemy or crafting, it's best to have reached the foundation establishment stage. Coming here now is a bit early. Isn't it? One of the red-clothed individuals casually asked as they led Han Li toward the round array. The junior has only heard and seen many alchemy matters from Master Ma, and since I've also collected some raw materials while looking at the herb garden, I thought I'd come here to try my luck, to see if I could find a suitable formula and refine some pills to enhance my cultivation. After all, my aptitude is really not good, and I can only rely on some external help. Han Li's response was half true and half false, intentionally putting himself half a step behind the two. Oh, I see. But don't have too much hope. Once you go in, you'll understand what I mean. The other shook his head lightly, not optimistic about Han Li's purpose for coming. At this point, the three had arrived at the front of the round array, and then one of the red-clothed individuals signaled Han Li to stand in the center of the array, while the other two stood on either side of the array. Normally, using the teleportation array would require a low-level spirit stone, but since we see it's your first time here, we'll waive the fee this time. But next time, you must follow the rules completely, one of them said with a chuckle. As soon as he finished speaking, the two skillfully cast a red light onto the array, and then several spirit stones embedded in the array lit up. Before Han Li could thank the two, he suddenly felt a dizzying sensation, and the surrounding scenery became blurred. Then, with a flash of light before his eyes, Han Li found himself in a strange hall, standing on a teleportation array identical to the one he had just been on. So this is the rumored teleportation array. How marvelous! Han Li marveled in his heart. And after the discomfort from the teleportation faded, he began to look around this extraordinarily large hall. Chapter 154. Elder Su. In the storage room. The hall where Han Li found himself was very peculiar. It was a cylindrical super-large room, about 30 feet in diameter and 4 to 5 feet high, with pale red crystals embedded in the surrounding azure rock walls. The ground was covered with a thin layer of white sand, making the entire hall appear clean and tidy. However, if someone were to look up, they would be astonished to find that the ceiling of the hall was actually filled with hanging white stalagmites, densely packed everywhere, making it a rare stalactite cave that had only been slightly modified by human hands to form its current appearance. 3 passageways were evenly distributed around the hall. 2 of them had ancient characters inscribed on the sides, one with the character for tool and the other with pill, while the last passage was completely empty, with no markings nearby. At this moment, the hall was empty. After a quick scan, Han Li hesitated for a moment before walking into the passage marked with the character for pill. This passage was not long. After walking a few steps and turning a corner, a slightly larger room appeared at the end of the passage. Inside the room was a long table, and an elderly man with a rosy face stood beside it, smiling at Han Li. Behind the table were several old shelves leaning against the wall, filled with various furnaces, materials, and some strange items that Han Li had never heard of before. Before Han Li could say anything, the old man cheerfully spoke first. Young friend, you look quite familiar. Is this your first time here? Fewer and fewer newcomers come to this ghostly place. I've long been tired of seeing those deadpan faces. It's really great to have a younger newcomer here, the old man said, shaking his head and appearing rather unserious. However, Han Li quickly realized that the heavenly eye technique had no effect on this old man, as he couldn't gauge the other's depth, indicating that the old man was also a master at the foundation establishment stage. How could he dare to be negligent? Therefore, he hurriedly bowed and said, "The junior pays respects to Uncle Su. Indeed, it is my first time at Yuelu Hall. Please guide me." Han Li lowered his posture significantly. "If there is anything you don't understand, just ask, young friend. Also, my surname is Su. You can call me Su Uncle or Old Su. Don't keep calling me Uncle Master. I don't like that." The old man quickly corrected Han Li's form of address, seeming quite particular about it. Then, "The junior will obey." Han Li hesitated for a moment before casually agreeing, feeling that the other party was indeed a bit strange. "That's right. Now let's talk about the purpose of coming here. The old man with the surname Su said with satisfaction. I want to find some formulas and books related to alchemy. To study the way of refining pills, Han Li tried to make his words seem indirect and tactful, not wanting to attract this person's attention. Alchemy formulas and books? Just go up this staircase. To Han Li's surprise, the old man showed no intention of questioning him further. He casually took out a black token, performed a spell, and a stone staircase appeared out of thin air in the space between him and the shelves, leading to the roof. Han Li was overjoyed and quickly walked to the staircase, ready to ascend, but old Su suddenly revealed a sly expression. Viewing the collection on the second floor costs 1 low-grade spirit stone per hour, and you are not allowed to take the original text away. If you want to copy the contents, you must pay a copying fee of 10 spirit stones per copy. Before Han Li could step onto the staircase, old Su, who was behind him, slowly stated the relevant regulations, causing Han Li to freeze in place, almost wanting to curse aloud. Isn't this fee a bit too high? Not to mention the 10 spirit stones for copying. Even the browsing fee of 1 spirit stone per hour would deter many disciples who are short on funds. After all, a low-level disciple can only earn about 20 or 30 spirit stones in a year through various jobs. And considering the expenses for daily cultivation, the actual amount of spirit stones they can save is only a few. Thus, the old man's charges were undoubtedly extortionate. Han Li's perception of the old man did a complete 180-degree turn. He was truly a great profiteer. Although a strange expression appeared on Han Li's face, he did not stop because of the old man's words. Instead, he tossed a low-grade spirit stone back without looking and quickly ascended to the second floor. Interesting. He wasn't scared off by such charges. It seems he's a minor wealthy individual. It looks like there's a chance for a small profit. The old man, who called himself Su Bo, was pleased to see Han Li's generous actions, and his eyes squinted into crescent shapes. He rubbed the spirit stone on his clothing and examined it closely, revealing an unmistakable greedy demeanor, which was completely different from the friendly expression he had when they first met. At this moment, Han Li suppressed the frustration in his heart, calmed his mood, and began to carefully examine the items on the second floor. Contrary to his expectations of a spacious and bright room filled with countless books and bamboo slips, the second floor, though not small, had a pitifully sparse amount of items. There were 2 dark bookshelves, a dirty table, and a broken chair. This was all the property in the room. Of course, there were still 2 or 3 dozen yellowed old books on the shelves, and a few bundles of tattered bamboo slips and 2 jade tubes whose original colors could no longer be discerned on the table. So shabby? Could it be that he walked into the wrong place? This was nowhere near the secret library of a major cultivation sect. It clearly looked like the shabby study of a poor scholar. Han Li was significantly disheartened by the sight in the room. If it weren't for his concern about old Su's unfathomable magical power, he would have been tempted to rush downstairs and grab the old man by the collar to question him fiercely. Taking a deep breath, Han Li calmly approached one of the bookshelves and casually pulled out an old book, flipping through it carefully. The book titled The 5 Elements of Heaven and Earth, corresponding to the 5 organs, gold needle acupuncture points, can transform essence into yuan, caught his attention. After reading just a few sentences at the beginning, he was taken aback and quickly closed the book, looking at its cover. The 5 large characters Hua's golden needle secret technique appeared before him. Han Li's face immediately turned very ugly. It wasn't that the book was bad. The content recorded in it was indeed a rare secret method of healing with golden needles, even having remarkable effects in reviving the dead and unlocking a patient's potential. But how could this golden needle technique be related to alchemy? What irritated him even more was that he had already read this book countless times from Dr. Mo and could even recite it backwards. This was clearly a book of secular medicine. How could it shamelessly appear here? A series of questions flooded Han Li's mind, furrowing his brows in great confusion. But when his gaze fell upon the remaining books on the shelf, an even worse premonition enveloped his heart. Han Li hastily flipped through the remaining old books one by one. Each time he finished a book, the gloom on his face deepened. After reviewing all the books on another shelf, Han Li's expression was as dark as the sky before a storm. None of the 20 or so books were alchemy texts. They were either secret techniques for healing or remedies for strange ailments. The most bizarre one was a self-narrative poison manual from a poison expert, all of which were secular texts. An hour passed, and if he continued to look, he would have to pay more spirit stones. Suddenly, old Su shouted from downstairs. Han Li was speechless. Did they really want to charge spirit stones for such a pile of worthless books? However, when his gaze turned to the items on the table, He still took out a spirit stone from his pocket, throwing it down from the staircase with a glimmer of hope. The spirit stones have been received. Young friend, feel free to continue looking. I won't disturb you, old Sue downstairs said with a smile. Han Li ignored the old man because he knew very well that for someone who showed no disguise in their desires, it didn't matter to him whether he was respectful. What mattered was that he could take out spirit stones to continue bringing him profits. However, Han Li also had no intention of throwing away another spirit stone. So he flipped through the bamboo slips on the table much faster than before, only looking at the general content without reading it in detail. Under the soft white light of a large moonstone on the ceiling, Han Li's expression fluctuated between joy and gloom as he flipped through several bundles of bamboo slips. After finishing all the bamboo slips, Han Li stacked them back in place and let out a light sigh. This time, the bamboo slips indeed recorded several alchemy formulas and some insights into medicinal ingredients. But unfortunately, judging from the compositions of these pills, they were all spiritual medicines similar in effect to Han Li's Huanglong pill and Jinsui pill, which were of no use to Han Li, who had already reached the 11th layer of Changchun Gong. Thus, Han Li's only hope now rested on the 2 jade tubes the size of fists, hoping that the contents recorded inside wouldn't leave him empty-handed. Chapter 155. Frustration. Han Li picked up one of the jade tubes and gently blew on it, revealing its emerald green appearance. He pressed the jade tube against his forehead, slowly immersing his mind into it. And a method for refining a type of pill suddenly appeared before his eyes. It was the method for refining the foundational establishment pill that Han Li had longed for. The entire process, from the raw materials to how to condense it into a pill, was fully detailed, making him both surprised and delighted. For a moment, he couldn't even be bothered to look at the other jade tube and hurriedly browsed through all the contents with his mind. However, when his consciousness passed over the phrase that it must be refined using the innate true fire, Han Li was stunned, feeling utterly dumbfounded. The innate true fire is a Taoist flame that can only be possessed by cultivators in the foundation establishment stage. It is a basic ability that cultivators acquire naturally after reaching that stage, and it increases in power as the cultivator practices their qi. Even after reaching the core formation stage, this true fire would transform into the legendary 3 flavors true fire, capable of burning everything in the world. But how could Han Li, who was still in the qi refinement stage, possibly use such innate true fire? Only after establishing his foundation could he use it. However, if one wants to establish a foundation, one must refine a foundation pill. And to refine a foundation pill, one cannot lack the innate true fire after establishing a foundation. Thus, a vicious cycle is formed, tightly interlinked and impossible to break free from. This left Han Li feeling so frustrated that he had the impulse to bang his head against the wall. Seeking help from other cultivators in the foundation establishment stage to refine pills was even less feasible. This would be equivalent to exposing the secret of his small vial to others, and by that time, the helper he invited would likely become the one who takes his life. Han Li stood at the table, feeling disturbed for quite a while, before finally removing the jade tube from his forehead and placing it back in its original spot. Then, distracted, he picked up another jade tube, wiped it a few times, revealing a fiery red color. The matter of the foundation pill could only be considered later. Let us first see what this one contains. Perhaps there are other wondrous pills inside. Han Li was a decisive person, so he immediately set aside the matter of the foundation pill and began to examine this red jade tube, hoping it would give him a big surprise. Beauty retaining pill. As soon as Han Li's mind entered it, these 3 words appeared in his consciousness. He immediately felt a hint of unease, but he still comforted himself. Although the name was what it was, the effects of the pill might not necessarily be as he imagined. Perhaps it had other miraculous effects. However, the following few sentences completely shattered Han Li's wish. The description of this pill's effect was that it could maintain youth and preserve appearance, and there were no other effects. Han Li stood there as if frozen, not moving a muscle or saying a word. However, he could no longer suppress the surge of anger rising within him and began to curse silently. What kind of library was this? How could there be not a single proper formula? Instead, there were a bunch of useless items collected. What were these things like the golden needle secret technique and the beauty retaining pill to us cultivators? How could they be boldly displayed here? Just when Han Li thought this trip was almost a waste, that annoying voice came up again. Time is up. If you don't come down, you won't get another chance. This time Han Li couldn't afford to give the other party another spirit stone for free. So he picked up the jade tube containing the method for refining the foundation pill and prepared to leave. However, just as he reached the staircase, he hesitated for a moment. He thought that although the beauty-retaining pill was of no help in enhancing his magical power, it seemed he could still sell it to other cultivators. Moreover, the main point was that this beauty-retaining pill did not require the so-called innate true fire, and he could concoct it right now. With this in mind, Hanli turned back to the table, grabbed the red jade tube, and hurried back to the staircase, quickly descending the stairs. "How is it, young friend? Did you find anything?" the old man asked with a beaming smile as soon as he saw Hanli coming down. But Hanli felt this question was so hypocritical. "Old Sue, is the upstairs really the place where our sect stores pill formulas? Why is there only this pile of junk? Don't tell me there are other storage rooms?" Hanli, ignoring the old man's teasing, instead asked the question that had been bothering him for a long time, his expression full of frustration. Seeing Hanli's expression, the old man couldn't help but chuckle slyly. "Since I have been managing this place, you are not the first one to have such a question. Almost every newcomer who arrives at the Yulu Palace and goes upstairs to take a look will ask me about this. However, if you want to know the reason behind it," the old Sue intentionally prolonged his tone, but the implication of wanting benefits was all too clear. The other party's greedy expression left Hanli speechless. This person was no longer a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, but clearly a shrewd merchant from the secular world, looking like a true miser. At this moment, Hanli finally understood why the other party stopped calling him Sherbois, Master Uncle, and started calling him Old Sunday. This person clearly thought that if he acted as an elder of the sect, it would not be appropriate to openly ask for benefits. So he played such a little trick. Hanli raised his eyebrows, and without saying a word, he placed the 2 jade tubes on the old man's table with a clap. "I originally wanted to copy both jade tubes, but now it seems I might not have enough spirit stones. In that case, I will only copy one, and I will return the other." Hanli wasn't just idly passing time in the secular world. He made a slight retort to prevent the other party from getting too greedy. "Young friend wants to copy 2 copies? Old Sue was overjoyed, his eyes widening. "That was the plan. But I still want to know the answer to the question I just asked, and it seems I might not have enough." "Haha, since you were so straightforward. The answer to the previous question is of course free. I will copy it for you first." The old man hurriedly grabbed the 2 jade tubes in his hands, then took out 2 white jade tubes from a shelf behind him and began to copy them quickly, as if afraid Hanli would change his mind. Copied and ready. The old man's movements were incredibly swift. In the time it took for Hanli to be dumbfounded, he had already finished copying the jade tubes and tossed the copies in front of Hanli. Then he looked at Hanli with a gaze that seemed to say, "Aren't you going to quickly take out the spirit stones?" Hanli's lips twitched, wanting to say something, but he ultimately held back. After a brief silence, he decisively took out 20 low-grade spirit stones from his storage bag and silently handed them to the old man. The old man received the spirit stones with a beaming smile, and for a moment, he was so delighted that he couldn't close his mouth. It wasn't until he had counted the spirit stones 3 or 4 times that he noticed Hanli was still waiting for his response. At this moment, Old Sue finally contentedly stored the spirit stones away and looked at Hanli with the eyes of someone eyeing a big benefactor. "You really can't judge a book by its cover. Young friend, you actually have such a deep background. This truly surprises me. However, although I love wealth, I am also a person of my word. If you have any questions today, just ask, and I will definitely make sure you leave satisfied." The old man then returned his gaze, revealing a serious demeanor as he spoke solemnly. Hanli was slightly taken aback, but did not hesitate to request an answer to the question he had just asked. The answer is very simple. Most of the pill formulas have long been lost. It's not just our Huangfeng Valley. Even other sects, and indeed the entire cultivation world, are experiencing this situation. The old man said slowly. Hanli was taken aback upon hearing this, looking at the old man in confusion. In fact, if you calm down and think about it, you'll understand. What is the value of a pill formula? Of course, it is because it can transform various heavenly materials and earthly treasures into pills for us cultivators to consume. But have you ever thought about it? The heavenly materials and earthly treasures in this world are quite limited, and each type takes hundreds or even thousands of years to mature. Yet, the number of cultivators has never decreased. In fact, it continues to increase year by year. This has caused the various raw materials recorded in the formulas to gradually become scarce, and even slowly become completely extinct. By the time the cultivators in the cultivation world noticed the seriousness of this issue, the heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the world had already been dug up clean. with only a few special places still retaining a bit. However, even these places are extremely dangerous for cultivators who have achieved some level of cultivation, and they would not easily take such risks. As a result, formulas that are completely cut off from their sources of raw materials become worthless. Who would still pay attention to them? After an extremely long period and several major calamities in the cultivation world, those pill formulas gradually disappeared from history, leaving only a few rare ones. The foundation pill is merely one of the survivors. Chapter 156. The Fire of the Earth's Lungs. Han Li listened to the old man's explanation with an unchanged expression, appearing non-committal to his words. After hearing it all, he gently nodded, said nothing, and reached for the replicated jade tube before turning to walk towards the passage. Since you want to refine pills, would you like to buy some alchemical furnaces? I can give you a better price. The old man, seeing that Han Li was about to leave, quickly tried to promote his goods again. No need, I won't be needing them for now. Han Li did not turn back, simply waving his hand and speaking indifferently. That's truly a pity. The alchemical furnaces here can withstand the high temperatures of the earth fire, the old man said regretfully upon realizing he had missed out on a sale. Earth fire? Han Li, who had already reached the entrance of the passage, stopped in his tracks. It's a type of fire from the earth's lungs, even stronger than innate true fire, the old man said casually. Isn't it said that one must use innate true fire for alchemy? Can this earth fire replace it for refining pills? Han Li tried to keep his voice calm, but his heart was racing. He knew that he might have found a solution to his bottleneck in refining foundation-building pills. It seems you are completely unaware that in the cultivation world, earth fire has long been used to replace innate true fire for alchemy. But that's no big deal, basically. Anyone who has refined pills once or twice knows this. Let me give you a free lecture on it. The old man, seeing Han Li's interest, perked up but deliberately emphasized the word free. Han Li could not help but smile wryly upon hearing the implication in the old man's words. It was clear that while he claimed to offer a free explanation, there was a significant difference between saying one thing is free and saying 7 or 8 things are free. However, since this matter was of great importance, Han Li decided not to dwell on it any longer. He turned back directly and said without hesitation, if what you say about the earth fire is true, then I will choose another alchemical furnace here. The alchemical furnaces I have here are definitely top-notch and will surely satisfy you. The old man, seeing his goal achieved, squinted his eyes and smiled. In fact, using innate true fire for alchemy is already an outdated method. Nowadays, the cultivation world uses the earth fire from the Xianyang region to refine pills. Long ago, our predecessors discovered that earth fire is not only purer and hotter than a cultivator's true fire, but it is also particularly durable and stable. The success rate of pill refining has greatly increased compared to the original methods using true fire, and it is equally effective for artifact refining. Therefore, cultivation sects with resources, or even larger cultivation families, have their own dedicated Xianyang firegrounds for their disciples to refine pills and artifacts. Only those lone cultivators who cannot access earth fire still use the old, wasteful methods with true fire. The old man rambled on. Does your sect also have access to earth fire? Do you know where it is? Han Li's heart leaped with excitement as he forcefully suppressed his enthusiasm and asked clearly for the key information. Upon hearing your question, the old man couldn't help but burst into laughter, leaving Han Li puzzled as he blinked his eyes in confusion. When you first entered the Yulu Hall, did you not see a passage that had no markings? That passage leads to the Xianyang fireground. If you pay some spirit stones there, you can borrow the earth fire. After a hearty laugh, the old man finally revealed the truth to Han Li. Is that really the case? Han Li could not help but show a joyful expression, his lips curling up slightly. Would I lie to you, a junior at my age? The old man said somewhat displeased. It was my mistake. Please forgive me. Han Li felt that even if the old man was greedy, he would not deceive him on such matters, so he sincerely apologized. Considering your youth, I will forgive you this once. The old man's expression softened, but he then put on a stern face and said, however, I will not offer any more discounts on the alchemical furnaces. Upon hearing this, Han Li couldn't help but smile wryly. This old man truly never forgot to take advantage. Are these the alchemical furnaces? Han Li pointed to the various sizes of furnaces on the shelf. Of course not. Those are just ordinary goods, only suitable for refining low-grade pills. They can't withstand the scorching of earth fire. The real top-quality alchemical furnaces are all right here. The old man resumed his merchant demeanor. smiling as he patted an inconspicuous gray cloth bag at his waist. He then took the bag off and lightly tapped it on the empty ground beside him, resulting in a blue light swirling and a row of ancient, uniquely styled alchemical furnaces appearing on the ground. How about this? These are all top-quality alchemical furnaces from my collection, each one a gem, definitely not ordinary goods. The old man picked up the nearest furnace and lightly tapped it, speaking with some pride. Indeed, quite impressive. Han Li felt the faint spiritual energy emanating from the furnaces as they appeared, involuntarily letting out a soft exclamation. But what truly caught his attention was the old man's seemingly unremarkable cloth bag. It was definitely a high-level storage bag with more than 10 times the storage capacity. Otherwise, it would not be able to hold so many large items. Hee, I'm not boasting. Su is a great master at refining alchemical furnaces. Most of the lower-level disciples' furnaces in our sect came from my hands, and these are among the best of the best. The old man, seeing Han Li's interest, became even more delighted. Han Li smiled slightly, choosing not to argue, and slowly approached the furnaces, beginning to select one. This is the Luoho furnace, capable of absorbing high temperatures from flames, increasing the success rate of pill refining. Whenever Han Li picked up a furnace to examine it closely, the old man chattered on endlessly beside him, eager to describe each one as a rare treasure, seemingly implying that if Han Li didn't buy it immediately, it would be a waste of a heavenly item, leaving Han Li feeling helpless. This one will do. After inspecting each furnace and pondering for a moment, Han Li pointed to the smallest silver furnace. TSK, you truly have a good eye. This silver-threaded furnace is definitely a top-quality item, a rare high-grade artifact. Among all my furnaces, it is also one of the best treasures. The old man was slightly surprised that Han Li chose the smallest one, but quickly returned to his usual demeanor, praising the silver furnace extravagantly. What does that have to do with having a good eye? I'm just considering that the storage bag has limited space and can only fit this one. Han Li thought with annoyance as he listened to the old man's incessant chatter. In the end, after some haggling with the old man, Han Li purchased the furnace for 32 low-grade spirit stones. He then left without hesitation. In the short time spent with the old man, Han Li had spent over 50 spirit stones, which, even for his considerable wealth, was quite painful. Thus, he was unwilling to stay any longer, even as the old man warmly continued to try to keep him. After exiting the old man's room, Han Li returned to the hall where the teleportation array was located, but did not immediately teleport out. Instead, he contemplated for a moment before walking down the unmarked passage. At the end of the passage, a massive stone door blocked his way, with colorful, shimmering lights flowing over it, indicating that a very powerful forbidden technique had been cast, making it unwise to act rashly. Beside the stone door was a small stone room, inside which sat an ugly man with a face full of bumps. This ugly man was merely at the peak of basic cultivation, but displayed an indifferent and proud demeanor towards Han Li, which greatly annoyed him. But who was Han Li? Although he felt disgusted inside, he maintained a calm demeanor on the surface, even after asking 3 questions and receiving only a reluctant answer from the other party. Han Li managed to understand the situation here clearly, keeping it in mind. Then, seemingly unconcerned by the other person's rudeness, Han Li politely bid farewell and left. However, just a few steps away, he heard the ugly man's muttering. A poor low-level disciple wants to learn alchemy? Has he lost his mind? All talk and no action, making the master waste so much breath. Han Li's expression did not change upon hearing the words, but a chilling aura emanated from his back, and a flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Chapter 157. The Morong brothers. After leaving the Yulu Hall and bidding farewell to the 2 red-clad figures, Han Li directed his magical artifact towards the 100 Herbs Garden. In midair, as he contemplated the matter of refining foundation-building pills, he gazed down at the undulating hills below with indifference. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed from below, startling him, and he couldn't help but focus his gaze. He saw that on a small hill below, lightning flashed, and there were faint sounds of cheering, which piqued Han Li's curiosity. He unconsciously lowered his magical artifact and landed near the source of the commotion. Morong brothers, do it again. Let us see more. Yes, this is the first time I've seen lightning up close. It's so scary. As he reached the top of the hill, Han Li heard the noisy chatter ahead, and the mention of the Morong brothers made his heart stir. The pair of talented brothers with lightning roots he had just encountered was indeed surnamed Morong. Coupled with the earlier loud noise, could it be that this much-anticipated pair was showcasing their skills here? At this moment, he saw about 30 to 40 disciples of varying ages gathered in a loose circle, pointing at two 11 or 12-year-old boys in the center who were excitedly discussing something. On the ground within the circle, there were several charred pits, their edges showing signs of high-temperature melting, with faint wisps of smoke rising, and a burnt smell wafting through the air with a gentle breeze. Seeing this scene, Hanli hurried over and took a careful look at the boys. The two boys were handsome with delicate features, very similar in appearance, but their eyes sparkled playfully, giving them an impish look. At this time, with the attention and praise from the onlookers, their little faces were flushed with excitement, and after exchanging glances, they simultaneously formed hand seals and chanted spells. A burst of electric light flickered in their hands, followed by two thin bolts of lightning shooting out, striking the ground nearby, resulting in two loud crashes and a dazzling flash of white light, creating two more deep pits. So this is the lightning attribute palm lightning? In terms of both power and sound effects, it far surpassed other spells of the same level, like the fireball technique or ice spike technique. Truly deserving of its reputation as the most destructive lightning spell, Hanli marveled inwardly and began to envy the brothers' spiritual root attributes. Clearly, Hanli was not alone in this sentiment. The other onlookers also cast jealous glances at the two, wishing they had been favored by the heavens with such enviable top-tier spiritual roots. After the brothers performed a few more lightning techniques amidst the cheers of the crowd, they began to show signs of exhaustion, as they were still quite young. What a joke! The power of lightning roots is nothing special. I bet my wind roots are better. At this moment, a somewhat disruptive male voice rang out from the crowd across from Hanli, attracting everyone's attention. A pair of young men and women stood side by side, the man handsome and tall, and the woman beautiful as a flower, clearly a couple in love. The man wore an arrogant expression, seemingly dismissing the Murong brothers' palm lightning, while the girl, being watched by so many, had a slight blush on her face, adding to her charm. Who is this guy? So arrogant. Wind roots? Isn't that also a type of exotic spiritual root? Does this guy also have an exotic spiritual root? I know him. He's Senior Brother Lu, indeed with an exotic spiritual root, and his wind spells are quite powerful. Even if he has an exotic spiritual root, why say such things? Perhaps it's jealousy. After all, he was the only one with an exotic spiritual root among the low-level disciples. And now suddenly two with better qualifications have appeared. Of course, he feels unbalanced. What? Such a small-minded person. Shoo! Be quiet, don't let him hear. He holds grudges, and it would be terrible if he targets us. With the appearance of this young man, the nearby people began to whisper among themselves, suggesting that this person was not very well liked. Humph, little brats, let me show you what a true exotic spiritual root is. Seeing the crowd's discussion about him, the young man's expression darkened. He strode into the circle and arrogantly said, "You two can attack with your lightning spells, if you dodge even a step. I'll make you two little brats kowtow and admit your mistakes." The Morong brothers, seeing this Senior Brother Lu being so overbearing and disrespectful for no reason, turned pale with anger. You won't dodge? Of course not. And you can't use magical artifacts? Fine. The two brothers, truly deserving to be biological siblings, each spoke a line to establish rules favorable to themselves, while the young man, exuding arrogance, showed no objection to their terms. All right, then my brother and I will have a duel with the Senior Brother, the boys said in unison, filled with indignation. Senior Brother Lu, is this really okay? The young man's female companion looked worried. Hey, what is there to worry about dealing with two little kids? Sister Chin, just relax. The young man waved his hand dismissively and stood confidently opposite the Morong brothers. The two boys exchanged glances, then suddenly huddled together, extending one hand to clasp together, while pointing their other hand towards the sky, simultaneously chanting an identical spell. Seeing this, the young man sneered and casually cast a defensive spell on himself, immediately surrounding himself with a blue light shield. Sky Thunder Chain Strike. The brothers' joint spell was finally completed, and they pointed their hands at the young man's head. Instantly, a dark cloud about 10 feet wide appeared above, and with a flash of white light, a lightning bolt as thick as a finger fell onto the blue shield, causing it to shake violently, and the young man's expression changed, clearly surprised by the power of the lightning. But this lightning strike was just the beginning. From the cloud hanging in the air, one bolt after another of the same lightning attacks fell down, causing the shield to flicker and dim, as if it were on the verge of breaking. The young man's expression darkened, and suddenly he began to form hand seals in a dazzling manner, then shouted, pressing his hands firmly against the shield's surface, causing the shield to suddenly glow brightly, not only restoring its original state, but appearing even thicker than before. Naturally, the Murong brothers were not willing to give up their advantage and also cast various spells into the sky, causing the dark cloud to expand to a diameter of several yards, with the falling lightning becoming thicker and more frequent. Faced with the brothers' fierce offensive, senior brother Lu was filled with anger and surprise, feeling completely unprepared. He never expected that the two would have mastered the intermediate level chain lightning technique at such a young age, and for a moment, he was unable to retreat and counterattack. In front of so many people, they suffered such a huge loss. On one side, the young boys were struggling to withstand the continuous lightning strikes from the dark cloud, while on the other side, the young man was desperately casting defensive spells, continuously reinforcing the azure shield. This contest unexpectedly turned into a protracted tug-of-war. Normally, if one side attacks and the other defends, the attacking side would naturally have the advantage, saving a significant amount of magical energy compared to the defending side. However, the Murong brothers, as the attackers, had already consumed a considerable amount of magical energy during the previous demonstration, and their resources were not sufficient to begin with. Moreover, the young man with the surname Lu was much older, and his magical energy was far more refined and profound than that of the newly initiated boys, which put them at a disadvantage in an attrition battle. Thus, in front of everyone, after releasing the last few bolts of lightning, the dark cloud dissipated, and the boy, having exhausted his magical energy, was forced to cease the lightning strikes first. Chapter 158. The blue-clad woman seeing this, the young man chuckled coldly. Since I've already taken your attacks, isn't it my turn to attack now? As he spoke, he retracted the shield, clasped his hands together, and suddenly pulled them apart, revealing a huge crescent-shaped azure arc blade between his hands. Let's see my azure arc slash, the young man said ominously, and then the blade whistled as it shot towards the two boys on the opposite side. This attack caused an uproar among the onlookers. Anyone could see that the Murong brothers were utterly unable to cast any spells now, let alone defend themselves. The boys panicked, glancing around helplessly before they decided to split and run into the crowd on either side. Go! The young man shouted fiercely. The flying azure arc actually split in midair with his shout, dividing into two and continuing to chase after the boys. Coincidentally, one of the boys, realizing that Han Li was among the onlookers and had a relatively deep level of magical energy, rushed straight towards him, startling Han Li. Han Li had no intention of getting involved in this matter. He knew that even if the young man was arrogant, he would never dare to openly harm the Murong brothers. At most, he would just scare and tease them. Therefore, he would never act as the scapegoat. Moreover, this boy was quite cunning. Wasn't he clearly trying to use him as a shield? How could he let the other party have their way? So he gently swayed his body and vanished from his spot, leaving the boy to miss his target. The boy, furious, cursed loudly and had no choice but to continue fleeing. With a thunderous sound, the ground trembled in the direction where another boy was fleeing, dust rising, accompanied by a man's curses. Evidently, someone hadn't been as wise as Han Li and hadn't escaped the role of a live shield. As the dust settled, a thick earthen wall several feet high appeared in front of them, with a crescent-shaped groove a few feet long etched into its surface. Behind the wall stood a stout young man in his 20s, holding a peculiar wooden crutch, cursing loudly with one hand pressed against the wall's breach. Behind him was another Murong boy, grinning. What does it mean, Lu? Don't you see there are others here? Are you planning to slash me too? The stout young man questioned angrily. Humph. Brother Lu snorted, ignoring the stout young man's question, and instead, with a gloomy face, fully manipulated the remaining half of the azure arc blade, suddenly accelerating it to chase after the boy on Han Li's side, seemingly intending to leave a mark on him. Stop! A young woman's commanding voice came from the sky, followed by a flaming bird descending from above, devouring the azure arc behind the boy entirely before transforming into a mass of flames and disappearing. Who broke my spell? The young man with the surname Lu shouted in anger, looking up into the sky. Above the crowd, a blue-clad woman appeared, her skin like cream, radiant and beautiful, resembling a celestial being. With a slender waist, graceful neck, and dressed in blue palace attire, her hair styled high, she exuded an ethereal presence that made others hesitant to look up at her. It's Sister Nya. I was wondering who had such high magical energy. The previously furious young man with the surname Lu's expression changed immediately upon seeing the woman, becoming polite and graceful. Brother Lu, how about we end this contest for the sake of my little sister? The palace-dressed woman said coldly, standing on a magical artifact. Haha, since it's Sister Nya's wish, I shall certainly comply, the young man said with a broad smile. Sister Nya nodded, said nothing further, and directly descended from the sky towards the Morong brothers. Sister Nya, you arrived just in time. Otherwise, we would have suffered a great loss. The boy, having just escaped a calamity, ran excitedly towards the blue-clad woman. Another boy also grinned and ran over, bypassing the earthen wall. When we return, you will reflect on your actions. You are not allowed to go out until you have mastered the 9-tier technique, the woman said lightly, devoid of any earthly sentiments, showing no sign of emotional fluctuation. Upon hearing this, the Morong brothers immediately became dejected, their heads drooping as they agreed. After dealing with the brothers, the blue-clad woman turned to look at the stout young man and suddenly broke into a smile, causing everything around to dim in comparison. She said, "Thank you for your assistance, brother. Otherwise, if something had happened to junior brother Morong, I would feel guilty towards the sect. And no, it's nothing." The stout young man stammered, captivated by her unmatched beauty and smiling foolishly. The surrounding men, witnessing his special treatment, couldn't help but envy his fortune and regretted that it wasn't them who had acted earlier, their jealous gazes nearly piercing him with holes. Seeing this, the young man with the surname Lu's eyes flashed with malice, but he quickly concealed it, maintaining a courteous demeanor. Apart from the female companion next to him and Han Li, who was watching coldly from the side, no one noticed his unusual behavior. Although the young woman named Chun was also beautiful and charming, she paled in comparison to the one named Nya. Thus, as soon as Sister Nya appeared, Chun hurried to Lu's side, hugging one of his arms and shooting a hostile glare at Nya. The blue-clad woman noticed the hostility but didn't mind. As she left with the Morong brothers, she cast a subtle glance at Han Li, and he immediately heard her melodious voice in his ear. Although your magical energy is not weak, this self-serving behavior is something I cannot condone. I hope that next time we meet, you will have changed, she said. Han Li frowned slightly upon hearing her words. It seemed that his evasive actions had been completely noticed by her, leaving a rather bad impression on her. However, he was not a saint. Knowing he was being used yet not avoiding it would be foolish. The stout young man did not act self-sufficiently, but was now being targeted by the young man with the surname Lu, and he might not survive for long. At that point, would this beautiful woman really seek revenge for him? Han Li sneered to himself. For some reason, Han Li was not impressed by such captivating beauties. He found himself more attracted to the simpler, more demure types. Therefore, he didn't care at all about how he was perceived in Sister Nya's eyes. He just hoped she would pay less attention to him. At this moment, the blue-clothed beauty and the others had disappeared without a trace. After Brother Lu glared fiercely at the stout young man, he left the mountaintop with his female companion. Seeing that there was no more excitement to watch, the remaining people dispersed in a rush. Han Li also took his flying tool and left the place, flying back to the 100 Medicine Garden. Once he entered the house where he lived, Han Li impatiently took out the 2 jade tubes, selected the copy that contained the method for refining the Foundation Establishment pill, and began to read it word by word. Although Han Li's mind was active, his expression remained unchanged until several hours later when he let out a long breath and put down the jade tube. However, he immediately fell into deep thought, concentrating on it. After a while, he suddenly stood up with a furrowed brow, walked into the medicine garden, and began to scan the flowers and plants around while muttering to himself. The 1,000-knot flower, black peony, golden essence ginseng, and the 31 auxiliary medicinal materials are not a problem. They all exist in this medicine garden, but they require a long maturity period of several hundred years. However, the main medicinal herbs, jade spirit mushroom, purple monkey flower, and heavenly spirit fruit, are a bit troublesome. There isn't a single one here, and I've never even heard of them. After hesitating for a while, he decided to ask someone about it. And that person could only be the old man who was proficient in pharmacology. Chapter 159. Heavenly and Earthly Spiritual Medicines. After Han Li made up his mind, he put down the jade tube and picked up another one. The preparation of the stabilizing face pill was much simpler than that of the Foundation Establishment pill. It didn't require true fire for refining, nor were there any unfamiliar medicinal materials as raw materials. They were all very common varieties. The only thing that surprised him was that these medicinal materials surprisingly demanded a medicinal property of over 1,000 years to be used as ingredients for the stabilizing face pill. No wonder this pill had never been heard of. After all, Which cultivator would treasure a spiritual herb that was over 1,000 years old and waste it on a stabilizing face pill, which was useless for cultivation? This also resulted in the fact that very few people in the cultivation world knew about the stabilizing face pill. However, this was not a problem for Hanli. It just meant the gestation time would be a bit longer. Therefore, he decided that after dealing with the Foundation establishment pill, he would try to refine a batch to see if it was really as miraculous as the recipe claimed, capable of maintaining a person's appearance at the time of taking the pill. When the old man came to the 100 medicine garden to collect medicinal materials again 6 or 7 days later, Hanli did not hide his intentions and directly asked about the 3 strange herbs while standing in the garden. Jade spirit mushroom, purple monkey flower, heavenly spirit fruit? The old man stroked his little beard, his small eyes squinting into slits. Hee. It seems that my nephew has obtained the recipe for the Foundation establishment pill. So he is inquiring about these 3 main herbs. However, nephew, do you really intend to refine pills yourself? The old man, Uncle Ma, pouted, looking at Hanli with a gaze that suggested he was truly unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. Of course not. Don't mention that I know nothing about these 3 main herbs. Even for the auxiliary herbs that require hundreds of years, where would I find them? The oldest in your garden is just a 100-year-old transformation grass. In this situation, how could my nephew indulge in thoughts of refining pills? Hanli would certainly not speak the truth and cleverly responded. If you don't plan to refine pills, why are you asking about these 3 strange herbs? The old man's face turned serious, and he said unkindly, I'm very busy and don't have time to chat with you. Hanli had long anticipated Uncle Ma's eccentric temperament, so he was not flustered at all. Instead, he smiled and said, I was just curious about these 3 main herbs because their names are quite peculiar, and I have never heard anyone mention their shapes or medicinal properties. So I casually inquired. However, what puzzles me is why there isn't a single specimen of these 3 strange herbs in your garden. You know, such rare varieties, according to your usual practice, should be sought after for seeds and cultivated in the garden. Could it be that these strange herbs are so difficult to cultivate that even you cannot grow them? Nonsense. Are you questioning my skills? The reason there are no such medicinal materials in the garden has nothing to do with my skills. They are all transformed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A naturally occurring variety. Where would I find seeds for them? Even if I got seedlings, because their growing conditions are too peculiar, they cannot survive in a normal environment. No matter how much effort I put in, it would be futile. Otherwise, do you think I would let them go? The old man was quite agitated by Hanli's words, and he couldn't help but get angry. No seeds? How could that be possible? Hanli couldn't help but exclaim. How could it not be possible? You must know that things like this, which are almost extinct in the outside world but are very useful to cultivators, if they could be planted artificially. Wouldn't the major sects have already cultivated them in large quantities? Would they let the Foundation establishment pill decrease year by year? The old man rolled his eyes at Hanli and said irritably. Hanli felt a chill in his heart after hearing the old man's words. No matter how good the green liquid's gestation effect was, if there were no basic seeds, how could he gestate? He couldn't just create something out of nothing. Could he? If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. I'll be back in 2 months for another batch of medicinal materials. The old man did not notice the oddity on Hanli's face and turned to leave. But where did the main herbs for the Foundation establishment pill, which could produce a batch every 10 years, come from? If what Uncle Ma said was true, they must have a fixed growing place. Hanli's mind raced, and he immediately thought of another way out. No seeds? No problem. Aren't their immature seedlings? If I can find more, I can still gestate them. So, he hurriedly pursued the question. It seems your curiosity is quite significant. However, I advise you to give up. Going to that ghostly place to find these 3 strange herbs is no different from committing suicide. The old man didn't even bother to look back, coldly saying this before flying away and ignoring Hanli. Left behind, Hanli stood there in a daze for a long time without moving. These 3 strange herbs. I must get my hands on them. Even if you don't tell me, won't I just ask others? Hanli sighed deeply and murmured to himself. During the 2 years Hanli spent in Huangfeng Valley, besides this old man, the only other person he was somewhat familiar with was the steward and the disciple. Wu Feng. The steward was too scheming and very self-serving, so Hanli did not like dealing with him. Therefore, the first person he sought was that senior brother Wu Feng. If he couldn't get any clues from him, he would have to visit the greedy old man at the Yuelu Hall. He was sure to know something, but it was inevitable that he would have to part with some wealth. When Hanli arrived at the transmission pavilion, which was specifically set up for low-level disciples. Wu Feng happened to be there explaining low-level spells to a few young boys. When he saw Han Li, he merely nodded slightly and continued with his work. Han Li didn't mind this. He knew that the other party was just conscientious and not treating him differently. Speaking of this senior brother Wu, Han Li truly had a bit of admiration for him. Although this transmission brother was still hovering at the peak of the Qi refinement stage after taking the Foundation Establishment pill and had not entered the Foundation Establishment stage, his comprehension of low-level spells was truly extraordinary, and he could draw inferences from one instance, which amazed Han Li and benefited him greatly. If it were only this, Han Li would only have been somewhat attentive towards him and would not have respected him so much. What surprised him was that since this senior brother Wu took over the position of transmitting teachings, he treated all the brothers who came to consult about spells equally, teaching them his insights without any hint of selfishness. This truly astonished Han Li. To be honest, at first, Han Li didn't believe that the other party was such a quality person. He thought he had encountered another hypocrite who was just putting on a show. Therefore, he remained indifferent and kept his distance. However, after more than a year of real interaction, Han Li came to realize through this person's ordinary way of dealing with others and every action that he was indeed sincere in helping all his fellow disciples. This left Han Li speechless for a long time. Although he was reluctant to agree with senior brother Wu's approach, there was no denying the man's character. Hence, he also made an effort to become familiar with him. Although they were not yet close friends, their relationship was much better than that of ordinary disciples. Therefore, he patiently waited nearby. Senior brother Wu explained in great detail, spending over 2 hours on a basic intermediate-level fire snake technique, and even demonstrated it several times to let those few people experience it well. Speaking of which, aside from the few spells he had acquired at the beginning, Han Li had not learned many other elemental spells. In the past 2 years, he had only managed to integrate and master what he had not yet grasped. This left Han Li thoroughly disappointed with his own aptitude and made him crave the Foundation Establishment pill even more. The few young disciples finally finished their inquiries and left the room, and it was only then that Wu Feng smiled and asked Han Li, "Junior brother Han, it's been a while since you came here. Have you decided to start learning intermediate-level spells?" Hearing this, Han Li forced a smile and replied listlessly, "Senior brother, you know my aptitude. It took me 2 years just to learn those basic lower-level spells. If I try to learn more difficult intermediate-level spells, it would probably take me 7 or 8 years to achieve some results. I think I should just forget it." Upon hearing this, Wu Feng frowned and reproached him. "How can junior brother be so despondent? You should know that while your aptitude may be lacking, diligence can make up for it. As long as you practice hard, you can still achieve great things." Chapter 160, Blood Forbidden Trial. After hearing this, Han Li understood that the other party was sincerely trying to encourage him. So he could only helplessly agree a couple of times before changing the subject and finally asked about the main ingredients of the Foundation Establishment pill. "Junior brother Han wants to know the source of the spirit herbs like Yusui mushroom?" Wu Feng asked in surprise. "Yes, senior brother. You've been in this sect for so many years, you should know something, right?" Han Li asked eagerly. After pondering for a moment, Wu Feng replied, "Of course I know a bit, but I advise junior brother to give up on this idea. Not only is it extremely dangerous there, but under normal circumstances, you can't get close at all. You can only enter with the help of seniors from the sect at specific times and locations." At first, when Han Li heard that the other party knew, he was delighted, but the subsequent words left him shocked, and he immediately pressed for more information. It turned out that this type of spirit herb had become rare in the cultivation world long ago and had completely disappeared from ordinary places. The only places where they could still be found were those so-called forbidden areas. Since these places were referred to as forbidden areas by cultivators, they were, of course, extremely dangerous and generally located in harsh and remote environments. Some were even lairs of demons, where one had to fight their way through, while others contained ancient prohibitions that required great effort to break through for any hope of entry. The main ingredients for the Foundation Establishment pill of the Xinghua sect, such as Huangfeng Valley, came from the latter type of forbidden area, which was a place sealed off by an ancient wind-type prohibition. The prohibitions there were very powerful, and originally, their sect had no hope of breaking them. However, later on, it was discovered that this prohibition weakened for 5 days every 5 years, and during this period, if several core formation cultivators used their spells together to forcefully break the prohibition, they could temporarily open a passage for a certain number of people to enter. However, when the passage appeared and all the cultivators attempted to enter, another unexpected situation arose. All the Foundation establishment cultivators were blocked outside by another strange prohibition inside. While those in the Qi refinement stage could enter without obstruction, collecting a large number of rare spirit herbs and bringing them out. This discovery immediately caused a sensation in the Xinghua cultivation world, and thus, every 5 years, the 7 major cultivation sects would send a group of disciples below the Foundation establishment stage into the forbidden area to collect a large number of spirit herbs, with the main ingredient for the Foundation establishment pill being the top priority. At first, the disciples from various sects could act independently without any issues, and for those chosen, it was a significant opportunity. However, as years went by and the collection and plundering continued, the spirit herbs in the forbidden area gradually became scarce. Disputes began to arise between the sects over certain rare herbs, leading to increasingly frequent conflicts. Several hundred years ago, there was even an incident where a disciple lost their life during a struggle. The occurrence of this death caused the major sects to completely tear apart their facade of cooperation, openly promoting a survival of the fittest mentality and encouraging their disciples to rob others, which stained the expedition to the forbidden area with blood. As a result, the spirit herbs gradually diminished, and the competition within the forbidden area became increasingly fierce and bloody. In the past century, due to the extreme violence, the number of disciples who could survive and come out of the forbidden area was less than 1/3 of what it had been originally, leading to significant losses among the elite low-level disciples of each sect. This caused the disciples of each sect to start referring to the expedition to the forbidden area as the blood-forbidden trial, and they began to avoid it, even leading to awkward situations where no one was willing to go. As for those who were forced to go, that was even less feasible. Because if a disciple was not genuinely willing to enter the forbidden area to seek herbs, they would likely just go through the motions, hiding somewhere until it was time to leave safely. Such incidents had indeed occurred before, infuriating the higher-ups of the sects, but there was nothing they could do. After all, those disciples originally did not want to go, yet they were forced into this perilous situation, so what could they complain about? Thus, under the circumstances where the various sects were increasingly coveting the spirit herbs, but willing volunteers were few, all the sects began to offer substantial rewards to recruit disciples for the expedition to the forbidden area, linking the quantity and quality of spirit herbs brought back from the forbidden area to the rewards. Not to mention other sects. Even Huangfeng Valley itself had started officially stating that any disciple who signed up to participate would be granted a mid-level spirit stone and a spirit tool from the sect as an incentive. Once they successfully brought spirit herbs back from the forbidden area, the sect would grant even more generous rewards based on the quantity and quality of what they brought back. From spirit stones to magical tools and spirit pills, everything was included. Even the higher rewards included the coveted Foundation establishment pill stored within the sect, which was enough to make low-level disciples fight for it. Such high rewards indeed led to a surge of applications from the disciples. But this situation only lasted for 2 or 3 rounds before dropping off completely. The bloody reality made the disciples realize that these rewards were not so easy to obtain. Because before the rewards were introduced, 1/3 of the participants could survive the forbidden area, but after the rewards were offered, less than 1/4 could make it out of the blood-forbidden trial. And among the surviving disciples, those who could bring back spirit herbs were even fewer. Most returned with severe injuries and gained nothing, let alone acquiring the Foundation establishment pill. It was in this context that Han Li asked Wu Feng about the sources of a few spirit herbs. Now, after hearing everything the other party had said, Han Li felt nothing but frustration. He never expected that collecting some herbs would require going to a forbidden area and having to fight against disciples from other sects. And only after winning could one escape. The survival rate is astonishingly disproportionate, with less than 1/4 of participants able to emerge from this so-called blood-forbidden trial. The risks involved are quite significant. He is not a master. Among the low-level disciples in Huangfeng Valley, he is only of average standing. Thus, he lacks profound magical powers and has not mastered powerful spells. The only things he can rely on are a few decent magical artifacts and is not so dull-minded. However, with just these, Han Li does not believe he can definitely become one of the last quarter. In his anger, he couldn't help but ask Wu Feng, why can't the various sects restrain their disciples to share the spirit herbs equally? After all, these herbs are meant to be used for refining Foundation establishment pills together, so why create enmity and tear each other apart? Wu Feng heard this and immediately replied with a bitter smile. Junior brother, You don't know that even for the foundation establishment pills refined together, the distribution of the pills depends entirely on the amount of spirit herbs provided by each sect, which is then distributed proportionally. Under such circumstances, how can each sect not fight desperately for the spirit herbs? Han Li was left speechless for a long time upon hearing this. Finally, filled with worries, he learned that the next blood-forbidden trial would be in half a year, and under Wu's senior brother's urging, he left the transmission hall and returned to the 100-herb garden. In the following days, Han Li was listless, constantly thinking about this matter, weighing the pros and cons and the risks involved, trying to force himself to make a wiser choice. It was evident that outside the forbidden area in the Yu Kingdom, he would not be able to find these 3 spirit herbs. Otherwise, the 7 major sects wouldn't have to fight every 5 years, weakening themselves internally. If Han Li did not want to take this risk, he could only hope to find spirit herbs in places beyond the Yu Kingdom. Otherwise, he would have no hope of establishing his foundation and would end up as a pile of bones in 100 years. However, upon careful consideration, one would realize that searching for spirit herbs abroad was even more hopeless, with no chance at all. But if he really participated in the blood-forbidden trial, the death rate of over 3/4 was too high. The possibility of him dying was incredibly high. This truly left Han Li in a dilemma. Chapter 161. The market. After several sleepless nights of torment, Han Li gradually leaned towards the latter option, choosing to take risks in pursuit of success in establishing his foundation, as he was unwilling to live a mediocre life. However, being naturally cautious, he decided to make a trip to Lu Hall first. After confirming once again with the greedy old man that there would be no spirit herbs outside the forbidden area and the harsh reality of the bloody trials, he completely abandoned any thoughts of luck. Having understood that there was no way back, Han Li finally resolved to participate in the blood-forbidden trial and take a gamble. It was either to successfully find the spirit herbs for foundation establishment or to perish in this forbidden competition. With a clear goal regarding life and death, Han Li began preparing for the trip to the forbidden area in 6 months. He aimed to elevate his strength during this short period to increase his chances of survival. The 11th layer of the Changchun technique could not be broken through without medicinal assistance. To enhance his strength, his only option was to learn several new spells and acquire some powerful talismans and magical artifacts. Learning new spells was relatively straightforward. He believed that if he brought it up with Wu's senior brother, the latter would not refuse to teach him. However, with his qualifications, he could only manage to learn 2 beginner low-level spells or barely grasp 1 beginner mid-level spell in the next 6 months, while high-level spells were out of the question. Thus, the quickest way to enhance his strength would still be through talismans and magical artifacts. Speaking of magical artifacts, Han Li actually had a few. Among them, apart from the ring and small flag given by Uncle Master Yi, he had only 2 usable items obtained from the yellow-clad individuals who had attacked him: a long knife that could transform into a rope and a gourd that could spit out spheres for automatic attacks. As for the items he received when he first entered the sect, such as the Sunfire Sword and Cold Moon Blade, they were merely low-level artifacts with some flame and cold attacks attached, and could hardly be considered significant. Regarding talismans, Han Li was originally quite lacking. Fortunately, that Uncle Master Yi, who had taken many things from him, had not cheated on the grade of the talismans. He had given him a dozen beginner mid-level talismans and 2 rare high-level talismans, which bolstered his confidence. Additionally, there was that talisman with a small sword that Han Li still did not fully understand. This item, which had been referred to as a talisman treasure by the yellow-clad individuals he had killed, should have a significant background. However, as a piece of stolen goods, he had never dared to let anyone know about this talisman, secretly keeping the words talisman treasure in mind, planning to find a suitable opportunity to inquire about its meaning from others. Of course, facing the extremely terrifying blood-forbidden trial, having only these items was definitely insufficient. So Han Li planned to venture out of the mountain gate to the nearby sect market to acquire some top-tier magical artifacts and talismans. However, without a large sum of spirit stones as support, this purchasing trip would surely be unsatisfactory. Although Han Li could barely muster enough spirit stones with his wealth, he was reluctant to part with them, as these spirit stones would be important tools for survival during the upcoming trip to the forbidden area. After much thought, Han Li decided to cultivate a few rare medicinal herbs that had been around for over 1,000 years in the short term to exchange for spirit stones or simply barter. In fact, concocting a face-restoring pill would have been a better choice, potentially worth more, but the required herbs for the face-restoring pill were too numerous. and he simply did not have enough time to gather the materials, so he could only directly use the herbs for trade. However, to avoid attracting the attention of others in the sect, Han Li secretly decided to only sell the cultivated herbs to outside cultivators and never trade directly with his sect members, to avoid drawing the attention of those with ulterior motives. Thus, with a plan in mind, Han Li began to get busy. He first selected the most practical concealment technique from the many beginner spells he learned from Wu Feng. This was a mid-level auxiliary spell that could completely counter the Heavenly Eye technique. As long as this spell was cast and the opponent could not see him with their naked eyes, he could successfully conceal his spiritual energy and hide himself. Of course, this spell would not work on cultivators above the foundation establishment stage. It was merely a means of countering among high-level qi refining cultivators, which was much more practical than the concealment technique. However, Han Li chose not to select other attack or defense-type spells entirely based on his own combat experiences. His only encounter with other cultivators had shown him that the opportunities to cast mid-level spells during battles were extremely limited, most of the time. Battles relied on the shortest casting time of low-level spells, magical artifacts, and talismans to quickly launch offensives or defenses. Therefore, wanting to use mid-level or higher spells in combat was more practical with talismans. Of course, if he had companions helping him by time to cast spells, that would be a different story. After obtaining the cultivation mantra for this spell and asking Wu Feng about the key points for practicing it, Han Li began to practice it wholeheartedly. However, as a mid-level spell, the concealment technique was absolutely different from the auxiliary spells he had learned before, such as the wind control technique. It was extremely difficult and awkward to practice, and it seemed to be quite a challenge to fully master it within 6 months. Thus, Han Li practiced the concealment technique during the day and focused on cultivating several commonly used spiritual herbs at night. In order to prevent that Master Ma from discovering these herbs, he specifically staggered the time for the other party to collect the medicinal materials before proceeding with the cultivation, and transplanted them to a very remote corner of the medicinal garden. After all, herbs that have been around for over 1,000 years emit a medicinal fragrance that is always a little different. Fortunately, this Master Ma has always come to collect things on time, neither arriving early nor late. He is always in a hurry, coming and going quickly, seemingly always busy, though no one knows exactly what he is busy with. Han Li had no interest in what the other party was doing. For him, it was best if Master Ma remained busy like this, so he wouldn't interfere with his little actions, allowing him to complete his grand plan for cultivating medicine. By the time Han Li had initially mastered the qi gathering technique, more than 4 months had passed. He had finally cultivated 2,000-year-old spirit medicines, and he believed that in today's cultivation world, where medicinal materials are hard to come by, they would surely bring a small surprise to the market of Huangfeng Valley. Han Li obtained a token allowing him to go out from the familiar steward Yu of the Baiji Hall and left the mountain gate. The disciples of Huangfeng Valley can actually go out once a year, but as cultivators, no one wants to waste time going out, so very few disciples actually apply for it. After Han Li flew past the mountain gate's restrictive formation, he set his direction northeast, heading straight for the market. Speaking of which, the market of Huangfeng Valley is quite famous, much more prosperous than those of other sections. This is because the Taiwan mountain range, where Huangfeng Valley is located, is right next to the Yuanwu Kingdom to the north, and the cultivation worlds of Yuanwu Kingdom and Yu Kingdom are not in opposition. So Yuanwu Kingdom's cultivators often come to trade goods in Huangfeng Valley's market, bringing many unique items that are not found in Yu Kingdom. This is undoubtedly a pleasant surprise, attracting many loose cultivators and families of cultivators to come. The market is located on the northeastern edge of the Taiwan mountain range. So after flying for most of the day, Han Li arrived at his destination. After landing nearby, Han Li did not rush over immediately. Instead, he changed into a gray cloth shirt and put away any items that indicated he was a disciple of Huangfeng Valley, making himself look like an ordinary cultivator before finally heading towards the market. According to the common rules of the cultivation world, cultivators are not allowed to fly within 5 miles of the market. So as Han Li walked, he encountered many hurried passers-by, some of whom were dressed quite uniquely, leading Han Li to suspect they were cultivators from Yuanwu Kingdom. It seemed that the market was indeed bustling with activity. While Han Li was pondering this, he had already reached the entrance of the market. Chapter 162. Wanbao Tower. The market of Huangfeng Valley looks very much like the Qingyou town in Han Li's hometown, with only a single street running through it, oriented north to south. At the southern end, there are dozens of buildings of various sizes. Some are tall buildings while others are just small huts, all quite uneven. These are all properties of Huangfeng Valley. But only a small portion is directly managed by disciples of Huangfeng Valley, while a larger part is rented out to cultivator families and loose cultivators who do business here year-round. Most of these are shops dealing in trade, raw materials, talismans, and magical tools, as well as a bookstore specializing in basic spells and 2 inns and taverns for dining and accommodation. Additionally, apart from those low-level steward disciples, a certain number of foundation establishment experts are stationed here year-round to maintain order in the market and prevent any disturbances. A large section of the northern part of the street is empty, reserved for cultivators who wish to set up temporary stalls. As long as they pay a low-level spirit stone to the Huangfeng Valley disciples managing the area, outsiders can set up stalls in the open spaces on either side for an entire day without interference, and even receive protection from these disciples during the stall period. So they need not fear retaliation from enemies taking advantage of the opportunity. With these measures encouraging outside cultivators to do business here, along with the market's unique geographical environment, the Huangfeng Valley market has flourished year by year, and some rare items occasionally flow out of the market, attracting more cultivators to come and seek treasures. However, in order to avoid suspicion, Han Li did not enter from the most convenient southern entrance, but took a long detour before entering from the north. Furthermore, before stepping onto the street, he covered his head with a green cloak to conceal his identity, just in case someone here actually recognized him. It was already afternoon by this time, and the main street of the market appeared sparse, seemingly not crowded at all. However, this is quite normal, as the market is not a bustling place in the secular world, where there is constant noise and activity. Those who can come here are all the cream of the crop among cultivators. Even having this many people is quite impressive. Realizing this, Han Li chuckled to himself and walked towards the small stalls on either side of the street. He planned to see if there were any noteworthy items at these stalls before heading to the larger shops. After taking a look around, Han Li felt a bit disappointed. The items at these small stalls, aside from 3 or 4 that could barely be considered acceptable, were of no use to him. Buying them would only be a waste of spirit stones, so he decided not to waste any more time and headed straight for the larger shops. Qiqiao Pavilion, Qingfeng Studio, Tiangong Building. This time, Han Li did not recklessly walk into any shop. Instead, he strolled along the street slowly, consciously memorizing the names and sizes of the shops, before finally choosing to enter Wanbao Tower, which looked the most imposing and had other cultivators frequently coming and going. Just by hearing the name of this shop, one could tell that the owner was confident in their goods, and Han Li hoped that there would indeed be some rare treasures here, so he wouldn't leave empty-handed. Upon entering, Han Li was slightly taken aback. The bright hall, spacious enough to accommodate dozens of people without feeling crowded, featured long counters made of precious red wood, and 7 or 8 attendants dressed in matching blue shirts, all of this giving a striking sense of grandeur. In the hall, 2 of the blue-clad attendants were explaining something to a few cultivators who appeared to be customers. The counter displayed many colorful items, all of which should be useful only to cultivators, ranging from various low-level raw materials to the most commonly used talismans and magical tools. Han Li smiled slightly. It seemed he had indeed found the right place. Just then, a blue-clad attendant approached with a beaming smile, saying, "What would the guest like to see? Would you like me to introduce our items? Our shop's goods will definitely satisfy all customers. I want to see some magical tools and talismans. But I only want the best items. Don't show me any inferior products," Han Li said lightly from behind his cloak. The blue-clad attendant was slightly taken aback by this, but after carefully assessing Han Li's demeanor and confirming that he was not joking, the attendant's smile grew even more genuine. He knew he must have encountered a big customer, so he quickly ushered Han Li inside and personally led him to a VIP room on the 2nd floor. The furnishings in the upstairs room were different from the hall below. Not only was it much smaller in size, but it also had some antique-style tables and chairs arranged elegantly and comfortably. What was most surprising was that in the corner of the room, there was an exquisite incense burner, with a stick of fragrant incense slowly burning inside, filling the room with a faint sandalwood scent. A refined middle-aged man stood in the room, holding an ancient book and reading aloud. He appeared to have no magical power at all, looking like an ordinary person. Han Li was somewhat dumbfounded. This place did not resemble a business at all, but rather looked exactly like the residence of a wealthy family. When the reader noticed Han Li's arrival, he calmly closed the book, while the attendant in a green robe who came with Han Li quickly stepped forward and whispered a few words in his ear. After listening, The middle-aged man cupped his hands in greeting and smiled, saying, I am Tian Bu Li, the manager of Wanbao Pavilion. May I know how to address you? Han Li borrowed his friend's name without hesitation. Ah, it's you, Brother Li. Please take a seat. Go, brew a pot of fine Biyun tea. The middle-aged man guided Han Li to sit down and then instructed the servant. This is your first time visiting our pavilion, isn't it? Once Han Li was settled, the middle-aged man began to ask politely. Hee. Manager Tian truly has a good eye. This is indeed my first visit to your esteemed pavilion. Han Li deliberately changed his voice to sound like a rough man. Whether it's your first time here or not doesn't matter, as long as you choose to come here. It is our honor at Wanbao Pavilion, and we will definitely satisfy you. Manager Tian said confidently, if I can find what I need in one place. I don't want to trouble myself by running to multiple shops. I hope your pavilion's items are indeed good, Han Li said, seemingly half convinced. Haha, please rest assured, Brother Li. Our reputation on this street is absolutely among the best. If our shop can't satisfy you, then there's no need to look at other shops, the manager said leisurely, looking quite assured. At that moment, a maid dressed in traditional attire came upstairs with a teapot and several cups. Before she got close, a refreshing tea aroma filled the room. This is our pavilion's special fragrant tea, which is hard to find elsewhere. It not only smells incredibly fragrant, but also invigorates the drinker. Brother Li can have a taste first, Manager Tian said, smiling as he took a small sip after the maid set down the tea set and went downstairs. Han Li looked at the fragrant tea in front of him, lightly shook his head, and said impatiently, Manager Tian, the tea can be enjoyed slowly. Let's get down to business first. I didn't expect you to be so impatient. All right, please wait a moment. I'll be right back. Manager Tian stood up with a hint of regret, cupped his hands to Han Li, and then went downstairs, leaving him alone. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Manager Tian reappeared before Han Li. But this time he had several brocade boxes of various sizes in his arms. I heard from the servant below that Brother Li is looking for the best magical tools and talismans. So I specifically went to the storage room below to bring out a few long-preserved treasures for you to see. I hope they will catch Brother Li's eye. Manager Tian said, patting the brocade boxes with a cheerful expression. Han Li's eyes brightened at the mention of treasures, and his curiosity about what rare items could be called treasures by the other party was piqued. Manager Tian arranged the brocade boxes on the table one by one and opened them for Han Li to view. However, Han Li noticed that as the boxes were opened, two powerful auras far beyond his own suddenly locked onto his every move. Han Li was initially startled, but soon realized that this was a security measure of Wanbao Pavilion, designed to prevent him from suddenly attempting to steal the items inside the boxes. He relaxed but gained a further understanding of Wanbao Pavilion's strength. Chapter 163. Treasures in Brocade Boxes. These past few days, it has been hot and stuffy here, and I almost suffered from heat stroke. I really missed the coolness of winter. At this point, Manager Tian began to introduce the items inside the brocade boxes to Han Li. This is a set of golden insect mother and child blades, 1 mother blade, and 8 child blades, made from refined iron and gold. Crafted by a foundation establishment expert over 3 days and nights. As long as you hold the mother blade, you can control the 8 child blades to attack the enemy simultaneously, catching them off guard with their unmatched sharpness. He pointed to a set of light golden strange blades in one of the boxes. Han Li remained silent, picked up one of the child blades to examine it for a moment, nodded slightly, and then put it back down. The Xian Iron Sky Shield is an extremely rare defensive magical item, made from large pieces of Xian iron refined from the cold and dark lands. It is not only incredibly sturdy and unbreakable, but once activated, it can automatically defend around you. Manager Tian picked up a small shield about the size of a palm and said. He then casually handed it to Han Li for him to inspect. Han Li held the shield in his hand, gently stroking the patterns on it. After pondering for a moment, he asked, Can I try using it with magic? Of course. Brother Li, feel free to use it. Manager Tian replied generously. Since the other party had said so, Han Li was not polite and slowly infused his spiritual energy into the item. As a result, the iron shield instantly glowed with a dark light, rapidly enlarging several times and flying out of his hand, floating in the air and slowly circling around him, perfectly covering some vital areas on his body. Han Li was delighted and, with a slight distraction, manipulated it. Indeed, the item could move freely up and down, being quite agile. After trying it out, Han Li was very satisfied with this magical item. What he needed most now was a life-saving magical tool, and with this shield, his chances of survival in the blood-forbidden trial would undoubtedly increase significantly. However, Hanli did not immediately express anything. He merely silently placed the iron shield back into the box and continued to await the next introduction from Manager Tian. Manager Tian was not displeased by Hanli's actions and continued to enthusiastically recommend the next item, a blue orb about the size of a pill. Heavenly Thunder Pearl. Created hundreds of years ago when a mysterious cultivator accidentally captured and condensed the thunder and lightning of heaven and earth. Each one possesses immense power. It is said that even a Foundation establishment cultivator would be turned to ashes if they faced this thunder directly. Originally, there were 73 of them, but very few remain today, and this one was obtained by our pavilion after considerable effort. Manager Tian revealed a hint of pride after his introduction, showing how rare and precious this Thunder Pearl was. Hearing this, Han Li's expression changed. The ability to kill Foundation establishment cultivators made such a powerful item truly rare and priceless. If he could acquire it, it would be like having a trump card for the Forbidden Land journey. However, its price would likely be staggering. Otherwise, it wouldn't have remained unsold until now. After introducing the Blue Thunder Pearl, Manager Tian fell silent, instead casting a meaningful glance at Han Li. Then leisurely picked up a cup of fragrant tea and began to sip it. Although there was still one tightly sealed brocade box on the table that had not been introduced, he did not mention it at all. Han Li smiled slightly, fully aware of Manager Tian's intentions. He knew it was time to show his own strength, or else the treasure in the last brocade box would not be revealed easily. For this visit, to be on the safe side, Han Li had brought not only 2,000-year-old spiritual herbs, but also all his spirit stones, including 2 mid-grade spirit stones and nearly 100 low-grade spirit stones. However, Han Li would not easily use these spirit stones. What he relied on were just those 2 spiritual herbs. To be honest, although Han Li knew that herbs over 1,000 years old were extremely rare in today's cultivation world and should be worth a lot, he truly had little idea of how many spirit stones they could be exchanged for or what kind of magical tools they could fetch. However, he believed that what he had offered in exchange for that small shield and the initial golden bug knife was more than sufficient. As for the more coveted Thunderbolt Pearl, Han Li felt uncertain. He did not immediately take out both spirit herbs. Instead, he first pulled out a small wooden box that looked extraordinarily valuable from his storage bag. Placing one of the herbs inside, Han Li chose to do this because he understood the principle that people need to dress well and that good packaging could increase the value of the herbs by at least 30%, ensuring he wouldn't suffer a loss. Han Li did not open the box, but directly handed the whole box to the other party. Manager Tian had been secretly observing Han Li's actions. Seeing this situation, he said nothing and took the box, examining it carefully before calmly lifting the lid. Oh! Upon seeing the contents of the box, Manager Tian was somewhat astonished, but his expression soon turned displeased. Brotherly, do you intend to exchange this yellow ginseng for a treasure from our building? This is not a rare item. Unless it is of the highest grade, aged over 200 or 300 years, it is barely worth anything, Manager Tian said coldly. Han Li sneered a few times without offering any explanation or words, pouring himself a cup of fragrant tea and savoring it. Seeing Han Li's fearless demeanor, Manager Tian grew somewhat suspicious. He focused intently again, lowering his head to examine the spirit herb in the box. As he looked, Manager Tian suddenly gasped. Excitedly standing up from his chair and moving the box to the brightest spot in the room, examining it back and forth without stopping, muttering to himself, "Impossible. Could it really be over 1,000 years old? Or does it just look similar?" Upon seeing the expression on the other person's face and hearing these words, Han Li finally felt relieved. At this moment, he was certain that the value of the 1,000-year spirit herb was higher than he had initially estimated, and it seemed that obtaining the Thunderbolt Pearl was very promising. After examining for a while, Manager Tian suddenly realized his loss of composure, having revealed much of his inner thoughts to the other party. However, at this point, he could no longer care about that. The item before him had completely captivated his attention. As long as this item was indeed the kind of top-grade herb aged over 1,000 years that he imagined, he would be willing to pay any price to keep it in the Wanbao building, which would bring countless benefits to both him and the building. But the only problem now was that he had only heard of this 1,000-year spirit herb and had never seen the actual item, making it impossible to definitively ascertain the exact age of the contents in the box. However, even if the yellow ginseng was not truly over 1,000 years old, it could definitely be confirmed to be at least 700 to 800 years old, which was still extremely valuable. Someone. After examining for a while, Manager Tion called out and summoned a young servant from downstairs. Go bring Elder Ding here and say there's a rare item that needs his appraisal, he commanded solemnly. Taking advantage of this interval, Manager Tion and Han Li began to chat amicably, but both avoided discussing the herbs, as if for a moment they had forgotten the item in the box. However, it wasn't long before a gray-haired elder, assisted by a young servant, slowly made his way upstairs. Upon seeing him, Manager Tion immediately greeted him respectfully and offered him a seat, while he stood to the side, indicating that this Elder Ding was indeed a person of great respect. Elder Ding, you called this old man out of the ground. Could there really be something that you can't identify? The elder said, slightly out of breath, trembling as he spoke. Chapter 164. The Secret of the Talisman Treasure. Elder Ding, could you please take a look at this item? Although I feel it is likely a 1,000-year spirit herb, I am not very confident about it, and I hope Elder Ding can confirm its age, Manager Tion said humbly, handing over the brocade box. A 1,000-year spirit herb? Elder Ding, upon hearing this, found it somewhat hard to believe, but still accepted the brocade box. Please take a close look. Is it really the 1,000-year yellow ginseng? Manager Tion said, suppressing his excitement and speaking a bit urgently. The elder did not immediately respond, but squinted his eyes, concentrating on the shape, color, and even the texture of the item in the box. He occasionally brought the box to his nose to sniff it a few times. This herb was cultivated by Han Li himself, so he naturally knew whether it was a 1,000-year spirit herb. Thus, he remained composed, sitting quietly to the side and ignoring the elder's actions. His only concern was how to negotiate the price with the Wanbao building. In contrast to Han Li, Manager Tion watched every move of the elder without blinking. The calm demeanor he had when meeting Han Li completely gone, replaced by an expression full of anticipation, anxiety, and a mix of emotions about gain and loss. Finally, Elder Ding gently placed the box back on the table, stroked his beard, and closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment. Then he opened his eyes and, with a very certain tone, calmly said, Congratulations, Manager. This is indeed yellow ginseng over 1,000 years old, and it is a top-grade herb that has just been unearthed, with its medicinal properties completely intact. I can guarantee that. Hearing this, Manager Tion's face lit up with joy. He then respectfully escorted the elder down the stairs and, filled with elation, picked up the box containing the spirit herb, examining it repeatedly. Manager Tion, shouldn't we discuss the transaction now? Han Li, noticing that the other party seemed to have forgotten that the owner of the spirit herb was still sitting beside him, couldn't help but remind him. Oh, I am truly foolish. I hope Brotherly can forgive me. Manager Tion, slightly taken aback, finally remembered that this spirit herb did not belong to the Wanbao building and felt his face heat up slightly. It's nothing. However, how do you plan to trade? Seeing how much you like this item, I trust you won't let me down, Han Li said with a light smile, subtly pressuring the other party. At this moment, Manager Tion's expression returned to normal, and he placed the item in his hand back on the table before saying, Since Brotherly can produce a 1,000-year spirit herb, you must not be an ordinary cultivator. So I won't use business tricks to deceive you. Let me give you a fair price. He paused for a moment, and then continued in a very sincere tone. This spirit herb can be exchanged for any 2 items from the brocade boxes I have shown you. Or it can be exchanged solely for the contents of the last brocade box. If you still find nothing suitable, our building can also offer you a satisfactory amount of spirit stones to buy the spirit herb. What do you think, Brotherly? Han Li sensed the sincerity in the other party's words. After contemplating it several times in his mind, he felt that this price was reasonable and did not exceed his bottom line, so he secretly inclined towards agreeing. However, before that, he wanted to see what exactly was in the last brocade box. But before Han Li could speak, Manager Tion, having caught on, opened the lid of the last brocade box and pushed it in front of Han Li with a smile, saying, This box contains the treasure of our building. It's just a matter of whether you recognize its value. Han Li's curiosity was piqued as he looked into the box, and he was immediately dumbfounded. Inside the brocade box lay a solitary talisman, adorned with a picture of a golden brick, shimmering and lifelike. Upon seeing this item, Han Li's mind raced as he immediately thought of his own talisman depicting a gray small sword. Could it be the same thing? Talisman treasure? Han Li let out a deep breath and uncertainly asked, Is this really the item? The shopkeeper Tion's surprise flashed across his face, and then he said in amazement, I never expected Brotherly to recognize this item. Normally, very few cultivators know about this treasure. You truly are well informed. I admire you. After hearing this, Han Li forced a few laughs, then shook his head and sighed. You overestimate me. I have only heard of this talisman treasure, and I know very little about it. However, since you are able to produce this item, you must have some understanding of it, so I hope you can enlighten me. Han Li spoke sincerely. He really wanted to take this opportunity to thoroughly understand the origins of talisman treasures, so he wouldn't be left in the dark any longer. Shopkeeper Tian looked at Han Li with some surprise, thinking this wasn't something that needed to be kept secret, just that few people knew about it. And it wasn't worth offending such a big client over. He readily agreed and explained everything about the talisman treasure. Talisman treasures indeed have a significant origin. They are a special item that can only be created by cultivators at the core formation stage or above. It involves high-level cultivators sealing a portion of the power of a magic treasure into specially made talisman paper, allowing other cultivators to temporarily unleash the power of the magic treasure. This unique talisman possesses both talisman and magic treasure characteristics, and those aware of its existence jokingly refer to it as a pseudo-magic treasure, which is highly sought after. This pseudo-magic treasure is very special. It can only be made by cultivators at the core formation stage or above, but any level of cultivator can use it, even those like the Golden Light Master, whom Han Li killed, who were at the third or fourth layer of cultivation, could use it effectively. However, cultivators below the foundation establishment stage cannot condense the techniques necessary to fully utilize the treasure's power, only managing to exert about 1/10 of its potential, which is not much compared to top-tier magic tools. After reaching the foundation establishment stage, cultivators can use their mental energy to fully refine the treasure's power, which, while not as earth-shattering as a true magic treasure, is still enough to overshadow all other magic tools. Therefore, cultivators after the foundation establishment stage all desire to possess a talisman treasure, as it would give them a significant advantage in conflicts. Although the power of a talisman treasure is astonishing, its use continuously consumes the magic power contained within it. If the power is completely exhausted, the talisman treasure becomes utterly useless. Thus, controlling the use of the magic power is a matter not to be taken lightly. Additionally, the creation of talisman treasures is not a simple task, since magic treasures can only be refined by cultivators at the core formation stage. They are not only rare, but also must be continuously refined within the cultivator's true essence to enhance their power, making them rarely shown to others. So, to make a talisman treasure, one must sacrifice part of the magic treasure's power. Every time a talisman treasure is made, the owner must spend a long time refining their magic treasure to restore its power, which is a classic case of harming oneself for the benefit of others. However, as the saying goes, life is unpredictable. The act of refining talisman treasures, which seems foolish, is something that most high-level cultivators will crazily pursue before their impending demise, simply to leave a considerable boost for their descendants. It is known that the magic treasures left behind by predecessors lose much of their power after long periods of refinement and cannot be fully integrated by the new owner unless they also reach the core formation stage. Otherwise, they can only watch helplessly as the magic treasure remains unused. Thus, compared to leaving the magic treasure intact, refining talisman treasures is more suitable for their descendants. However, there are many limitations to refining talisman treasures. Firstly, the power sealed in each talisman treasure can only be a maximum of 1/10 of the magic treasure's power. It can only be reduced, not increased. Therefore, even if the talisman treasures are sealed from the same magic treasure, their power varies and is inconsistent. Secondly, refining talisman treasures not only reduces the power of the magic treasure, but also causes significant energy loss to the owner. Thus, continuous refinement of talisman treasures is not feasible. Each time a talisman treasure is refined, the owner must rest for 3 to 5 years to recover their energy. And this is under the condition that they do not waste their true essence or intend to refine their magic treasure again. Otherwise, the time would be even longer. As a result, the cultivation world often sees this situation. Before their impending demise, high-level cultivators, after preparing for ascension, leave behind their most valuable possessions, which often include a greatly diminished magic treasure and several talisman treasures sealing the same power. This is undoubtedly a rather helpless situation. Chapter 165, Night Encounter. After listening to Shopkeeper Tian's explanation, Han Li gained a certain understanding of talisman treasures and couldn't help but examine the talisman treasure in the brocade box again. This golden brick talisman treasure was acquired by the building at a great price from a small family and was a brand new talisman treasure that had never been used. making it more than sufficient to exchange for Brother Li's 1,000-year spirit herb. Shopkeeper Tian concluded with a tone that suggested he had suffered a great loss. Han Li secretly scoffed, not believing the shopkeeper's words about suffering losses. It was merely a matter of each party having their own needs. In the eyes of the shopkeeper, his spirit herb was certainly more valuable than this talisman treasure. So, Brother Li, what item are you planning to exchange for? Shopkeeper Tian finally asked with a smile. Han Li hesitated for a moment, feeling indecisive. He had intended to visit more shops to see if there were better magic tools available. But the items in front of him were indeed quite good and to his liking, making it hard for him to give up a part of them. Especially the golden brick talisman treasure, which would greatly assist him in the future, was something he definitely wanted to acquire. I actually like all these items and plan to take them all. After some contemplation, Han Li made up his mind. He felt that buying everything from this Wanbao building might not be a bad thing, at the very least. It would reduce others' attention on him and limit the influence of the 1,000-year spirit herb to just Wanbao building. All of them. Are you joking, Brother Li? Shopkeeper Tian's face darkened upon hearing Han Li's words. He thought Han Li was being greedy, absurdly attempting to exchange one spirit herb for all the treasures in the brocade boxes. Seeing this, Han Li smiled slightly, not arguing. But he took out another identical box from his storage bag and placed it on the table. I will use 2,000-year spirit herbs to exchange for all the treasures in your brocade box. Han Li said slowly, exuding a determined attitude. Shopkeeper Tian was both shocked and delighted, unable to respond to Han Li's proposal. He hurriedly checked the newly appeared spirit herb and, after confirming it was indeed the same 1,000-year spirit herb as the first one, looked at Han Li with a different expression. After all, someone who could produce 2 rare spirit herbs at once was worth the Wanbao building's attention. With Han Li wearing a cloak, Shopkeeper Tian couldn't see his expression clearly, which made him feel even more mysterious. After hesitating for a moment, he decisively said, "All right, since Brother Li has said so, then I can take a step back and agree. However, I have a small request. If you have any other spirit herbs or similar items in the future, I hope you will consider our building first. I assure you that my offer will satisfy you." Han Li chuckled lightly, non-committally nodding his head. But inside, he was already sighing, knowing that the other party was still suspicious. It seemed that this kind of trade of spiritual herbs for treasures should be done less in the future, otherwise it would lead to a deadly disaster. Manager Tian was unaware of Han Li's true thoughts. Seeing him nodding in agreement, he was overjoyed. If this guy surnamed Li could really get him a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb, then his small concession today would be worth it. Thus, Manager Tian and Han Li exchanged items, and after both had put away their respective belongings, they parted ways happily. Han Li then left Wanbao building, not daring to stay even a moment longer in the market, quickly flying out of the market's restricted flying area and leaving the place. Fearing that Wanbao building might send someone powerful to secretly follow him, he did not fly directly to Huangfeng Valley. Instead, he left the Taiwan mountain range and, after traveling for 3 or 4 days, made a big detour before heading towards Huangfeng Valley again. 3 days later, in the evening, Han Li entered the outskirts of the Taiwan mountain range. As night was about to fall, for safety's sake, he found a hidden cave to rest for the night, planning to return to Huangfeng Valley the next day. This cave was located halfway up a hillside, with several piles of scattered stones blocking the entrance. Making it difficult to discover from the outside, Han Li was fortunate to find it. After eating a bit, he leaned against the stone wall and began to cultivate to restore his energy. Unconsciously, it was already late at night. Just as Han Li was about to fall asleep, he suddenly heard the sound of wind rustling through clothing, followed by a loud thud, as if someone had landed on both feet outside the cave. Han Li's heart jolted, and his sleepiness vanished immediately. Could it be that the people from Wanbao building were chasing him? Han Li couldn't help but think of the worst-case scenario. "Junior sister, the environment here is nice, and it's secluded. I think this is the place." A somewhat familiar male voice sounded outside the cave. Han Li was taken aback, but finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since it wasn't people from Wanbao building coming to kill for treasure, it meant that the other party was just passing by. So there was nothing to worry about. "Junior sister, why look at me with such eyes? After all, you've never experienced the joys of intimacy between men and women. Now, let me take good care of you, so that you won't have lived your life as a woman in vain. Otherwise, if you were to perish soon, wouldn't it be a waste of such a beautiful body?" The man's voice was calm and gentle, but the content of his words was truly ruthless. Han Li gasped in shock. Who was that outside? To speak in such a tone and propose such a scheme of rape and murder was truly remarkable. Moreover, there was only the man's voice and no response from the woman, indicating that this junior sister had already been subdued and probably couldn't even speak. However, the man's voice was so familiar, he must have seen him before. Realizing this, Han Li's curiosity was piqued, and he quietly crept towards the cave entrance to peek outside. Suddenly, the sound of ripping clothing was heard, accompanied by the man's lewd laughter. Come, take a pill first. Otherwise, it won't be fun later. Cough, junior sister. Don't look at your elder brother with those eyes. Didn't you always want to cultivate with me after Foundation establishment? This is fulfilling your wish. The man laughed wildly, seemingly losing himself in the moment. At this point, Han Li reached the cave entrance and began to steal glances at the open space outside. He saw a man in white, crouching beside a young woman, wantonly touching her delicate body and occasionally tearing off strips of her clothing. The woman had disheveled hair, and Han Li could not see her face clearly. However, her body was already exposed, resembling a tender white lamb, revealing smooth, elastic skin, especially the pair of half-covered, ample breasts that stirred the blood and deeply provoked male instincts. It turned out to be him. After recognizing the man's face, Han Li felt both surprised and enlightened. The man was none other than the narrow-minded Senior Lu, who had fought with Brother Moro. He was indeed a man with a human face but a beast's heart. Han Li wondered which unfortunate senior sister from the valley was under his claws. Unknowingly, Senior Lu, perhaps sensing Han Li's thoughts, casually brushed aside the woman's hair, revealing a beautiful yet resentful face. How could it be her? Han Li almost bit his tongue after recognizing the woman's true identity. Wasn't this the Chun junior sister who had been so affectionate with Senior Lu on the small mountain? She was actually Senior Lu's partner. How could Senior Lu, in his right mind, want to play such a cruel game with his own girlfriend? But looking at Chun junior sister's furious expression, it didn't seem like a playful exchange between couples. Han Li blinked, feeling a bit confused. I found it. Suddenly, Senior Lu stopped his actions and exclaimed with delight. In one hand, he held a dainty storage bag. Senior Lu ignored Chun junior sister and opened the storage bag, pouring out a large pile of items, including magical tools, talismans, and various women's private clothing. He paid no attention to the other items and instead rummaged through the bottles and jars, seemingly searching for something. Haha, found it here. I knew junior sister would definitely carry it on her person, and it didn't disappoint. Senior Lu exclaimed joyously as he pulled out a small red wooden box from that pile of items. The lid of the box was already open, but due to the angle, Han Li couldn't see what was inside, which only heightened his curiosity, though he didn't dare to act recklessly. He knew that the guy opposite him was so ruthless that he could even turn on his own partner. If he were discovered, he would undoubtedly be killed to silence him. Moreover, he had personally witnessed the power of the opponent's wind-based spells, which were incredibly sharp in both attack and defense, far beyond what he, with his meager skills, could compare to. Not to mention that the opponent's magical power seemed to be much deeper, at least at the mid-level of the 12th layer. In this case, whether in spells or magical power, he was undoubtedly at a disadvantage, and the odds were against him. However, Han Li believed that if it came down to a fight, he could still contend with the opponent. After all, the original magical tools combined with the newly acquired ones were not to be underestimated when the time came to fight. It was anyone's guess who would kill whom. Nevertheless, Han Li was not interested in putting his life on the line for such a heroic rescue. After all, that Shin junior sister had no ties to him. It was her own fault for mistaking a wolf in sheep's clothing for a partner and delivering herself to him. There was no one else to blame. Han Li had no intention of risking his life for her. Thus, he decided to quietly watch this drama unfold to the end and then part ways with Senior Lu, each going their own way, without any connection. Of course, he would definitely need to be more cautious of Senior Lu in the future. After all, it was his first time encountering someone so cruel and ruthless, and he had to admit that he was in awe of the extent of his mercilessness. With this in mind, Han Li quietly activated the concealment technique he had recently learned, fearing that the other party might inadvertently sense his presence and force him into a confrontation. At this moment, Senior Lu put the wooden box into his storage bag, laughed lewdly a few times, and leaned closer to Chun junior sister again. He continued to tear at her clothing while revealing all his innermost thoughts, sending chills down Han Li's spine as he listened from the side. Junior sister, you mustn't blame me. This matter is also unavoidable for my senior brother. You must know that the willful Dong Nizi has set herself that as long as I completely sever ties with you, and instead establish a foundation with her. She will ask the respected elder in our sect, the Red Fluff Master Ancestor, to personally take me in and teach me the earth-shattering, great supernatural powers. This is a heavenly opportunity to soar into the sky. I really don't want to miss this, so I have no choice but to make things difficult for you. Junior sister, lying on the ground, Chinshimi, who was spitting fire from her eyes, trembled with rage upon hearing this heartless talk from the other party. Wishing she could immediately sit up and rush over to bite this heartless person a few times to vent her resentment. But unfortunately, this unfeeling man had already used the wind-binding technique to bind her completely, making it impossible for her to move even a little, not even able to curse him. And she could only let him manipulate her. However, the next words from this heartless man made her feel cold all over, almost causing her to faint. Cough. If Junior sister were not the only daughter of the Chun family head, I might as well let her off. I am truly afraid that Junior sister, from love to hatred, would use the power of the Chun family to take revenge on me and spread this matter everywhere, ruining my reputation. I have heard that the Red Fluff Master Ancestor hates unfeeling and ungrateful men the most. So for the sake of my beautiful affair, and for my reputation, Junior sister should just disappear from this world. Surely no one would suspect me. After all, we were once so affectionate. Senior brother Lu said hypocritically. But his hands did not stop at all, and in an instant, Chinshimi was left in tatters. Seeing the beautiful scene before him, Senior brother Lu's eyes sparkled with lust. His fingers began to slowly glide over the smooth skin, displaying a face as if he wanted to savor it well, and continued. But what touches me the most is that Junior sister, just like me, still has a foundation establishment pill left unused. I suppose she also wants to wait until her foundational skills are perfected before taking it. After all, doing so increases the chance of successful foundation establishment. He clicked his tongue. However, since Junior sister is going to give her pure body to me, she surely won't hesitate to part with this foundation establishment pill. I was a bit worried that taking a foundation establishment pill might be somewhat risky, fearing that it could fail, after all. Even those with extraordinary spiritual roots can fail in foundation establishment. But now, with Junior sister's pill, foundation establishment is definitely not a problem. At this point, Senior brother Lu retracted his hands and took out a wooden box and another blue porcelain bottle from his storage bag, looking around with a proud expression. Hidden behind a stone, Han Li was secretly listening to all of this, and his mind started to move. The appearance of foundation establishment pills, especially two at once, was an enormous temptation for him. After all, his plan to participate in the blood trial was precisely for foundation establishment pills. If he could obtain them without taking such risks, he would undoubtedly be eager to try. Thinking of this, Han Li focused intently on observing senior brother Lu's every move. If the other party showed any signs of weakness, he would not hesitate to strike immediately and kill this person to seize the two foundation establishment pills. At this moment, however, Chinshimi displayed unusual symptoms. The vengeful look on her face was gradually fading, replaced by a look of intoxication, her exposed skin turning pink, and her fragrant lips trembling slightly, but unable to make any sound. Hee. It seems the merging pill is taking effect. Now Junior sister must be in extreme discomfort. To repay Junior sister's great kindness, I can only make an effort and let her experience the taste of wanting to live and die, so that I can be worthy of Junior sister's past affection. Senior brother Lu shamelessly muttered to himself, putting away the items in his hands and beginning to reach for his belt, seemingly intending to loosen his clothing and indulge fully. Seeing this, Han Li's heart stirred. If he attacked while this senior brother Lu was disrobing, the other party would likely be thrown into disarray, making it possible for him to succeed. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his chances of success were high, and he paid even closer attention to senior brother Lu, instinctively glancing at the other's face a few more times. However, after a few glances, Han Li quickly noticed a problem. Although this senior brother Lu was clumsily untying his belt, he was taking too long, and the belt was still tightly secured without any loosening. Even more strangely, while he appeared to be in a hurry, his eyes were clear and calm, with a hint of sneering intent. Han Li's heart sank. This was too abnormal. He heightened his guard and quickly opened his spiritual sense, pulling out a water shield talisman and pressing it in his palm. Just as he finished this, Han Li suddenly felt something silently flying toward him from the left. If he had not opened his spiritual sense, he might not have noticed it at all, which left him both startled and furious. Without thinking much, Han Li hurriedly slapped the talisman onto himself, and a layer of blue light immediately enveloped him. At that moment, a blue rope-like object swiftly wrapped around him, but was timely blocked by the blue light. Hey, humph. Both Senior Brother Lu and Han Li voiced their surprise simultaneously. Senior Brother Lu was astonished because his ambush had failed, while Han Li was furious because he had almost fallen into the opponent's trap due to their cunning. Good, good. Your reaction is quite fast. It seems you are not ordinary. However, as you've been watching for so long, shouldn't you come out and have a chat with me? Senior Brother Lu beckoned, and the blue rope flew back to his hand, then calmly said to Han Li's hiding place, revealing that he had indeed discovered Han Li's whereabouts. Since he had already been exposed, hiding here was no longer meaningful. Han Li took a deep breath, bracing himself behind the dazzling shield. With both hands gripping a magical artifact, stepping out from behind the stone. It's you. Upon seeing Han Li's face clearly, Senior Brother Lu exclaimed in surprise. Having recognized him, Han Li's heart sank slightly at the other's exclamation. This Senior Brother Lu had only seen him once on the small hill, and that was in the midst of a chaotic fight. Yet now, several months later, he could still recognize him at a glance. This indicated that this person either had an incredible memory or was exceptionally shrewd and cunning. Regardless of which situation it was not good news for Han Li. He had an inkling that this Senior Brother Lu was somewhat similar to him in certain aspects. Both were adept at scheming, and both could act ruthlessly. Especially that ostentatious demeanor in front of others, which was undoubtedly a smokescreen, just as Han Li preferred to keep a low profile to avoid attracting attention. While Senior Brother Lu deliberately encouraged others to underestimate him to conceal his true nature. However, Han Li believed he could not be as shameless as the other party.
Nor could he be as unfeeling and cruel. He merely followed a path of moderation, focusing on self-preservation, just as Han Li was feeling solemn in his heart.
Senior Brother Lu's expression also became serious, seemingly recalling something, and looked at Han Li with a fierce gaze, showing no concealment of his murderous intent. Han Li sighed. He originally wanted to use some words to see if he could bluff his way through, but now, seeing the other party's demeanor and knowing his cunning, there was no room for negotiation. Only one of them could continue to live in this world, so it was better not to waste words and to take the initiative. Thinking of this, Han Li did not hesitate and raised his left hand, sending a precision steel ring that emitted a strange whistle as it rushed towards Senior Brother Lu. He then raised his right hand, revealing a dark green gourd, from which he sprayed out 5 or 6 black, round balls that followed closely behind the steel ring. After doing all this, Han Li did not stop. With his vacant left hand, he made a slight gesture in the air, and instantly several red fireballs appeared. With a slight movement of his sleeve, he enveloped these fireballs and then suddenly flung them towards Senior Brother Lu, uttering a low go as he did so. Immediately, accompanied by a surge of heat, the fireballs scattered in all directions, striking towards Senior Brother Lu from different angles. In this series of attacks, Han Li utilized all his offensive means that he had not used before acquiring the new magical artifact, particularly the last instantaneous technique of firing multiple projectiles at once, which he had painstakingly learned from Wu Feng, intending to catch the opponent off guard and eliminate him in one swift blow. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that he felt unfamiliar with the new magical artifact and that it might not be easy to use right away, Han Li would have already unleashed all its power without hesitation, as the new magical artifact was far more powerful than the old ones. However, almost at the same time that Han Li made his move, Senior Brother Lu was not idle. He flipped his hands, revealing a long blue flag about 10 feet long, shimmering with a blue light and embroidered with a ferocious blue dragon with long fangs and claws. At this moment, Senior Brother Lu finally saw Han Li's series of attacks and, unexpectedly, was extremely angered. He knew that he had initially revealed his most powerful artifact, the blue dragon flag, to match Han Li's intent to launch a killing strike. Yet, he never expected that after Han Li appeared, he would immediately launch a fierce attack without saying a word. And his strikes were ruthless, showing a determination to fight to the death. With no other choice, Senior Brother Lu could not afford to delay his attack. He held the blue flag in his right hand while his left hand moved to his waist, pulling out a yellow talisman from his storage pouch. He looked reluctantly at the high-grade talisman, gritted his teeth, and lightly tossed it in front of him, quickly chanting incantations. In an instant, Han Li's steel ring, glowing faintly yellow, rushed towards Senior Brother Lu, who quickly pointed at the yellow talisman and shouted, "Wind wall technique, rise." With the shout, the yellow talisman suddenly burst forth with white light, transforming into a white whirlwind about several dozen feet tall, lying in front of senior brother Lu and blocking the path of the steel ring. With a thud, the steel ring plunged into the whirlwind but was immediately blown off course, tumbling several times before being flung back. As for the arriving round balls, they fared even worse, merely spinning outside the whirlwind, unable to even penetrate the fierce winds. Seeing this situation, Han Li's expression changed slightly, and he quickly extended his finger to slightly guide the last few fireballs, causing them to make two large arcs and flexibly fly to the sides, attempting to bypass the wind wall and attack senior brother Lu again. Hee, dream on, senior brother Lu sneered, skillfully forming a hand seal with one hand and pointing to the center of the wind wall. The whirlwind immediately split into two halves, quickly darting out to intercept the fireballs once more. With a series of explosions, the fireballs could not evade any longer and collided directly. The whirlwind shuddered a few times before swallowing the fireballs, which disappeared without a trace within it, leaving Han Li shocked. At that moment, under senior brother Lu's control, the wind wall merged back together, returning to its original state. A mere trick, and you dare to show it off. This junior. Although I do not know your name or background, tonight, you are doomed. Senior brother Lu laughed wildly. Then, he clasped his hands together, gripping the blue dragon flag again, and began to wave it vigorously. Han Li felt a bit tense. The difficulty of dealing with his opponent was far beyond his expectations. Such a fierce series of attacks were effortlessly countered, although the large flag waved by his opponent had not yet shown any abnormalities. The seriousness of his demeanor indicated that senior brother Lu's counterattack was definitely no joke. It seemed that not using talismans would not work. Han Li thought coldly. However, currently, he lacked the ability to refine talismans, so every time he used one, he had to ensure he had enough casting time to activate the talisman to defeat the enemy. Therefore, his own defenses had to be absolutely tight. Thinking of this, Han Li looked over at the opponent, seeing the blue flag he was waving gradually becoming dazzling, emitting a piercing blue light that made the blue dragon even more ferocious and terrifying. It appeared that his opponent's attack was about to launch. Han Li no longer hesitated. With a beckoning hand, the steel ring flew back with a whoosh, stopping a few feet above his head, and began to spin continuously. With a light shout, the steel ring burst forth with yellow light, rapidly expanding until it reached the size of a tabletop before stopping. Then, the steel ring obediently descended, encircling Han Li within it and slowly rotating, forming a layer of giant rings for protection. Han Li did not stop there. After stowing away the gourd, he summoned the newly acquired shield, which enlarged several times outside the blue light shield, emitting black light as it floated gently in front of him. In this way, Han Li formed 3 layers of defense. The outer layer was the precision steel ring, the middle layer was the mysterious iron flying shield, and the innermost layer was the blue light shield he had used from the beginning. Chapter 168, Fierce Battle, Part 2. After completing all this, Han Li finally felt at ease, took out the gray small sword talisman, sat cross-legged, and began to cast spells, intending to activate the talisman to fly and attack the enemy in the shortest time possible. At that moment, senior brother Lu finally gathered enough spiritual energy on the blue dragon flag and launched a storm-like attack. He stopped waving the flag and suddenly pointed the flag's tip at Han Li. Instantly, a dozen crescent-shaped blue wind blades surged forth from the tip of the flag, rushing towards Han Li with a whoosh. The speed of these wind blades was astonishing. They were at senior brother Lu's side just a moment ago, but arrived at Han Li's side in the blink of an eye. Truly, it was no wonder they were wind-based spells. Their attack speed was more than half faster than spells of other attributes. If it weren't for the preparations he had made in advance for defense, Han Li might not have even had time to react before being sliced into pieces by these wind blades. Just as Han Li was astonished, the wind blades collided violently with the outermost precision steel ring, and blue and yellow lights flashed continuously, accompanied by the sounds of cutting. When the light finally dissipated, the previously smooth outer wall of the steel ring bore more than a dozen intersecting grooves about a foot long, and the entire magical artifact appeared battered and torn. Fortunately, this magical artifact was rotating continuously during the attack, preventing the wind blades from striking the same spot. Otherwise, it would have been breached long ago. Both Han Li and senior brother Lu were surprised by this outcome. Han Li felt that although the original purpose of the steel ring artifact was not specifically for defense, it was indeed a genuine high-grade magical artifact with unquestionable material quality. Yet, He never expected that mere wind blades could cut it to pieces, nearly destroying it completely. This made him anxious, unsure if he could withstand his opponent's subsequent attacks. Senior brother Liu was even more astonished. The Azure Flood Flag is quite famous among top-tier magical artifacts. It took an immense amount of effort and cost for him to obtain it, tailored to match his spiritual root attributes. This artifact not only allows for effortless instant casting of simple spells like Wind Blade technique, but also amplifies all wind attribute attacks emitted from the flag due to its absorption of a certain amount of spiritual energy. Therefore, the Wind Blades just now, while appearing to be the simplest low-level spells, actually possess power comparable to mid-level spells. In other words, the seemingly simple attack just now was actually a barrage equivalent to dozens of mid-level spells, yet it failed to even break through the outermost giant ring. This left senior brother Liu feeling a chill in his heart, making him even more wary of Han Li. Though both Han Li and senior brother Liu sensed each other's formidable capabilities, their subsequent actions were quite different. Han Li was still trying to activate the talisman and did not want to give up halfway. He knew that the opponent's attack would be incredibly sharp, but he could only brace himself and endure. On the other hand, senior brother Liu was more perceptive. He noticed that Han Li had remained seated and motionless since he set up his defensive stance until the end of the attack. Realizing that his opponent must be preparing a trump card, either casting a high-level spell or using a powerful magical artifact. Without hesitation, he poured his spiritual energy into the flag again, fiercely pointing the flag's tip at Han Li and unleashing a series of azure wind blades towards him. This time, the wind blades were smaller in size but continuous and unending, forming a long azure torrent. The astonishing momentum surged forward, causing a fierce clash of blue and yellow light once again. This time, the steel ring in front of Han Li only held for a brief moment before letting out a dull roar. The yellow light scattering as the high-grade steel ring finally met its end, shattered by the dense wind blades. With no obstruction, the torrent of wind blades charged in unabated. But it was met by another top-tier artifact, the Xian Iron Shield, which had been waiting for a long time, blocking its path and causing another clash of black and azure light. The Xian Iron Shield was vastly different from the steel ring. First, the grade of the two artifacts differed by one level. This shield was of the same grade as the Azure Flood Flag, a rare item in the cultivation world that not everyone could possess. The steel ring, while not common, was merely a high-grade artifact that somewhat valuable cultivators might possess one or two of, making it slightly rare. Secondly, although the Iron Shield had no offensive capability, it was a dedicated defensive artifact, its defensive power incomparable to the ambiguous nature of the steel ring. It was not only thick and sturdy but also imbued with several specialized defensive spells, greatly enhancing its defensive capabilities. Thus, what appeared to be a frenzied attack composed of dozens or even hundreds of wind blades was effortlessly intercepted by the Iron Shield floating before Han Li, standing firm like a rock in a torrent, emanating a cold, black glow, unwavering and seemingly more than sufficient. Seeing this, senior brother Liu was furious, but on the surface, he merely snorted coldly. He shook his hands, causing the wind blades at the tip of the flag to cease their outward projection. But the hands gripping the flagpole were suddenly enveloped in brilliant light, causing the spiritual energy within him to surge forth like a burst dam, rushing into the flagpole. With such a massive influx of spiritual energy, the azure light on the flag became even more dazzling, resembling a blue sun rising in the night, making it hard to look directly at. Senior brother Liu, however, looked extremely pale due to the significant loss of magical power. But there was a fierce expression on his face. It seemed he understood that the longer the night, the more dreams, and he was prepared to unleash his ultimate move. With a low roar from senior brother Liu, he exerted force with both hands, throwing the Azure Flood Flag into the air. Then, he quickly flipped his fingers and formed a hand seal, pointing at the flag while shouting, "Transform." The Azure Flood Flag radiated brilliant light, and in an instant, it transformed into a massive azure dragon over 10 zhang long, vividly alive, bearing its fangs and claws, identical to the one embroidered on the flag's surface. Without a moment's hesitation, senior brother Liu waved his finger, and the azure dragon immediately opened its enormous mouth, fiercely pouncing towards Han Li. There was a thunderous crash as the dragon's head collided with the Xian Iron Shield. The azure and black lights surged simultaneously, seemingly evenly matched for a moment. However, it wasn't long before the black light on the shield rapidly weakened, dimming visibly. just as it seemed that the shield would meet the same fate as the previous artifact. A clear voice emerged from behind it. Withdraw. At this command, the iron shield promptly shrank in size and quickly retreated. This action emboldened the Azure Dragon, which chased after it, intent on devouring both Han Li and the shield in one bite. But at that moment, a gray mist, several zhang long and shaped like a giant sword, suddenly erupted from the cross-legged Han Li, resolutely blocking the dragon's head and becoming entangled in a struggle. In midair, the azure light occasionally suppressed the gray glow, and at other times the gray glow countered the azure light, with neither side gaining the upper hand for the time being. Meanwhile, the iron shield returned to its palm-sized form and landed in Han Li's hand, which he then swiftly stowed into his storage bag. At this point, all of Han Li's magical power was being used to command the talisman for its attack, leaving him no spare energy to summon the shield again. This time, the gray light transformed from the talisman was clearly much more powerful than when he killed the yellow-clothed man. The sword light it emitted was at least 3 to 4 times stronger. It should be noted that when this talisman was in the hands of the golden-robed man, it could only transform into a gray light about a foot long. When it reached Han Li's hands and he practiced the object manipulation spell, it became several feet long. Later, when Han Li's cultivation deepened and he killed the yellow-clothed man, the activated talisman transformed again into a form over 10 feet long. Now, with Han Li's magical power having reached the 11th layer, the talisman not only grew significantly longer, reaching 2 to 3 zhang, but its shape also vaguely took on the appearance of a giant sword, shining brilliantly and exuding an impressive aura that drew attention. If it weren't for this, the talisman might not have been able to withstand the fierce assault of the evil dragon transformed from the Azure Flood flag. This indicates that the talisman's power depends not only on the capabilities of the sealed artifact within, but also greatly relates to the depth of the cultivator's magical power. The stronger the cultivator's magical power, the more effectively they can unleash the talisman's potential. Han Li couldn't help but wonder what form this talisman would take when he successfully established his foundation and used it again. As Han Li commanded the gray light to engage in battle with the Azure Dragon, he unexpectedly found his thoughts wandering, leading to a sudden idea. Chapter 169, Fierce Battle, Part 2. Han Li and senior brother Lu continuously channeled their magical power into the sword talisman and the Azure Flood flag, fully focused on controlling their battle without the slightest hint of negligence or distraction. However, this also meant that neither had any spare energy or magical power to employ other tactics to gain the upper hand. They were well aware that if either side let their guard down even slightly, it would result in their own destruction, leaving no room for recovery. Thus, amidst the interplay of the Azure Dragon and the giant sword, the conflict between Han Li and senior brother Lu evolved into a protracted battle to see whose magical power would be exhausted first. When they both realized that the remaining magical power was the key to this conflict, they simultaneously resorted to methods to replenish their spiritual energy. They each took out a spiritual stone, holding it tightly in their hands to restore their lost spiritual energy. Brother Lu had a low-grade wind attribute spirit stone, while Han Li had a mid-grade earth attribute spirit stone. This discovery made Brother Lu's face turn grim, filled with shock and anger. It was unexpected for a Qi refining stage disciple like Han Li to possess a mid-grade spirit stone, which could only be obtained by cultivators at the foundation establishment stage or above within the sect. Everyone knew that mid-grade spirit stones replenished spiritual energy much faster than low-grade ones. This meant that Brother Lu was at a significant disadvantage in terms of replenishing his spiritual energy. However, after a moment of thought, Brother Lu realized that his own magic power was much deeper than Han Li's. Even if Han Li's spirit stone replenished his energy a bit faster, it wouldn't last long. After all, the minor replenishment of magic power was insignificant compared to the constant consumption of it. With that in mind, Brother Lu calmed down again and focused his mind. But when Han Li's next move appeared before him, Brother Lu's expression changed once more, showing a hint of astonishment and disbelief. Han Li actually removed the blue protective shield on his body right in front of Brother Lu, exposing his true form without any cover. Even Brother Lu, who was exceptionally clever, found himself confused by Han Li's actions and couldn't understand what he was trying to achieve. Was he not afraid that Brother Lu would easily take his life with a wind blade? Brother Lu's thoughts raced in his mind, and without hesitating too long, he decisively extended his left hand and gestured in the air, forming a faint green wind blade. However, before he could fully condense this wind blade and launch it, The giant sword that had been entangled with the green dragon suddenly shone brightly, and, taking advantage of Brother Lu's distraction, broke free and shot directly towards him. This sudden turn of events startled Brother Lu, causing him to panic. If he insisted on forming and launching the wind blade, he might be able to take Han Li's life, but he would undoubtedly lose his own life under the giant sword's strike, resulting in mutual destruction. Although there was still a wind wall in front of him that hadn't dissipated, since the giant sword could contend with the green dragon transformed from the dragon banner. It could easily break through the wind wall with a single poke, stopping it for not even a moment. This outcome was certainly not what Brother Lu wanted. He still had a bright future ahead and did not want to die in this desolate mountain with someone whose background he didn't even know. Thinking of this, he didn't have time to consider further, quickly flicking his left hand to dispel the wind blade, then channeling all his magic power into the dragon banner to summon the green dragon back. The green dragon, being a spirit transformed from a wind attribute artifact, did not disappoint Brother Lu. Under his full exertion, it rushed back ahead of time, intercepting Han Li's giant sword mid-flight, and began to battle once more. Seeing this, Brother Lu breathed a sigh of relief, his cold sweat pouring down. In the following time, Brother Lu attempted several more spells to sneak attack Han Li. However, each time he was forced back by Han Li's similar methods, unable to make any progress against the unshielded Han Li, which left Brother Lu feeling extremely frustrated. He had no choice but to rely on his profound magic power to gradually wear down his opponent. Meanwhile, Han Li began pulling out various small herbs and tubers from his storage bag, stuffing them into his mouth and chewing vigorously, leaving Brother Lu dumbfounded, unsure of what Han Li was up to. This uncertainty made Brother Lu feel increasingly uneasy, and he had a bad premonition. However, his instinct for self-preservation, even with his cleverness, left him with no good plans at the moment. As time passed, Brother Lu's heart grew heavier. When the blue light on the green dragon began to dim, while the gray light of the giant sword remained as bright as ever, Brother Lu could no longer contain his fear and shouted hoarsely, "Impossible! My magic power far exceeds yours. Even with a mid-grade spirit stone for replenishment, you shouldn't still have the strength to continue. You should have run out of magic power before me." Seeing the green dragon on the verge of collapse, Brother Lu's desperate shout was like the last bark of a mad dog trapped in a pit, filled with unwillingness. Han Li, witnessing his plans slowly come to fruition, couldn't help but smile. However, after hearing Brother Lu's words, his smile turned into a cold sneer. He had no time to explain everything to someone who was about to die. It was more important to eliminate his opponent quickly. After all, Han Li's own magic power was also running low, and he had no intention of engaging in a verbal battle. With this thought, Han Li ignored Brother Lu's questions and pointed his hand. The giant sword glowed even brighter, diminishing the green dragon bit by bit until it was only about 10 feet long, with its blue light almost imperceptible. Seeing this, Brother Lu fell into complete despair, and with a surge of desperate determination, madness began to show in his eyes. Silently, he suddenly pulled back the remaining magic power from the dragon banner, causing it to revert to its original form and drop from the air. Without caring about the giant sword charging towards him, he swiftly condensed a massive wind blade with the remaining magic power and unhesitatingly hurled it towards Han Li. Han Li felt a chill in his heart and quickly manipulated the giant sword to strike down towards Brother Lu's head as the wind blade was thrown. Without looking back at the outcome, he shot away several zhongs. After several exchanges, Han Li knew very well that the speed of the wind blade was astonishing. If he didn't use the smoke step to quickly dodge, he could very well be caught off guard and be cut in half without any protection, leading to a death without closure. The wind blade was indeed very fast. Just as Han Li escaped, it reached his original position. However, it curved and followed the direction of Han Li's escape, shooting back towards him again. Han Li had no time to think and pushed the smoke step to its limits, constantly turning left and right in this small area, creating several phantoms that made the wind blade, like a tail, follow closely yet unable to catch up. Han Li understood that if he ran straight, he would definitely not outrun the swift strike of the wind blade. Only with nimble movements could he ensure his safety, which was the main reason he dared to give up his defensive spells from the start. With a whoosh, the wind blade suddenly lost control, flying diagonally into the ground, cutting a deep groove before disappearing. Han Li let out a long breath, finally calming his racing heart. Evading a cultivator's magical attack using mundane agility truly was a life-threatening task. Han Li sat down on the ground and looked up towards the opposite side. He saw that the wind wall had vanished, and Brother Lu, who had been hiding behind it, lay there in two halves, motionless. Above the two halves of his corpse, the giant sword emitted a faint gray light, floating above, but its glow was incredibly dim. Chapter 170. Spoils of War. Han Li raised his hand and beckoned to the giant sword in the air, which immediately turned around and flew back. When it reached Han Li, it transformed back into its talisman form and lightly floated into his hand. Just as Han Li was about to reach out to receive the talisman, it suddenly ignited spontaneously during its descent, turning to ashes moments later. Blown away by the mountain wind, disappearing without a trace. Seeing this situation, Han Li was stunned for a moment, but then a bitter smile appeared on his face. This talisman treasure was completely scrapped. Its remaining power had finally been exhausted in this prolonged tug-of-war, which made Han Li, who deeply understood the value of the talisman, feel heartbroken but helpless. After all, it was impossible to kill a strong enemy like Senior Brother Lu without paying some price. However, the green dragon flag on the opponent's side was indeed a good trophy, enough to make up for the loss of this talisman. Not to mention, there were still 2 Foundation establishment pills waiting for him to loot. Thinking of this, Han Li couldn't help but feel overjoyed, thinking that this fierce battle was well worth it. If he could successfully establish a foundation by taking these Foundation establishment pills, he wouldn't have to take the risk of participating in the blood trial anymore. After all, there must be quite a few cultivators as strong as Senior Brother Lu there. There might even be many who were more difficult to deal with than him. After a while, Han Li absorbed the spirit stones in his hand and felt that his magical power had recovered a little. He stood up first, intending to pick up the green dragon flag not far from him. However, as soon as he straightened his back, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his dantian, as if countless steel needles were stabbing at him, causing Han Li to bend down again, his face turning extremely pale, gritting his teeth in pain. Han Li remained motionless, and after a cup of tea's time, he took a deep breath and felt the stabbing pain ease a bit. Han Li's expression was somewhat gloomy, and his mouth twitched a few times. He knew very well why this was happening. It was due to the large amount of aged herbs he had swallowed earlier. Although he had absorbed some of the spiritual power within these herbs in time, much more had gathered in his dantian, becoming foreign substances mixed with many indescribable impurities. If not expelled in time, it would definitely lead to endless troubles. Although Han Li knew that this method of swallowing spiritual herbs was not advisable and would definitely backfire, he had no choice but to take the risk at that moment to save his life. Indeed, this forceful absorption of spiritual energy had greatly helped him in this prolonged battle. However, relying solely on swallowing herbs was not enough for Han Li to hold on until the end. Besides the mid-level spirit stones providing spiritual energy faster than the opponent, another key to his victory was that he canceled his own defensive spell, the water shield technique. During the first 2 years of studying spellcasting techniques, Han Li inadvertently learned from Wu Feng that most low-level disciples had a misconception when using talismans. They believed that besides the little spiritual power used to activate the talisman, it would not consume any magical power from the user. This was actually a wrong understanding. In reality, once a talisman was activated, the spell it cast remained connected to the user with a thread of spiritual power, allowing the spellcaster to control and utilize the spell. If the spell did not disappear, the user would automatically continue to consume magical power to maintain this connection. Because this connection was invisible to Qi refining stage disciples, and the magical power required to maintain it was negligible in a short time, most disciples overlooked it, leading to the aforementioned misunderstanding. Even a few disciples who knew the truth considered it trivial, so it was not widely spread among low-level disciples. Wu Feng was one of those in the know. He casually mentioned this to Han Li during a chat, and Han Li made a point to remember it. He even conducted a few tests and personally experienced it, confirming its validity. As a result, once Han Li noticed that it would be a prolonged battle, he immediately thought of this matter and decisively canceled the defensive spell to conserve more magical power. Although it seemed negligible at first glance, over time, the magical power consumption could not be underestimated. Apparently, Senior Brother Lu was unaware of this. Being cautious, he maintained that deadly wind wall technique. Little did he know that it was this wind wall technique that led him further down a path of no return. Thus, relying on this saved magical power, Han Li managed to endure longer than his opponent. Otherwise, just with the 2 advantages mentioned above, he might not have been able to outlast the other. Despite this, Han Li still felt that this victory was extremely perilous. It took countless tricks just to barely keep his life, and the opponent's strength was indeed above his own. However, no matter how it went, he was the one who survived in the end. After feeling the pain lessen a bit, Han Li couldn't help but slowly move over. When he finally reached the spot where the green dragon flag had fallen, he awkwardly bent down to pick up the magic weapon, then happily examined it several times before cheerfully putting it into his storage bag. Next, he approached senior brother Lu's corpse, slightly disgusted by the bloody scene, and began to search for spoils. The opponent's storage bag was easily found on half of the body. Han Li unceremoniously dumped the contents of the storage bag out, and he immediately spotted the blue bottle and box containing the Foundation establishment pills. His heart filled with joy. He couldn't be bothered to look at the other items, and quickly bent down to pick up the box and bottle. After opening them for inspection, he indeed found a dazzling blue pill inside. Although it had a somewhat pungent smell, he could still sense the powerful spiritual energy contained within it. Han Li's smile widened even more. Since he had confirmed that the Foundation establishment pills were genuine, he had no interest in identifying the other items at this moment. After all, a fierce battle had just occurred here, and it was not a place to linger. It was better to make a swift exit. Han Li quickly collected everything, carefully hid senior brother Lu's storage bag close to himself, and felt a bit more at ease, straightening up to stretch. But just then, a sudden rush of wind came from behind, as if something was pouncing at him. Han Li was startled and hurriedly tried to dodge to the side, but suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his dantian, causing him to freeze in place. Then, he was suddenly embraced tightly by a slippery and fragrant female figure. In shock, Han Li struggled a few times, but due to the pain in his dantian and the weakness in his limbs from the recent battle, he couldn't break free. Seeing this scene, although Han Li had vaguely guessed who it was behind him, he couldn't help but turn his head to take a look. Just as his face had turned halfway, a beautiful and delicate face pressed tightly against him, continually kissing him with her fragrant lips. It was indeed that originally immobile junior sister Chun. At this moment, junior sister Chen's face was flushed, her beautiful eyes blazing with fire, and her limbs tightly wrapped around Han Li from behind like an octopus, her astonishingly voluptuous body rubbing against his back incessantly. Due to the burning desire, she was making moaning sounds of discomfort. It turned out that not long ago, although junior sister Chun had been immobilized by the wind-binding technique, the battle between Han Li and senior brother Lu had not affected her at all. All the fighting had avoided the spot where she lay, and after the battle, she had not suffered a scratch. Before the fight began, the effects of the combined elixir had actually taken effect. Junior sister Chun had been burned by desire to the point of losing her mind, filled with illusions, and only wanted to seek someone. However, at that time, she could not move at all due to the binding spell, which made her appear obedient, but deep inside, she was increasingly tormented by thirst. But just now, the effect of the wind-binding technique had finally worn off. The moment she regained her freedom, junior sister Chun, driven by overwhelming desire, rushed towards the only man in the area, Han Li, and embraced him tightly, resulting in this extremely seductive scene. Han Li was indeed a genuine virgin. After a series of kisses from Chen Shimi, he felt a stir in his heart. A strange sensation surged within him. Moreover, he never prided himself on being a virtuous gentleman and looked down upon the notion of remaining unperturbed in such situations. Therefore, feeling somewhat moved, he unreservedly took hold of Chen Shimi's body. His fingers began to roam over her smooth skin. In response to Han Li's actions, Chen Shimi felt even more uncomfortable. Although she had never experienced the matters between men and women, her innate desires urged her to start tearing at Han Li's clothes. This action, however, brought Han Li, who was somewhat dazed, back to his senses. He dared not continue playing with fire, quickly flipping his right hand to produce a calming talisman, and then, with some difficulty, channeled the little magic power he had just regained to cast the calming technique, restraining Chen Shimi once more. After a gentle struggle, he freed himself from her fragrant embrace and laid her down gently on the ground. Chapter 171. Return. Han Li half-squatted beside Chen Shimi, looking down at her alluring and blossoming beauty. Then his gaze swept downward, inevitably lingering on her curvaceous figure, the round and full navel slightly protruding. And even the mysterious area below it made Han Li's mouth dry, feeling a bit dizzy. He knew that if he wanted to, this exquisite beauty before him could instantly grant him the taste of ecstasy, turning him into a true man. However, after staring for a while, Han Li reluctantly shifted his gaze back to her face. He frowned and suddenly extended a finger, lightly brushing against her slightly parted apricot lips. After feeling the moisture and smoothness, he quickly withdrew his finger and brought it to his nose. It was indeed a combined essence, proving that the person had not lied. Moments later, Han Li lowered his finger, murmuring to himself, seemingly regaining his composure. "Beautiful lady, it seems you were quite lucky. If you had consumed something else, I might have been forced to take more drastic measures. But since it's a combined essence, there's no need for that. I believe you were already under an illusion before I appeared, and you won't remember my face." Han Li gently lifted her chin with one hand, gazing into her intoxicated eyes as he softly spoke. "Actually, the safest method would be to let you disappear from this world. After all, even an illusion might leave some faint impressions, even if the chances are very low. But you should be grateful. Although I'm not a good person, I'm not someone who is cruel and bloodthirsty either, and my heart is even softer towards women. If you were a man, I would have probably struck you down without hesitation." Han Li continued to speak to himself, a helpless smile on his face. After saying this, Han Li fell silent for a moment, staring intently at the woman's beautiful face for a while, then suddenly lowered his head and fiercely kissed her enticingly soft apricot lips, clumsily sucking on them, to which the woman responded with fiery enthusiasm. After a long, intoxicating moment, Han Li reluctantly left her fragrant lips. The matters between men and women are truly marvelous. Even if it can't be truly intoxicating, this kiss could be considered a repayment for saving her life. Han Li murmured to himself, looking quite unwilling to be at a disadvantage. As for this woman's foundation-building pill, since it was obtained from Brother Lu, Han Li naturally wouldn't mention it again. "Cough. You really are quite captivating in your current state. If it weren't for what that old man Ma said about the higher probability of success in foundation building for men and women with yang and yin bodies, I wouldn't have refused such a good opportunity and forced myself to remain unperturbed." Han Li's expression started calm, but as he spoke, he shook his head slightly, revealing a deep sense of regret. After all, a night of passion and the grand undertaking of cultivating immortality, who could weigh one against the other? Han Li was still quite clear about his priorities. As for why Brother Lu could be so unconcerned about wanting this woman, Han Li could easily guess. Looking at his delicate face, his young body had probably already been broken, allowing him to act without restraint. Moreover, this might also be one of the reasons for his lack of confidence in his foundation building, delaying the use of his foundation building pill until now, which ultimately benefited Han Li. Since Han Li had made up his mind, he did not intend to waste any more time. He first used the fireball technique to smash a large pit not far away, throwing Brother Lu's corpse into it, then set it ablaze, turning the body to ashes, filling the pit with soil to erase all traces. Next, Han Li used a long knife from his storage bag to scrape away any obvious traces from the battle, ensuring that no clues remained. After draping Chen Shimi in her own clothes, he quickly flew away with her. After flying more than 100 miles west, he found a relatively concealed giant rock to land on. He placed the woman beneath the rock. Han Li initially intended to leave immediately, but after glancing back at her flushed face, he couldn't help but sigh softly, feeling a bit soft-hearted. He turned back and approached Chen Shimi once more. He took out a white porcelain bottle from his robe, poured some white powder into his palm, then dipped a finger into the powder and gently offered it to her apricot lips, speaking somewhat helplessly. "This combined essence poison, although it won't take a person's life, if not resolved for a long time, it will still severely deplete one's vitality. I might as well do a good deed and help you resolve it. This Qingling powder is just the right antidote." As Han Li spoke, he watched the woman unconsciously lick the powder off his finger, her alluring manner causing him to lose his senses once again. Han Li dared not linger any longer, hurriedly stowing away the medicine bottle and using his flying tool to leave in haste. He knew that it wouldn't be long before the woman would awaken, and staying any longer would lead to significant trouble. This time, he flew through the night for most of the night, resting briefly only when he was a few hours away from Huangfeng Valley. When the sky began to brighten, he boldly entered the valley and returned to the 100 Medicine Garden. As soon as he entered the garden, Han Li immediately closed himself off. After 3 days and nights, he finally expelled the vast majority of the foreign substance from his dantian, with only a small remnant left that would not hinder him and would gradually be refined away by his true essence in the following days. Despite this, the after-effects of this battle had still severely depleted Han Li's vitality. He estimated it would take at least a month of rest to return to his peak condition, but Han Li still felt that it was all worthwhile. At this moment, he was sitting at the table, admiring the greatest spoils from this outing. 2 blue foundation building pills the size of broad beans. After gazing at them for a full hour, he transferred the foundation building pills into a container, placing them inside the assisting magical tool copper bottle so that their spiritual energy would not dissipate. As for the original green bottle and wooden box, they would naturally be destroyed to prevent any future exposure. Speaking of which, he had indeed lost quite a bit in the battle a few days ago. Not only was his flying sword talisman destroyed, but even the high-grade magical tool, the fine steel ring, was shattered to pieces, which made Hanli feel a bit regretful. However, he also gained a lot. In addition to the green dragon flag, Hanli found 2 other decent magical tools in Brother Lu's storage bag, one being the green rope that had previously ambushed him, and the other a silver hook, both appearing to be high-grade magical tools, enough to compensate for his losses. Not to mention, he also found dozens of low to mid-level talismans of various attributes and over 20 low-level spirit stones. Unfortunately, there was not a single primary or advanced talisman. The only advanced wind wall technique had also exhausted its spiritual power during the battle with Hanli and had long since become scrap paper. Seizing this opportunity, Hanli sorted through all the spoils. Apart from the items he would use and those that were extremely precious, he destroyed everything else to prevent future troubles. Then, he eagerly began to consider the matter of the Foundation Establishment pill. Speaking of which, Hanli was truly ignorant about how to use the Foundation Establishment pill. Was it simply a matter of swallowing the pill, or did he need to take some sort of auxiliary medicine first? Or perhaps he needed to rely on some external force. Logically speaking, such a rare elixir should indeed have some particularities. Hanli had not paid much attention to this matter before, as he had never had a Foundation Establishment pill. He had planned to inquire about it after the blood-colored trial. After all, if he failed the trial, everything else would be useless. But unexpectedly, he had now obtained the Foundation Establishment pill, and it was 2 at once. This had become an urgent matter. Half a day later, Hanli returned from the transmission pavilion. As soon as he got back to his residence, he blankly leaned on the table, lost in thought for quite a while. It was only after several hours that he suddenly slammed his fist on the corner of the table, turning his knuckles red, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain, as if he had lost all sensation. Not long ago, Hanli had used the excuse of learning a new spell to indirectly probe Wu Feng for half a day and finally extracted the usage method of the Foundation Establishment pill. However, the result was not good news for him. It turned out that in order to use the Foundation Establishment pill for Foundation Establishment, one must enter seclusion for 3 months to fully dissipate the medicinal effect before exiting. Otherwise, the efficacy would greatly diminish. Therefore, whether the Foundation Establishment would be successful could only be determined after several months at the very least. But having to wait such a long time was extremely unfavorable for Hanli. According to his original plan for obtaining these 2 Foundation Establishment pills, he intended to take them first and see if he could successfully establish his foundation before deciding whether to participate in the trial. If he could miraculously succeed in establishing his foundation, then he would definitely not go to such a dangerous place as the Forbidden Area. After all, a 1 in 4 chance of survival was indeed terrifying. If taking the pills did not work, then he would have to go to the Forbidden Area. If 1 or 2 Foundation Establishment pills did not suffice, he would refine 3 or 4, or even more. He believed that no matter how poor his aptitude was, with enough Foundation Establishment pills, he could still enter the Foundation Establishment stage. However, the 3-month seclusion requirement after taking the pills disrupted Hanli's plans, putting him in an awkward position where he could not have both the fish and the bear's paw. Now, he had to either take the Foundation Establishment pill and completely abandon the trip to the Forbidden Area, or temporarily put the Foundation Establishment pills away and take them after the blood-colored trial. There would no longer be the possibility of having both. After nearly half a month of contemplation, Hanli felt that with his terrible aptitude, even if he took 2 Foundation Establishment pills in a row, the hope of success was still very slim, and he could not give up the blood-colored trial. In fact, Hanli had also considered waiting 5 years to participate in the blood-colored trial. By then, even if he had not established his foundation, his long spring technique would surely be cultivated to the highest level, thus greatly enhancing his ability to protect himself. However, just as this thought emerged in Hanli's mind, the upper echelons of Huangfeng Valley announced a shocking event that stunned the entire cultivation world of Yu country, causing his idea to dissipate. The content was that the Forbidden Area for the blood-colored trial would be temporarily closed for 60 years after 5 years. during which the 7 major sects would send people to supervise, and no one would be allowed to enter to gather herbs. This kind of temporary sealing of the forbidden area was not uncommon. Almost every 300 or 400 years, the 7 major sects would do this once. The frequent opening of the forbidden area would lead to a significant loss of spiritual energy within it, slowing down the production and growth of spiritual herbs. This temporary closure would change the density of spiritual energy, allowing it to return to normal levels. However, even though the 7 major sects took this measure, the spiritual herbs in the forbidden area were still becoming increasingly scarce year by year, especially the finished spiritual herbs that met the requirements for pill refining, which were even rarer. According to certain insightful individuals among the 7 major sects, if they truly wanted to restore the normal quantity of spiritual herbs in the forbidden area, they would need to extend the sealing time to at least 1,000 years. Otherwise, this temporary closure would only delay the depletion of the spiritual herbs in the forbidden area, as the production and growth of spiritual herbs was not something that could be accomplished in a day or two. Although this reasoning, combined with the actual situation in the forbidden area, made it undeniable, the decision-makers of the 7 major sects still found it difficult to make such a decision. The number of Foundation establishment pills was closely related to the rise and fall of the 7 major sections. If they lacked this elixir for 50 or 60 years, the 7 sects would only suffer minor losses, without serious injury. But if they truly lacked Foundation establishment pills for hundreds or even thousands of years, then not only the 7 major sects, but the entire cultivation world of your country would face the threat of life and death. After all, a place where cultivators could no longer establish their foundations could not still be called a cultivation world, and by then, all cultivation families and scattered cultivators would likely leave your country to seek survival elsewhere. The 7 major sects would not be exceptions. Therefore, knowing that the frequent opening of the forbidden area was a foolish act of killing the goose that laid the golden eggs, the people of the 7 major sects still had to grit their teeth and go through with it. They could only hope to find alternative places for producing spiritual herbs before the spiritual herbs in the forbidden area were truly extinguished. This has led the various sects, especially those with elder monsters in the core formation and even nascent soul stages, to frequently go out in recent hundreds of years, contrary to their usual behavior, in search of other spiritual herb locations or to find alternative paths for their sects, determined not to let their traditions decline. Hanli, of course, could not know these matters so clearly. However, once this news broke, he dared not think about the blood-colored trial 5 years later. Even the dullest person would understand that the opening of the forbidden grounds in 5 years would definitely be a scene of extreme bloodshed, with elite disciples from all major sects coming out to seek a last chance to harvest spiritual herbs before the sealing. To let Hanli join such a trial would be akin to seeking his own death. Although this news being announced would also increase the difficulty of this forbidden ground journey and make the battles more brutal, it would surely be much better than the next one. As for the foolishness of participating in the blood-colored trial 50 years later, Hanli had never even considered it. After the best age for Foundation establishment, even if he were to barely enter the Foundation establishment stage later, he definitely wouldn't be able to go far on the path of cultivation, which was not the outcome Hanli wanted. With this mindset, Hanli signed up for the herb gathering team going to the forbidden ground. Surprisingly, the one in charge of the registration was actually Uncle Wong, which left Hanli both surprised and somewhat regretful. Uncle Wong was equally astonished to see Hanli. On one hand, he was surprised that such a newcomer was participating in the blood-colored trial. On the other hand, he found it hard to believe Hanli's rapid progress in cultivation. For someone with Hanli's qualifications to advance so quickly in such a short time, from the 9th layer to the 11th layer, was truly remarkable. If Hanli were one of those exceptionally talented disciples, it wouldn't be so surprising, as there were others who advanced faster than him. However, he had personally tested Hanli's pseudo-spiritual root status. How could he cultivate so rapidly? For a pseudo-spiritual root, Hanli's 9th layer when he first entered was already unusually high. Typically, it would take the infusion of mana from elders or frequent consumption of spiritual herbs, combined with diligent practice, to achieve such a result. Yet now, Hanli stood before him at the 11th layer, leaving him utterly astonished. Since Uncle Wong had doubts, he didn't hesitate to pull Hanli aside and test his attributes again. The result was still the same as before. There was no sign of the expected mutation in his spiritual roots. This left Uncle Wong even more perplexed. Chapter 173, Gathering Hanli, completely unaware. insisted that his current cultivation was the result of hard work. As for why his cultivation speed was astonishing, he recounted a prepared story about an encounter in his childhood where he mistakenly consumed a strange fruit, attributing everything to the fruit. This was an excuse he had specifically prepared for such a situation. Hanli understood that a lie needs to contain some truth to be believed. So the strange fruit he described was not entirely fabricated. It was a legendary fruit called dragon scale fruit that had been passed down for centuries. It was said that consuming it could lead to a complete transformation, allowing one to ascend during the day. As for whether such a thing truly existed, Hanli could not say for sure, as no one had ever actually consumed it. Uncle Wang, well-read, lit up when he heard Han Li's description of the strange fruit. He actually found an ancient book called Strange Objects and Oddities from somewhere and located the dragon scale fruit within it for Han Li to identify. At this point, Han Li naturally took the opportunity to confirm it, causing Uncle Wang to express his amazement repeatedly. Han Li also informed him that once the fruit was picked, the original plant would wither and die immediately, and even if one searched the area again, there would be no second fruit. This entirely cut off any thoughts Uncle Wang might have had about investigating further to find the source, effectively blocking any follow-up questions. As for whether Uncle Wang would really become greedy and believe him, wanting to search for a second celestial fruit elsewhere, that was no longer Han Li's concern. Let him busy himself. Moreover, Han Li was well aware that although Uncle Wang appeared enlightened and completely convinced in front of him, he had little confidence that his words would be fully believed. He guessed that Uncle Wang was likely half convinced, teetering between belief and skepticism. Therefore, Han Li planned to avoid Uncle Wang in the future as much as possible and be more cautious to prevent him from discovering anything. However, Han Li believed that as long as he could successfully establish his foundation and enter the foundation establishment stage, his identity would be significantly different. Even if Uncle Wang still harbored doubts, he would not easily provoke him, as the cultivation world ultimately speaks with strength. Thus, Han Li managed to gloss over the issue of his cultivation, and Uncle Wang, perhaps feeling apologetic for the earlier ordeal, did not present any difficulties during the registration process, smoothly completing all the procedures for him. He also reminded Han Li of some precautions for the Forbidden Ground journey, urging him to prepare early. Han Li expressed his gratitude and took his leave. After returning, he informed the old man and temporarily handed over the work in the herb garden, fully focusing on preparing for the blood-colored trial. The old man was silent for a long time upon hearing this, looking at Han Li with a strange gaze that seemed to say he was doomed, which made Han Li feel uneasy for quite a while. However, to his surprise, before leaving, Uncle Ma threw 2 bottles of pills at Han Li without a word, coldly stating, one for internal use, one for external application, and then flew away on his spirit tool with a cold demeanor. This action warmed Han Li's heart slightly. After 2 years of interaction, he had come to understand that although the old man was somewhat eccentric, he was warm-hearted, just too immersed in the alchemy arts. Now that he treated Han Li this way, it indicated that Uncle Ma had begun to regard him as a junior family member, which made Han Li feel a bit touched. 3 days before the Forbidden Ground journey, Uncle Wang finally sent a message symbol to Han Li, urging him to gather in the discussion hall to prepare for departure. When Han Li arrived, all the disciples who had registered for the blood-colored trial were gathered there. Sizing each other up, there were over 10,000 disciples in the Qi refinement stage from Huangfeng Valley, and Han Li certainly did not know them all. However, among them was one woman he recognized all too well, a woman he had seen and comforted thoroughly, the one who had almost been harmed by senior brother Lu. Chen Shimi. After senior brother Lu was taken down by Han Li, there was indeed a small uproar in Huangfeng Valley. Although she had not yet established her foundation, she was ultimately a holder of an extraordinary spiritual root and was considered a low-level disciple worthy of attention from the upper echelons of Huangfeng Valley. After returning, Chen Shimi, for reasons unknown, never mentioned her experience that night to anyone, keeping silent about the matter. As a result, senior brother Lu, who had been missing for a long time, was treated as a missing person. After a thorough search within the sect yielded no results, the matter gradually faded away. Such incidents of people suddenly disappearing from the valley had happened before. Senior brother Lu was not the first nor the last to encounter such a fate. After the storm passed, no one in Huangfeng Valley mentioned senior brother Lu again, as if he had never existed at all. This situation relieved Han Li, but also sent a chill down his spine. It turned out that cultivators were often emotionless and detached. If one day he were to go missing, the reaction within the sect would likely be even less than this. They would probably forget about him in the blink of an eye and would not bother to inquire about his whereabouts. It seems that the low-key and cautious attitude adopted since entering the door has been absolutely correct. After all, the path of cultivation is so long, and the possibility of accidents happening is so great. If one were to attract too much attention and do foolish things to show off, a low-level cultivator like him, without any background or support, could easily be crushed by some irresistible, powerful existence on the path of cultivation. The chance of being able to walk the path of cultivation again in the next life is almost negligible. Originally, Hanli didn't believe much in reincarnation and rebirth, but since coming into contact with the cultivation world, he has started to have some doubts. Chun Shimi's demeanor is clearly different from before. Perhaps it is due to the blow from a betrayal in a relationship, as she now appears cold and aloof, exuding an aura that discourages strangers from approaching her. This has left several young men who were attracted by her beauty and attempted to strike up a conversation, returning empty-handed. It's also questionable whether men are all a bit foolish. Her cold and proud expression not only does not diminish her beauty, but adds a touch of mysterious charm, causing all the male disciples around her to steal glances. This charm is far more attractive than the image she had when she was like a little bird dependent on senior brother Liu. However, after seeing this, Hanli couldn't help but grimace internally. There's no need to ask. The world has gained another woman who views men as if they were scorpions. After experiencing betrayal in a relationship, it is likely that she will no longer easily show affection to men, and she might even plan to remain single for life. This Chun Shimi did not recognize Hanli. After he deliberately walked by her a few times, all he received was her cold, icy gaze, clearly thinking of him as someone trying to show off in front of her. Hanli breathed a sigh of relief. The illusionary power of the combined Dan was indeed formidable, as she had left no impression of him at all, completely alleviating his last bit of worry. However, thinking back to how passionate and alluring she was that night, and comparing it to Chun Shimi's current icy demeanor, Hanli felt a mix of heat and regret in his heart. Speaking of which, the fact that she would participate in this bloody trial was likely due to him. After losing the Foundation establishment pill, she would have to take the same risk as him to establish her foundation. After all, this trip to the Forbidden Area is the only way to obtain the Foundation establishment pill. The disciples participating in the Forbidden Area trip to Huangfeng Valley can truly be described as strong and elite. With over 5 or 6 disciples at the 13th layer peak alone, the remaining disciples are mostly at the 12th layer. With Chun Shimi being at the mid-level of the 12th layer, there are only 3 disciples at the 11th layer, aside from Hanli, including an old man with white hair and a young lad around 16 or 17 years old, making Hanli feel a chill. The 3 of them are likely just the rumored extras and cannon fodder disciples. According to past conventions, the number of low-level disciples from the 7 major sects allowed into the Forbidden Area cannot exceed 25, so it can only be less and not more. In previous instances, they could barely gather enough people, often only sending a dozen or so to participate in the bloody trial. However, this time not only has the number reached the maximum limit, but there are also so many elite disciples present, indicating that this time's herbal gathering in the Forbidden Area will definitely exceed the ordinary standard, and the number of survivors will surely be less than a quarter. Seeing this anticipated scene, Hanli could only curse in his heart and felt helpless. It goes without saying that these elite disciples must have been promised greater rewards by the higher-ups within the sect, otherwise they wouldn't be appearing here. Chapter 174. Master Li. After listening to the encouraging speech from the sect leader, Zhongling Dao, 2 deacon disciples entered the hall, each carrying a tray. One tray held a storage bag with golden silk edges, while the other had a small pile of colorful mid-level spirit stones. It seemed it was time to fulfill the promised rewards, which could be considered a pre-battle encouragement, Hanli thought maliciously. The mid-level spirit stones could be taken freely according to each person's needs. Hanli already had a soil attribute and a fire attribute spirit stone, so he took a blue water spirit stone from the tray, and no one contested with him. However, when it came time to draw spirit tools from the storage bag, the expressions of the disciples became serious. This storage bag was different from ordinary ones. Other storage bags only required one to extend their divine sense inside and input spiritual power to extract items. But this bag prevented cultivators from probing with their divine sense and did not require inputting spiritual power. One simply needed to reach inside to take out a spirit tool that had been reduced in size by dozens of times. However, What exactly was taken out was uncertain and relied solely on the sense of touch to determine. It appeared that this storage bag was specially crafted for extracting spirit tools. Otherwise, its practical use was far less convenient than that of an ordinary storage bag. Who would use it otherwise? Although it uniformly contained top-quality magical tools, defensive magical tools were clearly more rare than offensive ones, and even among top-quality magical tools, those that were purely offensive or purely defensive had significant differences in quality and effectiveness. Being able to draw a suitable magical tool would increase one's chances of survival in the bloody trial, and those, especially the disciples severely lacking magical tools, were even more focused. Hanli didn't pay much attention to it. During his last trip to the market, he had cleared out all the treasures accumulated by the Wanbao Pavilion over the years, obtaining 2 top-quality magical tools, not to mention later acquiring the Qingjiao flag and several other top-quality magical tools. Getting another top-quality magical tool didn't excite him that much. By the time Hanli stepped forward, most people had already drawn their items. As for what magical tools they received, everyone tacitly refrained from discussing or showing them to others. Hanli reached his hand into the bag and randomly grasped something. A uniquely shaped item appeared in his hand. His heart stirred, and without thinking, he pulled it out of the storage bag and took a quick glance, slightly stunned before immediately putting it away. At this moment, someone behind him eagerly approached, and seeing this, Hanli sensibly made way and returned to his original spot. Just as the extraction of magical tools was concluding, some new people entered the hall, many of whom were the managers Hanli had seen when he first entered Huangfeng Valley. Among them was the elderly man with a peculiar temperament that both Han Li and senior Uncle Wang despised. These individuals were behaving quite differently than usual, all respectfully surrounding a square-faced old man in the center, and no one dared to casually whisper to each other. The old man appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, with some gray hair, but a vigorous spirit and rosy complexion, and his tiger-like eyes exuded authority without anger, clearly indicating a strong-willed personality. After scanning the disciples with his gaze, Hanli immediately felt as if his internal organs had been seen through by this person, leaving him alarmed. At this moment, upon seeing the old man enter, sect leader Zhong hurriedly approached, repeatedly addressing him as Master Li, which seemed to carry a hint of flattery, leaving the disciples astonished. However, the other managers appeared unfazed, and instead of looking down on this old man, they seemed to envy and be jealous of him after he casually responded to a few remarks from Zhong Lingdao, as if being able to speak with him and call him Master Uncle was a rare honor. Under the astonished gazes of Han Li and others who were unaware of the situation, sect leader Zhong introduced this old man to the disciples. It turned out that the Master Li he referred to was one of the legendary ancestors in the Golden Core stage that Han Li and others had long heard of but had never seen before. This trip to the Forbidden Area would be led by Master Li, accompanied by 5 other managers, including senior Uncle Wang. Once sect leader Zhong finished the introduction, Master Li simply said the word depart, concluding his first meeting with Han Li and the other juniors, and then he led the way out of the main hall. Han Li and the others were momentarily stunned, but hurriedly followed after being urged by the other managers. As soon as they stepped out of the great hall, the disciples collectively gasped. They saw a gigantic creature, over 20 zhang long, shimmering silver, suspended in the air just outside the hall. The oppressive aura emanating from its massive body made everyone feel as if they were suffocating, while the Master Li stood atop the creature's head, coldly watching them. Han Li rubbed his eyes and, with his heart pounding, took a closer look, only to realize that it was a rare silver giant python. Its size was astonishing, and on its head was an additional dark horn, making it even more terrifying. This was the power of a core formation cultivator. The ability to easily subdue and command such a beast was incredible. Han Li was utterly impressed by this master's abilities. The thought that he too would possess such immense magical power upon reaching the core formation stage made Han Li feel as if his blood was surging, and he became thoroughly excited. Before meeting Master Li, Han Li had always been somewhat unclear about his path in cultivation. However, after this shocking encounter, the master's profound and inscrutable might became a clear figure for him to chase after on his journey, solidifying his confidence in achieving enlightenment. Everyone, gather around and stand still. The flight speed of my silver-armored horned python is much faster than your flying tools. We will reach our destination in just 2 days. Master Li calmly instructed after gently stroking the giant python's horn, seemingly indifferent to the chaotic situation below. Thus, Han Li and the others stood atop the giant python, their hearts racing as they traveled for 2 days and nights, finally arriving at an unnamed desolate mountain. Master Li had not lied. The creature's flying speed was indeed astonishing, far beyond what Han Li and the other disciples could achieve with their flying tools, which was also related to their lack of quality flying artifacts. Upon arriving, the disciples learned from a few managers that this was the designated meeting place agreed upon with other sections. Only when all 7 major sects had gathered would they set off together to unlock the forbidden area. Otherwise, relying solely on the strength of one sect would not allow entry into the forbidden area. The agreed-upon time was the following morning. However, since the forbidden area was located within the territory of Jianzhou, and Huangfeng Valley was considered a half-host, their sect typically arrived a day in advance to wait for the other sections. The disciples were now free to move about, and they would need to assemble together tomorrow to wait. Since the managers had said so, Han Li and the others naturally dispersed, each attending to their own affairs on the mountain, making final preparations for the imminent battle. Thus, more than 20 disciples in yellow robes sat cross-legged to conserve energy. Some took out their artifacts and continuously polished them. Others stared blankly, looking worried. However, a few appeared at ease, chatting as if they were out for a leisurely outing, which caught Han Li's attention. Just then, footsteps approached from behind, and Han Li frowned slightly. He had deliberately chosen an inconspicuous corner to sit alone. So why were others coming here? Junior brother Han, a voice, old yet shrewd, called out, "I wanted to casually discuss tomorrow's expedition to the forbidden area with you. This concerns your life and death. May I have a moment to talk?" The voice made Han Li's frown deepen. Such pretentiousness. Although he had not seen the speaker's face, Han Li had already labeled him as slick and untrustworthy, suspecting that he was not here for anything good. However, Han Li understood that it was better to offend a gentleman than a villain, so despite his reluctance, he turned around to look at the 2 men behind him, one old and one young. After recognizing their faces, Han Li sighed inwardly. They were the 2 disciples with only 11 layers of cultivation, just like him. One had an aging face but shone with cunning in his eyes, while the other appeared naive, clearly inexperienced. This peculiar pair approaching him was quite unexpected. However, after a moment's thought, Han Li vaguely guessed their intention. "Do you 2 have something to say?" Han Li asked coldly, his tone indicating he was unwilling to get close to them, attempting to make them back off. Clearly, the older disciple had thicker skin than Han Li imagined. He disregarded Han Li's distant tone and cheerfully said, "Hee, I wonder if junior brother Han has any good strategies for tomorrow's expedition? You see, the 3 of us have the lowest magical power among the group, and if there's a fight, we might be the first to go down. Why don't we discuss it together and come up with a plan?" Upon hearing this, Han Li blinked a few times but remained silent, fully confirming the other's intentions and guessing nearly all of what he wanted to say. It seemed this old trickster intended to gather some low-powered disciples to act and fight together, which would indeed be much safer and increase their chances of survival. However, Han Li was well aware that such a strategy had both advantages and disadvantages. By concentrating everyone together, the area they could search would be greatly reduced, leading to a pitifully small number of spiritual herbs found. Moreover, even if they did find some, determining who they belonged to would still be a challenge, likely decided purely by strength. Han Li had no interest in such an alliance. He would not only gain nothing, but could also end up being used as cannon fodder. As for the old trickster, he probably harbored no good intentions, aiming to take advantage amidst the chaos. Seeing that Han Li remained silent after he finished speaking, the old man felt a bit anxious and couldn't he help but say, "I actually have an idea. I wonder if junior brother would like to hear it? It could definitely help everyone safely get through this trip." The old man put on a mysterious expression, his forehead wrinkled in a way that made Han Li feel both amused and irritated. Meanwhile, the young disciple beside him seemed to admire the old trickster greatly, silently showing a look of respect for him. Since Han Li was determined not to join their alliance, he decided not to linger on the matter any longer and straightforwardly refused. "Sorry, I'm not accustomed to acting with others and have no plans to do so this time. If you want to team up with someone, you should find other brothers." Han Li spoke very frankly and clearly. He knew that only by showing he was not a novice could he completely dissuade the other from pursuing him. Otherwise, with so few fellow disciples around, as long as the older disciple sensed even the slightest possibility, he would likely persistently bother him. Han Li did not want to be troubled by this person continuously. After hearing Han Li's response, the older man realized he had targeted the wrong person. The youth in front of him appeared young, but spoke with a maturity that indicated he was an experienced individual. So he stopped wasting words and left with a somewhat disgruntled expression. Looking at their departing direction, they were headed towards another disciple who was meditating on a rock. Han Li smiled slightly, turned back, and continued observing a few fellow disciples who were worth noting. However, this time Han Li saw his junior sister Chun standing together with another ordinary-looking woman, while a few self-proclaimed talented young men were gathering nearby. Han Li's mouth twitched a few times. For some reason, he found those people particularly unpleasant. In the end, he decided to avoid them altogether, seeking a secluded spot to rest with his eyes closed. The next morning, all the disciples gathered again at the mountain peak, standing in an orderly fashion, waiting for the arrival of other sections. They waited for several hours, but not a single figure appeared, which made Han Li feel quite annoyed, almost suspecting that the others were doing this on purpose to exhaust the strength of the people from the Huangfeng Valley. What troubled Han Li even more was that, whether by coincidence or not, during the arrangement of their standing order, junior sister Chun happened to stand at his right side. The familiar scent of her feminine fragrance occasionally wafted into his nostrils, making him daydream and seemingly return to that extremely intoxicating night. To hide the unnaturalness on his face, Han Li had no choice but to lower his head and pretend to be uneasy, but he was internally complaining about his lack of composure, feeling that it was ridiculous for a mere pretty woman to make him act so out of character. However, Han Li admired the elderly standing at the front. He maintained a posture gazing at the sky for such a long time without moving an inch, making Han Li wonder whether he was in a trance or contemplating something. Suddenly, Han Li felt a stir among the people around him, as if something was happening. Unable to resist, he raised his head. All the fellow disciples were craning their necks, looking toward one side of the sky, and Han Li followed their gaze. In the blue sky, several star-like lights appeared and gradually grew larger. Moments later, a series of black dots emerged. Below the black dots, silver light flickered, suggesting that the black dots were riding on these star-like lights, coming from beyond the heavens. Seeing this strange sight, the crowd became even more agitated. Silence! What are you all doing? This is the flying artifact of the Qingshu sect, the snow rainbow silk. Don't make a fuss and embarrass our Huangfeng Valley. A middle-aged manager with short limbs scolded them with a darkened face. His words indeed had an effect, and the commotion immediately subsided, although there were still occasional murmurs. At this moment, the black dots had become clear. They were cultivators dressed in gray Taoist robes, most of whom were true Taoists holding feather dusters and sporting topknots. However, there were also a few who only wore Taoist robes, but otherwise looked completely secular, appearing to be worldly youths who had not yet left home. As Han Li and the others clearly saw, the stars beneath their feet turned out to be a pure white rainbow bridge, sparkling with silver light and dazzling, not knowing what was embedded within it. Just as Han Li was observing closely, the white rainbow bridge had already brought the people from the Qingshu sect down to the mountain, directly opposite the people from Huangfeng Valley. The leading middle-aged Taoist waved his hand lightly, and then with a flash of white light, the rainbow bridge made of snow rainbow silk vanished, leaving only a satin-like object in the hands of the other party. Didn't expect this time it was Master Li leading the team. This poor Taoist floating cloud greets you. The Taoist walked a few steps to stand before Elder Li, smiling broadly, sounding as if they were familiar with each other. Humph. If you, the cow-nosed one, can come. Can I, Li, come? Elder Li said, folding his hands behind his back, speaking without courtesy. Hee, within our respective sects. You and I entered the core formation stage the latest. If we don't do this errand, who else will? The Taoist was unconcerned, flicking his feather duster while maintaining his smile. You crafty cow-nosed one, you tricked me badly last time. Don't think you can pull the same trick again this time. What are you talking about, Master Li? Accepting a bet and abiding by it is only natural. How can it be said that someone tricked another? The Taoist laughed heartily. Hearing this, Elder Li's eyes flashed with cold light, as if he wanted to get angry, but then he seemed to think of something, and his aura fell back down, saying with great reluctance, that piece of iron essence of mine was refined into your Qingjun sword, making it even more powerful. I spent over 10 years refining that piece, and it ended up cheapening you, you cow-nosed one. His words were filled with bitterness, clearly feeling pained about that so-called iron essence. Haha. So the famous Master Li is actually so concerned about a mere piece of iron essence. Alright, this time I brought something else, definitely surpassing that iron essence. If we win this bet, it can compensate for your loss last time. The Taoist stroked his beard, smiling cheerfully. Not betting. Absolutely not betting. Do you think I would fall for the same trick twice? Elder Li shook his head vigorously, rejecting without hesitation. Not betting? Master Li's standards are so high now. Even the inner core of the bloodline serpent cannot catch your eye? The Taoist feigned astonishment, unable to believe it. However, Han Li couldn't help but feel that it was all very fake. The inner core of the bloodline serpent. Originally planning to avoid any further dealings with the Taoist, Elder Li's expression suddenly changed drastically upon hearing this name, his voice trembling slightly. Isn't that so? It's said that Master Li spent over 30 years at the perilous Panlong River in the Yuanwu Kingdom for this item, only to leave with regrets. So this time, this poor Taoist spent a large sum of money specifically to seek it for you. The Taoist said leisurely, appearing relaxed, as if he had already secured the win. Impossible. Is it that easy to catch the bloodline serpent? Let alone keep its inner core. Elder Li snapped back to reality from his excitement, showing a look of doubt. This poor Taoist is a monk and doesn't tell lies. You can take a look for yourself. The Taoist didn't want to waste breath explaining. Flipping his hand to reveal a white, blood-veined orb in front of Elder Li, making his eyes shine, as if he wanted to snatch it immediately. If your silver-armored horned python consumes this pill, after quietly cultivating for 10 or 20 years, it will surely leap from the mid-stage of foundation establishment to the late stage. With another 100 years of hard training, entering the core formation stage is not impossible. The Taoist's words were filled with temptation. Hearing this, Elder Li let out a cold snort, his face stern, seemingly unmoved, but the flickering gaze revealed his inner agitation. Such a rare bet. And you still hesitate for so long. Do you really not have faith in the strength of our Huangfeng Valley disciples? The Taoist smirked, using a provocation tactic. Our Huangfeng Valley disciples are not to be judged by your Qingshu sect. Elder Li's face showed displeasure. Then he glanced at the group of Qingshu sect disciples behind the Taoist, immediately gaining a rough understanding of their strength. They should be about the same level as the disciples of Huangfeng Valley. All right, I'll bet. But which of my treasures do you have your eyes on? After contemplating for a while, Elder Li felt that the odds of winning this bet were about 50-50, and coupled with his extreme desire for that inner core, he finally nodded in agreement, but casually asked a question out of caution. This poor Taoist is not interested in your other treasures. I only hope that after winning this bet, you will refine 2 more pieces of the same size iron essence for me within the next 20 years. Master Li's pure fire essence is well known among the 7 major sects. I believe this is a trivial matter. The Taoist narrowed his eyes, smiling. But his words carried a hint of cunning. 2 more pieces of the same iron essence. Elder Li's face turned grim, almost jumping up immediately. You're planning to make me a laborer? Huh? How could that be? As long as we win, you won't need to do that anymore. That's the inner core of a 5th-level demon beast. Equivalent to the early stage of our cultivator's core formation, definitely worth that price. The Taoist shook his head and said. Li Zhuxi's expression was fluctuating. After a while, he finally slowly extended a palm and coldly asked, still following the previous rules? First, we see which family collects the most spirit herbs, then the quality, and finally the number of people who walk out of the forbidden area alive. Of course, everything remains the same. The Taoist was overjoyed and quickly extended a palm to slap against his opponents, thus establishing the bet. A crisp sound of "pa" echoed. The Taoist did indeed slap against a hand, but there was not a hint of joy on his face. Instead, he looked mournful. He did not strike Li Zhuxi's extended palm, but rather a filthy hand that appeared out of nowhere, suddenly manifesting between the two. This hand was greasy and dirty, and it was unclear how long it had been since it was last washed. The disciples from both factions, who had been closely observing the conversation between their sect's founder and Li Zhuxi, were dumbfounded by this eerie scene. Qiong Senior. Both the Taoist and Li Zhuxi exclaimed simultaneously, their faces turning pale. What senior? I don't dare to take such a title. I'm at the same core formation stage as you, just a few years ahead. A lazy voice echoed between the two, and then a strangely dressed figure gradually revealed itself. This person wore a blue shirt patched with several pudding-like fabrics and had a few inches of short hair. At his waist hung a faded blue cloth bag, indicating he was someone who loved cleanliness. However, his face was covered in grease, making it impossible to see his true features. A few years? More like several hundred years. After seeing the visitor's appearance clearly, Li Zhuxi and the Taoist couldn't help but smile bitterly, realizing it was indeed this person, but they dared not show any disrespect. This strange man was not only frighteningly old, having 1 foot in the nascent soul stage, but his unique formless escape technique was also famous throughout the cultivation world. Even nearby nations' cultivation sects had long heard of his name. Perhaps due to the impending end of his life, he had become increasingly eccentric over the past century, enjoying toying with core formation cultivators, leaving the few high-level cultivators from the 7 major sects in utter embarrassment. Yet, these cultivators, who were usually revered as ancestors within their sects, had no way to deal with him. In terms of profound magical power, he was second to none among core formation cultivators. In terms of backing, he was from the strongest sect, the Hidden Moon sect. Calling on the high-level experts from their sect to teach him a lesson was futile, as most of these experts knew him, and even the few who didn't were unwilling to stir up trouble over trivial matters. As a result, this figure in the high ranks of the cultivation world had completely become a bully and rogue. Essentially, whoever met him was to seek their own fortune. It was hoped that he would be in a good mood that day. Otherwise, a bit of teasing and suffering was inevitable. The sudden appearance of such a senior could not help but astonish Li Zushi and the Taoist, filling them with anxiety. After all, they had both suffered under his hands before. Since it's a bet, just the two of you would be too lonely. Let this old man join. This Cheong Senior seemed to be in a good mood, but spoke words that made the two groan inwardly. Senior, you're joking. How could our disciples compare to the esteemed disciples of the Hidden Moon sect? It's definitely a guaranteed loss. There's no need to bet. We'll just concede. The Taoist forced a smile and laughed. Li Zushi kept his lips tightly closed, but his expression clearly showed he completely agreed. Hearing this, the old man chuckled coldly a few times, rolled his eyes, and said oddly, "Would I do such deceitful things? Rest assured, as long as the combined results of your two families exceed ours, then I will be the one who loses, and you two can decide the winner among yourselves." Really? The Taoist breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Although this senior was unpredictable and spoke as he pleased, his words were indeed firm and had never gone back on his word. Thus, the betting was quite fair, and they even held a slight advantage. This 3-piece formless needle talisman was made during my spare time. I don't have any descendants anyway, so let this be the bet. The old man raised his hand, revealing 3 talismans adorned with 7 colored needles, which he quickly put away again. Li Zushi and the Taoist couldn't hide their astonishment and exchanged a glance, seeing a hint of greed in each other's eyes. Chapter 177. The Cultivation World and Justice versus Evil. Speaking of this formless needle, the Taoist duo had long heard of its great reputation. This treasure was made using the essence of 5 metals, combined with this person's unique formless escape technique. It could come without a trace, leave without a shadow, and harm others invisibly. It was truly formidable. It was said that even nascent soul cultivators found it troublesome to face this, which was one of the reasons this old man could act so arrogantly. Even if they only received the formless needle talisman, its miraculous effect of invisibility still made it a life-saving treasure. At the very least, core formation cultivators could not handle such oddities. All right, I accept Cheong Senior's words and place my bet. The Taoist thought for a moment and found no issues. So he agreed. Li Zushi, thinking of the enormous benefits of winning the bet, gritted his teeth and also agreed. Ha! Ha! The 3 of them slapped hands 2 by 2, officially establishing the bet. Senior, how come you're here? Is it you leading the Hidden Moon sect? Just as the 3 were about to disperse, the Taoist suddenly thought of something and asked, Led, would they trust me? This time, the leader of our sect is the girl Ni Chong. I just came to take a look, to see if any powerful newcomers have emerged from the various sects. Cheong Senior shot him a glare and said irritably, Now that I look, isn't it very ordinary? If there's really a disciple with good talent, your junior disciples wouldn't want to let them out. They must be treating them like treasures, keeping them tightly in hand. But they don't think. Without going through a few big scenes, no matter how talented they are, what's the use? If they encounter those evil demons and outsiders, they'll definitely be slaughtered like lambs. This old man seemed to have many criticisms regarding the actions of the various sects, wearing an expression that suggested they were all gravely mistaken. Li Zushi and the Taoist heard this, but did not show any unusual expressions. However, they secretly scoffed. It's easy for you, old monster, to say this. How could it be easy for our sects to recruit a disciple with good talent, sending them to participate in such a nearly fatal trial? Do you take us for fools? Besides, where else can we not go to witness big scenes? Why must we come to this blood-soaked forbidden area? Of course, these words could only be kept in their hearts, and they would never dare to say them in front of this person. Otherwise, wouldn't it be asking for trouble? The Taoist duo was very perceptive. Indeed, this once again verified the simple truth in the cultivation world. Whoever has the bigger fist is the one who is right. The disciples from both factions heard the threes bet regarding their forbidden area clearly. They couldn't help but stir, their expressions varying greatly, looking extremely strange. Naturally, no one was foolish enough to directly jump out and accuse the three of wrongdoing. Even if there were, they could only secretly harbor their anger and dare not speak. Otherwise, if the old man merely twitched a finger, it would cost these novice cultivators their lives. Seeing the two leave, Li Zushi turned around and swept his gaze across the faces of the disciples from Huangfeng Valley. Then coldly said something that left Han Li and the others greatly astonished. I know you feel that we are betting on your lives and deaths, which seems too disrespectful to you. If it were someone else, they might find numerous excuses to comfort themselves. However, I, Li, have always looked down on such behavior. Let me clearly tell you about the true nature and cruelty of the cultivation world. Consider this as my advice. Listen carefully. In the cultivation world, whether it is the righteous sects or the evil factions, what they pursue is defiance against the heavens and the law of survival of the fittest. The righteous sects emphasize gradual progress and natural outcomes, with milder cultivation methods, but often use the banner of eliminating demons and upholding justice to engage in petty actions, mostly displaying false benevolence and being hypocrites, whereas the evil factions strive for rapid advancement in power, solely seeking powerful techniques, often resorting to cruel and malicious practices, which can be opportunistic. Although they claim to act according to their true will, in reality, as their techniques improve, they gradually become extreme in their actions, losing their humanity, and even becoming extremely bloodthirsty and cruel. But regardless of what the righteous and evil factions say, in practice, they all adhere to the principle of the weak being prey for the strong. We cultivators are not ordinary people. Cultivators with higher levels regard lower-level cultivators as ants, and it's common for them to kill with a single strike over a minor disagreement. At this point, Master Li paused, seemingly indifferent to both the so-called righteous and evil factions. This attitude left the disciples before him somewhat confused. One bolder disciple couldn't help but ask, Master, is our Huangfeng Valley a righteous sect or an evil one? Neither a righteous sect nor an evil one. The other 6 sects of the Yu country are the same. He sneered, curling his lip. You are young and have just entered the sect, so you have not been informed about the origins of the cultivation world in Yu country. 1,000 years ago, our Yu country, like other places, had a stark divide between righteousness and evil, and the 7 major sects at that time were merely insignificant small sections. To survive, we had to waver between the righteous and evil factions. Whichever side was stronger, we would lean towards that side. We were looked down upon by the major righteous and evil factions of that time. But later, a brutal war broke out between the righteous and evil sides, with all their experts participating. As a result, after this battle, both sides suffered great losses, and they could no longer suppress our small sects like Huangfeng Valley. After a while, the 7 of us joined forces to uproot both sides, completely eradicating their lineage to prevent a resurgence. Nowadays, many of the techniques you learn are actually the spoils left behind by both sides during that time. This also established the dominance of our 7 sects in Yu country. If any righteous or evil sects try to invade this place, we 7 sects will immediately join forces to repel them, leaving them no chance to establish a foothold. Therefore, the techniques we teach include those from both the righteous and evil factions, and some are unique to our sect. In terms of alignment, we belong to a neutral sect. As Master Li spoke, a look of self-satisfaction appeared on his face. You have been diligently cultivating in the valley, and those who have gone out have only been going around in this tiny place of Yu country, so you have never encountered the true cultivation world, nor have you seen its dark and bloody side. In reality, in that world, the 5 major cultivation factions of righteousness, evil, Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism coexist, and the level of chaos far exceeds your imagination. Matters like killing for treasure and exterminating clans are commonplace, and in many places, it is the evil side that has the upper hand, often killing to establish authority, drenched in blood. At this point, his expression became serious, appearing very solemn. But then his face relaxed slightly, and he coldly said, All right, I mention this lightly to prevent you from becoming overly arrogant. Remember, in the cultivation world, if you are weaker than others, do not speak foolish words about respect. Such respect can only exist among cultivators of similar strength. Otherwise, it is just seeking your own death. Hee hee. I wonder how many of you who survive in a few days will truly understand these words. Han Li and the others were already left speechless, shocked beyond belief. All of this was truly unexpected for the disciples. Now, let us talk about the betting matter. You should have heard that this time's wager is very important to me. If I can win the bet, I will definitely not mistreat you. The disciples who help me win this time will be generously rewarded, and the one who contributes the most may become my disciple after reaching the foundation establishment stage. The disciples of Huangfeng Valley had not yet digested the previous advice when they were immediately stirred up by the subsequent super promise. Being accepted as a disciple by a core formation stage cultivator, what does that mean? Only a handful of people in the entire Huangfeng Valley have such good fortune. This is definitely a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. Seeing the crowd before him getting excited and eager to try, Master Li smiled slightly, greatly satisfied. As long as he could win the bet, accepting 3 or 4 more named disciples would be a small matter. At most just casually finding a place to settle them and teaching them some superficial techniques to easily dispatch them. Chapter 178. The Moon Concealing Sect, everyone. Please vote for recommendations and continue to support. I hope we don't drop off the charts. We are in urgent need of votes right now. Han Li was also quite tempted. He knew very well that on the path of cultivation, having a wise mentor to provide guidance could save him from many detours and be greatly beneficial for his practice. However, at the same time, this Master Li was not someone easy to deceive. He had many secrets of his own, and the longer he interacted with him, the more likely he would discover something amiss. If he pressed for details, he would definitely be seeking his own death. Moreover, from the previous advice, it was clear that this person was not one to speak of any teacher-student affection. Most likely, he would also engage in a survival of the fittest situation between master and disciple, competing for treasures and silencing witnesses. After thinking this through, Han Li immediately calmed down. The other disciples of Huangfeng Valley had no such burdens, each of them rubbing their fists and boosting their morale. Now, they were not only fighting for survival, but also striving for their own futures. Han Li instinctively glanced at Qin Shimi, only to find her cheeks flushed, tightly clenching her delicate fists, her eyes sparkling with determination. He sighed softly, losing interest in paying attention to the others in Huangfeng Valley, and simply turned his gaze towards the opposite Qingshu sect. The Taoist there was passionately speaking to his disciples, occasionally showing excited expressions, prompting waves of cheers from the young Taoists, all appearing to be very successfully brainwashed. Of course, there were also some older Taoists whose expressions remained calm and were completely unmoved. Han Li found it quite interesting and was watching with great interest when suddenly someone shouted, "Look, the people from the Moon Concealing Sect are coming. That is the Heavenly Moon Divine Ship." Han Li was startled by the shout and looked up at the sky. A white dove light was shining in the sky, gradually approaching. Its speed was extremely fast, and soon it reached the sky above the barren mountain. It was a massive ship made of jade, with gilded dragons and phoenixes depicted on its outer walls, utterly luxurious. And there was an enormous white light shield enveloping the ship. On the ship stood a large group of men and women in white, with a charming woman dressed as a young lady leading them, exuding an enchanting charm with every move, captivating all. As the woman descended from the jade ship and removed the light shield, she slightly parted her apricot lips and said, "Two senior brothers, Uncle Qiong. Nizhang has come to pay her respects." Master Li and the Taoist did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly returned the greeting. However, the elder Qiong grinned widely, and suddenly his figure became blurry, disappearing into the air, leaving only a sentence and a proud, strange laugh. 7 days later, I will return to this place. Be sure to prepare the stakes. This time, I am sure to win. The Taoist and Master Li exchanged glances, unsure why this old man was so confident. The disciples of the Moon Concealment Sect had just taken a look around. Although they were indeed much stronger than the 2 other sects, it was still excessive to boast like that. A young woman, with flowing, beautiful eyes, curiously inquired about a few things. Upon hearing the content of their bet, she couldn't help but break into a smile, her laughter making the flowers tremble and captivating the soul. The charm of this young woman caused many young male disciples from the 3 sects to stare blankly, nearly drooling. However, Li Shizu and his companion completely disregarded the beautiful scene before them. Upon seeing the young woman's appearance, their hearts sank, and they felt they had been tricked, their faces turning bitter. Could it be that the Moon Concealment sect had some trump card that could simultaneously overpower both their sects? Although they held their identities with pride and were filled with frustration, they still felt embarrassed to inquire about the matter from the young woman across from them. The enchanting woman, the fairy in colorful garments, was naturally more than happy to pretend not to know, changing the topic to discuss some other interesting matters. Han Li and the male disciples from Huangfeng Valley had long shifted their gaze to the newly arrived large group of female disciples. They had heard that the Moon Concealment sect promoted dual cultivation techniques, and at least half of the disciples had to be female, and those with less than outstanding appearances were absolutely not accepted. Now, seeing them, it was indeed as rumored. Each of these women was enchanting and beautiful, leaving them drooling with wild fantasies. Han Li was somewhat better, although he was momentarily dazzled. He was able to quickly gather his thoughts and calm down due to his extraordinary willpower. At this moment, he noticed that the female disciples of the Moon Concealment sect seemed accustomed to being gazed at by so many people simultaneously, chatting and laughing without changing their expressions. Some even shot flirtatious glances at those staring at them, causing those individuals to feel weak and confused. In stark contrast, the male disciples were glaring angrily, especially towards the young woman beside them. They seemed particularly attentive, wishing they could glare back at every person who looked their way. Han Li smiled slightly. Seeing the boys and girls standing in pairs made it clear that even if these couples were not truly romantic partners, they were definitely arranged pairs in their cultivation practices. Thus, the male disciples were so angry. They probably regarded the person beside them as their private possession, even if those female disciples did not feel the same way. Han Li noticed that the male disciples glaring back were not only from Huangfeng Valley, but even from the Qingshu sect. Curious, he turned to take a look. And sure enough, those hot-blooded young Taoists were occasionally stealing glances at the young women, then quickly withdrawing their gaze, fearful of being seen, looking extremely sneaky. Han Li suppressed his laughter, afraid he might burst out loud. He couldn't shake the feeling that the female disciples of the Moon Concealment sect were even more provocative towards the young Taoists than towards Huangfeng Valley. This left him speechless for a long time. However, thinking of it another way, Han Li suddenly felt a chill in his heart. The disciples had come here not for flirting, but to engage in life-and-death battles in the Forbidden Land. If the young disciples from each sect were to encounter the female disciples of the Moon Concealment sect, they would probably lose 3 points before even fighting, as it truly was not something ordinary people could do to strike hard against such delicate women. What puzzled Han Li even more was that the disciples of the Moon Concealment sect were all so young, with not a single older person among them, which was indeed unreasonable. If these people were ageless old monsters, Han Li would never believe it. Judging by their frivolous actions, they were at most in their 20s, showing no signs of maturity. Yet this bloody trial was notorious for being a journey of death. It was impossible for so many young people to actively seek death. Even if there were some, it wouldn't be in pairs like this. Their feelings couldn't possibly be deep enough to face life and death together, which Han Li would never believe. Both Huangfeng Valley and Qingshu sect had some older individuals in their ranks. Due to their impending demise, they sought to make one last effort. Even if they didn't participate in this Forbidden Land trip, they wouldn't have long to live anyway. Therefore, they hoped for a last gamble. If they could truly obtain a Foundation Establishment pill and then miraculously enter the Foundation Establishment stage, it would be a complete turnaround for them. Although there weren't many elders participating in the bloody trial with such thoughts, there were still 7 or 8 from both sects combined. Yet the Moon Concealment sect had none, which was indeed a bit strange in Han Li's eyes. Li Shizu and the Taoist also seemed to sense something amiss, their faces darkening further. Although they were still talking to the fairy in colorful garments from the Moon Concealment sect, their absent-minded expressions were evident to anyone. Soon after, the other 4 sects gradually arrived, and what left the deepest impression on Han Li was the people from the Giant Sword sect and Spirit Beast Mountain. The Giant Sword sect was entirely composed of men, all dressed in black, each carrying a sword taller than a person on their backs. Their expressions extremely cold and exuding a fierce aura. In contrast, the people from Spirit Beast Mountain were dressed in brightly colored, ostentatious clothing, with various pouches and bags all over them, and there were faintly moving living creatures inside, which made the disciples from the other sects feel quite uneasy. The people from the Blade Workshop and the Heavenly Castle, aside from their differing attire, could at least be considered normal in Han Li's eyes, whispering to each other, with many appearing quite nervous. As the leaders of each sect discussed the steps to open the Forbidden Land, Han Li was still busy observing the formidable individuals from each sect. For those experts at the peak of the 13th level, Han Li planned to dodge when possible and escape when necessary. If it came to the worst, he would consider attacking from behind. He definitely did not want to end up like the last battle with Brother Liu, where he found himself drained of all his spiritual power. It was important to know that this situation was completely different from the last time. This time, he was facing not just one opponent, but a whole group of red-eyed cultivators. If he didn't hold back and maintain the ability to counterattack, he would certainly be among the first to be eliminated. While he was watching and contemplating, Han Li suddenly felt someone gazing at him, and his heart jolted slightly. He couldn't help but look in the direction of the feeling. A female disciple from Spirit Beast Mountain was looking at Han Li with some evasiveness. Her beautiful face seemed somewhat familiar. Han Li was surprised and mentally went through all the women he knew, and a slender figure emerged. It was her, the girl who sold him the golden brush at the Tainan conference. How did she end up in Spirit Beast Mountain and come to participate in this bloody trial? Han Li finally recognized the girl, who was even more beautiful than before, but he felt somewhat confused. However, he vividly remembered her shy demeanor, which left a good impression on him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile at the girl. The girl clearly noticed and blushed deeply. Still as shy as before, a bearded man stood behind the girl, seemingly noticing her and Han Li's actions. His expression darkened, and he suddenly said something harshly to the girl, causing her to turn pale and lower her head, no longer daring to glance towards Han Li. The man was still unwilling to relent, glaring at Han Li with malicious eyes, the warning in his gaze unmistakable. Han Li frowned slightly. It seemed the girl was not having an easy time in Spirit Beast Mountain, and this bearded man was one of the formidable individuals he had noticed earlier. Possessing the strength of the 13th level, the girl must have suffered a lot being targeted by someone like him. However, Han Li believed he wasn't from the Spirit Beast Mountain, and once inside the forbidden area, whether friend or foe, he naturally wouldn't sell out the other party. Without a care, he suddenly made a face at the other person. This action infuriated the bearded man, whose face was now dripping with blood. But he had no way to retaliate against Han Li, so he could only turn back and lowly roar a few words at the girl. Attracting the disdainful looks of the nearby disciples from Spirit Beast Mountain, most of whom showed contempt towards the girl, Han Li felt a surge of anger in his heart. Filled with pity for the girl, however, due to the distance, he couldn't hear clearly what the bearded man was saying. To prevent the girl from suffering further grievances, Han Li decided not to provoke this rough man who lacked compassion, as he was confident he had enough means to make this person furious without any recourse. At this moment, the patriarchs of the various sects finished their discussions and returned to their respective lines, then took their juniors to soar into the sky, heading towards the legendary Forbidden Area. This time, after a short flight towards the border of the Yuanwu Kingdom for several hours, they landed in front of a vast expanse of yellow earth. Here, aside from piles of stones, there wasn't a single blade of grass to be seen. Everywhere was a yellowish hue. Is this really the place? Like the others, Han Li felt surprised. It truly did not seem like a place that could nurture spiritual treasures of the world. A few high-level practitioners in the core formation stage gathered together for a few words, and then the burly expert from the giant sword sect suddenly stepped forward alone, walking a dozen steps ahead before stopping. He extended his left hand, with yellow light surging forth, grasped at the ground, and a stream of yellow mud resembling a yellow dragon was lifted up, condensing in his hand into a giant sword made of yellow mud. With his other hand, he gently swept his fingers from the hilt towards the sword tip, and a white light lit up wherever his fingers passed, causing the mud sword to instantly transform into a gray-white color, becoming a heavy stone sword. This intermediate spell that transformed mud into stone left the disciples of the 7 sects in awe, broadening their horizons. However, after completing this, the expert from the giant sword sect did not stop there. Instead, holding the sword with both hands, he twisted his body and shouted, throwing the stone sword into the air like a shooting star, aimed directly ahead. Then, a shocking scene unfolded. The stone sword flew just a few dozen steps before seemingly triggering something. Suddenly shaking, it turned to dust. Following this, a large area of green light surged forth from the void, overwhelming everything and turning everyone's skin a shade of green. As the disciples stood in fear, the green light began to churn violently for no reason, howling into countless wind blades that whipped around incessantly, forming an impenetrable wall of wind blades. Looking along the wind wall to either side, it stretched endlessly, with the sound of wind howling everywhere. Anyone who entered the wall would immediately experience a gruesome death, being cut into pieces by countless blades. This was indeed the restriction of this place, and it looked truly astonishing. One could only wonder what kind of ancient cultivator's supernatural powers were required to set up such a vast and powerful formation. Hanli sighed inwardly. At this moment, the expert from the giant sword sect shook his head and turned back. The other leaders announced that the time was not yet right, instructing the disciples to rest for a moment before opening the forbidden area. Thus, every hour or so, the person from the giant sword sect would perform the same action to test the strength of the restrictions until the fourth stone sword was thrown, at which point the green light and the wind blades that emerged from the forbidden area significantly decreased. Seeing this scene, the other 6 core formation cultivators unanimously soared out and stood together. Master Li extended his hand, and a ruler-shaped object slowly emerged from his palm, shooting out a silver light. The Taoist then slapped the back of his head, opened his mouth, and a foot-long green light shot out, lengthening in the wind into a several-foot-long flying sword. The remaining 5 individuals also each produced a dazzling item: a pink ribbon, a dragon-shaped staff, a dark giant sword, a long knife emitting red light, and a great seal flashing with yellow light. 7 people, with 7 items, formed a circular formation, directly charging towards the wall of wind blades. These were the magical treasures that each of them had painstakingly refined and crafted after years of hard training since reaching the core formation stage. The disciples of the various sects did not dare to be negligent. Under the instruction of the other foundation-building elders, they all stood behind the 7, forming 7 lines, ready to enter the forbidden area at any moment. With a loud rumble, the 7 magical treasures clashed with the wind blades, colorful lights splattering and occasionally emitting strange howling sounds, making the watching disciples extremely tense. Master Li's ruler spun continuously, its silver light fluctuating as if it were sentient, smashing countless wind blades to pieces. The green flying sword transformed into a dragon dozens of feet long, each swing accompanied by a strange cry that startled the soul. The other 5 magical treasures also displayed their powers, especially that yellow great seal from the expert of the Heavenly Cave Fortress. Its momentum was the most impressive. Each time it smashed down, it ballooned into a size like a small mountain and simultaneously erupted with the sound of wind and thunder, but when it flew back, it shrank back to its original form, although it seemed a bit clumsy and slow in its movements. Although the power of the 7 magical treasures was astonishing, compared to the weakened wind blade formation, they still struggled immensely. Each step they took into the wind wall took considerable time, and soon, sweat began to bead on the foreheads of all 7. After fighting for 3 or 4 hours, the 7 were drenched in sweat. But the magical treasures they commanded finally gained the upper hand, breaking out a circular passage about 10 feet high in the wind wall, which was pitch black inside, obscuring visibility. "Quickly, we can't hold out for long," the Taoist shouted first, as he had the shallowest cultivation among the 7 and was sweating the most. Hearing this, the disciples of the 7 sects did not dare to delay, and they began to weave in and out, flying into the passage in batches. At this moment, everyone fell silent, their expressions grim. Everyone knew that once they entered the forbidden area, they would immediately become mortal enemies. Even fellow disciples could become untrustworthy. Han Li was positioned in the middle to the back of the line, with disciples from the giant sword sect in front and those from the blade transformation workshop behind. The passage was not long. In the blink of an eye, about 20 feet of distance was crossed, as Han Li flew out of the exit. Before he could see what was in front of him, he felt a dizzying sensation, his vision blurred, and he vanished without a trace from the exit. Chapter 180. The Wulong Pool. Sorry. Something happened at home, and I was busy all day. I only have time to upload the stored manuscript now. The gray-black, rotten ground. The murky water pits bubbling continuously, the strangely shaped twisted trees, the unknown blood-red grass underfoot, and the pungent odor wafting through the air. This was the scene Han Li felt upon waking. Without pausing to question this bizarre environment, Han Li cautiously scanned his surroundings to see if anyone else was there. As the greatest danger often came from the disciples of his own sect entering the forbidden area together, it seemed he was somewhat lucky, within several dozen feet. There was no one else but Han Li himself, and he let out a sigh of relief. However, he did not let his guard down and instead clutched a talisman in one hand while pulling out a set of golden bug mother blade with the other, prepared for any eventuality. At this moment, Hanli was finally able to calm down and carefully observe the strange place he found himself in. He was not surprised to suddenly be in an unfamiliar location. Before the journey to the forbidden area, the managers had given each of the disciples detailed information about the forbidden land. The materials mentioned that anyone who stepped into the forbidden area would be instantly transported to various corners of the land by a certain teleportation array still in operation. Where exactly one would end up depended on each person's luck. Some might be teleported to the core area, where they could collect a large number of spirit herbs upon arrival, which would mean they had struck it rich. Others might find themselves face to face with several demonic beasts and would not be able to escape without a bloody battle. And the unfortunate ones might be sent directly to a dead end, meeting their demise immediately, although such situations were rare. The most common outcome was similar to Hanli's, being transported to a corner of the forbidden land and having to explore on his own. The reason for these outcomes, as inferred by the senior experts, was that the way they broke into the forbidden area was not the correct method of entry, which triggered certain minor restrictions and caused some unexpected events. As Hanli cautiously wandered around the vicinity, he compared the information he remembered with the nearby scenery, and finally found some very useful information. This was accumulated knowledge from disciples who had previously exited the forbidden area, which could be very beneficial for newcomers. The Wulong Pond was located in the northeast corner of the forbidden area, centered around a deep pool covering several dozen zhang. Surrounded by various plants like withered bone flowers and serpentine trees, which could be used to make poisons, although their value was not high. In the center of Wulong Pond, near the water's edge, cold smoke grass appeared randomly every 10 years or so. This was an extremely versatile herb, and if possible, it should be collected to exchange for rewards within the sect. However, it was important to note that deep in the pool lurked a group of low-level demonic beasts known as ice frogs, which were generally docile and posed no danger as long as they were not provoked. After recalling the information several times, Hanli had a clear idea in his mind. According to common sense, the closer one got to the center of the forbidden area, the more rare spiritual items and powerful guardian beasts would appear. The location of Wulong Pond was slightly toward the outskirts, but it was not on the outermost layer. If he hurried, he could reach the central area within a day. With this in mind, Hanli did not dare to use his flying technique. Instead, he jumped onto a large tree with dense foliage, scanned the surroundings to confirm the direction, and then jumped back down. The pond was located to the south of Hanli, right along the path to the center of the forbidden area, so it seemed reasonable to take a look. Hanli cast a concealment spell on himself and then proceeded cautiously along the path. After walking several miles without any incidents, it seemed that he was the only one in the entire Wulong Pond area. When he heard the sound of flowing water, he finally relaxed a bit. After pushing aside a few twisted branches blocking his way, a deep green pond appeared before him. Even before getting close, a chilling aura sent shivers down Hanli's spine. Was this Wulong Pond? He curiously examined the area. The pond was not large, surrounded by a large number of serpentine trees. But the surface of the water was emanating visible cold air, and even a layer of crystal frost had formed at the water's edge, indicating the extreme cold of the pond water. Hanli paid no mind to these details. What caught his attention was a low-lying area near the pond's edge, where a dozen fluffy white grasses had grown. Each stem had 5 leaves, was completely white, and emitted a faint white mist, seemingly shrouded in smoke, giving it the appearance of a spiritual root. Indeed, this was the cold smoke grass, exactly as described in the materials. Hanli murmured softly, feeling a hint of joy in his heart. Although this grass was not related to his foundation-building pill, being able to obtain it so easily right at the start was indeed a good omen. Habitually glancing around, he was about to step forward, but suddenly his expression changed slightly. He bent down and quietly retreated a few steps, hiding once again among the branches and leaves, then expressionlessly gazed at the dense forest on his left. Before long, a figure appeared, a man in blue cautiously peeking out. From his attire, it seemed he was from Tianke Castle. This person was extremely cautious, looking back every few steps and constantly scanning the surroundings. Judging by his tightly clenched fists, he seemed prepared for an attack, and his direction was aimed straight at the patch of cold smoke grass. Hanli sighed. It seemed he would have to return empty-handed. With the other party being so cautious, a successful sneak attack was impossible, and he did not intend to engage in a face-to-face battle over a few inconsequential items, as it was not worth the risk. Come out. I see you. Stop hiding. The blue-clad man suddenly stopped about 10 steps away from the cold smoke grass, turned around, and shouted. Han Li was startled, thinking he had accidentally revealed his position. But soon, he couldn't help but smile wryly, as although the blue-clad man was shouting loudly. His eyes were darting around and did not look towards Han Li's hiding place at all. It was just a bluff. Han Li felt both amused and exasperated as he watched the blue-clad man shout for a while, before he finally felt safe enough to approach the cold smoke grass. However, the man's self-satisfied actions made Han Li hesitate, considering whether to take advantage of the other party's carelessness to strike from behind. Before he could make a decision, the blue-clad man quickly collected 3 or 4 white grasses, seemingly aware of the proverb that the night is long and dreams are many, and was about to clear the area of the grass in the blink of an eye. Han Li shook his head inwardly and decided to retreat. His main objective was still the 3 main herbs for the foundation-building pill. It was best to conserve his strength before that. With this in mind, Han Li quietly withdrew. After retreating a distance of several dozen zhang, he planned to hurry away, fearing that the man would follow him after collecting the herbs. However, before he could take off, a scream came from the direction of the pond, and judging by the voice, it was the dying cry of the blue-clad man. Han Li shivered in surprise, hesitating for a moment, then gritted his teeth and quietly circled back. He needed to find out what had happened to avoid suffering the same fate. When Han Li returned to the vicinity of the pond, he saw 2 fierce-looking men by the water's edge. From their colorful attire, they appeared to be from the Spirit Beast Mountain. At this moment, they were excitedly rummaging through the storage bags of the Tianke Castle disciple, with a dozen blue toads lying beside them. The blue-clad man had multiple large holes in his body, dead beyond saving. Brother, this idea is brilliant. Once we discovered this fool, instead of attacking head-on, we hid near Wulong Pond and sprinkled some beast-repelling powder in the water. This whole nest of ice frogs obediently followed our commands. Hee. Who would have thought that just making a little noise would distract his attention, and the demonic beasts could launch a surprise attack from behind and unleash a barrage of ice spikes, finishing him off immediately. This idiot probably never thought he would die at the hands of a bunch of low-level demonic beasts. However, this guy is worth quite a bit. Brother, why don't we follow the plan, stay hidden here, and wait for others to take the bait? These cold smoke grasses can serve as bait. After finishing their discussion, the younger of the 2 kicked the corpse of the Tianke Castle disciple and greedily said, Chapter 181, Colorful Butterflies and Death Struggle. Hee. Finally made it back. Uploaded for everyone. Staying up all night really is tough. What a beautiful thought, don't you think? This time, our 2 brothers were lucky enough to be teleported together, which is already a stroke of good fortune. At the very least, we have a better chance of survival than others. It would just be luck to take down that person. And to think we have any real ability to play such a waiting game? Aren't we afraid of running into someone fierce, who would knock our teeth out and put our lives at risk? Moreover, what kind of people would come to such a cursed place? It's better to hurry to the central area and fish in troubled waters. That's the best strategy. The older disciple from Spirit Beast Mountain was clearly much stronger and more cunning than the younger one. While teaching the other a lesson, he frequently scanned the surrounding dense forest with vigilance. Seeing this, Han Li became even more cautious, raising his concealment technique to the limit, completely hiding his aura and not daring to reveal a trace. As for the foolish thought of facing 2 opponents at once, Han Li had never entertained it. Nor would he be foolish enough to act on such a notion. One of these 2 had initial stage 12th layer magic power, and the other had high stage 12th layer power. If they teamed up, he would have little chance of victory. He certainly did not possess the ability to fend off 100 foes. Thus, Han Li could only watch helplessly as the 2 of them cleaned up the last few cold smoke grasses by the pool and burned the body of the Tianke Fortress disciple to ashes. Finally, the 2 of them stored the ice toad into a red leather bag and disappeared into the dense forest on the opposite side. Once the 2 left, Han Li did not get up immediately. Instead, after a while, he shook off the fallen leaves on himself, stood up, and thoughtfully gazed in the direction where the 2 had vanished. It seemed there were indeed many others who shared the same thoughts as him. It's no wonder. Those who dare to take the risk of participating in the blood trial. How many of them aren't thinking about the spiritual treasures in the central area? A conflict is inevitable. After all, the number of spiritual herbs generated and matured each time is quite limited, not enough to go around. Han Li's face darkened as he stood still for a while, bitterly contemplating. He had seen with his own eyes how someone as cautious and careful as the man in blue could silently disappear from the world. And the same thing. Who knows how many times it had happened in the corners of the Forbidden Land, which significantly shook Han Li's confidence in achieving his goal. He really did not know if this trip to the Forbidden Land was right or wrong. Perhaps if he just took those 2 foundation establishment pills, he could succeed in establishing a foundation without the need to take such risks. Han Li thought dejectedly, faintly feeling a hint of retreating. After all, it's easy to say, but when the shadow of death truly looms over one's heart, it can be quite unsettling. Several hours later, Han Li set off from this place, and judging by his direction, he was still heading towards the center of the Forbidden Land. After some consideration, Han Li's reason prevailed, realizing that the cautious thoughts he just had were merely excuses for his own cowardice. Thus, after forcing himself to regain his spirits, he set off again. Han Li did not follow behind the 2, but took a slightly longer detour to advance. Although the route of the 2 disciples from Spirit Beast Mountain was indeed the shortest and fastest, Han Li was not worried that they would discover him based on their own abilities, but was very wary of the strange beast-controlling techniques of Spirit Beast Mountain. He did not know whether they had any special means to detect his tailing, so it was better to keep his distance. One must know that initially, he had used a small cloud-winged bird that had just gained some intelligence to track and monitor specific individuals from a distance. It was reasonable to assume that Spirit Beast Mountain's similar beast-controlling methods would be even more concealed and strange, as they were all cultivators, and their techniques were incomparable to those of ordinary people. Speaking of the cloud-winged bird, Han Li felt some regret. When he first entered Yellow Maple Valley, he had released the cloud-winged bird into the Taiwan Mountains to avoid attracting attention. At first, the bird often returned to find its owner, Han Li, to ask for its favorite yellow chestnut balls. However, as time went on, its visits gradually became less frequent. By the time Han Li realized his mistake, the bird had completely gone wild and, after flying away on one occasion, never returned. This made Han Li extremely heartbroken. Otherwise, it could have been quite useful on this trip to the Forbidden Land. Han Li was unaware that this decision to detour had indeed allowed him to escape a disaster. Since the 2 from Spirit Beast Mountain left Wulong Pool, they had released a large number of colorful moths from a pocket. Once these colorful insects flew out, they immediately scattered, blending into the surrounding environment and changing colors to match, creating a similar hue that would be hard to detect unless one looked closely. Moreover, even if some keen observers spotted the moths, they would likely think they were naturally occurring creatures within the Forbidden Land and would not raise any suspicion. Thus, these colorful moths became natural sentinels for the 2 of them. As soon as someone approached their alert range, they would immediately be aware, allowing them to prepare in advance. This living alarm network made up of numerous insects was indeed impeccable in terms of alerting, a specialty of the Spirit Beast Mountain disciples. Even if other disciples from various sects knew about this in advance, they would still be helpless against these insects and could not sneak past them quietly. In fact, one could say Han Li had a stroke of luck when he was at Wulong Pool. The 2 from Spirit Beast Mountain did not release the colorful moths at the pool, but only started doing so after leaving. Otherwise, Han Li would not have escaped their search. This was not due to any oversight or carelessness on their part, but because these moths were naturally afraid of the cold. If the temperature dropped even slightly, they would freeze to death, which was indeed a pity. The water in Wulong Pool was naturally different and extremely cold, making a large area around the pool feel like winter. Under such circumstances, how could they dare to release the colorful moths to seek death? Unaware of his narrow escape, Han Li stood at the foot of a strange cliff, looking at the 2 corpses beneath him, both of which looked miserable, and remained silent. One corpse wore a tight black outfit, was muscular, had large hands, and a thin line of crimson blood around its neck. Its head was tilted back with wide-open eyes, full of unwillingness, as if it had died with great regret. It seemed to be a disciple of the Giant Sword sect. The other corpse was of medium build. Blood and flesh were a mess, but most importantly, its face was completely devoid of features, having been impaled by a giant sword from the front of its face straight through to the back of its head, nailing it to the ground, with brain matter and blood pooling everywhere. However, on its curled right hand's ring finger, there was a circle of strange transparent threads that flickered faintly in the sunlight. Han Li carefully examined the corpse of the Giant Sword sect disciple for a long time. Suddenly, he raised his toe and lightly kicked the head with the red line around the neck. As a result, the large head immediately rolled away without any effort at all. This person had already been split in 2. Han Li sighed and then looked at the other corpse, whose identity was obvious without needing identification. Although its face was gone, The yellow shirt identical to Han Li's served as the best proof. He could only wonder which brother from Yellow Maple Valley had died. It was evident that the two had perished together. Han Li looked up at the unmoving figure at the top of the cliff, but in his heart, he had already reached a conclusion and imagined most of the scene where these two had encountered each other and had fought fiercely. Judging from various signs, the person from the giant sword sect should be stronger than Han Li's brother. The corpse in the yellow shirt was bloodied and battered, and the unwilling expression on the black-clad man's face indicated the nature of the incident. This unknown senior brother, although at a disadvantage, was clearly a schemer. The magical tool he used was a transparent thread. He must have taken advantage of his opponent's complacency from the impending victory and launched a surprise attack at the last moment, severing the opponent's head and causing the death of the person from the giant sword sect. However, he clearly did not expect that for some unknown reason. The black-clad man still had the strength to unleash the giant sword in his hand before dying, nailing the yellow shirt brother, who was either too injured to dodge or had made the same mistake of complacency, down to the ground. This resulted in a brutal fight with no victor. Chapter 182. The girl and the thread having understood the cause of death for both parties. Han Li could only wish the deceased senior brother a safe journey to the underworld and started searching their bodies without hesitation. Since they were already dead, Han Li naturally intended to accept their storage bags. After searching once, he found nothing. His expression turned grave, and he meticulously searched again, but still found nothing. Han Li felt a chill run down his spine, and his heartbeat quickened. There was actually a fourth person present, who had taken the storage bags. Although this person had probably already left, he couldn't rule out the possibility that they were nearby, observing and using the two corpses as bait to look for his weaknesses. Across the cliff was a large area of tall reeds, easily concealing someone's tracks, and Han Li was facing the corpses while crouching, with his back to the grass. This made him even more uneasy. Perhaps that person was hiding right behind him. Han Li remained still in his crouched position, appearing to be focused on the corpses in front of him. But in reality, he had summoned all his focus, quietly taking out his magical tool and talismans, while his divine sense silently spread out, trying to locate any potential sniper. The results of his divine sense probe did not surprise Han Li. Everything in the vicinity was normal, with no abnormal fluctuations of spiritual energy. This was not surprising. If someone was indeed hiding nearby, they would certainly have concealed their aura using a concealment technique, making it impossible to detect. The purpose of Han Li using his divine sense was merely to scare off any lurking opponent. At the very least, he wanted to make the imagined enemy think twice before acting rashly. And indeed, as he had anticipated, either he was worrying unnecessarily and scaring himself, with no one actually present, or the observer saw no opportunity and continued to conceal their presence, not intending to take action. After a moment, Han Li stood up, turned around, and carefully scanned the vast expanse of reeds several times, then suddenly leaped without a word, quickly becoming a black in the distance. When Han Li's figure completely vanished without a trace, the originally quiet reed thicket suddenly erupted with a rustling sound. Then, a slender figure emerged, revealing a girl dressed in flowing white robes. She appeared to be quite young, around 15 or 16 years old, but her innocent and lovely face seemed almost ethereal. It was hard to believe such a delicate creature could appear in this deadly place. Judging by her attire, the girl should belong to the Hidden Moon sect. The girl glanced in the direction Han Li had disappeared, smiled softly, and spoke to herself with an air of maturity. Courage and intelligence, not bad. However, his magical power is lacking, and his aptitude seems to have even bigger issues, with not much potential to tap into. Otherwise, he could have been quite a talent after getting out alive. But judging by the way he escaped, it seems to be a kind of lightness skill from the secular world, and not weak either. Quite interesting. The girl lightly propped up her pointed chin, her large eyes revealing a keen interest. If Han Li had heard these words, he would have been utterly astonished. The girl's observations were incredibly accurate, succinctly pointing out all his strengths and weaknesses, seemingly understanding him better than he understood himself. I'll let you go this time, but I have to get back to business. However, next time we meet, little one, it won't be so easy for you to get away. The girl wrinkled her nose slightly, creating a playful little crease, and said somewhat reluctantly. It seemed that Han Li had become a new toy for her, captivating enough that she didn't want to leave just yet. Finally, the girl pouted and took out a talisman, waving it, and in a dazzling green light, she vanished without a trace. If anyone had witnessed this scene, They would likely have cursed the girl for being wasteful, casually squandering a rare talisman for the wood escape technique in the cultivation world. This was a mid-level basic talisman. Generally, people would treasure such a wood escape talisman, only using it in life and death situations, as it was the best tool for escaping. Han Li was unaware of all this and, of course, felt no regret. He was even blissfully relieved to have easily escaped his predicament. Regardless of whether someone was truly hiding nearby, Han Li did not plan to investigate further. After all, the closer he got to the center, the more enemies there would be. Scheming ambushes and attacking others would gradually become commonplace and frequent occurrences. Preserving his own life and avoiding all unnecessary conflicts was Han Li's current principle of action. Moreover, he had not come away empty-handed from the two corpses. Thinking of this, Han Li stretched out his hand, and a nearly transparent bundle of silk threads appeared in his palm. This was the item he had casually picked up when leaving. The line-shaped magical tool that had killed the disciple of the giant sword sect. Han Li infused a bit of his magical power into it, and the silk threads gradually straightened out, eventually becoming a straight thread nearly 10 yards long. Han Li manipulated the thread for a while and immediately felt its remarkable utility. If used correctly, this item was indeed the best weapon for ambushing. With its almost invisible quality and incredibly sharp cutting ability, Han Li was confident he could make an enemy's head roll before they even realized what had happened. He couldn't help but wonder what material this silk thread was made from. If it were longer, it would be even more useful. Feeling intrigued, Han Li used the silk thread to effortlessly slice through several nearby large trees in half, which delighted him beyond his expectations. Unbeknownst to Han Li, at that very moment, not far from the center of the Forbidden Zone, two groups of disciples from the Blade Transformation Workshop and the Pure Void sect were engaged in a fierce battle. Each side had around 5 or 6 members, making for a fairly even match. This was the first large-scale deadly fight in the bloody trial, as both sides aimed to enter the central area first to seize spiritual herbs. If they could eliminate their opponents nearby, that would be even more satisfactory. In the end, the Taoists of the Pure Void sect proved to be more skilled, killing most of their opponents, while the remaining 2 from the Blade Transformation Workshop were injured and fled, allowing the Pure Void sect to be the first to breach the central area. In the center area, there were all sorts of exotic flowers and fruits, as well as powerful first-level demon beasts guarding them, capable of competing with peak Foundation establishment disciples. Each time they killed a demon beast and harvested the herbs. As long as new spiritual herbs were born in the area, those demon beasts would also inexplicably reappear, although they might not be of the same type as the previous one. But it has also left various sex experts puzzled. Could these demon beasts have been born from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? This is quite different from their previous understanding. According to their knowledge, demon beasts should be creatures like wild beasts that, after years of unconsciously absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, occasionally evolve into demon beasts with demonic power. The probability of successful evolution is not significantly higher than the rate at which cultivators are born among humans. Moreover, over the years, disciples from various sects could only collect spiritual herbs on the outskirts of the central area. If they ventured too close to the core, they would be trapped or erased by some still active restrictions and traps. Furthermore, the deeper they went, the more troublesome the demon beasts became, which these small fry could not fend off, so they could only honestly linger around the outskirts. Let us not even mention whether the disciples of the Qingshu sect could take the initiative and gather any spiritual herbs. At this moment, Han Li faced the greatest crisis of his journey into the Forbidden Land. At a narrow intersection, he was blocked from both sides by a man from Spirit Beast Mountain and another from Tiankei Fortress. Han Li recognized the burly man from Spirit Beast Mountain. He was the one with the bushy beard who had glared at him before. Now, he was sneering at Han Li, revealing a look that said, "You're doomed." Han Li felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He expected that despite being extremely cautious, he would still be ambushed in the worst possible scenario, facing a pair of opponents. At this moment, he was in an area referred to in the materials as a line of sky, where the environment was extremely perilous. Without using a flying artifact, there was only this narrow path leading to the central area. On either side of the path were steep and treacherous peaks. Even someone like Han Li, who possessed worldly martial arts and was not weak in agility, wouldn't he dare to attempt climbing them easily. As for flying overhead with a flying artifact, that was even more out of the question. It would be an act of suicide, openly making oneself a target for attacks. There was no need for it. No disciple from any sect would be foolish enough to do such a thing. Moreover, the painful experiences of previous generations had taught them this lesson. Flying with a flying artifact was absolutely prohibited in the forbidden area, or else they would end up as corpses. When Hanli entered this place, he hesitated for quite a while, but ultimately didn't dare to take a shortcut by flying over the peaks, so he could only obediently walk along the narrow path. Of course, due to the dangers of this place, Hanli was extremely cautious, keeping his nerves taut at all times. However, just as he stepped out of the intersection and hadn't had the chance to relax, without any warning, he was blocked by the two men. Seeing the fierce expression on the bushy-bearded man, Hanli knew that it was useless to talk back at this point. He first cast a defensive water shield around himself, then summoned the flying shield, and finally prepared his magical artifact, the golden-toed mother blade, along with a few of his remaining low-level advanced talismans, including the Earth Prison Talisman. The bushy-bearded man and the one behind him watched Hanli's every move with cold eyes, showing no intention of stopping or attacking him. It seemed both were very confident and felt they could easily deal with Hanli, which made them appear so composed. This was understandable. The man behind was already at the 12th layer peak, not to mention the bushy-bearded man had a 13th layer cultivation. Facing Hanli, a novice at the 11th layer, they naturally felt it was a sure thing, just a trivial matter. Seeing this, Hanli licked his slightly dry lips and secretly chuckled. Since the other party was so overconfident, he naturally had to take full advantage of it. Thus, he subtly shifted his position to the side, creating a triangular formation with the two men to avoid being attacked from behind. Indeed, the two did not seize the opportunity to attack. Hanli was not particularly afraid when facing the strongest enemies he had encountered since entering the cultivation world. Although he tried to avoid hard battles with others, that did not mean he lacked confidence in himself. Hanli believed that while his magical power was significantly weaker, making it unfavorable for prolonged battles, his top-tier magical artifacts and talismans could compensate for this gap. Moreover, if things got out of hand, summoning the Thunderbolt Child to eliminate one of them wouldn't be a difficult task. The only issue was whether he was willing to use it or not. However, Hanli was also puzzled as to why the bushy-bearded man and the Tianke fortress person had not started fighting each other, but instead joined forces. This would be normal for brothers within the same sect, but these two were clearly not from the same sect. Kid, you've got some guts. Outside the Forbidden Land, you dared to mock me and flirt with that wench. Now, you'll pay for your life, the bushy-bearded man said fiercely. Then he turned to the man from Tianke Fortress and said, Brother Yen, this kid has a grudge against me. Just leave him to me. I'll make sure to treat him well. He needs to understand that the cultivation world isn't that easy to navigate. In the next life, he should open his eyes before offending someone. The Tianke Fortress person shrugged and casually replied, Do as you wish. I'll just keep an eye on things from the side. But don't end up like last time, capsizing in the gutter. Otherwise, you'll owe another life-saving favor. Haha, that time was definitely an accident. Now, dealing with this novice, I only need to use half my strength, and it will be more than enough. The bushy-bearded man's face turned red at first, but he then sneered dismissively. Cough, take care of yourself. I wouldn't want to hear about your misfortune one day. After all, it's not easy to find another friend with a similar temperament. The Tianke fortress person shook his head, seemingly troubled by the bushy-bearded man's arrogance. However, he didn't believe that the opponent in front of him would pose any threat to his old friend. Besides, he was still watching from the side. Hanli, on the other hand, listened clearly to the two's unreserved conversation and gleaned some insights, clearing up the doubts in his mind. These two were actually friends and seemed to have a pretty good relationship. This was troublesome. The two of them would definitely be more tacit in working together against him, making it much harder to deal with than a temporary alliance of ordinary people. From their tone, it seemed they had coordinated before, and not just once. Hanli couldn't help but feel greatly frustrated. It seemed he could only resort to drastic measures to eliminate one of them first. Dealing with the remaining one would be much easier. But this was too bizarre. They had been randomly teleported as disciples from various sects. Yet they managed to gather together and be sent to the same place. It was simply outrageous. Hanli thought resentfully, feeling very suspicious and indignant about the luck of these two. What Hanli didn't know was that the man from Tianke Fortress was also feeling quite pleased with himself regarding this matter. Seeing the bushy-bearded man approaching Hanli, he couldn't help but think of the greatest contributor to gathering with his friend, the Fusion Spirit Talisman. High-level Fusion Spirit Talismans were indeed useful. as long as they used this talisman simultaneously just before stepping into the Forbidden Land. Their spiritual energies could be temporarily linked together and transported to the same place by the restrictions. Although he had heard that the success rate was only 50-50, and the price was extraordinarily high, far exceeding that of ordinary low-level advanced talismans, they had succeeded and ambushed here, teaming up to take down several disciples from various sects passing through, reaping great rewards. Moreover, Yen, was no fool. Spending a large sum of money to take the risk of coming to this forbidden land was not for the spiritual herbs that many were eyeing, but to openly kill and seize treasures here, making a big profit without any aftereffects. He believed that as long as the two of them joined forces and avoided those seemingly troublesome experts, they could easily achieve this goal. As the time approached, he planned to find a place to hide and wait until it was safe to leave. This was truly a perfect plan, one only he could conceive. Whenever the people of Tianke Fortress thought about the bright future that awaited them after they got out, they couldn't help but feel a sense of narcissistic glee, their minds naturally drifting away from the impending battle. At that moment, the bearded man took off a green pouch and approached Han Li with a sinister grin, as if he was about to make a move. However, perhaps due to a reminder from his friend, he used a talisman midway and conjured a green protective shield to bolster his defenses. Seeing this, Han Li furrowed his brows, feeling a bit of a headache. He was originally quite wary of the methods of the Spirit Beast Mountain and planned to take advantage of this man's carelessness to eliminate him first. But now that the opponent had cast a defensive spell, it would not be easy to accomplish that. Of course, if he summoned the Heavenly Thunder Child, it wouldn't matter how many tricks this man had, but that was a one-time consumable, and Han Li didn't plan to use it unless it was a matter of life and death or a critical moment. Since this man was not an option, Han Li naturally set his sights on another disciple of Tianke Fortress. He noticed that the man was standing with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky, seemingly lost in thought, completely oblivious to what was happening here. Han Li was overjoyed, knowing there was an opportunity. Without further thought, he suddenly threw the Earth Prison Talisman in his hand at the bearded man. The talisman transformed into a beam of yellow light midair, shooting toward the opponent and forming a larger yellow shield outside the green protective shield, trapping him inside and preventing any movement. Chapter 184. The Power of the Golden Brick. The bearded man, seeing Han Li throw another talisman, was not worried. The wooden shield on him had astonishing defensive power, and he thought that ordinary attacks were beneath his notice. Moreover, he didn't believe that a rookie with a cultivation level of the 11th layer could possess any powerful talismans. At most just some low-tier ones. Therefore, he continued to advance, opening the pouch as if to release something. However, when he was unexpectedly trapped by the yellow shield and recognized the Earth Prison technique, the bearded man's expression changed slightly, realizing that things were not looking good. At that moment, a green snake with a pair of purple fleshy wings sprang out of his pouch. As soon as the snake appeared, it let out a series of strange screeches and began violently slamming against the yellow shield, causing it to tremble as if it possessed considerable strength. Seeing this, the bearded man felt a flicker of joy and took out another pouch, intending to release another spirit beast to help break the Earth Prison. He believed he would be free in no time. At that point, he would definitely extract the opponent's ribs one by one to vent his anger. Han Li paid no attention to the trapped enemy and, with a flash, rushed towards the disciple of Tianke Fortress. His speed was so quick that he appeared to be flickering in and out of sight, leaving behind a series of phantoms, making him seem ghostly. At the same time, he lightly patted his waist storage pouch, and the original golden mother blade was suddenly replaced with another small magical artifact, which he firmly grasped in his hand. At this moment, the disciple of Tianke Fortress finally woke up from his beautiful dream, and, upon seeing such a bizarre scene, his face changed drastically. He hurriedly began to retreat and flipped his palm, producing a talisman paper. At this time, Han Li was still at least 8 or 9 zhong away from him, which made him feel relieved, as he had enough time to activate the talisman. However, before he could channel his spiritual power to activate the talisman, he was astonished to see Han Li suddenly smile mysteriously at him, followed by a gentle wave of his hand, as if greeting an acquaintance. At the same time, he felt a slight itch on his neck, as if something had bitten him. The disciple of Tianke Fortress was momentarily stunned, still not understanding the other party's intention when he suddenly felt the world spinning, and then his vision went dark, losing consciousness. Brother Yen. The bearded man on the other side stared wide-eyed, witnessing everything clearly, and couldn't help but exclaim. He saw Han Li rush to his friend from a distance of several zhong, simply waving his hand, and his close friend's head tilted, rolling off onto the ground. Severed. The headless body continued to stumble back a few steps before collapsing to the ground, gushing a fountain of blood several feet high. The bearded man felt his hands and feet turn icy, and a chill ran down his back. The method the opponent used to kill his friend was too bizarre. How could he kill someone from a distance without using any spell? He had seen it very clearly. The opponent hadn't used any magic at all. Kid, when I get out, I'll make you suffer 1,000 cuts. Although he felt a trickle of cold sweat seeping from his forehead. Filled with a sense of sorrow for his fallen friend, the bearded man tried to bolster his courage and maintained a fierce demeanor, gritting his teeth to hold on. But in reality, he had already resolved that as soon as he broke free from the earth prison technique, he would immediately flee. As a gentleman's revenge is not too late even after 10 years. The kid in front of him was too wicked. Not only did he have a high-level earth prison talisman, but he could also kill invisibly, making him truly difficult to deal with. While avenging his friend was undoubtedly important, it seemed that his own life was even more pressing. The seemingly fierce bearded man was actually a coward, afraid of the strong and bullying the weak. This was truly unexpected. Han Li, of course, had no idea what the other party was thinking. He only saw that the bearded man had released another beast resembling a pangolin, which, along with the strange snake, fiercely attacked the yellow shield. The bearded man himself also summoned a pair of iron rod-like magical artifacts to assist the two beasts in smashing against the shield, causing it to flicker erratically. It seemed the earth prison technique wouldn't hold out much longer. Realizing this, Han Li immediately took out the golden brick talisman, holding it in front of him with one hand, focusing intently to activate it. He was truly not at ease with using ordinary magical artifacts. After all, the opponent was a master of the 13th layer. If he couldn't kill him with one blow, he would be in big trouble once he escaped. He still vividly remembered the hard-fought battle against senior brother Lu, who was only at the 12th layer. Although he had unexpectedly killed a fellow at the same 12th layer with the transparent thread, it didn't mean that the bearded man, who was already on guard, would be so easily dealt with. The bearded man, trapped under the earth prison technique, noticed Han Li's strange action of holding the talisman, causing him to feel anxious. And he urged the black iron rods even more desperately. But the yellow shield of the earth prison technique was truly formidable. Even though it had deformed and dimmed to a precarious state, it still maintained its integrity. This nearly made the bearded man spit blood in frustration. At that moment, he suddenly sensed an astonishing spiritual energy surging from Han Li, causing him to slow down and look up. He saw that Han Li's hand was radiating golden light, and a dazzling rectangular object was slowly rising, floating in midair. The soaring spiritual energy was emanating from this object. Symbolic treasure. The bearded man's face changed drastically, and he cried out in fear. He had actually recognized the origin of the golden brick. However, he did not know that at this moment. Han Li's face was also pale, filled with terror. The floating object was desperately siphoning the magical power from within him, continuously and unceasingly, unable to stop. As if it would not rest until it had drained Han Li dry, secretly cursing the Wanbao pavilion that sold him this item. Han Li was enduring the pain while cursing, realizing that this was no talismanic treasure. It was clearly a life-sucking vampire. However, when 1/3 of his entire magical power was drained, the talisman treasure finally stopped its frenzied actions and calmed down, with control returning to Han Li's hands. At that moment, Han Li did not hesitate at all. He pointed his hand, and the golden brick talisman shot out immediately, heading straight for the bearded man still trapped in the earth prison spell, leaving him pale and terrified. The golden brick grew in size with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it became as large as a house, surrounded by spiritual energy and radiating golden light, a truly astonishing sight. When it reached the bearded man's head, the golden brick came crashing down like a small mountain without any mercy. With a loud bang and the bearded man's scream, the entire ground shook violently. Han Li was both surprised and delighted, his expression a bit strange. Could it be that he just eliminated the guy from the 13th level? Han Li found it hard to believe. He recalled the talisman treasure, and the golden brick immediately returned to its original form, flying back into Han Li's hand. Where the brick struck, a super deep pit appeared, over 10 feet wide and more than a yard deep. Meanwhile, The bearded man and his spirit beast had already become a pile of mush, indistinguishable from one another. He really died. Han Li was a bit dazed, feeling as if he had thrown a punch that had no resistance at all. Was it that the bearded man was too weak, or that the golden brick was too powerful? Han Li couldn't determine for a moment. However, the loud noise generated made it unwise to stay here for long. That was for sure. After being dazed for a short while, Han Li quickly regained his composure. He destroyed the 2 corpses, took the 5 or 6 storage bags he unexpectedly found, and left the area, stepping out into a narrow space. Further ahead, there should be a large forest. Also a good place for ambush and killing. Perhaps there would be fierce battles waiting inside. Before entering, it would be better to find a place to rest for a while, recover the lost magical power, and be capable of self-protection. Everyone can check out a friend's work, Lord of Slaughter, a large fantasy epic filled with dominance and the enjoyment of the world's beauty. Chapter 185, Stronger. When Han Li found a dense tree on the outskirts of the forest and jumped up to recover his energy, the entire forbidden area welcomed the first climax of bloodshed in the blood-red trial. Various powerful figures revealed their fangs and began a massive cleansing of the weak nearby. The closer one got to the central area, the more frequent and bloody the killings became. Of course, occasionally, equally powerful experts would cross paths and very tacitly ignore each other, brushing past. It was not yet their time to fight. Speaking of it, the disciples of various factions in the forbidden area can generally be divided into 3 types. The first type consists of those with very weak powers, whose cultivation levels are only 11 or even 10 levels. Their reasons for entering the forbidden area vary. Some are forced to come due to unavoidable circumstances, while others harbor a mindset of taking chances, intending to fish in troubled waters. Regardless of their purpose, they are at the very bottom of the blood-red trial and can only play the role of being slaughtered by others. Often, by the end of the first day in the forbidden area, apart from a few who are clever and have special self-protection means, this type of weak individuals is mostly cleared out by others. Of course, those like Han Li, who can rely on treasures to directly confront other fierce characters, are considered exceptions. The second type of people is like the bearded man, with decent magical power but self-aware that their overall strength is far inferior to other experts. Knowing they have no hope of obtaining spiritual objects, they do not wish to risk their lives against the top experts in the forbidden area for some spiritual medicine, but instead focus on the first type and their peers, intending to take this opportunity to kill and seize treasures, quietly becoming rich. These individuals are relatively active in the first 2 days of the blood-red trial, but starting from the 3rd day, the winners among them will automatically disappear from the forbidden area and no longer show themselves. They understand very well that the last 3 days are the days of mad confrontations among experts, and encountering them during this period would definitely mean death for these mid-level individuals. Of course, there are also some arrogant or those who have an unclear understanding of their own strength that will rush headlong into the vortex of competing for spiritual medicine, ending up with no bones left. However, most people are quick to withdraw at the right moment, often being the most numerous survivors in the blood-red trial. Meanwhile, those with strong powers frequently meet a tragic end, which cannot be said to be anything but ironic. The last type of people is the least numerous. They are at the top of the pyramid, the elite disciples from various factions entering the forbidden area, truly those who are highly regarded by the upper echelons of their factions. As for the other peers, they are at most cannon fodder to divert the attention of other factions. This group of elites has profound magical powers and wields powerful top-tier magical artifacts. Their only purpose is to kill people from other factions and seize enough spiritual medicine. The beginning of this first large-scale massacre is conducted under their tacit agreement, aimed at clearing out the miscellaneous characters who wish to fish in troubled waters, preventing them from hindering their plans and causing complications. Moreover, they are neither anxious nor panicked about the fact that someone has already entered the central area ahead of them. After all, entering is easy, but bringing out spiritual medicine from within is difficult. The slaughter continued, but since Han Li was still some distance from the central area, he was not affected while recovering his magical power. However, other weaker individuals were not as fortunate as Han Li. Many were forced into the slaughter, desperately trying to escape to save their own lives. Among them was Xiao Air from the Blade Transformation Workshop. Currently, Xiao Air had a pale face, looking terrified at the person across from him, a barefooted giant man carrying a silver giant sword. This man had already killed 2 other disciples from the Blade Transformation Workshop who had gathered together right in front of Xiao Air. under the giant man's silver sword. No matter what kind of high-grade magical artifact or defensive shield, it seemed incapable of withstanding a single blow, easily being shattered like thin paper, and finally, even the person was cleaved in two. However, due to the distraction of the other disciples, Xiao'er seized the opportunity to slip away and fled in a panic. Unfortunately, the giant man seemed unwilling to let him go and had been chasing him for several hours, finally cornering him here again. This left him utterly desperate. "If you commit suicide, I can leave your corpse intact," the giant man said coldly, with no expression. You go die?" Knowing his fate was near, Xiao'er, in despair, burst out with a desperate fury, unleashing the only two high-grade magical artifacts he had left. "Foolish," the giant man said tersely, and then the silver giant sword flew into the sky, effortlessly shattering the two magical artifacts, and then smoothly cleaved Xiao'er in half. After doing all this, the giant man didn't even glance at Xiao'er's corpse and immediately turned to leave, showing no intention of taking the other's storage bag. For him, having just the silver giant sword as a magical artifact was sufficient. Other magical artifacts and treasures would only distract him and be detrimental to his cultivation. Similarly, near the central area, by a small creek, a female disciple from the Hidden Moon sect, drenched in fragrant sweat, was desperately defending against two red glowing flying daggers with a cloth-like magical artifact, realizing she was about to be overwhelmed. "Could this senior brother from the Blade Transformation Workshop not spare my little sister?" she pleaded. "I am willing to serve senior brother for a night." At the moment of life and death, this woman finally disregarded her shame and used her greatest asset as a woman to seduce the other party. But would it be successful? After witnessing the other party's methods, the woman felt no certainty in her heart. "All right, you put away your magical tools, and I agree to your terms." The speaker was a young man in a green shirt, around 18 or 19 years old, with handsome features, red lips, and white teeth, resembling a graceful young man. After saying this, he fixed two flying daggers in midair and then smiled at the woman. The woman from the Moon Concealment sect was overjoyed and quickly threw two flirtatious glances at the man. After a moment's hesitation, she slowly lowered her scarf into her hands and was about to say something. Unfortunately, before her cherry lips could part, the handsome man's face suddenly revealed a murderous intent. With a fierce point of his finger, the two red flying daggers immediately crossed each other like a lightning strike, and the woman fell to the ground without a sound, blood pooling around her. "You vile woman, with your ordinary beauty, you think you can confuse me, Hantianya?" The handsome man looked disgusted, and his voice suddenly became somewhat sharp. Then, he took out a fragrant handkerchief from his waist and delicately wiped the dust off his face. His movements extraordinarily gentle and refined, like a young lady from a noble family. "I should hurry on my way. Perhaps I can encounter a few more to relieve my boredom." After muttering to himself, the man casually tossed the used handkerchief onto the woman's face and swayed his hips as he left. In the mountains, a disciple of the Spirit Beast Mountain lay dead on the ground, while nearby stood a middle-aged man in a yellow shirt, shaking his head and mumbling something while looking at the sky. Behind him, several extremely ferocious beasts lay on the ground, motionless, seemingly devoid of breath. On a desolate mountain, an ugly man in a green shirt was wildly commanding a swarm of giant bees to attack several Taoist-clad individuals. Thus, incidents of the strong slaughtering the weak were rampant in the forbidden area at this time. Although Han Li did not witness all of this, he faintly sensed a trace of blood in the air. However, he could not afford to investigate the situation further. Instead, he sat motionless in the treetops, allowing his internal magical power to gradually fill up. Time passed quickly, and more than half of the first night in the forbidden area had already gone by. To Han Li's surprise, the darkness here was as bright as daylight, and the entire sky remained a dull gray color, making one feel somewhat uncomfortable. Just as Han Li was secretly pleased that his magical power was nearly restored, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps and heavy breathing approaching from afar, as if someone was running towards the tree where Han Li was meditating. Chapter 186. Taking action. The corner of Han Li's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly, but his tightly shut eyes reluctantly opened. Although his magical power was still a bit short of being fully replenished with someone approaching, he couldn't dare to continue sitting there leisurely, especially not knowing the identity of the newcomer. "Which senior brother is here? Please save my little sister." A woman in a yellow shirt stumbled out from the nearby woods and rushed to the tree where Han Li was. Her expression panicked as she called out loudly. seemingly convinced that there must be a savior above. Not far behind her, a white figure approached slowly, in stark contrast to the woman's frantic demeanor, appearing very relaxed. Seeing all this, Hanli rolled his eyes, greatly dissatisfied with this female disciple's behavior of attracting trouble. And it was no surprise that the other party could find his hiding place. Before departing, all disciples of Huangfeng Valley had been subjected to a tracking spell cast by the sect leader, Zhongling, which allowed these disciples to sense the positions of their fellow disciples within a certain range. Of course, this had a time limit and was only effective for 10 days. The purpose was to enable the disciples of their sect to support each other and significantly increase their chances of victory. It was said that disciples from other sects had also been granted similar spells. With no other choice, Hanli glanced at the woman. He recognized her as a fellow disciple who had been with Sister Chun. Aside from her somewhat alluring figure, her appearance was quite ordinary. After observing the woman's desperate, pleading expression, Hanli did not hastily jump down from the tree, but instead carefully scrutinized the approaching white figure through the small gaps between the leaves. Whether to save her or not, he wanted to gauge the depth of the newcomer's magical power first. He was not willing to risk his life for a woman he did not know. If the white figure had average magical power, Hanli would naturally not hesitate to strike and kill her, performing a hero's rescue. But if her power was astonishingly deep, Hanli would have to consider whether to join forces with the fellow disciple below to fend off the threat or to flee immediately. However, to be safe, he placed his hand on his storage pouch and took out the magical tool, the Jin Fazimu blade, and a defensive talisman, deftly wrapping an unnamed silk thread around his finger. TSK, running looks really pathetic. Are all the female disciples of Huangfeng Valley this useless? After running such a long way, she came specifically to seek help from other stinky men. Is the one up in the tree your lover? The white figure gradually approached, revealing her true appearance, which turned out to be a graceful young woman in white. Although her face had some beauty, her eyebrows were slightly raised, and she wore an expression full of menace. Although she directed her words at the yellow-shirted woman below, her eyes, filled with murderous intent, kept glancing up at the tree. Clearly not as self-assured as she claimed, she still had some apprehension about the concealed Hanli. Having easily discerned the opponent's depth of power, Hanli let out a sigh of relief. However, he still felt puzzled. The female disciple below also seemed to be at the 12th level of cultivation. So why was she being pursued so desperately? Did the other party possess some special means or formidable magical tools? As Hanli pondered, the woman in white snorted coldly and suddenly waved her sleeves, sending 2 beams of white light flying towards the yellow-shirted woman. Senior brother, save me. My magical tools are all destroyed, and I can't defend myself. The yellow-shirted woman's face turned pale as she cried out in alarm. Just as her words left her mouth, 2 beams of golden light shot down from the treetop, intercepting the white light midway and entangling with it. It turned out that Hanli had activated the Jin Fazimu blade in his hand, and the 2 golden lights were merely 2 of its child blades. The yellow-shirted woman showed a look of joy and finally calmed down. The reason Hanli chose to intervene was partly because he felt that the woman in white was not particularly frightening and that he should be able to handle it. On the other hand, it was to find a helper for future encounters so that he wouldn't feel too lonely when facing enemies. After all, a fellow disciple at the 12th level of cultivation should be able to play a role in future battles, right? Finally willing to take action. I thought you would continue to pretend to be deaf and mute. The woman in white mocked, showing no signs of surprise on her face. But as she raised her hand, a massive fireball shot directly towards the treetop. With a loud bang, the upper half of the tree burst into red flames, instantly turning to ashes. Yet, there was still no sign of anyone appearing, which left the woman in white momentarily stunned. What a powerful fireball talisman. You really are generous. Girl. Suddenly, Hanli's figure emerged from behind the charred trunk, a smile playing on his lips. 11th level? The white-clad woman was taken aback at first, then revealed a look of disdain. Meanwhile, the yellow-shirted woman's previously eased expression immediately turned anxious again, inwardly lamenting. She had originally thought it was some expert senior brother from their sect, but unexpectedly it turned out to be a rookie junior brother whose magical power was even weaker than her own. If you had just quietly watched from the side, perhaps I would have let you off lightly in a good mood. But since you've taken action, let's make it a pair of doomed lovebirds. The woman in white raised her eyebrows more fiercely and said in a sinister tone, causing her originally somewhat graceful face to become grotesque. Hanli smiled slightly. silently directing the entanglement of the golden blades while casually walking toward the woman. "Stop, what do you want?" The woman in white shouted sharply, raising a hand to cast a defensive spell, creating a light shield. At this moment, Hanli was only about 20 feet away from her. This made him feel quite regretful. It turned out that after easily killing a disciple of the Heavenly Tower with the transparent threads last time, Hanli became very interested in this tactic. Just now, he saw that the woman in white had not released a defensive spell while in the tree. And on a whim, he naturally wanted to recreate that day's scene. But unfortunately, the other party was very vigilant and had realized something was off early on. Patching up this loophole, Hanli couldn't help but look up and sigh. Women were indeed much more cautious than men, since taking shortcuts wouldn't work. He had no choice but to launch a strong attack. After feeling disappointed, Hanli stopped talking nonsense. After releasing the defensive spell, he gently shook the mother blade in his hand, and 6 identical golden blades flew out from his storage bag, fiercely pouncing toward the opponent. Seeing that Han Li's magical weapon seemed extraordinary, the woman in yellow, who was originally feeling hopeless, revived her spirits and immediately threw out a talisman, transforming it into a long fire snake that shot forward. The woman in white sneered, gently lifting her jade hand, and a palm-sized small mirror appeared in her hand. She lightly shone the mirror, and a beam of green light shot out, enveloping the incoming golden blades and fire snake, causing them to stop midair, spinning helplessly as if they had been bound by a spell. Hanli was stunned. What kind of magical weapon was this? How could it be so defiant? It could immobilize other people's magical weapons and spells. How could he fight now? Junior brother, don't worry. Her magical weapon can only immobilize one area at a time, and it can only last for 15 minutes before it has to be retracted and will become ineffective. The woman in yellow, noticing Han Li's shock, immediately comforted him. Upon hearing this, Han Li finally calmed down, but the next words from his female companion immediately raised his heart again. However, this evil woman is a descendant of a certain elder of the Moon Concealment Sect and possesses many strange magical weapons bestowed upon her. So junior brother should be extra careful. Han Li was speechless. No wonder this female senior disciple, who was also at the 12th layer, had been defeated so miserably. It turned out she was a treasure girl. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have jumped out to show off his heroism. Han Li felt great regret, thinking that he would probably have to fight for his life again. Chapter 187. The Yellow Sparrow Seals You. It will be on the shelves next week. To adjust my state before it goes on the shelves, from today until then, I can only upload 1 chapter a day. It's only a few days. Please be patient. Taking this opportunity, I also want to relax a bit, look at flowers and plants, and perhaps I will come up with better inspiration. These past few months of continuous writing have indeed been a bit tiring. Seeing her magical weapon take effect and block Han Li's golden blades, the woman in white revealed a smug expression. I was wondering how she could be so overconfident. It turns out she has a top-tier magical weapon. She mocked. But her hands did not hesitate for a moment as she flipped her hand to reveal a pink crystal ball, which she then offered up, placing it above her head. Not good. This crystal ball can corrode others' magical weapons. Junior brother, hurry and stop her. My magical weapon was destroyed this way. The woman in yellow's face changed drastically as she hurriedly reminded him. Han Li's heart sank, and without thinking, he raised a hand to throw the silver hook he had just grasped, transforming it into a silver light that flew toward the woman's crystal ball. The woman in white curled her lips slightly, her 10 fingers forming a strange hand seal, shooting a red light at the crystal ball above her head. The crystal ball, infused with the spell, immediately burst into red light, spinning on its own while spraying streams of pink liquid, forming a liquid cloud centered around the sphere. Although only about 10 feet in size, it cast a reddish hue over the area above the woman. Han Li hesitated for a moment, not daring to let the silver hook easily enter the red liquid. Instead, he maneuvered it to dive directly toward the woman in white below. At the same time, he quietly summoned another high-grade magical weapon, the green cord, which slithered like a spirit snake, stealthily creeping along the ground. Quick! The woman in white suddenly pointed at the crystal ball, and the liquid cloud immediately separated a small piece that flew downward, enveloping the white light passing below it, causing it to slow down and revealing the true form of the silver hook. Seeing this scene, Han Li's heart raced, and he decided to abandon the silver hook, instead letting the green cord, which had just arrived, ensnare the woman in white tightly, wrapping her and her shield into a large dumpling. Although the woman had many magical treasures, She was momentarily flustered and unable to break free immediately. At this moment, Hanli did not hesitate to pull out the talisman treasure, the golden light brick. Although he had no idea how long the green cord could hold the opponent, he could only take the risk and hope to use the talisman to kill her before she broke free. The woman in yellow, although ordinary-looking, was quite clever. Even without magical weapons and powerful talismans, she continuously cast small spells like fireballs or ice spikes, relentlessly striking at the liquid cloud that confined the silver hook and that small mirror, hoping to rescue Han Li's several magical weapons to increase their chances of victory. But unfortunately, these attacks were like scratching an itch through the boot, having no effect at all. Humph, a mere high-grade magical weapon can trap me? I'll let you know how foolish you are. Although trapped in the green cord, the woman in white still spoke arrogantly. Han Li couldn't be bothered to respond to her words. He lifted the golden light brick talisman and prepared for another round of being devoured by the magical power. But at this moment, a horrifying surge of spiritual energy suddenly erupted from the dense forest behind the woman in white. Han Li was taken aback, and before he could react, a dazzling yellow light shot out from the woods like lightning, piercing through Han Li's green cord, the woman's shield, and the woman in white herself, leaving her dead on the spot without even a scream. Han Li was initially shocked, but then realized something, and he immediately prepared to leap out, but it was already too late. A blue figure flashed like a shooting star, quickly arriving next to the woman's corpse, snatching the storage bag from her waist, and then laughing heartily, revealing a face full of ecstasy. Seeing that he was a step too late, Han Li sighed in frustration. But for the sake of his life, he still forced himself to stay alert, coldly watching the person's every move. The newcomer was a middle-aged man with a scarred face, narrow eyes, and a hooked nose, exuding a murderous aura that made one shudder upon seeing him, instinctively wanting to keep their distance. Han Li noted that this person's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 13th layer, causing Han Li's heart to sink even further. Feng Yu, you are the madman of the heavenly tower. Feng Yu. The blue-clothed man had not even spoken yet when the woman in yellow cried out in terror, her expression seeming to have encountered the most fearsome demon imaginable, far more frightened than when being chased by the woman in white. Hee, I didn't expect the little girl to recognize this lord. Just stand there obediently while I check my gains before deciding what to do with you. The blue-clothed man only cast a sidelong glance at the woman in yellow and then bent down to examine the storage bag in his hand in front of the two. Han Li touched his nose and looked at the person in front of him with a faint gaze, his eyes flickering uncertainly. Although he had no idea who this person was, he was greatly dissatisfied with his senior sister's exaggerated reactions. For Han Li, no matter who the visitor was, he couldn't let his guard down. The stronger the enemy, the more he needed to remain calm. He glanced at the magical tool that had just been freed and reached out to summon the golden blade and silver hook back. The golden blade was still as new as before, but the appearance of the silver hook startled Han Li. The once shiny silver artifact had become rusty and pitted, like a broken blade, having lost a significant amount of spiritual energy and was no longer usable. At this moment, Han Li realized what the yellow-clad woman meant by destroying the magical tools. That pink liquid sprayed from the crystal ball was indeed poisonous. Anyone's magical tool that came into contact with it would probably retreat in fear. After his moment of reflection, he was again drawn to the dazzling yellow light in front of the blue-clad man. It was a strangely shaped small knife with a handle nearly a foot long, while the blade was only about 3 or 4 inches, entirely crystal clear, radiating a blinding yellow glow. This bizarre object had killed the woman in white with one strike. Han Li stared at it, his expression gradually darkening, his face clouded with worry, and his mouth tightly shut. However, the term symbolic treasure kept flashing in his mind. The power of the small knife, its almost luminous appearance, and the astonishing burst of spiritual energy all proved that this object was indeed a treasure with magical powers, just like his golden brick. This discovery left Han Li feeling bitter. He looked up at the murky sky, although he couldn't tell what time it was. It was definitely already the morning of the second day. He doubted whether all his luck had been used up on the first day, which was why he was encountering such bad luck so early on the second day. First, he ran into a senior sister from his sect who forced him to act as a shield, confronting the powerful treasure girl from the Hidden Moon sect, and nearly couldn't handle it due to her top-tier magical tool. Now, another madman named Feng Yu had appeared, who not only had far superior magical power, but also possessed a symbolic treasure, making him even more formidable than the treasure girl. How could he escape from this? He didn't believe this madman would let them go just because he was in a good mood. It seemed he could only fight desperately. Just as Han Li was thinking this, Feng Yu on the opposite side finally finished inspecting his storage bag, raising his head with a hint of joy, indicating he had gained quite a lot. He grinned maliciously, about to say something to Han Li and his companion, when he caught sight of the small mirror and crystal ball on the ground. A glint of greed flashed in his eyes, and he waved his hand, trying to draw the two magical tools to himself. Unfortunately, before the two magical tools could rise, a small fireball flew in from a distance, interrupting his action and forcing him to step back. He waved his hand and released a similar fireball to destroy it. This infuriated Feng Yu, and his face turned fierce. The fireball was cast by Han Li, having witnessed the power of the small mirror and crystal ball. How could he allow them to fall into the hands of his enemy? The woman in yellow was startled by Han Li's action and almost cried out. Feng Yu slowly looked at Han Li, and the scars on his face began to writhe like moving worms, sending chills down one's spine. After sizing up Han Li for a moment, he suddenly spoke. How do you want to die? Should I skin you alive with my knife? Or roast your flesh inch by inch over a great fire? The yellow-clad woman trembled upon hearing this, her face turning pale, unable to suppress her fear any longer. And she stealthily glanced around, considering other options. I want you dead, Han Li replied with a smile, appearing very natural and cheerful. Chapter 188. Infamous. Hee. Everyone, if you have recommendation tickets, please cast them. I hope we can make it onto the recommendation list this week. Feng Yu's ugly face became extremely grim. He never expected the other party would dare to mock him, igniting a blaze of anger within him. Although he had not yet reached the foundation establishment stage, he had relied on several decent magical tools and his vicious methods to gain a notorious reputation among lower-level disciples of various sects. It should be noted that he had once locked other cultivators in a dark room due to enmity and tortured them for 3 days and nights, causing them to wail day and night before killing them. This was a record of his brutality. Ordinary disciples, let alone seeing him in person, would turn pale and flee at the mere mention of his name. Such a notorious reputation should have been dealt with by those foundation establishment cultivators who looked down on him, but he was quite cunning. While he was extremely cruel to lower-level cultivators, he would immediately flee at the first sign of someone stronger than him, retreating to the Tianke fortress for refuge. Naturally, the people in Tianke fortress would not hand him over to protect their own reputation. Thus, those who pursued him could only watch helplessly as he roamed freely. After the storm of pursuit passed, Feng Yu would swagger out of the fortress again, continuing to harm other cultivators. After several such instances, those higher-ups would have no choice but to pinch their noses and accept it, no longer bothering with the matter. After all, Feng Yu also knew how to weigh the consequences. He never targeted those with powerful backgrounds, and he wouldn't harm their close associates. As a result, Feng Yu's notoriety soared among the 7 major sects, and he became increasingly unrestrained, gradually developing an arrogant and domineering mentality. Except for a few disciples whose reputations were comparable to his, he no longer regarded other lower-level cultivators as worthy of his attention. But now Han Li, a mere novice at the 11th level, had the audacity to speak of killing him, which could not help but infuriate the self-important Feng Yu. Seeking death, enraged, Feng Yu was not willing to let Han Li live another second. The small knife in front of him transformed into a yellow rainbow, flying straight toward Han Li's head, intending to behead him with one strike. He was confident that although the other party had a blue water attribute shield, it would definitely shatter under his symbolic treasure strike, leading to the opponent's demise. Han Li, however, was not going to let the other party have his way. He raised his hand without a sound, and a small black shield, after being released, grew larger and was summoned, just in time to firmly block the yellow light 2 yards away. When the yellow light of the knife made contact with the black light of the shield, it emitted a screeching sound of friction. Although the yellow light quickly gained the upper hand and began to push the black light back, the small shield also refused to back down, continuously emitting black light in a fierce resistance. Thus, the yellow light could not break through the shield for the time being. Seeing this situation, Feng Yu was taken aback, while Han Li let out a sigh of relief. Feng Yu had not expected Han Li to possess a rare top-tier defensive magical tool. While Han Li was relieved that his assumptions were correct, using this flying shield to withstand the opponent's symbolic treasure was indeed risky. Had the opponent's treasure been far more powerful than anticipated, he would have already lost his head. That day, when he faced Brother Liu, He had managed to hold his own against his flying sword symbolic treasure with just one top-tier magical tool, the Qingjiao flag, for quite a while. Even if Feng Yu's small knife was a bit more powerful, he believed his flying shield should be able to hold out for a moment. Considering the above, Han Li dared to take the risk and give it a try. Seeing that he was temporarily safe, Han Li immediately grasped the golden brick symbolic treasure in his hand, preparing to summon it and strike down his opponent. But before he could mobilize the spiritual energy in his body and start casting the spell, Feng Yu on the opposite side suddenly shouted, "Bitch, where do you think you're going?" Then, his figure flickered, and he appeared at the edge of another dense forest, blocking one person there. The person sneaking away into the dense forest turned out to be the woman in the yellow dress. It seems that she saw no chance of winning on her side, and with Feng Yu's notorious reputation, she was extremely frightened. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Han Li and Feng Yu were fighting, she planned to escape. Han Li had already noticed her actions and felt a bit annoyed. But he couldn't be bothered to intervene. Since the other party was of no help here, whether she wanted to leave was up to her. However, since she was the one who first betrayed their alliance, he wouldn't stop her escape, but he also wouldn't offer any assistance, letting her fend for herself. Han Li coldly tried to ignore her, but the furious Feng Yu was not so easy to fool. He had already come to resent the woman in yellow because of Han Li's earlier words, and seeing her trying to slip away, he naturally wouldn't let her succeed. So he flew forward to block the woman's path. When Han Li's senior sister saw this scene, she was so scared that she turned and ran like an ordinary person, forgetting all her spells. Seeing this, Feng Yu's ugly face twitched a few times. Then he swiftly turned and once again blocked the woman's way. Without hesitation, he raised a hand and thrust a large hand glowing with yellow light directly through her chest, emerging from her back as a bloody hand. The corpse of the woman in yellow fell to the ground, her eyes wide open but devoid of life. Perhaps she regretted her hasty decision to flee from Han Li's side before she died, but there was no medicine for regret in this world. Relying on the knowledge that the other party had lost her magical tools and powerful talismans, Feng Yu killed the woman in yellow and withdrew his hand. He deliberately licked the blood droplets still dripping from his fingers before grinning at Han Li. Han Li, hiding behind the barrier, had a pale face and tightly closed lips. Although he didn't shout loudly, it was clear he was terrified. Feng Yu thought smugly. He had previously won battles easily, largely thanks to his notorious reputation. Anyone who fought him would be fearful of the torturous consequences of falling into his hands, which naturally diminished their fighting spirit and made their defeat inevitable. Now, seeing that Han Li's cultivation was not profound, but his magical tools were quite impressive, Feng Yu planned to use this strategy to intimidate him, making it difficult for him to fight with all his might, thus allowing him to gain the upper hand. Looking at Han Li's expression, it seemed his tactics were working. Delighted, Feng Yu swaggered a bit and returned to his original position facing Han Li. Han Li's expression was indeed unpleasant, and he felt a mix of emotions. However, it wasn't because of Feng Yu's bloody methods, but rather the speed of his movements that gave him a headache. After using the golden light brick talisman once, Han Li had realized that this seemingly more powerful item than the flying sword talisman had significant flaws in actual combat. Its destructive power was indeed astonishing. As long as it hit, low-level cultivators had no chance of survival, and even with many magical tools and shields, it wouldn't make much of a difference. But this talisman also had obvious weaknesses. It required a large amount of the user's spiritual power to manipulate, and its speed and agility were quite lacking. If one could restrain or trap the opponent beforehand, this talisman would be incredibly effective in killing enemies. However, attempting to kill enemies solely with the golden light brick itself was wishful thinking, unless the opponent's spiritual power was exhausted. Even a few supporting spells could easily allow them to evade the talisman's attack. Thus, the golden light brick talisman was not a combat-type magical tool like the flying sword talisman or Feng Yu's small knife talisman, but purely a weapon seeking great power. Akin to the Great Seal talisman of the Jindan stage experts from Tianke Castle, Han Li had originally planned to use several golden blades to entangle the enemy first and then launch a surprise attack with the golden brick. In Han Li's mind, while this couldn't guarantee success, it should at least have a 50% chance. However, after seeing Feng Yu's speed, Han Li realized this was a mere fantasy. With the opponent exhibiting speed no less than that of Luo Yan's steps, it would be easy for him to escape the entanglement of the magical tools. Han Li was extremely frustrated but also puzzled. Could it be that Feng Yu, like him, also came from the martial world? Although Han Li was perplexed by Feng Yu's incredible speed, now was not the time for digging deep into this matter. With no other option, he had to put away the golden light brick talisman, then wave the mother blade of the golden insect's mother blade in his hand, releasing all the sub-blades in a frenzy, transforming them into 8 dazzling golden rays, all aimed at Feng Yu, hoping to win amidst the chaos thanks to their numbers. If the opponent was willing to retract the yellow light for self-protection, that would be even better. At least they could maintain an undefeated stance. However, Han Li had little confidence in this. Since the other party had such a strong reputation, their strength was surely beyond that, and this attack also had a probing intent. Sure enough, when Feng Yu saw the golden blades flying towards him, he showed no signs of panic. He sneered a few times before revealing something he had just taken out, a yellow umbrella-shaped magical tool. Feng Yu did not let go of the umbrella. Instead, he calmly opened it just as the 8 golden lights reached him. As a result, a round yellow light ball resembling a shield completely enveloped Feng Yu's body. When the golden blades hit the light ball, they produced a series of strange sounds, easily rebounding all the golden blades. This was indeed a top-tier defensive magical tool, and judging by its power, it was definitely superior to Han Li's flying sky shield. Han Li's expression changed drastically, his face a bit pale. Meanwhile, Feng Yu burst into loud laughter, an expression of pride on his face. It was no wonder. Ever since he obtained this yellow umbrella, he had never been harmed by low-level cultivators, and seeing Han Li's astonished expression naturally brought him great satisfaction. Feng Yu valued this umbrella far more than that small knife talisman. After all, the talisman could only be used a limited number of times, and once its power was exhausted, it became useless. But this yellow umbrella could save him countless times. Han Li sighed, made a hand seal, pointed, and summoned all the golden blades back to his hand, revealing their original form. Feng Yu was unaware of Han Li's intentions, but feeling secure in his defenses. He began to command the yellow light with all his might, launching an incredibly fierce offensive. The small knife was manipulated like a bolt of lightning, continuously flying up and down around Han Li, attempting to take advantage of Han Li's moment of distraction to slip past the shield and directly enter the inner circle to slash at Han Li. But what Feng Yu did not know was that in terms of defensive power and range, while the flying sky shield might not be as powerful as his yellow umbrella magical tool, in terms of agility, this small shield was definitely far superior to ordinary defensive magical tools. As a result, no matter how urgently Feng Yu commanded the yellow light, swirling with such skill, it was firmly blocked outside by the shield. At this moment, he realized that unless he completely destroyed this shield, he would never be able to get close to Han Li. With a frustrated expression, he had no choice but to return to the old routine of using the small knife's yellow light to gradually wear down the iron shield's defenses. Even though the black light on the shield had been mostly shattered, what remained was still enough to hold him off for a moment. At this time, Han Li realized he could not win and, gritting his teeth, made a painful decision. He put away the golden blade into his storage bag and took out another small, dark blue gourd. He raised the gourd high and sprayed out 7 or 8 black orbs that floated gently toward Feng Yu. Feng Yu naturally noticed Han Li's actions and was momentarily stunned. This gourd, being too ordinary, was something that almost all low-level cultivators knew about. It was a cheap and useful magical tool that they had likely used before, regardless of whether the container for the orbs was a gourd, a bottle, or a jar. The orbs it emitted were known as Hunyuan pearls. However, their power was far too weak compared to top-tier magical tools, barely qualifying as mid-tier tools. Because of this, Feng Yu began to suspect something. He did not wait for the orbs to get close and quickly summoned an ice spear talisman, which he then threw into the air. The talisman transformed into a crystal-clear white ice spear that charged forward aggressively. With a crisp sound, the ice spear shattered after knocking away 3 or 4 orbs, scattering white ice shards like flowers in the wind, creating a beautiful little hailstorm. Seeing this, Feng Yu felt relieved and focused his attention back on Han Li. At this moment, Han Li had a large blue flag in his hand, and a green dragon was depicted on the flag, looking as if it were about to leap out, lifelike in appearance. Feng Yu, with his vast experience, immediately recognized this as a top-quality magical tool, and its power could not be underestimated. Han Li was waving this flag, causing a brilliant green light to gather on its surface, truly impressive in momentum. Although Feng Yu had full confidence in his yellow umbrella, his naturally cunning and cautious nature made him stare intently at the blue flag. fearing it might possess some unexpected strange capability that could break through his defenses. As for those Hunyuan pearls, he had already dismissed them as mere distractions, ignoring them entirely. With their meager power, they could circle around the yellow umbrella all day without even shaking its defenses. However, Feng Yu was also greatly wary and puzzled by Han Li continuously producing top-tier magical tools. He speculated that Han Li, like that treasure girl, was a descendant of some powerful figure, intensifying his desire to kill Han Li. He feared that if the other party survived, it would bring endless troubles. Moreover, the other party had witnessed the entire process of him killing and robbing. If that treasure girl's elders came looking for him, he would be in serious trouble. Just as Feng Yu was captivated by Han Li's blue dragon flag, and his killing intent grew stronger, the few Hunyuan pearls finally reached him, colliding with the defenses upheld by the yellow umbrella. After a few crisp impacts, the first few pearls were easily rebounded. Upon hearing the sounds, Feng Yu instinctively looked down. To think these Hunyuan pearls dared to attack me, they really overestimate themselves. Not to mention them, but why is this one so small and blue? Just as Feng Yu mocked, he noticed that one of the Hunyuan pearls, when bounced off, suddenly revealed a small blue orb hidden behind it. Only the size of a pill, far smaller than an ordinary Hunyuan pearl. Feng Yu was slightly taken aback, and before he could think further, the blue orb struck the spherical shield. A brilliant, dazzling white light erupted. This was the last color Feng Yu saw in this world, and then he felt a warmth, after which he knew nothing more. On the opposite side, Han Li saw the blue orb touch the yellow light and immediately unleash a silvery white light sphere about a zhang in size, silently enveloping most of Feng Yu's body. Moments later, the white light vanished without a trace, revealing Feng Yu's astonished face, seemingly unharmed. Han Li's heart sank, and before he could act, a gentle breeze blew by, and Feng Yu's body suddenly crumbled like gravel, turning to ashes. All that remained were two halves of small legs and a pair of boots, standing alone on the ground. An indescribable oddity. Seeing this scene, Han Li not only did not feel fear, but rather sat down on the ground, letting out a deep breath, finally easing the anxiety that had been stuck in his throat. After using his ultimate weapon, the Heavenly Thunder Child, and performing a series of deceptive actions, he had finally made Feng Yu completely disappear from the world. However, Han Li's face did not show much joy. Instead, it was filled with self-mockery and a bitter smile. It was no wonder. This expedition into the Forbidden Area had only reached the second day, and he had already used all his magical tools, even his last trump card. How could he be happy about that? Thinking about the next 3 days, when he would encounter countless fierce individuals like Feng Yu, Han Li's heart, which had just eased, became heavy again. However, if he did not use the Heavenly Thunder Child this time, he would definitely face a catastrophe. That flying shield was about to collapse. Moreover, after killing this guy, with the other party's top-tier magical tool plus the treasure girls, he had definitely not suffered losses, but instead gained a significant advantage. Han Li thought of this and felt a surge of spirit, quickly looking back to the other side. But when he glanced over, his mouth dropped open in shock, unable to speak for a long time. Chapter 190, Black Boots. I'm sorry, everyone. I had guests at home today and couldn't get to the internet CAF to upload. I'm rushing to upload this chapter before heading back to entertain them. I can only say sorry for the delay. Because in the place where Feng Yu had originally stood, aside from the pair of booted legs, there was nothing else on the ground, and the storage bag he had hoped to find was nowhere to be seen. Han Li sprang up like a carp leaping from the water and hurriedly dashed over as if his boat were on fire, only to spend half a day searching where Feng Yu had vanished, yet still found no trace of the storage bag. Could the power of the Heavenly Thunder Child be so great that it turned both the person and the storage bag to ashes? After circling the palm-sized areas several times, Han Li finally arrived at a frustrating conclusion. Reluctantly, he expanded his search areas several times, but the result was still the same. However, he did manage to pick up the treasure girl's small mirror and crystal ball, along with a small knife talisman that had returned to its talisman form since its master was dead. Looking at these 3 items and thinking of his losses, the Heavenly Thunder Child, and the 2 top-quality magical tools, the silver hook and the green cord, along with the destroyed storage bag, he looked up to the sky in silence. However, no matter how one looked at it, after this battle, he was still considered the winner, much better off than Feng Yu, who had turned to ash. Not knowing whether he had gained or lost, Han Li could only think self-deprecatingly. As he thought of Feng Yu, he instinctively glanced at the only remnant of this person in the world, those two incomplete lower legs, and couldn't help but shake his head. Then he raised his hand and released two fist-sized fireballs, flying straight toward them. Since the person was already dead, these things naturally had to be completely destroyed to prevent others from discovering them and causing trouble. With two soft thuds, the flames immediately engulfed them. And in the blink of an eye, everything turned to ash except for the pair of black boots. Hanli nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. Boots? Wait. How could ordinary boots remain intact under fireball spells? As Hanli took a small step out, he immediately realized his mistake and quickly turned around, looking at the seemingly ordinary boots with a strange expression. Upon closer inspection, he indeed found something odd. These boots not only survived the fireball attack without any damage, but they also showed no signs of being scorched and faintly emitted a subtle aura. A magical artifact? Hanli felt a bit uncertain. After hesitating for a moment, he stepped forward, bent down, and picked up the pair of black boots. They were thin, soft, yet very resilient. They should not be cloth or silk boots. They seemed to be made from the skin of some animal. After feeling them for a while, Hanli came to this conclusion. Now that he was closer, the faint spiritual energy from the boots became even more apparent to him. This was indeed a magical artifact. Moreover, it was likely made from the skin of some kind of demon beast. Looking at these leather boots, Hanli vaguely thought of something. He couldn't wait to take off his cloth shoes and put on these magical leather boots. They felt very comfortable, very soft, as if there was nothing there. This was Hanli's first impression upon wearing them. He examined the boots on his feet carefully, but so far nothing strange had happened. Frowning slightly, Hanli took a small step forward. Whoosh! Suddenly, Hanli's figure flickered and he floated about 10 feet away. Wind control technique. No, it was much faster than the wind control technique. Hanli thought with delight. At this moment, the secret of that Feng Yu's astonishing speed was finally revealed to Hanli. Surely that fellow could only move so strangely and quickly like lightning because of these boots. Wearing these boots, Hanli began to walk slowly around this small clearing, gradually familiarizing himself with their capabilities. As he walked faster and faster, he eventually even used the Luo Yin step to accelerate. If Hanli's movement speed had been so fast before that it could make his figure appear blurry and even leave after images, then now, after wearing these boots, his speed had reached a point where several identical phantoms appeared in the clearing, all performing the same movements with the same smile. However, as all the phantoms gradually converged towards the center, they merged into one Hanli standing in the middle of the clearing. Hanli stood still, seemingly deep in thought. Suddenly, he burst into wild laughter, bending over so much that tears nearly flowed from his eyes. After laughing for a long time, Hanli, who was still bent over, suddenly flashed with a green light and transformed into a gust of wind, vanishing into thin air. At this moment, the entire clearing was silent, with only the occasional rustling sound of the wind blowing through the ground, no other sounds to be heard. A series of loud crashes suddenly erupted, and nearby trees began to split apart one by one in a strange manner, with the cut surfaces smooth and flat, like mirrors. Yet the area around them was clearly empty. The speed at which the trees broke apart increased, and in a moment, all the trees within several dozen feet were reduced to bare stumps. Hanli, now shrouded in faint green light, finally revealed himself, drenched in sweat, but with a slight smile on his face, unable to hide his joy. With the Luo Yin step, the magical leather boots, and the enhancement of the wind control technique, Hanli could move quickly enough to temporarily evade the tracking of ordinary people's eyes, as if he had vanished into thin air. Hanli estimated that even with the superior vision of cultivators and the enhancement of the heavenly eye technique, when he exerted himself to the fullest, he would only appear as a faint shadow to them, posing a significant threat when they hadn't activated their protective spells. Now, as long as Hanli focused his mind, he could instantly cross to any spot several feet away. Even a distance of over 10 feet could be covered in just a breath. Of course, this speed, which exceeded the limits of his physical body, could only be maintained for a very short time. If he prolonged it, his whole body would collapse, as this kind of high-speed movement was still a bit too much for Hanli's current physique. However, for him, this brief moment was enough to instantly kill his opponents dozens of times, especially when using thread-based magical artifacts, which would significantly enhance his power. Hanli lowered his head, gently stroking the leather boots on his feet for a while, feeling that this item was truly perfect for him. Even if someone offered a magical talisman to trade for it, he would never consider it. With renewed confidence, Han excitedly surveyed his surroundings. When he saw the corpse of the woman in the yellow shirt, he sighed lightly and used a small fireball to create a pit, burying her body very simply on the spot, which Han considered to be the best he could do. After finishing all this, Han flickered and disappeared into the dense forest. He needed to hurry to the central area now. However, Han did not know that after the first day of slaughter in the forbidden area, only about 70 disciples from various sects remained, nearly half of the original number. Most of the elite disciples from various sects had already arrived near the central area, preparing to begin the second day of the Great Cleansing. All those they deemed weak would be ruthlessly eliminated one by one. Of course, the already dead Duo Bao girl and the Feng Yu from Tianke Castle, who had been killed by Han Li, were originally among those considered to be slaughterers. But now that they were dead, everything had naturally vanished. Chapter 191, Divergence and Solitude. Starting from tomorrow, August 1st, the book will be officially launched. Readers who enjoy this book, don't forget to subscribe and vote for monthly tickets. After the launch, I will do my best to ensure a daily update of 6,000 words in a big chapter. If I have extra energy, I might even provide some explosive updates. I hope everyone continues to support this book. In a hollow area in the western part of the central region, where rare herbs were produced, 3 cultivators were fiercely battling a 3-eyed fire wolf. A middle-aged man dressed in the attire of the Great Sword sect wielded a blue giant sword, blocking most of the fire wolf's attacks, while another elderly man in a yellow shirt and a young man in a gray Taoist robe assisted from the sides. Before long, the disciple of the Great Sword sect, after enduring a powerful fireball, managed to slice off the beast's wolf head with a single strike and then retracted his giant sword. Laughing towards the sky, "Brother Ming, your magical power is truly profound. Even this 3-eyed fire wolf can be killed with a single sword. No wonder you are a top disciple of the Great Sword sect." Seeing this scene, the elderly man in yellow shirt hurried over, continuously flattering him, his face showing no sign of embarrassment. If Han Li were present, he would recognize this old man as the one who had previously invited him to form a so-called weak alliance. But the young fellow who had been with him was not here, suggesting he had gotten separated during the teleportation. If it weren't for Brother Xiang and Taoist Li assisting from the side, how could I have achieved this so easily? The middle-aged man in black, holding the giant sword, was quite humble. "Brother Ming, there's no need to be modest. Being able to eliminate this beast, Brother Ming has made the greatest contribution, and that is undeniable." The young Taoist, though not very old, spoke with a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing, showing great maturity. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man in black smiled for a moment, but then immediately became humble again. Speaking of which, those others still fighting and killing really are foolish. If they knew that the 3 of us from different sects could unite to eliminate demons and gather herbs, I wonder if they would be shocked to the point of dropping their jaws. The black-clad man suddenly changed the topic and said this. "Isn't that so? This is all thanks to Brother Xiang's strong promotion. If it weren't for Brother Xiang's thorough analysis, perhaps Brother Ming and I would still be fighting to the death." The Taoist also nodded in agreement. I wouldn't dare. Both of them are extremely intelligent individuals. I'm just speaking the truth. There's really no need for everyone to risk their lives over something that we could never possibly obtain. Instead of wasting time on mutual slaughter, wouldn't it be better for everyone to sweep away all the rare medicinal herbs outside the central area? And if we work together, dealing with these demon beasts will be a piece of cake. Xiang Zhili chuckled and smoothly declined repeatedly. Upon hearing this, the other 2 began to enthusiastically praise each other again. "All right, let us hurry up and get the fire dragon grass. Let us each take a share and divide it evenly." It was the black-clad man who spoke first, his voice revealing a sense of urgency. After speaking, he headed towards a few red grasses behind the corpse of the fire wolf. Upon hearing this, Xiang Zhili and the Taoist exchanged knowing glances and both readily agreed to go over. However, the 2 did not notice that the black-clad man, with his back to them, suddenly revealed a sinister expression on his face, which quickly disappeared. To the south of the central area, in a place filled with yellow sand, there were a male and female disciple of the Yen Yu sect, continuously stabbing the sandy ground with ice spikes, seemingly searching for something. However, after half a day, they still found nothing. Where on earth did that wench hide? Once I find her, I'll definitely gouge out her eyes. The female disciple, who was originally beautiful and charming, spoke with extremely venomous words that made the man feel chills down his spine. "Junior sister, let us just forget it. It's almost time to return to the sect, If we don't leave soon, we'll be late, the male disciple said timidly, seeming quite afraid of this junior sister. Humph, it's all your fault for being such a useless fool. You couldn't even keep an eye on a little girl at the 10th layer of cultivation, allowing her to slip away right under our noses. If this gets out, it ruined the reputation of me and my sister, the Yin twin beauties? Seriously, how could the sect allow a coward like you to be my cultivation partner? The girl didn't listen to the man and immediately began to scold him angrily, pointing her finger at his nose. The male disciple's face turned red, but he had no way to retort. However, despite her complaints, the female disciple glanced at the brightness of the sky and didn't dare to continue searching. After all, delaying a significant matter for the sect was not trivial. Even though her background was special and her support was substantial, it was still a serious issue. But leaving here in such a dejected manner made the girl feel a bit unwilling. After hesitating for a while, she gritted her teeth and took out a blue talisman. Looking at this talisman, she grinned sinisterly, suddenly throwing it behind her, then dashed out, stopping several dozen feet away to look back. Upon seeing this, the male disciple secretly lamented but didn't dare to lag behind and hurriedly followed her. At this moment, the talisman transformed into a gigantic black cloud several dozen feet wide, completely covering the sky above this area. Subsequently, the nearby temperature suddenly dropped, becoming extremely cold. Not long after, countless shiny, oversized ice spikes began to fall from the dark clouds, first slowly and then rapidly, soon filling this small area densely. Like the thorns of a cactus. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the dark clouds gradually dispersed. At this time, the entire sandy ground was sparkling. The female disciple widened her eyes and scanned the nearly uninhabitable sandy ground, but found nothing unusual. Her face darkened in frustration, and she called out to the male disciple in annoyance before leading the way to leave the area. Naturally, her so-called cultivation partner followed closely behind. The departing Yin sect girl didn't notice that in a corner of the sandy ground filled with ice spikes, a trickle of crimson liquid seeped out. But it was too faint to catch the girl's eye. A quarter of an hour later, as the crimson liquid began to expand, a small round mound suddenly rose from the yellow sand, growing taller and more pronounced. Eventually, the mound violently heaved, and a green-clad girl rolled out from inside. A slender ice spike embedded in her shoulder, blood flowing profusely, staining half of her body. In her hand,